After 2 years of marriage, they threw a divorce agreement at my face and offered me 10 million to leave the CEO wife. All the relatives laughed. They thought I was a useless son-in-law who lived off the Lin family and only knew how to buy groceries, cook, do laundry, and mop the floor. But no one knows that I was once the sole heir of the Chen family, a top-tier wealthy clan. I hid my identity and kept that marriage contract to repay a debt of gratitude. Until Butler Lu knelt outside the door with a black card worth billions and said to me, "Young master, the Chen family has been cleaned up. It's time for you to return and take control." I looked at the people inside who were pressuring me to divorce them and slowly smiled, because they would soon find out that the son-in-law whom the Lin family looked down on the most was the man they could never hope to reach in this lifetime. My name is Chen Fan. That day, a divorce agreement was slammed in front of me. My mother-in-law, Dong Jinping, coldly forced me to sign it, her condescending attitude making it seem as if I didn't even have the right to refuse. I was washing a pot in the kitchen when I paused slightly. After drying my hands, I picked up the agreement and saw only that it said divorce, 50,000 yuan compensation, and get out of the Lin family. 2 years of marriage, bought out for 50,000 yuan. I laughed on the spot. In the eyes of the Lin family, I'm not even as good as an ordinary employee. Dong Jinping said that I eat and live in the Lin family's house, and that she has been supporting me for 2 years for nothing. She also said that Lin Shuyue's company is about to go under, and that I can't help at all. In fact, I almost ruined Han Xiao's plans. She emphasized the words 10 million heavily, as if it were an astronomical figure I could never reach in my lifetime. I didn't refute her, but just looked down at the agreement, because I knew very well that this money could indeed save the Lin family right now. Han Yunsong's conditions were simple. I had to get out of the Lin family, and then he would marry Lin Shuyue. He had been pursuing Lin Shuyue for many years, but had never had the chance. Now that the Lin family was on the verge of collapse, he finally showed his true colors. Dong Jinping continued her sarcasm, saying that Han Yunsong was rich and powerful, while I could do nothing but cook and mop the floor. She also scolded the old man for misjudging me back then. Hearing this, my eyes finally turned cold, because in the entire Lin family, only the old man had ever truly cared for me. The old man's last words made me endure 2 whole years in the Lin family. For 2 years, they insulted me, laughed at me, and looked down on me. I never explained, because I was waiting for an answer and also waiting for someone who was supposed to come back. Just then, the door was suddenly pushed open, and Lin Shuyue returned. Han Yunsong was standing behind her. I slowly looked up at them, knowing in my heart that some debts would finally be settled starting today. The moment I stepped into the house, Dong Jinping's expression changed drastically. She scolded me for being slow in buying groceries and publicly berated me for being useless. In the past, I would have remained silent, but today I merely gave them a cold glance and headed straight for the kitchen with the groceries. Han Yunsong stopped me with a look of disdain, saying that it was Lin Guozhong's birthday today and a luxury hotel had been booked long ago, so there was no need for me to cook. Lin Shuyue asked me to come along with her, feeling a little guilty, but Dong Jinping thought I would embarrass the Lin family. Han Yunsong pretended to be magnanimous and spoke up for me, but his words were full of sarcasm. He said it would be good for me to broaden my horizons. Dong Jinping took the opportunity to urge Lin Shuyue to get a divorce, but Lin Shuyue didn't dare to look at me once from beginning to end. Her silence was more hurtful than the humiliation. They got into Han Yunsong's luxury car and left, leaving me behind to hail a taxi. All the way there, Dong Jinping and Han Yunsong kept belittling me, saying I was as pathetic as a dog. I remained outwardly calm, but I remembered every single word they said. Upon arriving at the hotel, the taxi stood out starkly among the row of luxury cars, drawing ridicule from many. I entered the private room dressed in cheap clothes, and watching Lin Shuyue approach Han Yunsong with a smile, I felt as if I'd been stabbed in the chest. Everyone sat down in the VIP room to wait for Lin Guozhong, and Han Yunsong became the focus of the entire room. Everyone praised him for his generosity, but I only truly respected this gentle father-in-law. When Han Yunsong took out a blue-glazed jade bottle worth 600,000 yuan in front of everyone, Dong Jinping immediately smiled from ear to ear. I recognized the jade vase as a fake at a glance. The color was too dark, The red plum blossom pattern was wrong, and the details at the mouth of the vase were ridiculously fake. So I directly called it out, and the entire private room fell silent instantly, all eyes turning to me. Dong Jinping flew into a rage on the spot, and Han Yunsong also coldly mocked my ignorance. But I pointed out the characteristics of the genuine article one by one and asked Lin Guozhong to compare it on the spot. As a result, the red plum blossom mark that should be on the genuine bottle was not present at all. The words fake hit Han Yunsong hard in the face. Han Yunsong's face turned ugly. He hurriedly ordered the banquet to begin and then quietly put the jade bottle away. That thing actually only cost 60,000, but he boasted that it cost 600,000. Now that I have exposed him in public, he has completely lost face. He quickly ordered a table full of exorbitantly priced seafood, costing over 10,000 yuan, but deliberately only served me affordable rice and clear soup. Dong Jinping even chimed in, suggesting I eat alone, but Han Yunsong, while smiling on the surface, couldn't hide the sarcasm in his eyes. As the banquet was drawing to a close, Han Yunsong mocked me again, saying I didn't deserve to eat lobster and that I should go out and find work instead of relying on the Lin family for support. Dong Jinping immediately retorted, accusing me of living off women, her every word a direct insult to my reputation. I simply replied that my private affairs were none of anyone else's business. Han Yunsong immediately pressured me to pay the entire bill, and I took the opportunity to propose a bet. If I could pay, he would stay away from Lin Shuyue. If I lost, I would immediately sign the divorce papers. Lin Shuyue took out her gold card to try and help me out, but I stopped her. I went to the front desk, swiped my VIP black card, and the 136,700 yuan was settled instantly. At that moment, my cheap clothes couldn't hide my aura, and Lin Guozhong and Lin Shuyue were both stunned. Dong Jinping pressed me about where the money came from, and I casually brushed it off by saying I'd won the lottery. Then I looked at Han Yunsong and reminded him not to forget the bet. His face turned ashen, and he made an excuse and left in a sorry state, ignoring even Dong Jinping's calls. After the banquet, I returned to the Lin family's storage room, which was less than 20 square meters. Looking at the familiar broken bed and old cabinet, I immediately transferred 3 million yuan to Lin Shuyue, telling her to use it to save the company, and reminded her not to touch Han Yunsong's money. Lin Shuyue was utterly shocked when she saw the notification that the money had arrived in her account. She hadn't expected that I had so much money, yet I had never fought for a single penny for myself. Dong Jinping wanted to find fault, but Lin Guozhong advised her to calm down and also reminded Lin Shuyue to see through Han Yunsong's hypocrisy. Lin Shuyue remained silent for a long time before finally editing a WeChat message to refuse Han Yunsong's financial aid. At that moment, I breathed a sigh of relief because I had temporarily blocked Han Yunsong, but the rift between Lin Shuyue and me had not truly healed. Han Yunsong, sitting in his car, saw the rejection message and his face contorted with rage. He slammed on the gas and ran several red lights. He was already plotting his revenge against me. Although the Lin family's attitude towards me had subtly changed, they still refused to admit that I was no longer the humiliated live-in son-in-law they once were. Dong Jinping, as always, casually ordered me around, telling me to buy seafood, saying Lin Shuyue wanted braised prawns. I carried the basket to the market, but I knew perfectly well that the Lin family's crisis was over, and my return to being a wealthy heir would soon be impossible to hide. It's just that someone like Han Yunsong would never swallow this insult. I had just reached the alley entrance when a dozen or so thugs in black suddenly rushed out, their steel pipes and machetes gleaming coldly in the sunlight, and surrounded me. Han Yunsong stepped out from the crowd, staring at me arrogantly, as if he had finally seized the opportunity to get back the face he had lost. I casually asked him what he wanted, but he gritted his teeth and said I had ruined his plan to pursue Lin Shuyue, and even called me Wu Dalong, a piece of cow dung stuck next to a beautiful flower. The thugs around us laughed along, and I only replied that Shimin Qing's fate wasn't much better, and Han Yunsong's face instantly turned liver-colored. Enraged, he forced me to crawl between his legs before he would let me off the hook. I lowered my head and walked forward, as if I were really going to give in, but the next second, I raised my hand and slapped him hard across the face, knocking out his teeth and causing half of his face to swell up instantly. Han Yunsong went completely mad, immediately offering a reward for all the thugs to attack me. A dozen men wielding weapons surrounded me, but they couldn't even touch the hem of my clothes. I dodged, punched, and side-kicked, and in less than a few minutes, the ground was covered with groans of pain. Han Yunsong was dumbfounded. He never imagined that the good-for-nothing son-in-law he had been cursing for 2 years could actually take down more than a dozen street thugs with his bare hands. I dusted myself off and slowly walked towards him, and the arrogance in his eyes finally turned into fear. Han Yunsung's legs went weak and he could barely stand. His whole body was trembling. I warned him coldly that from today onwards, he should stay away from Lin Xiuyue, or next time it wouldn't be as simple as just losing a few teeth. He dared not argue anymore and scrambled out of the alley. I watched him flee in a disheveled state and didn't give chase. Today, I was just teaching him a lesson, not taking his life. After dealing with these troubles, I went grocery shopping as usual, cooked a meal, and delivered it to Lin Xiuyue's company, only to learn that she had gone to Huating Group alone, and her assistant was forbidden from accompanying her. I immediately realized something was wrong. In the Huating Group office, Lin Xiuyue sensed the unusual atmosphere. Shun Hui sat opposite her, looking her up and down with disgust, deliberately belittling her, and saying that a man like her was unworthy of her. Lin Xiuyue just wanted to sign the contract and leave as soon as possible, but Shun Hui used the pretext of reviewing the contract to gradually close the distance between them. Soon, Lin Xiuyue began to feel dizzy and weak all over. She then realized that the drink had been tampered with. Shun Hui completely dropped his pretense, demanding 70% of the company's profits and threatening to cut off supplies and distribution channels. To save the company, Lin Xiuyue was forced to drink the drink, and dizziness instantly overwhelmed her. She slumped on the sofa, her body as limp as a rag doll without support, yet still conscious. Shun Hui stood before her, grinning maliciously as he touted the drug's effects. She tried to resist, but couldn't even lift a finger, forced to watch helplessly as that filthy hand reached for her. Just as Shun Hui was about to succeed, a voice suddenly came from outside the office, trying to stop him. The next second, I rushed into the room and punched Shun Hui in the face, sending him crashing into the wall. His screams instantly echoed throughout the office. I rushed to Lin Xiuyue's side and saw her curled up on the sofa, her face flushed and her body trembling slightly, like a frightened fawn. Shun Hui tried to get up, but I kicked him over again. The secretary was so frightened that she begged for mercy and called for security, but no one could stop me. I first confirmed that Lin Xiuyue had only taken Chinese medicine and hadn't suffered any more serious harm. But thinking about what might have happened to her if I had been any later, the anger in my chest was almost uncontrollable. After Lin Xiuyue vaguely recognized me, she seemed to finally let down her guard and fainted in my arms. After settling her in, I turned to Shun Hui and coldly cursed him for wearing the skin of a CO while doing the most despicable things. But Shun Hui showed no remorse. Instead, he smugly said that he liked forcing women to submit like this. His expression made my gaze turn completely cold. I gave him two choices: either kneel down and apologize to make up for today's mistake, or I would personally take down the Huating Group and show him what despair truly means. Shun Hui burst into laughter, mocking me, a son-in-law who had married into the family, for daring to threaten his company. I was too lazy to waste any more words and decided to carry out the second punishment. Shun Hui was still using the most offensive language to slander Lin Xiuyue, every word of which seemed to be crossing my bottom line. I rushed forward and punched him in the cheek with a left hook. He spun and fell to the ground, spitting out 2 teeth on the spot. He was still laughing wildly, saying that no matter how hard I hit him, it was useless. He was rich and powerful, and his businesses were there, not something that fists could shake. I calmly took out my phone and gave only one order: immediately conduct a thorough investigation of Huating Group and force Shun Hui to come and apologize as quickly as possible. Shun Hui, his face covered in blood, was still stubborn, mocking me for pretending to be rich, and his insults became increasingly vile. I couldn't take it anymore, so I punched him in the chest, sending his nearly 200-pound body flying backward, and then slapped him so hard he cried out in pain. I can tolerate Dong Jinping's disdain and the Lin family's contempt, but Lin Xiuyue is my bottom line. Just then, hurried footsteps sounded outside the door. Shun Hui's father, Shun Weisheng, arrived with security guards, his face grim as he looked at the mess on the ground. As if grasping at a straw, Shun Hui immediately accused me of trespassing and assaulting people, wanting his father to avenge him. But Shun Weisheng merely glanced at him coldly, and the next second, a resounding slap landed squarely on Shun Hui's face, leaving all the bodyguards stunned. Shun Hui covered his face, frozen in place, completely unable to believe that his own father would hit him in public. When he looked at me again, he finally sensed something was wrong from my cold gaze, and for the first time, that fear seeped into his bones. Blinded by rage, Shun Hui turned and questioned his father about why he had hit him. Shun Wei, his face ashen with anger, raised his hand and slapped him again, completely stunning his troublemaking son. He then immediately turned to me, put on a humble smile, bowed, and apologized, taking all the blame upon himself. The bodyguards and security personnel at the scene were dumbfounded. No one could understand why the big boss of Huating Group would be afraid of me, a seemingly ordinary son-in-law. I asked him coldly whether he should be punished for failing to raise his son properly. Shen Weisheng dared not refute and could only repeatedly admit his mistakes. As soon as I finished speaking, Shen Weisheng immediately raised his hand and slapped himself across the face. The crisp sound of the slaps echoed one after another, the force so strong that his cheeks quickly became red and swollen. His usual high and mighty boss demeanor was shattered by his own hands at this moment. Those around him watched in terror, barely daring to breathe. This group leader, who usually had the power to decide someone's fate with a single word, was now publicly punishing himself and admitting his mistakes, even having his dentures knocked out. Shen Hui panicked completely and lunged forward to grab his father's hand. But Shen Weisheng pushed him away and didn't dare to stop until I coldly told him to stop. I waved my hand indifferently and simply told them to get lost. Shen Weisheng immediately felt like he had been granted a pardon and dragged Shen Hui away in a disheveled state. Shen Hui's mind was in complete turmoil the whole way. In his eyes, I was clearly just a useless son-in-law of the Lin family, but the deep-seated fear his father had just shown him clearly told him that I was not someone he could humiliate at will. Once in the private office, Shen Hui finally couldn't help but press for the truth. Shen Weisheng warned him with a grim expression that from today onwards, he was absolutely forbidden from touching him or Lin Xiuyue, and even threatened that if he caused any more trouble, he shouldn't blame him for disowning him as his son. Shen Hui was completely stunned after hearing this, because Shen Weisheng only said one sentence that sent chills down his spine. I'm not a good-for-nothing kept by the Lin family, but someone the entire Shen family can't afford to offend. At that moment, only one question remained in his mind. What terrifying identity does this despised son-in-law, whom everyone looks down upon, hide? After clearing the Huading group of troubles, I carefully carried the unconscious Lin Xiuyue and steadily walked out of the office. Behind me, the Shen family father and son looked disheveled, but I didn't even glance back, because at that moment, her safety was the most important thing to me. Outside the building, a limited edition Rolls-Royce sat quietly by the roadside, attracting a crowd of onlookers. No one expected that the person waiting in that luxury car was me. Uncle Lu, impeccably dressed in a suit, stood beside the car. As soon as he saw me carrying Lin Xiuyue out, he rushed over, instantly realizing she had been drugged. Ignoring the shocked looks around me, I calmly instructed Uncle Lu to take her to the hospital immediately. After recognizing Lin Xiuyue, Uncle Lu couldn't help but admire her outstanding appearance, and even said with a smile that if the master and mistress knew, they would definitely be happy, and that I should take her home to reunite with my family as soon as possible. I gave a curt reply and promised to arrange for my return home later. Then I picked up Lin Xiuyue's phone and sent a message to her secretary to handle company matters. Uncle Lu didn't dare to delay and immediately instructed the driver to head straight to the Third People's Hospital. I watched the Rolls-Royce leave, and just as I breathed a sigh of relief, I suddenly remembered something crucial. Lin Xiuyue had come to Phaeton today to finalize a cooperation contract with her company. This was a matter of life and death for her company, and it absolutely couldn't be ruined because of that idiot Shen Hui. So I turned around and walked back to the Phaeton group. The VIP ward, with its faint smell of disinfectant, was far more comfortable than a regular ward, resembling a luxury suite. Lin Xiuyue slowly woke up after a thorough examination, first checking that her clothes were intact before remembering that she had been drugged in Shen Hui's office. She gripped the blankets tightly, feeling both angry and terrified, yet secretly hoping that someone had shielded her from that ordeal. The first person to stay in the ward was Xiao Yuan, a trusted confidant who had started the business with Lin Xiuyue. Soon after, Zhou Donglin also arrived. Both were long-time employees who had built the company from scratch and were among Lin Xiuyue's most trusted subordinates. Xiao Yuan pressed her for details about how she was poisoned, and Lin Xiuyue didn't hide anything, saying that Shen Hui had drugged her while she was negotiating the contract, almost causing her to lose her virginity. Zhou Donglin was so angry that she immediately took out her phone to call the police, but Lin Xiuyue stopped her, because if this matter escalated, she would be the one who suffered the most. After receiving the news, I pushed open the door to the ward, and the first thing I asked was how Lin Xiuyue was doing. Xiao Yuan explained somewhat awkwardly that she had contacted the family. But as soon as Zhou Donglin saw me, she immediately blocked my way and berated me for being a coward for not showing up when my wife had the accident. Her spittle splattered on my face, but I simply wiped it away without explaining my earlier outburst at the Huading group. I walked to the bedside and looked at Lin Xiuyue, who had just escaped danger. She softly asked me where I had been, and I only said that I was stuck in traffic, choosing to continue keeping the truth to myself. After hearing this, Zhou Donglin sneered on the spot, saying that the hospital was not far from the company, and she could walk there. She said I was obviously hiding because I was afraid of trouble. Her insults became more and more offensive, saying that I was a coward and useless person, not even as good as the livestock at home, but I still did not refute her. Seeing that they were in a hospital, Xiaoyuan quickly advised her to keep her voice down, and Lin Shuyue also spoke up to stop the argument. But Zhou Donglin was still unwilling to give up, feeling that Lin Shuyue was being treated unfairly, saying that with such good qualities, she shouldn't be tied to a man like me. Lin Shuyue stopped her from continuing her tirade, instead taking the blame upon herself, saying that she hadn't been careful enough and had fallen into Shun Hui's trap. I picked up a glass of warm water and handed it to her, but Zhou Donglin still looked at me with disdain, urging me to go and get revenge on Shun Hui if I had the guts. I calmly said that Shun Hui would definitely come to apologize in person. This casual remark stunned everyone in the ward. Zhou Donglin immediately burst into laughter, thinking I was talking nonsense. After all, Shun Hui was the young master of the Huating group. How could he possibly bow down to us? But before she could finish speaking, the ward door was pushed open. Shun Hui, his head wrapped in bandages, walked in carrying a pile of gifts. Xiao Yuan turned pale with fright. Zhou Donglin angrily stepped in to block her way, and Lin Shuyue coldly told him to get out. When Shun Hui saw me sitting in the corner, he was like a mouse seeing a cat, his legs almost turning to jelly. He hurriedly put down the gifts, bowed and apologized to Lin Shuyue with a forced smile, completely different from the arrogant and domineering playboy he had been before. The three women were all stunned, completely unable to understand why Shun Hui had suddenly become like this. Only I sat calmly, because all of this was within my expectations. Lin Shuyue looked at me, seemingly wanting me to send him away. Zhou Donglin seized the opportunity to continue her sarcastic remarks, saying that the people who bullied my wife had come knocking on my door, and I was still sitting there doing nothing. I simply looked at Shun Hui, reminding him that if he came to apologize, he should show sincerity. As soon as I finished speaking, Shun Hui knelt down with a thud, crying and begging Lin Shuyue for forgiveness. He presented the cooperation contract with both hands, respectfully handing it to Lin Shuyue, begging her to accept it. Lin Shuyue glanced at it, and her expression instantly changed, because the profit distribution in the contract was extremely biased towards the Lin family, with the Lin family taking 80% and Huating only retaining 20%. Zhou Donglin and Xiaoyuan immediately became alert, worried that there might be a trap hidden in the contract. Shun Hui was so anxious that he almost cried, and hurriedly assured them that there was nothing fishy about it, even offering to let Lin Shuyue keep all the profits. Lin Shuyue checked repeatedly and found no hidden clauses, so I told her to sign without worry. This time, Shun Hui was truly scared. Lin Shuyue finally signed the contract, and the cooperation agreement was finalized. Shun Hui felt like he had been given a second chance at life. After handing over the documents, he carefully left the ward. Zhou Donglin, however, started blaming me for interrupting and worried that there might be problems with the contract. Lin Shuyue had no choice but to stop her, saying that she would check again later. Looking at the contract, Xiaoyuan couldn't help but sigh that the concessions were enough to open up new markets and alleviate the company's cash flow problems. Lin Shuyue, however, stared at me and asked why I knew Shun Hui would apologize so early on. I simply said that Phaeton was in its listing period and negative scandals could severely damage the stock price. Although Zhou Donglin didn't believe me, she couldn't find a reason to refute it. Just as the ward quieted down, Lin Shuyue's phone rang. Dong Jinping called to inform her that it was her grandmother's 80th birthday celebration, and the whole family had to attend a banquet at the ancestral home. She specifically told me not to go and embarrass myself. After hanging up, Lin Shuyue immediately ripped off the tape on the back of her hand and told me to be there promptly at 5 p.m. She handed me a bank card and asked me to prepare a birthday gift. I refused outright, saying I had money and didn't want to spend her money anymore. Zhou Donglin immediately scoffed, mocking me for living off her for so many years and asking where I had any savings, implying that my so-called wealth was probably earned penny by penny. Unexpectedly, Lin Shuyue coldly defended me this time, warning Zhou Donglin not to interfere in our family affairs. She could criticize me for being useless, but she wouldn't allow outsiders to humiliate her husband. Zhou Donglin was forced to bow her head and admit her mistake, while Lin Shuyue, despite her weakness, forcibly removed her and left the hospital. Lin Shuyue left first with Zhou Donglin, and Xiaoyuan also prepared to leave. I took the opportunity to walk out of the ward with Xiaoyuan. It was a rare moment for the two of them to be alone together, and the atmosphere suddenly became a little subtle. Even the footsteps in the corridor seemed to slow down. Xiaoyuan was one of the few people who never looked down on me. While others called me useless, she saw my dedication, forbearance, and composure. I noticed her cheeks were slightly flushed, so I took the initiative to ask her full name. She whispered that her name was Sun Yuan. I made a casual joke, which only made the atmosphere more awkward. Just then, a medical cart loaded with needles and scissors suddenly went out of control and hurtled towards Sun Yuan from behind. If it had hit her, her legs would have been pierced by the sharp instruments. Almost instinctively, I grabbed her waist and pulled her away, while simultaneously kicking over the cart and shielding her against the wall. The two were standing too close. Sun Yuan's heart was pounding, and her face flushed crimson. But the next second, startled, she slapped me across the face, frantically pushed me away, and ran off. I stood there, forcing a bitter smile. No one knew that my willingness to stay in the Lin family as a live-in son-in-law was backed by 2 acts of kindness and the Lin family's old secrets. The late patriarch of the Lin family doted on me the most, treating me almost like his own grandson. 2 years ago, after his death, the conflicts within the Lin family erupted completely, and the trigger for all the turmoil was the marriage he had personally arranged before his death. Now, the Lin family is under my grandmother's control, and the Lin group has a deep foundation, making it one of the 4 major families in Lushur. But outsiders don't know that the Lin family's rise to prominence was inseparable from my grandfather's support. The bond between the 2 families is too deep, and today, on my grandmother's 80th birthday, I, as the son-in-law who married into the family, am destined to be pushed into the spotlight once again. The Lin family's last-minute invitation to Lin Guozhong's family to the banquet actually stemmed from a long-standing grudge. Back when the old lady divided the family property, she took the majority of the assets, leaving her eldest son almost penniless. Since then, the 2 families have maintained a facade of kinship, but in reality, they have long since severed all ties. Lin Guozhong, mindful of family ties, never contested the family fortune, but Dong Jinping harbored resentment over it for many years. They rarely brought me along on holidays, because I, as a son-in-law who had married into the Lin family, was already a laughingstock. If the old lady hadn't specifically requested it, the youngest son's family wouldn't have bothered to inform us at all. At 5 o'clock in the evening, luxury cars were gathered in front of the Lin family ancestral home, with cars worth millions almost filling the entire courtyard. I had just gotten out of a taxi when the security guard mistook me for a sewer repairman. He looked me up and down and immediately assumed I was a con man trying to scam people out of money or steal things. The security guard yelled at me to leave and even shoved my shoulder hard. But despite his strength, I stood rooted to the spot. Enraged, he tried to hit me again, but I grabbed his wrist with my other hand. The sharp pain made him scream, and his previous arrogance crumbled instantly. I didn't actually hit him. I just coldly told him he wasn't worthy of dirtying my hands. Just then, Lin Shuyue arrived and witnessed the security guard causing trouble. She raised her hand and slapped him. The security guard immediately changed his story, accusing me of trespassing and stealing, but Lin Shuyue coldly exposed his lie and told him to pack his things and get out. Dong Jinping and Lin Guozhong also came over at this time. Because there were too many luxury cars at the entrance, they could only get out of their car some distance away, and just happened to witness this farce. Dong Jinping did not blame the security guard, but instead glared at me, annoyed that I had caused trouble for the Lin family as soon as I arrived. Not wanting to cause a scene before the birthday banquet, Lin Guozhong offered a cigarette to ease the tension and introduced himself as the birthday celebrant's eldest son. The security guard then noticed a resemblance between him and the old lady, and his face paled in shock. He quickly bent down and let us in. Just as we were about to enter, a shrill laugh suddenly came from the side. Someone said sarcastically, "The eldest son of the Lin family has really fallen on hard times. He's celebrating his birthday at his ancestral home, and he almost couldn't even get through the gate." The speaker was Yu Jing, the younger daughter-in-law. She was wearing a red dress, with exquisite makeup, and exuding the air of a wealthy lady. Dong Jinping forced a smile and went up to greet her, complimenting her on her good skin. But Yu Jing turned around and sarcastically remarked that Dong Jinping's face was full of wrinkles, turning the warm atmosphere into an insult in just a few words. Yu Jing deliberately brought up Lin Shuyue's cosmetics company, implying that the products were ineffective, otherwise Dong Jinping wouldn't have aged so much. Then, she abruptly shifted the focus from Dong Jinping to Lin Shuyue. Lin Shuyue calmly replied that her mother rarely wore makeup, then casually showed off her skin, which she had developed from using Yu dye products. Yu Jing looked at her delicate face, her smile almost faltering with envy, and immediately turned her gaze to me. When she saw my simple clothes, she immediately sneered and asked what kind of work I did. She knew I was unemployed, but she pretended to be kind and said she could introduce me to a security guard position at a factory. It sounded like she was helping me, but every word she said was an insult to me. Fearing I would continue to embarrass myself, Dong Jinping quickly interrupted the conversation, using Lin Xiuyue's company as a pretext. She boasted that the company had high revenue and would soon be listed on the stock exchange, hoping to regain some face in front of Yu Jing. Lin Xiuyue knew, of course, that her mother was putting on a brave face. The company was still burdened with debt, and going public was just wishful thinking, but she also understood that Dong Jinping was simply trying to preserve the last bit of dignity in front of these Lin family relatives. We walked through the quaint courtyard and into the hall where guests were gathered. The lively atmosphere suddenly fell silent the moment everyone saw me. Their gazes seemed to have been waiting for me to make a fool of myself. Lin Xiuyue whispered to me, telling me to keep the birthday gift safe and to speak as little as possible so that my relatives wouldn't find fault with me. I just smiled faintly, not taking those stares to heart at all, because the real joke was yet to come. The relatives quickly surrounded Lin Xiuyue, enthusiastically asking how her business was going and what birthday gifts she had prepared. But they completely ignored Lin Guozhong and his wife, and treated me as if I didn't exist. Their snobbishness was practically written all over their faces. Lin Xiuyue built her business from scratch and became a successful businesswoman, becoming the center of attention at her birthday banquets. All her relatives wanted to use her business to advance their own careers, leaving Lin Guozhong and his wife awkwardly standing by with forced smiles. I was used to being treated like I was invisible. It was actually quite peaceful when no one paid me any attention. But Lin Xiangtian had no intention of letting me off the hook. The moment this future successor of the Lin family appeared, he greeted my cousin on the surface, but his eyes were immediately locked on me. Lin Xiangtian first exchanged pleasantries with Lin Xiuyue with a smile, then turned around and mocked me for my shabby clothes and for relying on women for a living. In fact, he knew better than anyone else that the more Lin Xiuyue was favored by his grandmother, the more dangerous his chances of inheriting the Lin family would be, so he had to put me down to embarrass her. In a frenzy to steal the spotlight, Lin Xiangtian flaunted his birthday gifts in public, claiming he had brought back a genuine Song Dynasty painting, ink pine, clouds, and cranes, from France. He said it was incredibly valuable and could fetch 100-fold at auction. While everyone was praising it, I quietly took out a worn-out wooden box and placed it next to a pile of expensive gifts, looking as pathetic as a joke. My aunt, Lin Meiyun, immediately fixed her gaze on the wooden box, pressing me for details about what was inside. I casually replied, "This is a birthday gift I prepared, far more valuable than any of the other gifts here." The moment I finished speaking, the relatives burst into laughter, and Lin Xiuyue's face instantly darkened, because she knew I had once again become the laughingstock of the room. On the altar were deer antlers, ginseng, fine wines, jade artifacts, and Lin Meiyun's 380,000 yuan gold-threaded mink coat. My old wooden box was placed inside, like a tattered cardboard box mixed into a luxury car show. Lin Xiuyue suppressed her anger and opened the box, only to find a walnut-sized, misty white pearl inside. I calmly told everyone that this was the Zhengguan Night Shining Pearl, a treasure of Empress Wu Zetian, which had been lost to the common people for many years. But all the relatives burst into laughter again. No one believed that a son-in-law who had married into the family could produce a national treasure. Some said it was a cheap item from a street stall, while others scolded me for making up a story to fool the elderly, saying that even my character had been trampled into the mud. Lin Xiuyue's eyes reddened with humiliation, and she could only stuff the pearl into her bag, not wanting her grandmother to see it. Her last bit of patience for me was completely worn away at that moment. Just then, Lin Xiangtian's ink pine, clouds and cranes painting was hung on the wall, and everyone immediately crowded around it, and everyone took the opportunity to step on my luminous pearl again. I was about to explain the origin of the luminous pearl when Lin Xiuyue interrupted me sharply, beating me for losing face, before turning and leaving the hall. Lin Xiangtian seized the opportunity to continue his taunts, and Yu Jing insisted I was a counterfeit good for nothing. The entire Lin family was waiting to see me bow my head. But the next second, I looked at the famous painting that everyone was praising to the skies and coldly said, "This is not an authentic work by Emperor Huizong of Song at all. It is a complete forgery." As soon as I finished speaking, the entire hall fell silent. My relatives, who had just been mocking me, all froze in place. Lin Xiangtian flew into a rage on the spot, pointing at me and yelling that this painting was a genuine ancestral work he had bought at a high price from a foreign collector. He said I, a good-for-nothing who hadn't even touched a famous painting, had no right to stand here and comment. Lin Guoxiao immediately stepped forward to exert pressure, saying that the painting had been appraised by multiple experts and was worth tens of millions. Yu Jing was even more ruthless, directly forcing me to kneel down and apologize. Lin Meiyun also joined in, saying that I was just a stay-at-home husband and didn't know anything about calligraphy, painting, or antiques. Dozens of relatives instantly surrounded me, all convinced that I was just jealous of Lin Xiangtian's limelight. Hearing the commotion in the hall, Lin Shiyue rushed back. Seeing me surrounded by a group of relatives, she was both angry and anxious. She knew perfectly well that I didn't understand calligraphy and painting in their eyes, but she still couldn't bear to see me humiliated in public. She lowered her voice and told me to shut up, but I didn't back down. Instead, I walked up to the painting and stared coldly at its flaws. I pointed out in public that among the famous crane-themed paintings passed down from Emperor Huizong of Song, only the museum's auspicious cranes is truly verifiable. However, Lin Xiangtian's so-called ink pine and cloud crane already gave itself away from the very title. I continued, pointing out that the signature on the painting was just ordinary running script, completely inconsistent with the slender and elegant style of Emperor Huizong of Song's slender gold calligraphy. The whole painting appeared luxurious, but it lacked any imperial touch. The more it tried to appear noble, the more flaws it revealed. Following my gaze, everyone finally realized something was wrong. The relatives who had been mocking me just moments before fell silent instantly, while Lin Xiangtian's family turned ashen-faced, their arrogance completely suppressed. Even those who had been jeering dared not utter another word. I spoke each word clearly, directly questioning Lin Xiangtian. Who was it that was passing off a fake as an original and trying to make a huge profit off it? Lin Xiangtian roared and defended himself, but his eyes already betrayed his panic, because this painting was indeed a fake that he had bought for 20,000 yuan. My words, like a thunderclap, pierced through his thoughts. Lin Xiangtian's explanations became increasingly muddled and his confidence waned. Everyone could see it clearly. The situation had completely reversed, and the Lin family's reputation was shattered. Just as the chaos reached its peak, the matriarch of the Lin family finally appeared. Dressed in red silk, she was slowly walked in, supported by her daughter, Yijie. All the relatives immediately stood up to greet her, because this old lady could decide the future of the Lin family with just a word. The old lady examined the painting for a long time. Having been a history teacher, she was naturally familiar with the characteristics of the slender gold calligraphy style. Lin Shiyue gripped my clothes tightly, as if silently supporting me. But while everyone held their breath in anticipation, the old lady coldly declared the painting genuine and even questioned me about why I had slandered Lin Xiangtian. I was stunned for a moment, because the flaws were clearly obvious, yet the old lady was stubbornly twisting the truth. Lin Xiangtian immediately seized the opportunity to force me to come and apologize, and even mocked me, an outsider, for never understanding the difference in bloodlines. His arrogance, which had just been suppressed, reignited. Lin Shiyue's eyes reddened, her heart aching terribly, yet she still raised her hand and slapped me. Spittle landed on my face, but I didn't move or explain, because I knew she was caught between her family and me, suffering more than anyone else. Finally, I lowered my head and went to apologize to Lin Xiangtian. The birthday banquet continued, and guests took their seats one after another, but the atmosphere between Lin Shiyue and me had become completely cold. She suddenly spoke up, saying that she had made up her mind to divorce, and that she would repay the 3 million yuan I had previously given her in installments. I asked her if I could rescind the divorce decision if I really changed. Lin Shiyue just gave me a bitter look and didn't give me a clear answer. It was then that I realized some misunderstandings can't be cleared up with just a few words. After leaving the Lin family compound, Lin Shiyue handed the pearl back to me. She said that in our 2 years of marriage, she could tolerate my lack of income and my lack of ambition, but she could never accept me deceiving her with hypocrisy and lies. She publicly stated that since their marriage, she had never asked for a dowry or worn a diamond ring, which was why she found it even more unacceptable that I was trying to pass off a cheap item as a national treasure. Upon hearing this, Dong Jinping immediately rushed over, snatched the luminous pearl, and scolded me for trying to fool my elders with a cheap product, before casually throwing it into the roadside weeds. Dong Jinping dragged Lin Shiyue forward, muttering all the way that she shouldn't continue to tolerate a son-in-law like me who was full of lies. 5 minutes after they left, an old man collecting recyclables passed by the bushes and unexpectedly discovered the faintly glowing luminous pearl, casually putting it into his pocket. I stood alone by the roadside, watching the night wind blow through the empty streets, my heart churning. I clearly possessed a vast fortune and could have easily returned to a wealthy family, but I had always concealed my identity, solely to stabilize Lin Shiyue's company and ensure she had no worries. I also began to hesitate, wondering if I should take the initiative to divorce her and no longer burden the innocent Lin Shiyue. But after spending these 2 years together, I had already fallen deeply in love with her, and I was afraid that if my identity were suddenly exposed, she would think that our marriage had never been pure from the beginning. Hearing the word divorce repeatedly, I was ultimately unwilling to give up like this. Thinking that I hadn't given her a decent gift in the past 2 years, I hailed a taxi and headed straight for the city center's commercial district. The city was brightly lit under the night sky, lined with luxury stores, and I went straight into the most upscale jewelry section. The saleswoman's eyes immediately changed when she saw my simple attire. She assumed I was a poor person trying to cash out by buying jewelry for speculative purposes. Her words were full of sarcasm, and I, too lazy to explain, simply pulled out my black card and handed it to her. She stared at it intently, then froze completely. That was a Centurion black card with a credit line of over 100 million. The sales clerk's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly processed my payment of 846,700 yuan, his voice trembling with respect as he packed the jewelry. The contempt he had shown earlier shattered completely at that moment. When I returned to the Lin family home, Lin Shuyue was sulking alone in her bedroom. In the living room, Dong Jinping was still venting her resentment towards Lin Guozhong, blaming herself for her years of hard work, her daughter struggling on her own, yet she still had to support me, a son-in-law with no income. Lin Guozhong felt guilty and wanted to uphold his father's last wish, not wanting to separate us, but he couldn't persuade Dong Jinping. He went to the balcony alone to smoke, and even had a ridiculous thought, but quickly suppressed it. When I got home, I saw him sitting on the stairs, and I knew that there had been another argument inside. Lin Guozhong gestured for me not to ask any more questions, but the conversation between the mother and daughter inside the house could be clearly heard. Lin Shuyue walked from the bedroom to the living room and calmly announced that she had decided to cancel the divorce and intend to continue the marriage. Dong Jinping wiped away her tears and asked her in astonishment if she had thought it through. She kept urging Lin Shuyue to reconsider, saying that she was incompetent and useless, and that she always made her the target of criticism. She didn't want her daughter to spend her whole life with such a live-in son-in-law. Lin Shuyue then began to recount their daily life over the past 2 years. She said that I took care of all the heavy housework and stayed by her side through the most difficult times, and that their feelings had already taken root without her realizing it. She also insisted that the luminous pearl was a fake that I had been tricked into buying, rather than something I had deliberately deceived her about. Seeing her daughter working so hard for the company, and hearing her say such things, Dong Jinping finally let go of her stubbornness. She hugged Lin Shuyue and wept, no longer forcing her to separate from me. The heart that had been hanging in suspense for so long outside the door finally settled back into my chest at that moment. I had prepared expensive jewelry to try and win her back, and I was even prepared to say goodbye. But now I realized that Lin Shuyue has always had me in her heart. 2 years of ordinary life together have made me an inseparable part of her daily life. Lin Shuyue choked back tears, saying she didn't know when she had fallen for him. I pushed open the door and walked in, gently wiping away her tears. This was the first time I had touched her so closely. Looking at her reddened eyes, I had only one thought in my mind. No matter what happens in the future, I will hold her up. Lin Shuyue said she didn't want to be looked down upon by her relatives anymore, and she hoped that those who had ridiculed us would one day reap what they sowed. I nodded solemnly, promising her that day would come soon. After she went back to her room to rest, I temporarily put away the jewelry, deciding to deliver it to her company tomorrow as a surprise. The next day, before dawn, I got up as usual, made breakfast for the whole family, and then went to the park for my morning exercise, practicing a set of Wing Chun. When I returned from buying the newspaper, my father and daughter had already left for work. I cleaned up the dishes and kitchen utensils, thinking that the day would pass peacefully, but unexpectedly, a shrill scream suddenly came from the master bedroom. When I rushed into the master bedroom, Dong Jinping, wearing a purple tight-fitting yoga outfit, was falling backward due to a loss of balance. I quickly caught her and noticed that her meridians were blocked. If not treated in time, her lower body movement might be affected, so I immediately pressed acupoints to unblock them for her. Dong Jinping mistakenly thought I had ulterior motives and struggled desperately, her clothes tearing in the struggle. But I couldn't explain. I was focused solely on treating her. In just over 10 seconds, her meridians were cleared, the pain subsided, and she collapsed, weak and powerless. I quickly steadied her to prevent her from bumping into something again. But just then, Lin Shuyue suddenly burst open the door. When she saw me supporting Dong Jinping, she immediately misunderstood and assumed I had malicious intentions. Enraged, she slapped me across the face and took out her phone to call the police. I quickly stopped her, telling her that things weren't as they seemed. But Lin Shuyue's eyes were filled with anger and disappointment, and she wouldn't listen. In the end, I could only look at Dong Jinping and ask her to tell the truth herself. Dong Jinping knew perfectly well that I was trying to save her back injury, but she still insisted that I had ulterior motives, simply because she wanted to force Lin Xiuyue to divorce me. Lin Xiuyue believed her mother's words, and her anger intensified. She slapped me again, her high heel even cutting my eye, and blood flowed down my cheek. I suppressed my anger, quickly treated my wounds, and silently left the bedroom. The mother and daughter thought I would continue to endure it, but a moment later, I appeared in the living room with my luggage and took the initiative to propose a divorce. They were instantly stunned, while I simply took out a Cartier jewelry box, wanting to make up for the regret of not being able to give her that year. When Dong Jinping saw the gift box, her first reaction was still sarcasm, saying that I was just putting on a show with cheap goods. I didn't explain, but directly showed her the official invoice, with a total amount of 846,700 yuan in front of her. The moment the gift box was opened, the room was filled with dazzling pearls, which almost left her speechless. I looked coldly at Dong Jinping and asked her, "Didn't you say I like counterfeiting? Then tell me now, is there a single fake item in here?" She stared at the pile of genuine jewelry on the table and froze on the spot. As soon as she admitted that they were all genuine, I pointed to the door and told Lin Xiuyue to bring her documents and go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a divorce immediately. Lin Xiuyue panicked and instinctively looked at Dong Jinping. Her mother-in-law, who had just been eager for her to leave, now had a completely different expression. With over 800,000 yuan worth of jewelry right in front of her, she suddenly remembered the news about the 450 million yuan lottery prize in Lushur. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that the hidden tycoon who accepted the prize with his face covered was very likely her. Dong Jinping was convinced that I had been pretending to be poor for years in order to run away with the money after the divorce. The next second, she immediately changed her tune and tried to stop me, even bringing up the so-called kindness of raising me, saying that the Lin family had raised me for 2 years and couldn't just let me leave. She talked about affection, but her eyes were full of greed. I had already seen through her intentions and didn't bother with further words. Dong Jinping casually held up one finger and demanded 100 million, as if she had finally caught me red-handed. I simply pulled out my black card and calmly told her that I had exactly 100 million in the account. Dong Jinping's eyes lit up instantly, but my next words snapped her back to reality. This money must be handed over to Lin Xiuyue personally after the divorce is finalized. As for Dong Jinping, she can forget about touching a single penny. After saying this, I told Lin Xiuyue to take the household registration book to the Civil Affairs Bureau and wait for me, then turned and left the Lin family home. I walked alone on the tree-lined path along the Lu River. A gentle breeze blew by, and the oppressive feeling in my heart eased slightly. I hadn't walked far when Lin Xiuyue suddenly caught up from behind, panting, and blocked my way. For the first time, she took the initiative to question me, asking why I insisted on getting a divorce and why I had abandoned her first. She finally confessed that Dong Jinping had admitted to lying and framing me. I hadn't entered the room with any ill intentions. I was there to treat her foot injury. She bowed her head and apologized, even offering to let me vent my anger, but looking at her, I ultimately didn't raise my hand. All I want is a sincere apology from them, mother and daughter. For 2 years, I lived in a storage room, was misunderstood, humiliated, and treated like an outsider. All my expectations had long been worn away. After hearing my grievances, Lin Xiuyue's voice finally softened, and she begged me not to divorce her. I deliberately made her kneel down, but the next second I reached out and pulled her into my arms. She froze for a moment, then slowly hugged me tighter. 2 years into our marriage, this was the first time we truly embraced, and the first time she made me feel that this marriage might not be completely dead yet. Meanwhile, Dong Jinping was still in the living room, applying a face mask and calculating my money. As she flipped through the newspaper, she suddenly saw a news article saying that someone had picked up a luminous pearl next to the Lin family's ancestral home, valued at 30 million yuan. At that moment, she froze completely. Dong Jinping then realized that the luminous pearl she had casually tossed into the bushes was actually genuine. Enraged, she slapped herself repeatedly, becoming even more convinced that I was the winner of the 450 million yuan lottery. She was determined to use any means necessary to ensnare me. I drove Lin Xiuyue to her company, and on the way, I casually made up a lie, saying that I only had 1 million yuan left of my lottery winnings as my personal savings. Lin Xiuyue didn't suspect anything and even suggested using around 100,000 yuan to buy a family car. We quickly decided on a Volkswagen La Vida and agreed that I would pick her up and drop her off at Get Off Work every day from then on. The driver, listening to our heartwarming conversation, had no idea that just a few hours earlier, we had almost gone to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a divorce. After seeing Lin Xiuyue off, I called Uncle Lu, hoping he could arrange a car around 100,000 yuan nearby. Uncle Lu told me that even the lowest-end car in his family's garage started at 3 million yuan. I was speechless after hearing that, and could only decide to go to the store myself. Uncle Lu quickly found out that the nearby 4S store was owned by the Chen Group, and made arrangements in advance so that I could choose whatever I wanted when I got there. I originally wanted to buy an ordinary car discreetly, but I didn't expect to run into a group of people who treated me like I was entitled to a certain treatment. I walked to the car dealership on Bin Road. As soon as the saleswoman, Leah, saw my clothes, she immediately assumed I had no money. She looked impatient and shooed me towards the low-price section, as if afraid I would delay her from attending to her real big clients. When I said I wanted to look at a high-end La Vida or Jetta, Leah immediately scoffed. She mocked me, saying I couldn't afford it, and kept trying to get rid of me, even threatening to call security to kick me out if I stayed any longer. Her words completely ignited my patience, and I was just about to confront her when a haughty voice suddenly came from the doorway. A man wearing a gold chain and a casual suit walked in with his henchman, casually asking what was making so much noise in the store. Leah's expression changed instantly. She fawned over him, calling him Brother Long, repeatedly, and praising his generosity. The more harsh she had been to me just moments before, the more subservient she became to Brother Long, as if money was her sole criterion for judging people. When Brother Long casually asked who I was, Leah immediately added fuel to the fire, complaining that I had no money but was still hanging around in the luxury car section. She regarded Brother Long as her backer and even fantasized about getting promoted to store manager with this big order. Her eyes even revealed her eagerness. I couldn't stand her judging people by their money, so I spoke up to argue, only to be met with even harsher mockery. I couldn't take it anymore and was about to go to the manager to reason with her, but Leah immediately played the victim and begged Brother Long to kick me out for her. Brother Long, relying on his money and power, walked up to me and humiliated and threatened me. His arrogant face completely enraged me, and I raised my hand and punched him, knocking out 3 of his front teeth on the spot. He retaliated in a rage, but I dodged to the side and smashed his jaw with a backhand elbow strike. 2 henchmen rushed at me, but I instantly took them down. One dislocated his arm, and the other crashed through the Lamborghini's window and flew out. Brother Long, still lying on the ground, was defiant, gritting his teeth and threatening to demand my name and address. I looked at him coldly and simply said that this shop was mine, but all the people in the room laughed. Leah immediately ordered security guards to surround me. The 6 guards, upon hearing that there would be a 100,000 yuan reward for winning, all raised their batons. Just as the conflict was escalating, Manager Zhang, who was away on a business trip, suddenly rushed back to the store. Leah immediately started crying and complaining that I was causing trouble and even assaulting people. Manager Zhang completely ignored her, walked straight up to me, and confirmed my identity after a few words. The next second, he bowed deeply and apologized, extremely respectful. The security guard, Leah, and Brother Long were all dumbfounded. Brother Long, who had been arrogant just moments before, turned pale instantly. Brother Long tried to argue, but Manager Zhang had already angrily reprimanded him for causing trouble and ordered security to throw him out. I raised my hand to stop him, coldly looked at Brother Long, who had just threatened to cripple my legs, and directly stomped on his kneecap, breaking it. The screams echoed throughout the exhibition hall, and the 2 henchmen trembled with fear, carrying him away in a sorry state. Leah was so frightened that she knelt on the ground, crying and begging for mercy. Manager Zhang asked for instructions on how to handle the situation. I didn't fire her, but instead transferred her to the Wuling showroom for a year of training to learn to respect every customer. Afterwards, I chose a La Vida, and as I drove away, the entire store staff lined up and bowed. No one dared to look down on me in the slightest after that. As the workday drew to a close, I changed into a new Armani outfit, completely transforming my image. I then went on a shopping spree at luxury stores, spending nearly $1 million on Chanel cosmetics and another 500,000 on a diamond-encrusted Hermes handbag. My bag full of gifts, I headed straight to Lin Shuyue's company, ready to surprise her. But in the CEO's office, Zhou Donglin was berating me for the Maserati her suitor had given her, convinced that Lin Shuyue would eventually see through my true colors as a gold digger. Lin Shuyue immediately retorted to Zhou Donglin, saying that her sincerity was far more important than those material gifts. After several arguments, she stated directly that she would never divorce him. Zhou Donglin, however, couldn't understand why Lin Shuyue was still willing to protect me when I was clearly worthless in her eyes. Just then, the secretary announced my arrival. I entered carrying large bags and small packages, but accidentally bumped into Sun Yuan. Her cheeks flushed, and remembering how I had saved her before, her eyes became somewhat unnatural. Lin Shuyue was visibly taken aback when she saw me in my new, expensive clothes. Even Zhou Donglin hadn't expected that I would look like a completely different person after changing my clothes. I placed my Hermes handbag and a whole set of Chanel cosmetics on my desk, hoping to make up for the regret of never giving gifts after our marriage. But Zhou Donglin stared at the gifts and immediately suspected that I was being dishonest. She publicly questioned where these things came from, accusing me of being penniless and trying to be clever, and that I must have been trying to deceive Lin Shuyue with counterfeit goods. More and more colleagues gathered around, and the whispers grew louder and louder. Some said Lin Shuyue had married the wrong person, while others criticized me for deceiving her feelings with a pretense. But I just stood there, without saying a word. Lin Shuyue stood firmly by my side, accepted the gift in public, and even called me husband for the first time. At that moment, my heart felt like it had been struck hard. But Zhou Donglin wouldn't give up, staring at the diamond-encrusted handbag and sneering, saying the diamonds were all cheap, low-quality stones. Several employees chimed in, advising Lin Shuyue not to be fooled. Lin Shuyue immediately became angry, saying that whether the gift was real or fake was none of anyone else's business, and warned Zhou Donglin to stop interfering in our family affairs. Zhou Donglin looked displeased after being rebuked, but still took out her phone, threatening to scan a QR code to expose my lies. I calmly opened a lipstick and gave Lin Shuyue a reassuring look. My phone quickly redirected to the Chanel website, where a pop-up confirmed the lipstick was authentic, priced at 168,000 yuan. Zhou Donglin froze, repeatedly checking the page before finally admitting with difficulty that the lipstick was genuine. The office erupted in chaos. Employees who had just been mocking me immediately changed their tune, praising my generosity and thoughtfulness. I watched their changing expressions coldly, remaining silent. Zhou Donglin, however, was even more unwilling to give up. She immediately went to buy a Hermes handbag, only to find it priced at 500,000 yuan on the official website. She panicked and even tried to cover the screen. Knowing that Lin Shuyue's funds were all invested in projects, she concluded that I had stolen these luxury goods. Upon hearing this, my colleagues immediately joined in accusing me of breaking the law, and some even took out their phones to call the police. Lin Shuyue was furious and immediately stopped everyone, telling them clearly that my things were absolutely legally purchased. Zhou Donglin, however, feigned concern and advised Lin Shuyue to divorce, even inciting her subordinates to take turns persuading her, her words clearly aimed at forcing Lin Shuyue to waver. Just as Lin Shuyue was becoming increasingly agitated, I leisurely pulled out a complete set of invoices from my pocket and tossed them in front of Zhou Donglin, making her open her eyes wide to verify the tax stamps on them. Zhou Donglin clearly saw that the invoices were correct, but she stubbornly denied it, insisting that the receipts were all high-quality counterfeits. I coldly reminded her that the invoices had official anti-counterfeiting QR codes, and that her reluctance to check showed a guilty conscience. Making baseless accusations was already a violation of the law. I confronted her so hard that she became hysterical, crumpled the invoices into a ball, and threw them at me. Several colleagues rushed forward to stop her, but Sun Yuan quietly picked up the crumpled paper and scanned the QR code to verify it. The results quickly appeared. The invoice was completely compliant, and she unexpectedly won a cash prize. After Sun Yuan publicly revealed the truth, the entire room fell silent, and all eyes turned to me. Zhou Donglin was still unwilling to give up, and said that my money was ill-gotten, raising her hand to call the police. Lin Shuyue, enraged, snatched the phone and smashed it on the ground. The shattered phone caused Zhou Donglin to burst into tears on the spot. The people in the office changed their tune again, calling her scheming and malicious, and saying that she wanted to break up our marriage. I ignored those fickle people and walked straight to Lin Shuyue, handing her the carefully prepared gift. Her eyes reddened, and she finally couldn't hold back and threw herself into my arms. The whole room erupted in applause, and I knew that at that moment, she was embracing not just a gift, but the sense of security she had finally regained after 2 years of marriage. Meanwhile, in the presidential suite of the Silver Star 7-star hotel, I met my biological mother, Wu Ruodong, whom I hadn't seen for 15 years. She looked at me with tearful eyes, hoping I would return to the Chen family, but I just looked at her indifferently and coldly said that if I could, I would rather never be recognized. Wu Ruodong tearfully explained that she abandoned me because of threats from a family traitor, leaving her with no choice but to place me in the Lin family's care as a child. Cutting off contact was also to save her life. I pressed my younger brother, who had been sent to Australia, and learned that he had been brought back to the family 5 years ago, but was now imprisoned and sentenced to life imprisonment. I stood up abruptly, the resentment in my heart finally bursting forth. It turned out the family crisis had been resolved 5 years ago. They had taken my younger brother away, but no one cared about me, simply because Grandpa had already chosen my brother to inherit the family fortune. My brother was favored, while I was forgotten. A grandfather like that didn't deserve my acknowledgement at all. Wu Ruodong said her younger brother had committed a serious crime and was almost sentenced to death. It was only after the family exhausted all their resources that his sentence was commuted to life imprisonment. I asked her in a low voice if the Chen family would have never remembered me if her brother hadn't gotten into trouble. She cried so hard she couldn't speak, her face filled with guilt, but that guilt came too late. I recounted my 15 years of lonely wandering, how I was abandoned by the Lin family simply because my grades weren't as good as my younger brother's, and how I was humiliated as a live-in son-in-law. Scenes of being called a good-for-nothing and treated like an outsider flashed through my mind. I stared at her and asked, why did my family abandon me, not even giving me a chance for stability? Wu Ruodong tearfully blamed everything on the old man, saying that she had tried to secretly visit me, but each time she was discovered and placed under house arrest, completely losing contact with me. It wasn't until her brother's accident that the old man remembered me again. She also said that the 100 million yuan black card that Uncle Lu gave me was actually monitored by the family for every transaction. It turns out that the black card was a tool the old man used to test my character. He wanted me to use the funds to start a business, and even my buying luxury goods for Lin Xiaoyue became part of the test. At Wu Ruodong's persistent pleas, I finally got the opportunity to establish a new company in Lushi, the success or failure of which would directly determine the inheritance. Wu Ruodong then handed me a secret green card with a limit of 1 billion, which could evade family surveillance. After I left the hotel, she immediately reported to the old man, who only coldly threatened that if I failed in my business, he would donate all his assets. Wu Ruodong stood by the window praying, but I had only one thought in my mind. I wanted to personally slap this family that looked down on me in the face. A few days later, news spread through Beijing's business circles that the Chen family was planning to establish a real estate company in Lushi. Backed by top-tier financial resources, the new company received preferential treatment in terms of policy and funding, quickly and quietly listing itself as Dolphin Real Estate and swiftly acquiring large tracts of wasteland and shantytowns in Heshi. Lushi businesses vied for cooperation, but the Lin family repeatedly encountered setbacks. Meanwhile, in the Lin family's conference room, the old lady, leaning on her cane, sat primly in the main seat, furious about the continued failure to secure cooperation. She stomped her cane on the ground 3 times and shouted, "Stop making noise." The crowd then quieted down. "If you think guarding someone's gate is a good idea, then I, this old codger, will go and guard it myself," the old woman said angrily. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances, realizing that the old woman was being sarcastic, and remained silent. If this old woman really went to block the door, people would think she was trying to scam them. The scene then froze. Suddenly, a slightly playful female voice broke the silence of the venue. "How about I give it a try?" All eyes turned to one person. "Yi Jie. Jie, you little brat. What are you trying to prove?" Lin Meiyun glared at her daughter and reminded her, "Even your uncle can't do it. How could you? You should help me take care of my own affairs." Yi Jie's job is to help her mother, Lin Meiyun, manage the Lin family's tourism and hotel businesses. However, within her small frame lies a tremendous ambition and dream to help Lin Meiyun become the Lin family's heir. That way, once Lin Meiyun dies, wouldn't she secure her position as the top dog? Since the Lin family split up, they appeared united on the surface, but in reality, there were undercurrents of intrigue. Some hoped to gain the old lady's approval in order to seize power later. Some hoped for her early death so they could inherit the entire family business, and some wanted to divide the property equally and establish their own independent faction. 10 people, 10 different thoughts. Haha, Jay, don't make things worse, okay? I sent out so many business elites. Each of them is miles ahead of you. What makes you think you can do what they can't? Lin Guoxiao scolded in a loud voice. You child, just sit there quietly and don't cause trouble for your uncle. Chapter 32, The Date. This is utterly ridiculous, Yi Jie. You're not that old, but you're quite the braggart. Lin Xiangtian sneered, glancing sideways at Yi Jie, and said disdainfully, in terms of experience, you're young and have little work experience. In terms of resources, do you have as much as my dad? In terms of ability, you're just your mom's secretary, a mere pretty face. You have nothing, so what are you talking about? Am I just bragging? Yi Jie stood up, gave a wicked smile, looked at Grandma Lai, and said, I hope Grandma can overcome all opposition and give me a chance to prove myself. I will try my best to find and get to know the owner of Dolphin Real Estate within a week and successfully sign a cooperation agreement. After she finished speaking, everyone was astonished, never expecting this little girl to be so confident. My God, has this girl gone crazy? You think you can do something that even we can't? Haha. Has our Lin family fallen so low that we rely on someone from another family for such an important matter? She's so pretty, she could go to a beauty pageant, but for business negotiations, forget it. Almost all the relatives thought Yi Jie was blindly confident, making promises she had no certainty about. Besides, Yi Jie's surname was Yi, not from the Lin family's main branch. Although she lived with her widowed mother, she hadn't changed her surname, which to some extent created a sense of exclusion among the relatives. This made everyone even more dismissive of her words. But just then, the old woman stomped her cane again, nodded heavily, and said, "That's what we'll do, Jie. Grandma fully supports you. The prosperity of our family depends on you." The old lady was truly at her wit's end. Among so many people, not a single one is responsible. Instead, a young girl is making promises she can keep. It's truly a disgrace to the family. Moreover, if we don't choose to support Yi Jie, then today's family meeting will have been a waste of time, and we won't even be able to come up with a plan, which will cast doubt on the old lady's leadership abilities. Therefore, Yi Jie's promise gave the old lady a way out, and also gave the Lin family a seemingly slim hope. If I can secure a partnership with Dolphin Real Estate, my mother and I will be responsible for the subsequent collaborative projects, Yi Jie added. Jie, Yu Lin Guoxiao slammed his fist on the table in anger. If all the subsequent projects were handed over to his sister and niece, then what would be the point of having him as the head of the construction department? Was he just supposed to watch them sideline him? Dad, it's all right, Lin Xiangtian said casually. Do you think a little girl who only talks big can actually secure any cooperation? Isn't that just wishful thinking? That's true. Lin Guoxiao breathed a sigh of relief after hearing his son's words. At this point, seeing how things had developed, a group of relatives all nodded in agreement and shifted the blame onto the other party. Then it's settled. Yi Jie, you have 1 week. If you can do it, I, as your cousin, will call you sister from now on. If you fail, get out of the Lin family and never interfere in our family's business again. How about that? Lin Xiangtian also stood up and said seriously. Because he spoke so forcefully, spittle was spraying everywhere. As the rightful heir to the Lin family, Lin Xiangtian possessed a strong sense of crisis. He would never allow anyone to challenge his position. Now, this was an excellent opportunity to gamble, to drive Yi Jie out of the family and reduce a competitor. Why not take it? Yi Jie smoothed her ponytail, deliberately flaunted her cleavage which seemed out of place for her age, and smiled confidently. Okay. These days, besides driving Lin Xiuyue to and from get off work on time, Chen Fan has been busy with Dolphin Real Estate. In just 1 month, Dolphin Real Estate has developed rapidly, attracting numerous companies to discuss business cooperation. However, Chen Fan himself did not appear in person. He likened himself to Empress Dowager Cixi, ruling from behind a curtain. He made Uncle Lu the nominal boss of the company. Meetings, signings, and negotiations were all handled by Uncle Lu. For major matters that required a final decision, Uncle Lu would call him, and he would make the decision personally. The refusal to cooperate with the Lin Group was also at Chen Fan's behest. Anyone from the Lin family who comes will be refused entry. They won't even be allowed inside, let alone to meet the boss or discuss cooperation. Chen Fan intends to use his power to curb the Lin family's arrogance and dominance, and then squeeze and crush them in the business world. He wants to make them pay the price for their past actions. Now that the dolphin business is on track, Chen Fan also wants to relax, so he invited Lin Xiuyue to pick him up for lunch after get off work. Around noon, during lunchtime, the Scottish-style restaurant was bustling with customers. This is a high-end Western restaurant. Although it is expensive, it is very popular because of its delicious food and elegant environment. Chen Fan parked his car at the entrance and looked around. All he saw were luxury cars like Maseratis, Bugatti Veyrons, and Cadillacs, making his Volkswagen La Vida seem a bit out of place. Chen Fan and Lin Xiuyue entered the restaurant, attracting the attention of many men. Although Lin Xiuyue wasn't wearing any designer clothes, her natural charisma made her 200 yuan dress look like it cost 20,000 yuan. A simple white dress, paired with sheer stockings, alluring slender high heels, and a long, graceful figure, perfectly showcases a woman's irresistible charm. Among those staring at her were owners of luxury cars, business tycoons, and wealthy second-generation heirs. Anyone who could afford to spend money here was financially well off. Lin Xiuyue only glanced at the entire restaurant, yet she was already captivating. Guided by the waiter, the two sat in a relatively secluded corner. This was good. Lin Xiuyue was fortunate enough to avoid the gazes of most lecherous men. Next, Chen Fan ordered 2 steaks, as well as pasta and a fruit salad. The food arrived shortly after, and the two chatted and ate, creating a warm and romantic atmosphere. Xiuyue, how's your company doing lately? Chen Fan asked with concern, taking a sip of his plum juice. After partnering with Huating Group, have they fulfilled their contractual obligations? That bastard Chen Hui hasn't gone back on his word, has he? It's been fulfilled, and the first payment has already been received. Lin Shuyue nodded. It was indeed split 20-80, so we get 80%. It feels like we got a great deal. That's good. Chen Fan expressed his satisfaction. If Lin Shuyue's company continues to develop normally like this, it will gradually become stronger and bigger. Have you heard the news that the Chen family from Beijing is investing in the real estate industry in Lushi? Lin Shuyue asked, blinking her cute big eyes. I've heard about it. Apparently, they're going to develop Hushi district into a new urban area. That's a very ambitious goal. The boss of that newly established company certainly has a strategic vision. Chen Fan praised earnestly. Chapter 33, Eating Western Food. My small company actually wants to take advantage of this opportunity to grow. However, I make cosmetics, which has little to do with real estate, and my company is limited in size, so Dolphin Company definitely wouldn't be interested. Lin Shuyue smiled self-deprecatingly and took a sip of plum juice. Don't any companies in the cosmetics industry have approached us about collaborations? Yes, there are. But they are all powerful companies, much larger than us. We are nothing compared to them. If we tried to negotiate with dolphins, we would be laughed at to death. You're making yourself look bad. Think about it. Those big companies wanting to partner with Dolphin Real Estate are all eyeing newly built shops and stores, right? And cosmetic stores are usually on the ground floor of prime commercial areas. If you had a long-term vision, you'd think differently. You could negotiate with Dolphin Real Estate to lease or buy a floor of shops, then distribute your own brand of cosmetics to expand brand awareness. Of course, you could also become an agent for those big brands. They won't stop you from being an agent, because all the good shops are yours, and you can command higher prices. Wow! Lin Shuyue exclaimed in surprise as she listened to Chen Fan's eloquent speech. Did you learn your business acumen from books? Even I, the CEO, am completely impressed. Chen Fan smiled smugly and said, there are golden houses in books. All right, you really are self-taught. Not only do you understand traditional Chinese medicine, but you also know how to do business. How about I invite you to join the company as the strategic director? Lin Shuyue said with a smile. No, I'd better go home and do some chores. I feel uncomfortable if I don't cook or mop the floor for a day, Chen Fan said self-deprecatingly, which made Lin Shuyue laugh, laughing so hard she was shaking. Sigh, if I did what you just said, I'd probably be kicked out by Dolphin Real Estate. Lin Shuyue shrugged helplessly, then lowered her voice and leaned closer to Chen Fan, saying, according to inside information, the Lin Group, which is my uncle's family, sent people to Dolphin to cooperate, but they wouldn't even let them in the door. Just think about it. Dolphin doesn't even give the Lin Group any face. How arrogant they are. It's not that I'm being arrogant. Maybe it's just preferential treatment. Huh. Just as Chen Fan finished speaking, a young waiter came over, brought a glass of wine from the tray, and said, Good afternoon, Mississippi. The waiter placed a glass of red wine in front of Lin Shuyue. Huh? There must be a mistake? I didn't order red wine. This is a drink Mr. Yang is treating you to, the waiter said with a smile, pointing to a table to the side and behind him. Chen Fan and Lin Shuyue were both a little stunned as they stared at the glass of Lafite red wine on the table, which cost 8,000 yuan. The two of them looked in the direction the waiter pointed. A man dressed in a fashionable Gucci suit nodded slightly at Lin Shuyue. The man was young, but his hair was slicked back with hair gel, giving him the appearance of a wealthy man. Beside the man were 4 or 5 young men and women, all dressed in designer clothes, laughing and joking. I don't know him. Please take this wine back. Thank you. Lin Shuyue politely declined and instructed the waiter. Excuse me, miss, I accepted Mr. Yang's tip, and he wouldn't let me return the wine, the waiter explained truthfully. This is truly the most honest waiter in history. So I'll have to accept it. I'm really having a hard time. Please don't make things difficult for me. Miss, I beg you, the waiter said with a troubled expression and a pleading tone. But I really don't know him. Lin Shuyue's voice gradually grew louder. Mr. Yang is a regular customer, and he gives me tips almost every time. I really can't let him lose face. The waiter looked nervous and didn't know what to do. I'll say it one last time. Take this glass of red wine away, or I'll throw it in your face. Lin Shuyue warned coldly. Knowing her temper, she really could do something if she got pushed too far. Meanwhile, Chen Fan was engrossed in eating steak and salad, as if he had never seen anything like it. Health is the foundation of everything, and Chen Fan has always maintained a regular eating schedule, unaffected by external factors. Miss, please, I'm sorry. The waiter was almost crying, but still didn't take the glass of red wine away. It seems that the so-called Mr. Yang usually gives him quite a few tips. Okay, I'm going to spill it. Don't blame me. Lin Shuyue said, reaching for the glass of Lafite red wine. The waiter simply grabbed the plate and ran off. Lin Shuyue watched the waiter's retreating figure, feeling a little angry but helpless. She couldn't possibly chase after him, could she? Throughout the entire process, Chen Fan simply kept his head down and ate his meat without saying a word, as if it were none of his business. Lin Shuyue's impression of him had just improved a bit, but she didn't expect him to still be so spineless, leaving her with a belly full of anger that she had nowhere to vent. Looking at this glass of red wine, I don't know whether to drink it or pour it out. I don't know what to do. Chen Fan, return this glass of wine, or call the manager of the restaurant. Lin Shuyue frowned slightly. Her enjoyment of eating steak had been completely ruined. Honey, don't be angry. It would be such a waste to return an 8,000 yuan bottle of Lafite wine, Chen Fan teased. You? Lin Shuyue felt a chill in her heart, never expecting Chen Fan to say such a thing. If it were a normal man, wouldn't you be angry if another man offered your wife a drink in front of you? With this attitude, is Chen Fan even a man? Is he even a husband? This made Lin Shuyue feel very disappointed. At this moment, the so-called Mr. Yang actually got up and walked over. He held a glass of red wine, one hand in his pocket, his face radiating success and handsomeness. His friends stopped laughing and joking, turned their gazes toward him, and began to whisper among themselves. Young Master Yang is so handsome, he'll probably charm that woman. I'm speechless. Is this some kind of attempt to steal someone away right in front of their boyfriend? What's this? This is just young Master Yang's normal procedure. Yeah, that flight attendant from last time, wasn't she so arrogant? I thought she was some kind of virtuous woman, but in the end, young Master Yang still spent $1 million to sleep with her. However, afterwards, young Master Yang spent another $2 million to have that flight attendant have an abortion. As a wealthy man, there's no woman Yang Xiangdong can't win over. At this moment, Yang Xiangdong was already deeply attracted by Lin Shuyue's stunning beauty and exquisite temperament. He had only seen her once in the crowd, but he could never forget her face and longed to see her in bed. As Yang Xiangdong walked to the table, Lin Shuyue gently kicked Chen Fan under the table, signaling him to protect her like a man. However, Chen Fan continued eating his steak with great relish, completely absorbed in it. Lin Shuyue's heart turned completely cold. A coward will always be a coward. Beautiful lady, I feel a connection with you. Can we be friends? Yang Xiangdong asked politely with a smile. However, Lin Shuyue completely ignored him. Chapter 34 Who is the cow dung? Lin Shuyue hates playboys and womanizers the most. Unfortunately, now that her husband is on the other side, she's incredibly cowardly, no different from a turtle hiding its head. This is a woman's greatest tragedy. Beautiful lady, this glass of wine is for you. Shall we clink glasses? Yang Xiangdong's eyes were fixed on Lin Shuyue. Even just looking at her profile, her perfect features were breathtaking. He completely ignored Chen Fan. Chen Fan, you've finished eating, let's go. Lin Shuyue said to Chen Fan, suppressing her anger. Chen Fan had indeed finished his steak and was wiping his mouth with a napkin. He looked up, about to say something, when Yang Xiangdong laughed and said, Sir, I don't care if you're this beautiful lady's boyfriend, date, or on a blind date. I just want to have a drink with her. Do you agree? Yang Xiangdong speaks very politely, like a refined gentleman, but every word he says carries a knife in it. He is clearly relying on his wealth and power to condescend and threaten the other party. My wife is allergic to alcohol and can't drink, Chen Fan said truthfully. I'll drink in her place. It's all right, just one glass, a sip is fine too. Yang Xiangdong said with a smile, glancing at Chen Fan and saying disdainfully, If you're going to drink it for me, forget it, because this wine is very expensive and only beautiful women can enjoy it, and you're not qualified. All right, I'll drink it. We'll leave after I finish. Lin Shuyue's voice trembled with anger, furious at Chen Fan's weakness and despicable behavior. Others are harassing your wife like this, and you can still put up with it? She's the kind of person I like. Yang Xiangdong was even more eager to win Lin Shuyue over as soon as possible. This kind of woman was his ideal. Just as Lin Shuyue picked up her wine glass to drink, Yang Xiangdong interrupted her, saying, Beautiful lady, drinking like this won't do. It's not romantic. This Western restaurant is called Scottish style, so we should drink in a more romantic way. How about we have a toast together? Bang! Lin Shuyue slammed the wine glass down on the table, spilling a lot of the red wine inside. Dream on. You're really pushing your luck. Lin Shuyue frowned, her whole body trembling with anger. Wow, I like it even more now. Even when she's angry, she's beautiful. Yang Xiangdong said happily, taking a car key from his waist and tossing it on the table. Judging from the logo on the car key, it should be an Aston Martin. Immediately afterwards, Yang Xiangdong took out a room key from the Yuting Hotel from his pocket and placed it next to his car keys. An Aston Martin, a limited edition worldwide, is parked right outside. The Yuting Hotel. If you don't want to go there, we can go to my villa in the suburbs, the kind with 8 bedrooms. You can choose whichever you like. As soon as Yang Xiangdong finished speaking, his friends burst into laughter. Even the other customers in the Western restaurant, and even the waiters, couldn't help but laugh. Of course, after the laughter subsided, everyone's eyes were on Chen Fan's face, eager to see how he would handle the situation next. Would he continue to cower in fear, or would he rise to power decisively? Chen Fan, let's go. Lin Xiuyue started packing her bag, while Chen Fan stretched his muscles, especially making a crackling sound when he did neck exercises. Yang Xiangdong wasn't buying it at all. Just as Chen Fan was about to get up, he grabbed Chen Fan's shoulder and sneered. Trash, how did such a beautiful woman end up with you? Why do beautiful flowers always end up stuck in cow dung? Are you calling me cow dung, or you? Chen Fan asked in a low voice. Want to know the answer? Come on, drink this glass of wine, and I'll tell you. Yang Xiangdong spat into the wine glass in his hand, and then placed it in front of Chen Fan. Drink up. It's 8,000 a glass. What an insult. If Chen Fan drinks this glass of red wine with phlegm in it, Lin Xiuyue will decide to divorce him. This kind of useless man makes Lin Xiuyue lose face and feel extremely embarrassed. Drink it. If you don't drink it, you're disrespecting me, Yang Xiangdong, and the consequences will be severe. I'll show you what misery means. Damn it, drink it. Yang Xiangdong roared. The entire Western restaurant was captivated. Some were gloating, hoping Chen Fan would drink the red wine. Some were angry at his lack of courage, and some were anticipating his final roar. Chen Fan picked up the wine glass and suddenly splashed it upwards. Wow. It was splashed directly on Yang Xiangdong's face. Hey, you dare splash me? You brat, you want to die? Yang Xiangdong clenched his fist and threw a punch. Chen Fan nimbly dodged, then stood up, grabbed Yang Xiangdong by the collar, and pulled him down sharply. Bang! Yang Xiangdong's face slammed onto the table. Chen Fan pressed his head down again, and with a crack, the wine glass shattered into pieces. Yang Xiangdong screamed in agony as his face was covered in shards of glass, and trickles of blood dripped down his jawbone. Chen Fan slammed his face hard onto the table. Yang Xiangdong didn't dare to struggle, because every time he moved, the glass shards pierced his face deeper and hurt more. Ah! Murder! Help! The women screamed. Lin Xiuyue, who was on the other side, also stood up and took several steps back. She didn't expect Chen Fan to counterattack. She was deeply shocked, but also felt a sense of relief. After all, Chen Fan wasn't a complete waste. He still possessed a masculine and domineering side. And now, who's the cow dung? Chen Fan questioned loudly. Yang Xiangdong could only let out a series of pitiful screams. He had no chance to answer any questions. Get out of here, Chen Fan shouted, stepping on Yang Xiangdong's body. Bang! With another muffled thud, Yang Xiangdong was kicked 7 or 8 meters away and crashed heavily to the ground. His friends rushed forward to help him up, looking extremely worried. Quickly help young Master Yang up. Young Master Yang, are you alright? Yang Xiangdong was helped up, his face looking as if it had been disfigured by acid, and he grimaced in pain. You dare to hit me? You're asking for it. Yang Xiangdong and his companions walked step by step towards Chen Fan and Lin Xiuyue. Trash, you're dead. Brothers, break one of his arms. Chen Fan sneered, shielding Lin Xiuyue behind him, and said coldly, if you want to keep getting beaten, keep coming. If you don't want to get beaten, kneel down and apologize to my wife. Inside the Western restaurant, some people had already left and run away. The remaining onlookers all felt that Chen Fan was in grave danger and was likely to be beaten to a pulp. I'll kill you. Useless trash. Do you even know who young Master Yang is? Young Master Yang is the chairman's nephew. How dare you, you ignorant fool, hit him. Upon hearing the name Xinting Group, everyone present gasped in unison. Chapter 35, 1 billion. Xinting Group is one of the top large enterprises in Lushur. Moreover, the Yang family is also among the most prominent families in Lushur. They are definitely not to be trifled with. Oh no, this kid's really messed up. Judging from the looks of it, that kid will be beaten to a pulp, and then his wife will be played with by someone else right in front of him. No one in the entire place dared to come out and stop it. No one dared to take out their phone and call the police. Even the restaurant's managers and waiters remained silent. Nobody wants to get into trouble. Subconsciously, they believed that no one in Lushur had yet been born who could challenge the Yang family. Honey, what should we do? Lin Xiuyue asked in a low voice. Don't be afraid. Just treat it like watching a movie. Chen Fan reassured him calmly. Okay, Lin Xiuyue nodded, still feeling uncertain. Although she knew Chen Fan usually exercised in the storage room, she had never seen him fight. Yang Xiangdong wiped the blood from his face with the back of his hand, stood in the middle of the group, and, relying on his superior numbers, angrily shouted, "You piece of trash, I didn't expect you to be the worst of the worst. You've got some nerve. In this area of the city, even a dog would avoid me, and you dare to hit me. This is the first time in my life I've been hit. Not bad, you've got guts. I'll tie you up and make you watch your woman cry and scream in my arms. Husband, understand? You country bumpkin definitely wouldn't understand." Yang Xiangdong grinned maliciously, and his lackeys laughed along with him. Standing behind Chen Fan, Lin Shuyue angrily said, "You bunch of scum, aren't you afraid I'll call the police?" "Ha ha, call the police." Yang Xiangdong laughed wildly. "The police are all my brothers, otherwise, with all the women I've slept with, they would all be in jail by now. Ha." "Arrogant. Impressive. Have you said enough?" Chen Fan said calmly. "It seems you are determined not to apologize and will resist to the end. Damn it. Who's putting up the resistance now?" Yang Xiangdong roared. "What right do you worthless dog, have to ask me to apologize? You're utterly useless, okay? Do you have any money? Do you have any connections? I have so much money I could bury you alive. Understand?" As Yang Xiangdong said this, he pulled out a wad of cash from his pocket, about 10,000 yuan, and threw it into the air. In an instant, like a shower of flowers, money fluttered down into the Western restaurant. People gasped and frantically began picking up the money. "This is the power of money, you poor bastard. See that? You dare to challenge me? What makes you think you can?" Yang Xiangdong pulled out another wad of cash and threw it at Chen Fan. "I'll bury you in money, you poor bastard." Chen Fan turned his head to dodge, thus avoiding being hit by the money. "You brat, this money is for your coffin." "Ha ha ha. Ha." The lackeys also burst into laughter. Chen Fan calmly took out a green card from his shirt pocket and casually tossed it to Yang Xiangdong. You're quite the actor, aren't you? What kind of card is it?" Yang Xiangdong picked up the green card and glanced at it. Several of his lackeys also crowded around to look. The card clearly displayed the words, Agricultural Bank of China. Immediately, the group burst into laughter, laughing so hard they were doubled over. "Ha ha, this country bumpkin is hilarious. He even has an Agricultural Bank of China card. He looks like a country bumpkin. Is this your salary card, you poor dog? Oh my, you're making my stomach hurt from laughing. What kind of poor mountain village are you? Does this card still have your rural minimum living allowance? Why are you throwing it around like that? If you lose it, you poor wretch, you'll go hungry. Ha ha." A group of people made sarcastic remarks, using the most sarcastic and mocking words possible. Chen Fan smiled calmly and said, "Who's the bumpkin here? Never even seen a card like this before. Well, you must have heard of its basic version, the Centurion Black card, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, those people immediately stopped mocking and laughing. "What a piece of trash. Who are you trying to fool? A Centurion Black card? In Lushur, there are practically none who have that kind of card. Even in all of China, you could count them on 2 hands. Yang Xiangdong didn't believe Chen Fan at all, and thought he was just bragging. As a young master from the prominent Yang family, he had naturally heard people in the industry mention the black card. Those cards with a credit limit of 100 million are issued by the World Bank, definitely not by the Agricultural Bank of China. Moreover, there are absolutely no cardholders in the entire Lushur. Those who occasionally get to see the black card are people who have the opportunity to meet world-class bigwigs. This bumpkin in front of me actually claims that a black card is a basic version of a green card. So, is this green card an upgraded version of a black card? Don't be ridiculous. Whether it's true or false isn't up to you to decide. Do you dare let the waiter test your credit limit?" Chen Fan's tone remained calm. "Where do you get your confidence, you brat? You want to show off one last time before you die?" One of the lackeys shouted angrily. "Waiter, go check how much money is on this card. I want to make this trash die a truly worthy death." Yang Xiangdong handed the green card to the waiter, who often gave tips. The waiter took the card, walked to the counter, asked another cashier to bring out a multi-functional POS machine, and asked, "What's the password? Hey, tell me the password." Chen Fan shook his head, looking slightly helpless, and said, "Does this high-tech card, which uses a chip to automatically sense the host, require a password?" Without hesitation, the waiter swiped the card, and with a ding, the card balance appeared on the POS machine screen. Staring at the long string of zeros, the waiter swallowed hard, stunned. "Hey, tell me how much money is on the card. What are you spacing out for?" Yang Xiangdong shouted. "Mr. Yang, there's a lot of money on the card," the waiter stammered. "How much is it? Speak clearly. Too many zeros, I can't count them all." "Huh?" Yang Xiangdong exclaimed in surprise, shoved aside the lackey beside him, and rushed toward the bar. "Get out of the way. Let me drive." He shoved the waiter aside, and picked up the POS machine. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, hundreds of thousands, millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions, billions. Yang Xiangdong gasped in shock. 1 billion. How could there possibly be so much money? Even the Centurion Black card has a credit limit of 100 million, but this unassuming green card has a credit limit 10 times higher than the black card. The entire audience was stunned. Yang Xiangdong staggered a few steps and almost fainted. He leaned against the wall, dejectedly raising his head to look at Chen Fan. Large beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and even his back was soaked with cold sweat. Young Master Yang, is there really a billion in the card? A lackey asked in surprise. Yang Xiangdong no longer had the courage to reply. He simply nodded, his eyes vacant. What? A billion? That's just an agricultural Bank of China card. Yet it's more powerful than a World Bank black card? Chapter 36. I was wrong. It really does have a chip that automatically recognizes the owner. This card is amazing. This is a true master. Yang Xiangdong forced himself to calm down, but cold sweat kept pouring out and his body began to tremble. He was truly terrified. World-class tycoons who possess black cards are typically heirs to extremely wealthy families or members of global conglomerates. For example, the direct descendants of the famous Rothschild and Morgan families are black card holders. But this unseen green card is even a level above the black card. Are its holders more powerful than the Rothschild and Morgan families? Influencing the world economy, politics, and global affairs, that's the power of world-class tycoons. Making someone disappear from the face of the earth, or bankrupting a listed company in a matter of minutes, is incredibly easy for them. What if you offend this tycoon? Yang Xiangdong dared not think any further. Just when everyone's heart was restless, thump, Yang Xiangdong was seen kneeling on the ground. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat. I'm sorry, big brother. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I looked down on you. I didn't recognize your greatness. Please, please let me go. Give me a way out. Just treat me like a fart. Let me go, please. Snap, snap. Snap, snap. Yang Xiangdong slapped himself more than 10 times, each slap resounding loudly. Brother, please. His face already had injuries, with shards of glass still embedded in his flesh. These more than 10 violent slaps made the shards even more deeply embedded in his flesh. His entire face was covered in blood, as red as a monkey's. He knew very well that if he angered the man opposite him now, not only would his own life be in danger, but the entire Xinting group might also disappear without a trace. Lin Shiyue was stunned by this unexpected turn of events. She hadn't expected Chen Fan to have such a magical bank card. She had no idea what the Centurion Black card was or what its powerful functions were. She simply found it all beyond her imagination. A female friend stepped forward to help Yang Xiangdong up, asking, Young Master Yang, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Why are you kneeling before this piece of trash? Get up. Get lost. Yang Xiangdong slapped the woman across the face, sending her spinning 360 degrees before she fell to the ground. Then, dragging her by the hair, Yang Xiangdong delivered 7 or 8 brutal punches, shattering all her teeth and knocking her unconscious. You bitch, if you dare to curse my brother again, I'll kill you. Chen Fan coughed lightly and said, You hit women this hard. Brother, anyone who dares to insult you, no matter who they are, I'll make them wish they were dead. Oh right, didn't you insult me earlier too? You called me trash, right? You wanted to break my arm? And you even wanted to play with my wife in front of me. What was her name again? Chen Fan said with a playful smile. This I was wrong. Big brother. I was really wrong. Please forgive me. Look at my foul mouth. I deserve to be hit. Yang Xiangdong slapped himself several more times, his mouth full of blood. If he can get Chen Fan's forgiveness by inflicting serious injury today, he will have made a huge profit. At this moment, everyone held their breath and dared not speak. They were just mocking that guy as trash and a good-for-nothing, and they couldn't understand why such a beautiful goddess would date him. Now, Yang Xiangdong is kneeling down and slapping himself, constantly apologizing. This plot twist is too fast. Beautiful lady, I was wrong. I apologize to you. I sincerely apologize. Please forgive me. Yang Xiangdong faced Lin Shiyue again and kowtowed several times. Since my head is already broken, I might as well kowtow a few more times. Lin Shiyue gently tugged at Chen Fan's collar and whispered, How about we just let it go, so as not to cause any bigger trouble? Chen Fan didn't say much, still harboring resentment over Yang Xiangdong's earlier threat to break his arm. So, Chen Fan walked step by step toward Yang Xiangdong. Everyone quickly made way for them, not daring to breathe. Brother, please spare me, Wah. I was wrong. I won't do it again. Please spare my life, Wah. A grown man actually burst into tears on the spot. The closer Chen Fan got to him, the more he felt a fierce and malevolent killing intent approaching. Big brother, no? Click. Chen Fan raised his foot and precisely stepped on Yang Xiangdong's arm. Comminuted fracture. Ah! Yang Xiangdong screamed in pain, making a sound like a pig being slaughtered. As he rolled on the ground, the Western restaurant fell silent. Chen Fan knew very well that if it weren't for this green card, he would be the one with the broken arm today. Moreover, he'll definitely get a severe beating from this group, be tied up, and then watch his wife be bullied. It was precisely because he had a green card that he was able to instill fear in Yang Xiangdong and make him feel Yang Xiangdong's power from the bottom of his heart. This green card was given to him by his mother, Wu Ruodong. Although he still hates his mother, she has done him a great favor in some ways, and he wants to thank her. No one here is allowed to tell anyone what happened here today. Otherwise, their fate will be worse than his. Chen Fan said a few words, then took Lin Xiuyue's hand and left the Western restaurant. Everyone fell silent, terrified. Lying on the ground, Yang Xiangdong stared at Chen Fan and Lin Xiuyue's retreating figures through blurry eyes. Besides fear, he felt a sliver of relief. His face was disfigured, and he'd lost an arm, but at least he'd survived. After leaving the Scottish-style restaurant, Chen Fan drove Lin Xiuyue to work. Because it's the work week, the roads are very congested. Honey, that agricultural Bank of China card you pulled out at the Western restaurant just now, it has $1 billion yuan on it? You need to explain. Lin Xiuyue was still in a state of turmoil, wondering why Chen Fan had undergone such a drastic change. He had always lived a humble life in the Lin family, extremely poor, without a job and without a penny of income. Aside from the few cents he saved after buying groceries, Lin Xiuyue would occasionally give him a few dozen yuan as pocket money, but it never exceeded 50 yuan. Even if all of this money were saved up, it would be difficult to raise even $1,000, let alone $1 billion. Now, he has 1 billion yuan in his agricultural Bank of China account. Isn't that a fantasy? Did the bank transfer the money to the wrong account? Okay, I admit it, I won the lottery. And it's a huge prize of 450 million. Chen Fan had no choice but to explain it this way. He couldn't reveal his real identity yet. A while ago, the news of a lottery player in Lushur emptying the prize pool and winning 4.5 yuan to go to the hospital was widely reported in the media. Lin Xiuyue also knew about this news, but she never expected that Lady Luck would favor Chen Fan. But you have 1 billion yuan in your card, and this card can automatically recognize its owner. Chapter 37, An Unreasonable Couple. I used the 4.5 million I won to invest in stocks. The stock market has been bullish lately, and I guess I was lucky. The stocks I bought skyrocketed, so I made a profit. My total assets have now reached 1 billion. As for the automatic owner recognition, it's the latest technological achievement, a service model that the Agricultural Bank of China offers specifically for customers with deposits exceeding 100 million. Chen Fan explained, forcing a smile. Lin Xiuyue was initially a little confused, but after thinking about it carefully, it made sense. Moreover, she knew that Chen Fan enjoyed reading, and his interests included not only medicine, international politics, and antique appraisal, but also finance and economics. A man with such a deep and accumulated knowledge could create miracles once given the opportunity. Therefore, Lin Xiuyue had no doubt that Chen Fan could use the prize money to invest in stocks and make a lot of money. Husband, you're a billionaire now, but compared to you, I'm a poor man. Lin Xiuyue felt a sense of loss. Yes, just the day before, she was the female CEO of Huanhai Group, a successful entrepreneur, the envy of hundreds, and feeling great about herself. But a day later, the man she had been supporting herself became a billionaire, yet remained extremely low-key. It's like you own a dog that suddenly becomes Erling Shen's celestial dog, or you own a snake that becomes a 5-clawed golden dragon. You should be overjoyed, but you just can't feel happy. Would a pet that has undergone such a dramatic turnaround still willingly stay by your side and maintain its original role? Honey, now that you've become rich overnight, will you leave me? Leave our family? After all, for the past 2 years, my mother has been so harsh on you, and our family has treated you like a free maid and handyman. You've suffered so much, Lin Xiuyue said worriedly. Wife, don't worry, I won't leave the Lin family. Even if I do leave one day, I'll take you with me. Your mother may be sharp-tongued and has always been mean to me, but that was the past me. From now on, I'll use my abilities to shut her up. I'll still do the laundry, cooking, and housework, partly because I'm used to it, and partly because I don't want you to suffer. Husband, it's so good to have you, Lin Xiuyue pursed her lips, her pretty face slightly flushed. I have something to do with 1 billion yuan. Don't tell your parents or anyone else yet, or it will completely disrupt our lives, okay? Chen Fan instructed. Okay, Lin Xiuyue nodded. I don't care how much money you have. I'm a career woman and I won't be a rich man's wife living a life of luxury. The company is like my child, and I won't abandon it. Besides, the company won't rely on you much. I will rely on my own efforts to make the company grow and thrive. Chen Fan knew that Lin Xiuyue was a strong-willed girl who would never accept charity. Her Huanhai company was her dream, and even though she could now live a comfortable life with her husband, she would not stop striving. By the way, Xiuyue, has your company's CFO, Zhou Donglin, resigned? Chen Fan asked as he slowly drove, his hands on the steering wheel. Last time, at the company, Zhou Donglin suspected that the cosmetics and bags Chen Fan gave to Lin Xiuyue were counterfeit, which led to some arguments. In the end, it was proven that the items sent were genuine. Zhou Donglin wanted to call the police, but Lin Xiuyue smashed her phone. No, after that incident, I gave her a few days off so she could reflect on her mistakes and apologize to you before she could come back to work. She came to the office this morning and even came to see me, saying that she realized her mistake and wanted to apologize to you in person. No need. Come up with me later and let her apologize. Otherwise, she'll have a knot in her heart and won't be able to concentrate on her work. All right. And so, Chen Fan drove to the company building, parked the car, and the two went up into the building together. As soon as I stepped out of the elevator, I saw a large crowd of people standing at the company's main entrance, making a lot of noise. Among the crowd stood a middle-aged bald man and an obese woman. The woman was almost the size of a bucket, wearing a loose floral dress. Most striking was her fat face, covered in repulsive red blisters. The blisters were densely packed, like a honeycomb, and occasionally, when she became agitated, tiny drops of discharge would seep out, making her utterly disgusting. You unscrupulous merchants. You sell counterfeit and shoddy products, cheating people, and even causing their deaths. Why haven't you gone out of business yet? You've ruined my wife like this. Is there any justice left? Is there any law left? The bald man in the leather jacket shouted in a deep voice. You have to give me an explanation. You fraudulent company. Counterfeit goods are harmful. Your fake products have disfigured me. The obese woman shouted hysterically. The company's employees were completely helpless against the couple, and no matter how the account manager explained, it was all in vain. President Lin, you've arrived. The employees felt as if they had found a savior when Lin Xiuyue arrived. Mr. Lin, this woman is accusing us of selling counterfeit goods. She's been arguing for ages and won't listen to our explanations at all. Her husband even smashed a window at our front desk, and things are really getting out of hand. Secretary Sun Yuan said nervously. Lin Xiuyue's expression hardened, and she immediately stepped into the crowd. Sir and madam, I am the president of Huanhai. May I ask what your problem is? Lin Xiuyue asked in a friendly manner. So you're the owner of this heartless company? Your products have ruined my wife like this. What are you going to do about it? The bald man demanded angrily. Our company's products are all subject to quality control by dedicated personnel. We not only have testing instruments, but also undergo professional organization certification and supervision by the Quality Supervision Bureau. From production to sales, the entire process is guaranteed, making it impossible for quality problems to occur, and there are no harmful chemical components. Is this the boss's explanation? Heh, the fat woman sneered. I thought the boss was an honest and kind person, but I didn't expect you to be such a sly fox. Anyone who didn't know better would think you were released from a brothel. Speak properly. Lin Xiuyue forcibly suppressed her anger. She hadn't expected this fat woman to resort to personal attacks right from the start. Fine, then I'll explain properly. My face has been corroded by your products, almost disfigured, and I demand compensation. I only want 5 million for medical expenses, 3 million for emotional distress and lost wages, a total of 8 million. If you don't compensate me, I will expose your unscrupulous workshop and bankrupt you. You're completely unreasonable. Sun Yuan stepped forward, her face flushed with anger, and shouted, maybe that's a pre-existing condition on your face, not caused by our product. Instead of going to the hospital, you're here trying to stage an accident? This behavior of yours is extortion. Chapter 38, I'm unemployed. Extortion? Blackmail? You slut, who do you think you are? How much money do you have that I can extort? Believe me or not, I'll beat you up. The fat woman went berserk, yelling at Sun Yuan. Due to her heightened emotions, some pus spurted from the blisters on her face, causing the crowd to gasp and scatter, disgusted by her appearance. I'll teach you a lesson for talking nonsense, you little vixen. The bald man stretched out his large hand, about to slap Sun Yuan across the face. Ah! Sun Yuan screamed, closing her eyes in fright. Ouch! The bald man screamed in pain as Chen Fan grabbed his wrist. You brat, let go of me! The bald man yelled, feeling as if his wrist was being gripped by a giant pair of pliers, about to snap. Chen Fan had just seen Sun Yuan in danger and quickly grabbed the bald man's wrist to prevent Sun Yuan from being hit. Making trouble is one thing, but you even dare to hit someone? Chen Fan said coldly, and suddenly flung the bald man away, sending him crashing against the counter. The bald man clutched his swollen wrist, glaring angrily at Chen Fan, but dared not retaliate further. "Honey, are you all right?" The obese woman quickly helped the bald man up and asked with concern. "Wife, we have to get an explanation today. They sold counterfeit goods, harmed people, and even dared to beat them up," the bald man roared. Faced with such an unreasonable consumer, the employees were at a loss for how to deal with it and pinned their hopes on Lin Xiuyue to solve the problem. As the president, Lin Xiuyue had never encountered such a person before. She wanted to resolve the situation but didn't have a good solution. "How about we go to my office and sit down for a proper talk?" Lin Xiuyue suggested. "No way. I want you to agree to compensate me right now," the obese woman shouted, pointing to her face. "Look closely. I used your skin cream last night and went to sleep, and this morning my face is completely disfigured. It's covered in red pustules. Isn't this caused by your product?" "No." Chen Fan gave a resolute answer. All eyes turned to him. "Chen Fan, you're not one of our employees. You don't know the situation. Don't speak," Lin Xiuyue whispered a reminder. "Oh, so you're an imposter. You're not even an employee of this company. What right do you have to speak?" the bald man questioned. Even the employees of Huanhai Company looked at him with skepticism. The obese woman sized Chen Fan up and down, her eyes darting around before she nodded and said, "I understand. You're this woman's kept young lover, aren't you? You two are in cahoots, a den of snakes and rats. Neither of you has any good intentions. You're a complete scoundrel." Lin Xiuyue couldn't help but curse. "Ha ha, you've hit a nerve, haven't you? I knew you weren't good people." The fat woman laughed loudly, her arrogance boundless. "Kid, you pretty boy, you actually dared to mess with my husband? You've got guts. Let me tell you, my brother is the CEO of Juding Media Group. With just one phone call, I can easily have him expose your black-hearted company that manufactures and sells counterfeit goods. Let the whole city know your ugly faces. Let's see how you'll continue selling counterfeit goods, how you'll continue operating." Lin Xiuyue was startled. Juding Media Group is a leading enterprise in Liushir's news industry. It has complex relationships and strong financial resources, with many television stations, newspapers, and new media channels under its umbrella. If the company is maliciously slandered and falsely accused by them, it will definitely become the target of public criticism. Not to mention its continued development. Even if it doesn't go bankrupt, it will suffer considerable losses. The power of the news media should not be underestimated. A few years ago, a yogurt processing company was shut down and its owner was arrested after being exposed by Juding Media across all channels. Although it was later discovered that the yogurt produced by that company had no quality problems and the boss was acquitted, the company never recovered and eventually went bankrupt. Lin Xiuyue didn't want to follow in their footsteps. Huanhai Company had just weathered a business crisis and was recovering. They couldn't afford to lose everything because of a baseless accusation. Chen Fan smiled faintly and gently patted Lin Xiuyue's back to reassure her. Then, addressing the unreasonable couple, he said, "I said this wasn't caused by cosmetics because the symptoms on your face are clearly herpes, and a severe, stubborn case at that. It's a chronic, incurable skin condition caused by constant recurring inflammation. Your herpes definitely didn't just appear this morning. It's been there for much longer. Perhaps it's been going on for years. It just so happens that you used a moisturizer you bought from this company last night, which conflicted with your symptoms and worsened your herpes. So, you and your husband came here to cause a scene at the company, trying to extort money, right?" "Huh, Yuri talking nonsense." The obese woman frowned, clearly feeling guilty, but she still refused to admit it. "Kid, you're not a doctor. You're talking nonsense," the bald man retorted. Chen Fan shook his head and continued. "Your herpes has reached its most severe stage. You've probably tried many Western medicines, even injections and 4 drips, but it hasn't improved, has it? That's because your severe herpes has become addictive, taking root in your chubby face. If it's not treated soon, it could very well become cancerous. I see your face is bluish, your forehead is dark, and the herpes is secreting venom, which shows that the virus has already invaded your facial nerves and blood vessels. Do you often feel dizzy?" "Dizziness, humph. That's my high blood pressure," the obese woman replied sharply. "When you feel dizzy, do you feel a tingling sensation on your scalp, like being pricked by countless needles?" "Huh. How did you know?" "Since the virus has entered your bloodstream and damaged your liver. Have you had your liver function checked recently?" The obese woman and the bald man exchanged a glance upon hearing this. That's right. They had the obese woman's liver function checked at the hospital just 2 weeks ago. The doctor said she had viral hepatitis. If you don't get treatment and just use some Western medicine to limit the virus's reproduction, then not only will the herpes on your face not get better, but you may also develop cancer, and your viral hepatitis will not be cured. Simply put, you are not far from death. Chen Fan smiled faintly and spoke very calmly. These words were like a bomb, leaving the couple terrified. You a doctor? No, I'm just an unemployed bum. You bastard, you're cursing my wife to die? I'll fight you to the death. The bald man roared angrily, about to charge forward again. Fearing he would be taken advantage of, the obese woman quickly grabbed him and pointed at Chen Fan angrily, saying, Fine, you bastard, you vixen, and your heartless, garbage company. You just wait. I won't let you get away with this. After saying that, the obese woman pulled the bald man away from the company. Extreme anger and fear caused her face to spurt pus like a fountain or a hedgehog, and people quickly made way for her, avoiding her at all costs. Chapter 39, A Plot Twist. After the unreasonable couple left, Lin Xiuyue told everyone to disperse and get back to work. She then took Chen Fan to the president's office. Chen Fan, I know you've read some medical books and have a little knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine, but you're not a professional doctor after all. How could you say she had cancer after just one glance at that woman? She was very angry at the time, and I was thinking of taking them to the conference room to calm them down and resolve the matter privately. I didn't expect you to drive them away with just a few words. If she goes to the media to spread rumors about us, then the company will be in trouble. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything, Chen Fan said nonchalantly. Hey, you don't understand how serious this is. Why are you so worried? Lin Xiuyue remained deeply worried. If the company's reporting is truly distorted by the news media, it's tantamount to sending it to the guillotine. This is not the outcome she wants. Chen Fan, don't act so indifferent. This company means a lot to me. It's everything to me. In fact, the company is more important than you. I love the company more than you. Compared to the company, you are nothing. If the company fails, I will never be happy for the rest of my life. Lin Xiuyue's emotions rose as she spoke. Huanhai is indeed her life's work. I remember when the company first opened, she was busy every single day, and even slept on the floor at the company every night. The company's development to its current state is like her child being raised from infancy to childhood, and this affection is deeply etched in her heart. Hearing Lin Xiuyue say, the company is more important than you, Chen Fan felt a pang of sadness, but he completely understood Lin Xiuyue's feelings for the company. He didn't blame her at all. Chen Fan, don't think that just because you've become rich overnight, you can look down on everyone. Lin Xiuyue, don't care about your money and won't ask you for it. I want to rely on my own efforts to grow and expand the company. You have the mentality of a nouveau riche, you know? You've forgotten your roots after getting rich overnight. I've supported you for 2 years with the profits from this company. Don't you have even a shred of gratitude? You're a heartless ingrate. Just as Lin Xiuyue was scolding Chen Fan, the doorbell rang. Come in. Lin Xiuyue suppressed her anger. CFO Zhou Donglin walked in. President Lin, I'm here to apologize to Mr. Chen, Zhou Donglin said weakly, then glanced at Chen Fan. Her attitude was extremely humble and submissive, a stark contrast to her previous arrogance and eccentricity. Oh, Lin Xiuyue nodded. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen, I was wrong. I shouldn't have doubted you and cursed you last time. It was all my fault, Zhou Donglin said sincerely, bowing deeply. It's all right, I didn't take it to heart. Chen Fan smiled slightly and accepted her apology. Donglin, have we finished preparing our financial statements for this quarter? Lin Xiuyue asked. They're out. Please tell me about the profit situation this quarter. Net profit in the third quarter was 7.35 million, up 78% year-on-year. This is mainly because the raw materials supplied by Huading Group were practically given away for free, and our market performance was good. Not bad. Lin Xiuyue nodded in satisfaction. Well then, I'll go to work now. Wait a minute. Donglin, write a check for 3 million, payable to Chen Fan. Lin Xiuyue said coldly before sitting down in her boss's chair. Chen Fan and Zhou Donglin were both taken aback. Xiuyue, what do you mean by this? Chen Fan asked, looking completely bewildered. I'll return the 3 million you helped the company. What? You want interest? Lin Xiuyue glanced at Chen Fan, speaking coldly and ruthlessly. The 3 million yuan helped Huanhai Company overcome its difficulties, bringing it back from the brink of bankruptcy and stabilizing its cash flow. Now that the company's finances have just improved, Lin Xiuyue wants to repay the money. Chen Fan was well aware that the 3 million was merely to keep Huanhai running. The real profit came from Huading Company's loss-making donation. If he hadn't forced Huading's CEO, Shen Hui, to sign that extremely unequal agreement, Huanhai Company's profits wouldn't have increased so dramatically in such a short time. It can be said that if Chen Fan were to say just one word and cause Huading Company to tear up the agreement, Huanhai Company would immediately fall back into the quagmire of a broken capital chain and face an even greater crisis. Of course, Chen Fan would not treat his wife Lin Xiuyue so cruelly. After all, This company is her child, even more important than Chen Fan, her husband. Qiuyue, what interest do you want? Look at what you're saying. Actually, I don't need the money right now. You don't need to pay me back now that the company is just starting to recover. What if the company encounters risks again? A shortage of funds is a very troublesome thing, Chen Fan earnestly advised. Shut up. Are you cursing my company to face further risks? Lin Qiuyue's tone hardened. Clearly, business people are very superstitious and are averse to curses. Now, her husband Chen Fan was saying such things, and Lin Qiuyue's anger flared instantly. I'm not cursing your company. I'm just stating the facts. If you're not prepared. All right, shut your jinxed mouth. Lin Qiuyue slammed her hand on the table and said angrily, if there's nothing else, go to Donglin's place to collect the check, and then leave. That's it. Lin Qiuyue pointed in the direction of the door. All right, Qiuyue, I'll keep the money for now, but I'll be your strong support, once. Shut up. I don't want to hear it. You jinx. Lin Qiuyue was furious. She picked up a thermos on the table and threw it at Chen Fan like a brick. Snap. The thermos was of good quality. It smashed directly onto Chen Fan's nose before hitting the ground, spilling water everywhere. Chen Fan's nose started bleeding from the impact. He covered his nose, and bright red blood kept flowing out from between his fingers. Mr. Chen, are you alright? Quickly wipe yourself clean. Zhou Donglin, looking alarmed, took out some toilet paper and handed it to Chen Fan. Sigh. Chen Fan sighed and walked out. Lin Qiuyue sat alone in her office, lost in thought for a while, and tears involuntarily streamed down her face. Idiot, why didn't you dodge? The second People's Hospital of the city. Otolaryngology. Ouch, did you get into a fight? How did you break your nose? A middle-aged doctor held up an X-ray film to examine Chen Fan's injuries. Doctor, is it serious? Sun Yuan asked with concern, blinking her big eyes. After Chen Fan was injured at Huanhai Company, Lin Qiuyue knew that the thermos cup had been thrown with great force, so she called her secretary Sun Yuan and asked her not to go to work in the afternoon, but to accompany Chen Fan to the hospital for examination and treatment. After injuring Chen Fan, Lin Qiuyue felt immense regret. Chen Fan had meant well, but she treated him rudely. His kindness was met not with gratitude, but with a broken nose. Chapter 40, The New Cell Phone. Even though Lin Qiuyue regretted it deeply, there was no going back. Time cannot be turned back. She could only instruct Sun Yuan to accompany Chen Fan to the best hospital and find the best doctor to treat his nasal injury. Sun Yuan had always had a good impression of Chen Fan. When that unreasonable couple came to cause trouble at noon, the bald man tried to assault Sun Yuan, but Chen Fan intervened in time to stop them. In Sun Yuan's eyes, Chen Fan is a warm-hearted man. Moreover, he is devoted to Lin Qiuyue, patient, responsible, and can tolerate her bad temper. He is simply a model husband. Countless times, the innocent Sun Yuan, who had never been in love, took Chen Fan as her standard for future partners and would dream about him in the middle of the night, and then. It's a minor fracture. You can be discharged after reporting it. But you need to be careful not to get it bumped again, and you can't eat spicy food, the doctor said while starting to clean Chen Fan's wound. The pungent alcohol, as it grazed the wound, sent waves of excruciating pain deep into the nerves. Chen Fan grimaced, enduring the pain. Sun Yuan, standing to the side, clasped her hands together, her heart pounding in her chest, praying that Chen Fan wouldn't be in too much pain. The bandaging was completed quickly. Chen Fan had gauze stuck to his nose, which slightly affected his breathing, but it wasn't a big problem. The two walked out of the hospital and headed towards the parking lot. The hospital had a nice environment. A gentle breeze blew, causing the willow branches to sway gracefully and the flowers and plants to dance in the breeze. Mr. Chen, does your nose still hurt? Sun Yuan asked with concern. It doesn't hurt anymore. I feel much better, Chen Fan said with a smile. That's good, Mr. Chen. I'll head back to the company now. It's almost time to get off work. Why are you still going to the company? Chen Fan asked, glancing at the time. I live at the company. You live at the company? Yes, I'm from out of town and don't own a house here. To save money, I didn't rent an apartment. Rent in the city center is too expensive, I can't afford it. Luckily, Sister Qiuyue is very considerate of me and arranged a single dormitory room for me next to the warehouse in the building. I eat and sleep there. Sometimes at midday, you can smell the smell of food in the company hallway. That's because I'm cooking, huh? Looking at Sun Yuan's playful and adorable smile, Chen Fan smiled knowingly. What a thrifty and hardworking girl. You don't have a boyfriend yet, right? What's your family situation? Chen Fan pressed. I've never been in a relationship. Some guys have pursued me, but they weren't my type. My family lives in the suburbs of Chongqing. My father passed away early, my mother is unemployed and chronically ill, and I have two younger brothers in university. When I get my salary, I keep a few hundred yuan for living expenses and divide the rest into 3 parts. One part is sent home to buy medicine for my mother, and the other 2 are sent to my 2 brothers. Although they work part-time at university, their tuition and living expenses aren't enough. As the breadwinner of my family, of course I have to take responsibility. Sun Yuan spoke of her family affairs as if telling a story, her voice calm and serene. But Chen Fan was deeply moved. Sun Yuan was such a sensible girl. She could easily make a living based on her looks, yet she chose to work hard. And she even sent her earnings back home. How unfair that was to a young and beautiful girl. The only saving grace was that Sun Yuan worked at a cosmetics company, so she didn't need to buy cosmetics herself, which saved her a lot of money. Chen Fan had suffered greatly since he was 8 years old and lived under the roof of others. Thinking about it, the two actually had quite a few things in common. However, Chen Fan wouldn't easily reveal his true feelings to others. Oh dear, I've said so much, Mr. Chen, please don't mind. I'm not complaining to you. It's just that no one has the patience to listen to me finish. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Sun Yuan pursed her lips, her face slightly flushed. Xiaoyuan, you've worked so hard. After hearing your story, I really think you're amazing. Chen Fan said from the bottom of his heart. No, Mr. Chen, you are the role model for me. You endured hardship and never forgot your original aspirations, protecting President Lin. This is what a husband should do. Mr. Chen, I think you're a very nice person. By the way, I have a small request. Could I add you on WeChat? Certainly. Chen Fan took out his phone and opened the QR code on his business card. Scan me. Sun Yuan excitedly took out his phone, but due to his excitement, his hand trembled and the phone fell to the ground. She quickly picked it up, but the phone was already broken and wouldn't turn on. She used this phone for 4 whole years, so she had developed a certain attachment to it. The screen had 3 cracks, and the case was warped from being dropped, but she still insisted on using it. This was because she wanted to save money and couldn't bear to buy a new phone. Seeing Sun Yuan's sorrowful expression and her sighs while holding her phone, Chen Fan knew that Sun Yuan was very distressed about her phone. She was struggling financially. She had only kept 400 or 500 yuan from her recent salary and bonus, sending the rest out. Buying a new phone now was practically impossible. Did it break? Chen Fan asked. Sun Yuan nodded with a worried expression. It's also my fault. If you hadn't added me on WeChat, my phone wouldn't have been broken. Chen Fan took the blame upon himself. Mr. Chen, please don't say that. It has nothing to do with you. It was my own carelessness, Sun Yuan said remorsefully. Come with me. Without saying a word, Chen Fan grabbed Sun Yuan's hand and walked towards the hospital gate. Fearing that Sun Yuan wouldn't come with him, he took her hand. This gesture made Sun Yuan's heart race, her heart pound, and her face turned completely red. Normally, if a man dared to make a move on her, she would definitely refuse outright. This time, however, she followed Chen Fan obediently, like a little pet. Chen Fan's hands were large and so warm that they completely melted her heart. Soon, Chen Fan took Sun Yuan to a mobile phone store and bought her the latest Huawei phone. Mr. Chen, I can't accept this, it's too expensive. The phone was priced at 6,380 yuan, and Chen Fan didn't even blink when he swiped his card. As a thrifty person, Sun Yuan had never used such an expensive mobile phone before, especially since it was a gift from her boss's husband, so she was even less willing to accept it. Just take it. Because of me, your phone broke, so let me buy you a new one. Otherwise, I won't be able to eat or sleep properly, Chen Fan said with a smile. But this phone is too expensive, it wouldn't be appropriate for you to give it to me, Sun Yuan still refused. Don't worry, this amount of money is nothing to me. My previous poverty was all an act. I'm actually a millionaire. I got tired of the boring life of the rich and wanted to live a normal life, so I married into the family and pretended to be poor. Mr. Chen, please don't joke around. I know your money didn't come easily, Sun Yuan waved his hand, still trying to refuse. Take it. Even if you don't accept it, I'll still send it to your workplace by express delivery. If your colleagues see that the sender's name is mine, wouldn't that be a disaster? But why did you give it to me? I think you are amazing, and you deserve it. Alright then, consider it a loan from you. I'll repay you when I have money in the future. Sun Yuan took the phone, stroking its cold body, her heart filled with emotion. At the same time, that grateful heart also planted the seeds of love. Chen Fan's place in her heart rose even higher. Don't worry, Xiaoyuan, if you don't tell, and I don't tell, no one will know that this phone is a gift from me. I've always lived a very lonely life and basically have no friends. I wanted to treat you as a close friend. As the two walked out of the phone store and were about to part ways at the door, Chen Fan said sincerely, Mr. Chen, thank you. I'd like to be your friend too. Sun Yuan nodded, her eyes glistening with tears. The sunset at that moment was so brilliant. Chapter 41, The Plush Bear. The next day, Chen Fan got up early, washed up, prepared breakfast for his family, and went out to the market to buy groceries. The vegetables are fresher in the morning. The earlier you go, the better the vegetables you can pick. He is very experienced in grocery shopping and cooking. After buying the groceries and picking up the newspaper, Chen Fan headed home. Just as Chen Fan reached the entrance of the residential area, he received a phone call from Uncle Lu. "Young master, where are you?" "I'm in the neighborhood." "Uncle Lu, what's wrong?" "Young master, I'm in Dolphin Real Estate's office. Do you want to come? It's Tuesday today. Didn't you say you'd come to the company for an inspection every Tuesday?" The day-to-day manager of Dolphin Real Estate is Lu Bo, who is also Chen Fan's personal butler. Lu Bo is in charge of the Chun family's business in the Lushire area and is extremely loyal to the Chun family, especially to Chen Fan. As the behind-the-scenes commander of Dolphin Company, Chen Fan entrusted Lu Bo with the daily operations of the company with peace of mind. However, when it came to large-scale project negotiations or important matters, Lu Bo would call him promptly to report, and Chen Fan would make the final decision. He had told Lu Bo that he would go to the company headquarters every Tuesday to meet with him, hear recent work reports, and raise rectification requirements on site. "Oh, Uncle Lu, I almost forgot if you hadn't reminded me," Chen Fan said suddenly. "Young master, please wait at the entrance of the residential area. I will send someone to pick you up immediately," Uncle Lu said. "No need, I'll drive myself." "That's okay too." After hanging up the phone, Chen Fan took the vegetables and newspapers home. By then, Lin Xiaoyue had finished her breakfast. "Xiaoyue, I'll take you to work." Chen Fan took Lin Xiaoyue's high heels from the door and prepared to help her put them on. Looking at Lin Xiaoyue's fair and delicate feet in the slippers, Chen Fan suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to wash his wife's socks last night. Lin Xiaoyue usually likes to wear all kinds of stockings, especially pantyhose, to perfectly accentuate her long legs. She has 7 or 8 pairs of pantyhose in different styles and colors, and she changes them every day. Chen Fan usually washes them once a week. But last night he was too tired from practicing martial arts and forgot to wash them. "Honey, I'm sorry. I forgot to wash your socks. How about you wait a minute? I'll go to the convenience store and buy you a pair now. Do you prefer black or flesh color today?" Lin Xiaoyue suddenly found Chen Fan quite adorable. If it were in the past, she would definitely have blamed Chen Fan for his bad memory and irresponsibility for forgetting to even wash his socks. But now, she suddenly feels that this is a kind of happiness. Looking at Chen Fan's nose, which was still wrapped in white gauze, she felt ashamed and said gently, "Does your nose still hurt? I'm sorry, I shouldn't have hit you with the thermos. I was too impulsive." Chen Fan felt warmed by these words. Lin Xiaoyue's recognition of her mistake and her apology were a step forward and a significant step forward in their relationship. "It's okay, honey, it doesn't hurt. It's just a minor fracture. It'll be fine in a couple of days," Chen Fan said with a relieved smile. "You hurt my nose, and I forgot to wash your socks. We both did things that hurt each other, so we're even." "Huh. Hee." Lin Xiaoyue chuckled, amused by him. She then discovered that Chen Fan was not only devoted to her, patient, and tolerant, but also a very humorous man. "Honey, it's getting late. Shall I go buy you a pair of long socks?" "No, I'm not wearing a pencil skirt today. I'll wear trousers instead. Go to my bedroom and get me my socks." Chen Fan swiftly ran to Lin Xiaoyue's bedroom. Pushing open the door, a fragrant aroma wafted towards me, clearly indicating it was my beautiful wife's boudoir. The pink-toned modular furniture creates a mesmerizing, lingering atmosphere. On the large bed lies a plush toy, a 1-meter-long teddy bear. This was a gift from Lin Xiaoyue's classmate on their wedding day. After that, the two separated. Chen Fan slept in the storage room next door, while Lin Xiaoyue slept in the big bed with the bear. They slept like that for 2 years. "I really wish I could be this plush bear," Chen Fan remarked softly. Looking closely at the bear's design, it resembled the cartoon character, Xiongda. "My wife falls asleep cuddling with Xiongda every night. I really hope that one day I can live with her too," Chen Fan said with a hopeful expression. Admittedly, after more than 2 years of marriage, the two were husband and wife in name only, but not in reality. He had an extremely beautiful wife, but could not touch a single hair on her head. As a young and vigorous man, one can imagine the torment he endured. Chen Fan opened the wardrobe, took out a pair of short socks, and reluctantly left the bedroom. Afterwards, Chen Fan helped Lin Xiaoyue put on her socks and high heels. However, he noticed that the black high heels didn't match her trousers and looked awkward. So, Chen Fan took another pair of red high heels from the shoe cabinet and helped Lin Xiaoyue put them on. "These shoes are a bit too small, they pinch my feet. But it's okay, let's go." The two then went out together. In the elevator, Lin Xiaoyue reached out and took Chen Fan's arm, standing beside him like a little bird nestled against him. Chen Fan was overjoyed, His beautiful wife had taken the initiative to hold his arm. After 2 years, he finally experienced a sense of pride as a husband. After dropping Lin Shuyue off at the company, Chen Fan drove straight to the headquarters of Dolphin Real Estate. Since Dolphin's headquarters are located in the Chengxi New District of Lushi, Chen Fan drove for more than 20 minutes to reach the new district. After passing the intersection ahead, turn right to reach the building where Dolphin Real Estate is located. Chen Fan's car had just turned a corner and traveled about 10 meters when a BMW X5 suddenly reversed from the side. Chen Fan immediately slammed on the brakes, but still managed a minor collision with the BMW. Bang! The BMW door opened, and a middle-aged man wearing a Korean-style suit and black-rimmed glasses got out of the car. He bent down to inspect the scratches, frowned, glanced at Chen Fan's car, and cursed angrily. "You brat, get out of here. How do you drive? Driving a beat-up Volkswagen like you're flying a plane? Are your eyes just for venting your anger? You deliberately rammed into my car. Didn't you see I was backing up? You dare to ram my car with your junk? Can you afford to pay for the damage? Open your dog eyes and look at these 3 letters. BMW, don't touch me. Do you even recognize them?" Chen Fan got out of the car. Facing the middle-aged man's aggressive demeanor, he remained composed and said, "When you reverse, you should first check if there are any vehicles driving normally on the main road. Only when you are sure there is no danger should you reverse in the wrong direction. This is road traffic knowledge that every driver should understand. Did you buy your driver's license? Besides, I was going straight at a speed of only 20 kilometers h, while you were reversing at a speed of at least 30 kilometers h. The cars had a little friction. Your car is of good quality and it's fine, but my car's paint was scratched. Who do you think is responsible? You should bear full responsibility." Chapter 42, A Staged Accident. "Damn it, you dare talk back to me? You drive a crappy car. What gives you the right to be so arrogant?" The middle-aged man pointed at Chen Fan's nose and cursed. "Look at you, dressed in cheap clothes, with a bandage wrapped around your nose. I don't know who beat you up. You're obviously a thug. I hate social scum like you the most. You hit my car, and then you started yelling at me? So what if I curse you? Believe me or not, I'll beat you up." The middle-aged man stepped forward, glaring at Chen Fan, his fists clenched. "Wanna hit me? Come on." Chen Fan replied calmly. "Hell, what a shameless face." The middle-aged man sneered, mocking. "I've seen plenty of trashy thugs like you. You're just trying to provoke me into fighting, then lie on the ground pretending to extort money from me. Right? Kid, I've seen this trick a million times. Trying to scam me? Don't even dream about it. I told you to hit me, but you didn't dare. You hit my car first, and then accused me of staging an accident? That's ridiculous. It seems the only solution is to call the traffic police and let them settle this." As soon as Chen Fan finished speaking, the middle-aged man took out his wallet, pulled out 200 yuan, and slapped it on the hood of Chen Fan's car with a loud thud, saying disdainfully, "You poor bastard, you just want to rip me off, huh? Fine, I'll give you what you want. Here's 200 bucks, use it to buy your future earn. If I weren't in a rush, I'd beat you to a pulp today. Damn it." The middle-aged man cursed and got into his car and drove away. Chen Fan watched as the BMW turned into the Dolphin Real Estate building. He followed closely behind in his car and entered the building's parking lot, but the man had already disappeared. Just then, a woman in an office lady uniform stood at the building entrance. Upon seeing Chen Fan's Volkswagen, she excitedly jogged over, her high heels making a clack 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 sound. "Slow down. Be careful not to twist your ankle," Chen Fan warned. "Excuse me, are you Chairman Chen?" "Yes. President Liu asked me to pick you up here." The female secretary glanced at Chen Fan's attire, surprised that this was the low-key chairman President Liu had mentioned. Judging from his clothes and the car he drove, he really was very low-key. "Then let's go." The female secretary led Chen Fan through fingerprint identification to enter the main entrance of the building and took the staff-only elevator to the 38th floor. "Chairman Chen, please come in." Upon entering the chairman's office, the female secretary opened the door, bowed, and withdrew. Chen Fan walked into the large, beautifully decorated office, sat comfortably in the armchair, and turned on the air conditioner. Just then, Uncle Liu knocked on the door and came in. He was wearing a well-tailored black suit and carrying a cup of coffee. "Young master, please have some coffee. I just ground it myself." "Okay." Chen Fan took the coffee, took a small sip, and found it to be mellow and rich with a slightly bitter taste. It must be the high-quality coffee beans that he drank when he was a child, air-shipped from South America. For a moment, he felt like the eldest son of the Chen family. "Uncle Liu, how is this company doing?" "Proceedings are proceeding according to plan. Various projects are currently undergoing bidding, and many companies have come to discuss cooperation. It can be said that the situation is very promising. Is anyone from the Lin Group coming?" Chen Fan stared at Uncle Liu and asked this most important question. The Lin family, the previous groups of people who came were all turned away by us, and we never met them. They really wanted to cooperate with us, but we didn't give them any chance. Well done. Chen Fan nodded and gave a thumbs up. However, Uncle Lu's expression was slightly unwell, and he hesitated to speak. But what? Just say it. Chen Fan urged. It's nothing. Everything is normal. Uncle Lu's back was covered in cold sweat, and he quickly changed the subject, saying, by the way, young master, the CEO of Jioding Media Group just came in person. He wants to sign an agreement with us to exclusively monopolize the news service and entertainment business in the new district. This is the most important project this week. Jioding Media? Chen Fan asked in confusion. The name sounded familiar. Thinking back, he remembered the fat woman with herpes on her face who caused trouble at Lin Xiuyue's company yesterday, clamoring to expose Huanhai Company in the news media. She claimed her younger brother was a media tycoon. Wasn't he the CEO of Jioding Media? If that fat woman really demands that Jioding Media distort the promotion of Huanhai Company's cosmetics, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chen Fan didn't want Lin Xiuyue to be heartbroken and cry because of Huanhai. It seems that he needs to personally inquire about this matter. He must stop Jioding Media immediately if they attempt to distort their reporting. Yes, young master. Jioding Media is the largest news media company in Lushur. That boss has been waiting for me for quite a while. Should I go and discuss business with him now? Or should I call him over to you? Uncle Lu asked hesitantly. Call him over. I want to talk to him personally. Chen Fan took a big gulp of coffee. I'm going to the restroom first. In the restroom, Chen Fan ran into the middle-aged man again while washing his hands after using the toilet. When he saw the middle-aged man's face, he raised an eyebrow and was a little stunned. Isn't that middle-aged man in a suit the same man who sideswiped my car with the BMW in front of me? It's him. He is actually the CEO of Jioding Media. What, it's you, kid? What a small world. You work for this company? You must be fixing toilets or doing logistics, right? Doing such dirty and tiring work must not pay much. No wonder you're trying to scam people on the street, huh? Tell me, are you a toilet repairman or not? If the toilet gets clogged, would you unclog it with your hands? Wahaha. The middle-aged man laughed loudly, his words full of sarcasm. What do you think? You pretty boy? You dared to scam me on the street. I'll get your boss to fire you right now. You'll be eating dirt next month, the middle-aged man yelled, wiping his hands and turning to leave. Chen Fan didn't say much, and after a few seconds, he walked towards the office. He already had a plan in mind for how to deal with this arrogant man. Pushing open the door, Chen Fan saw the middle-aged man and Uncle Lu sitting side by side on the sofa. As soon as he showed his face, the middle-aged man sitting on the sofa said with a look of disgust, Kid, it's you again? Why are you always following me like a leech? Are you blind? This is the chairman's office, a place for a poor bastard like you to barge in. Get out of here. Oh, I see. You're afraid of being fired. So you came here to beg me for mercy? Kneel down and kowtow 3 times, and I'll let you off. Ha ha. Chen Fan coldly replied. Let's make a bet on who will kneel down later. You guess it's me, and I guess it's you. The steak is a mouthful of teeth. How about it? Chen Fan remembered that this person had said he would beat him to a pulp. Now, why not do the opposite and grant his wish? Hey, you dare threaten me? Do you know who I am? Believe me or not, I'll kill you, you dog. In my eyes, you're nothing but a dog. You know that. The middle-aged man's anger was ignited. His face was flushed red, and he stepped forward, cursing loudly, to confront Chen Fan. The scene was extremely tense. Chapter 43, Please let me go. How dare you? Uncle Lu roared, coughing a few times as he roared too loudly. The middle-aged man turned his head and laughed. Uncle Lu, don't worry about it. Let me handle this kid. I'm talking about you. Ma Xuanan. The person in front of you is young Master Chen, the chairman of Dolphin Real Estate. Young Master Chen always keeps a low profile, but he is of noble status. Is he someone like you who can gossip about him? Are you here to seek cooperation or to cause trouble? Well, what? He's the chairman. Ma Xuanan's head buzzed. Cold sweat broke out instantly, and he was so nervous that he stammered. He took 2 steps back, looking at Chen Fan with unease. He never expected that the lowly dog he regarded as a toilet repairman was actually the boss of Dolphin, and if nothing unexpected happened, he must be a member of the Chen family in Beijing. Immediately, Ma Xuanan's body began to tremble, and his teeth started chattering. Yes, he is indeed Chairman Chen. Uncle Lu confirmed again. Mr. Ma, what's wrong? I think I heard a clicking sound. Do you hate me so much that you're grinding your teeth? Chen Fan asked calmly. Ma Xuanan no longer dared to talk about hatred. He was so filled with remorse that he wanted to commit suicide. He was used to being arrogant and looked down on people from the lower classes, but he never expected to offend this hidden big shot. Chairman Chen, I was wrong. I shouldn't have insulted you. I really didn't know who you were. If I had known earlier, Even if I had the guts of a bear and the gall of a leopard, I wouldn't have dared to challenge you. In front of you, I'm nothing but trash. You're so humble. I'm so sorry. If I weren't the chairman of the board, but just an ordinary worker, would you be allowed to humiliate and bully me? Chen Fan asked in a low voice. No, I had a brain fart today. It's all my fault. Ma Xuanan apologized repeatedly, feeling remorseful. Now you know you were wrong? Remember, driving a worse car than you doesn't mean you're a worse person. Having a lower social status doesn't mean you contribute less to society. We're all workers. There's no distinction between high and low, noble and lowly. Don't act like you're born superior. In reality, you're just a speck of dust. Chen Fan said calmly, but the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. I understand. What you said makes perfect sense. Chairman Chen, I will keep your words in mind and make them my motto. Ma Xuanan excitedly agreed, and in order to please Chen Fan and avoid angering him, he actually knelt down with a thud. My knees ached terribly from kneeling down so hard. They felt like they were about to break. But none of that mattered, as long as the big shot in front of me was satisfied. Do you still remember the bet we made earlier? Chen Fan sat in his armchair, looking at Ma Xuanan with amusement. Ma Xuanan was shocked, and cold sweat poured down his back. The bet was that whoever knelt down first would lose all their teeth. Chairman Chen, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Ma Xuanan kowtowed repeatedly to admit his mistake, but it was too late. Chen Fan's decision is irrefutable and cannot be changed. Mr. Ma, our young master is a man of his word. You will have to pay the price for offending him. I hope you can accept it calmly. Uncle Lu seemed to be comforting Ma Xuanan, speaking in a calm and sincere tone. I was wrong. Wah, I was really wrong. Please forgive me. I'm a scumbag. I'm a beast. Chairman Chen, I beg you to let me go. Ma Xuanan's emotions completely collapsed. He cried loudly, tears and snot streaming down his face, and clasped his hands together, repeatedly kowtowing to Chen Fan and begging for mercy. If all his teeth were to be smashed, the excruciating pain would be secondary. The real question would be whether he would ever be able to face anyone again. Looking at Ma Xuanan's thoroughly repentant expression, Chen Fan nodded slightly and smiled. All right, stop crying. I'll give you a chance. Ma Xuanan quickly wiped away his tears and snot and asked, Chairman Chen, please tell me what conditions you have. I will agree to them. Regarding the exclusive cooperation with Jioding Media, you can discuss it with Uncle Lu later. Now I want to ask you, do you have an older sister? Thank you so much, Chairman Chen. You are truly a living Guanyin Bodhisattva. Hey, I'm asking you a question. Yes, that's right. I have an older sister, Ma Xuanan replied. Her name is Ma Dongmei. Is she a fat woman with a face full of herpes and a bald husband? Chen Fan pressed. Yes, Chairman Chen, you are truly a prophet. Ma Xuanan quickly flattered. He felt a powerful sense of intimidation. Chen Fan even knows his family relationships like the back of his hand. How can he be a match for him? Yesterday, Ma Dongmei called him and provided a clue, saying that a cosmetics company called Huanhai was manufacturing and selling counterfeit goods, and asked him to expose it through all media. Ma Xuanan knew very well that this older sister was no pushover and often got into conflicts with people outside. The cosmetics from Huanhai caused her facial herpes to worsen. It must be because she had an argument with their company and then called them. Ma Xuanan knew that Ma Dongmei had failed to cause trouble for that company and was using media exposure to kill them as a means of revenge, aiming to destroy the cosmetics company. But he had no choice but to help. The siblings had grown up in the countryside, their parents had died early, and his sister had raised him. He would never forget this kindness. Yesterday, after Ma Dongmei made the phone call, he immediately sent several people to investigate and began writing the news overnight, preparing to broadcast it on the TV station during prime time at noon today. Your sister, Ma Dongmei, got herpes herself but falsely accused a cosmetics company of causing it. I caught her yesterday, and she said she was going to call her brother, that is, you, and expose the company through all channels, spreading fake news and ruining it. Is that true? Chen Fan asked seriously. Yes, Ma Dongmei did tell me. How did you handle it? The news hasn't been broadcast yet. Ma Xuanan smiled awkwardly. Immediately notify your people to stop publishing this fake news. A clean company cannot be brought down by your unscrupulous media. In this day and age, the media's influence is enormous, but it also frequently confuses the public, distorts the truth, and spreads rumors. If Jioding Media wants long-term development, it must have a bottom line. Now you're begging Dolphin Media to cooperate with you, but what we want is an objective, fair media company that promotes positive energy. If you can't do that, then get lost, and there's no point in discussing cooperation. Chen Fan's words made Ma Xuanan realize, more than if he had studied for 10 years, the social harm of fake news and the obstacles it posed to his own development. He immediately called the news director of Jioding Company and asked him to stop publishing the news about counterfeit cosmetics. Don't worry, Chairman Chen. I will teach Ma Dongmei a lesson and make sure she doesn't spread rumors or cause trouble for that company in the future, Ma Xuanan assured him. Chapter 44, Strange Things. Chen Fan picked up a pen, wrote 2 traditional Chinese medicine prescriptions on a piece of sticky paper, tore them off, and handed them to Ma Xuanan, saying, "This is a traditional Chinese medicine prescription for treating Ma Dongmei's severe herpes on her face. Her condition is quite serious, and she can no longer use Western medicine or antibiotics. Only traditional Chinese medicine can treat the root cause. Tell her to get the medicine and drink it as soon as possible, 1 dose a day, divided into 2 meals in the morning and evening, for 14 days. If it is effective, get a second prescription and continue drinking it." Ma Xuanan stretched out her trembling hands, took the prescription, and looked at Chen Fan with eyes that seemed to look at Jesus, tears streaming down her face. Thank you, Chairman Chen. I will never forget your great kindness. Mr. Ma, our young master not only turned a blind eye to your offensive behavior, but also took the initiative to prescribe medicine for your sister. In the future, when you cooperate with Dolphin Real Estate, you should do more positive publicity for Dolphin Real Estate, understand? Uncle Lu advised. Ma Xuanan nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. I've studied traditional Chinese medicine. If you trust me, go ahead and get the medicine. If not, continue with the Western medicine. But I must remind you, your sister's condition has deteriorated to a critical stage. The virus has invaded her liver and kidneys, so she needs immediate treatment, Chen Fan reiterated. Since you've chosen to study traditional Chinese medicine, TCM, you must uphold the principle of compassion and benevolence in medicine. What kind of TCM spirit is it if you stand by and watch someone die? Chairman Chen, I definitely believe you. Ma Dongmei believes you too. You are a bodhisattva who saves us from suffering, and our second parents. Ma Xuanan became more and more excited as he spoke, and it was clear that he was about to break down again. Uncle Lu patted him on the shoulder and prompted, "Mr. Ma, please go to the reception room and wait for a moment. I'll come back later to discuss the cooperation agreement with you. Now, I have something to say to the young master." Okay. Ma Xuanan nodded solemnly, thanked him profusely, and left the office. Chen Fan finished the last sip of coffee and stared at Uncle Lu, whose face was full of melancholy. He had already figured out that Uncle Lu had something on his mind. Moreover, it was the kind of embarrassing secret that was difficult to talk about. "Uncle Lu, just tell me what happened." Chen Fan gestured for Uncle Lu to sit on the sofa and tell him slowly. "Young master, a row of fine beads of sweat appeared on Uncle Lu's forehead. He stood there nervously, not sitting down. He rubbed his hands together vigorously, his brows furrowed, looking very uneasy and hesitant. Chen Fan hesitated for a long time without saying a word, then slammed his hand on the table in slight anger. Bang! Uncle Lu was startled, his face turning deathly pale. He was a steady old man. Before Chen Fan turned 8, he had been responsible for Chen Fan's daily life, a loyal, honest, and trustworthy servant. Uncle Lu was 55 years old that year. Now, 15 years have passed, and Uncle Lu is 70 years old. The old man had white hair, a wrinkled face, and a slightly hunched back. He should have been retired and in his twilight years, but he still stuck to his post, doing his best for the Chen family. This spirit is admirable. Uncle Lu had already planned that after helping young Master Chen Fan start his company and gaining the approval of the Chen family patriarch in Beijing, the young master would only need to return to the family to inherit the business, and then he would retire with honor. Helping Chen Fan rejoin the family and inherit its legacy was Chen Fan's father's dying wish, and also a nod in his heart. Before his death, Chen Fan's father entrusted Lu Bo with the task of finding a way to help Chen Fan return to the family. Having received many years of kindness from Lu Bo, he naturally agreed. For over a decade, Lu Bo, following family orders, and for Chen Fan's safety, had never met him. However, he consistently helped Chen Fan secretly. For instance, the medical book Chen Fan studied, BNK's Medical Classic, was a unique medical text in China, not even preserved in museums. It was a prized possession of the Chen family. Lu Bo also secretly sent or mailed to Chen Fan famous books on antiques and world politics and economics. At this moment, the usually composed Uncle Lu was flustered because of his worries, leaving Chen Fan completely baffled. "Young master, I'll talk." Uncle Lu let out a mournful cry, and his eyes welled up with cloudy tears. "Uncle Lu, just say what's wrong. You've made tremendous contributions to our Chen family. There's nothing we can't overcome," Chen Fan said, his tone softening as he comforted him. Uncle Lu nodded, wiped away his tears, and said with deep remorse, "Young master, I made a mistake. I confess to you now. Yesterday, a young woman came to our Dolphin Real Estate to discuss business, claiming to be from a tourism company. I checked her company's licenses and permits, and they were all complete, so I assumed she was a legitimate person seeking cooperation and didn't refuse. This woman was around 20 years old, very beautiful, dressed extravagantly, and wearing a super short skirt. If she hadn't shown me her licenses, she wouldn't have looked like a respectable person at all. In the reception room, it was just her and me. I was looking at the materials she provided, and she came over to explain some things to me. Then, without me realizing it, she sat on my lap, constantly blowing perfume at me. Although I'm a 70-year-old man, I'm still a normal man, and I couldn't resist. And then in the reception room, we had sex. Chen Fan almost fainted. Looking at this elderly man, old enough to be a grandfather, with white hair and beard, trembling unsteadily, who had actually engaged in an indescribable affair with a beautiful woman in her early 20s, it was truly bizarre. Uncle Lu never married and devoted himself entirely to the Chen family, seemingly uninterested in women of all kinds. Perhaps he was simply suppressing his feelings. Alas, this is the first time in my 70 years that I've died like this. I'm a Buddhist, and I've suppressed all my desires. I never thought I'd lose my integrity at 70. Young master, I'm so sorry. That girl is a master. She must have seduced many men. Even an old man like me, who has no desires, was captivated by her and couldn't control myself. She's practically a vixen reincarnated. I'm so sorry, young master. You trusted me and put me in charge of Dolphin Real Estate Company, but I did such a despicable thing in the company's meeting room in broad daylight. Uncle Lu said, tears streaming down his face, and slumped to the floor, admitting his mistake like a child, his attitude extremely humble. Uncle Lu, get up quickly. Be careful not to catch a cold. Chen Fan quickly helped him up and sat him on the sofa. Uncle Lu, this matter is very strange. Why did that pretty girl take the initiative to talk to you? Chen Fan was extremely puzzled. If it was for the purpose of achieving cooperation between the companies, there was no need for the girl to deliberately sacrifice her body before Uncle Lu had expressed his opinion. It's unrealistic to think that she might have taken a liking to Uncle Lu. Even if Uncle Lu was handsome and tall when he was young, he's a 70-year-old man now, hunched over, and spits out phlegm from time to time. How could he possibly be interested in him? Could this woman have some other motive? Chapter 45, A Double Act. Young master, I was wrong, sob sob. Uncle Lu took out his handkerchief, wiped away his tears, and continued. After that woman left, I realized my mistake and completely lost myself. I wanted to let this absurd thing pass and pretend that nothing happened, but yesterday afternoon I received a message from that woman. Uncle Lu took out his old-fashioned mobile phone from his pocket. Chen Fan opened the text message and saw the following. Mr. Lu, by the time you see this message, I'll have already compiled the video of what happened between us. That's right, I recorded everything with a hidden camera. Now you only have one option, cooperate with us. We are the local Lin Group, the family business that your dolphin company has consistently refused to cooperate with. Mr. Lu, tomorrow afternoon, I will come to you with a draft cooperation agreement. You just need to sign it. Otherwise, the video of our interaction will be made public, turning you into a celebrity. And then, the fate of Dolphin Company you know. This. Chen Fan was completely shocked. In their desperate attempt to partner with Dolphin Real Estate, the Lin family resorted to a dirty trick, sending a beautiful woman to seduce the company's CEO, secretly filming him, and then coercing him into signing the contract. This despicable tactic isn't a business strategy. It's a case of using any means necessary to achieve one's goals. Which woman is it? So relaxed? Moreover, judging from the tone of her text message, she must be someone who has the power and decision-making authority on behalf of the Lin family and can sign the agreement on their behalf. Therefore, it's impossible for an ordinary woman of the night. If I'm not mistaken, she must be a close relative of the Lin family. There was another text message containing a short video of Uncle Lu and the woman. However, Uncle Lu's old-fashioned mobile phone does not have a video playback function and cannot be opened. In any case, this has already happened, and it's pointless for Chen Fan to blame Lu Bo. Now, the best course of action is to take appropriate countermeasures. This afternoon, that woman will visit the Dolphin building again. I'm sorry, young master. You repeatedly warned me that I absolutely must not sign any cooperation agreements with the Lin family of Lushur. It was a strict order, but I failed to stand up for myself, lost my senses, and was tricked. Uncle Lu had been the butler for the Chun family in Beijing for many years. Although not many people in Lushur knew him, in the upper circles, almost all the bosses and managers of large companies knew him. In a sense, Uncle Lu was like family to the Chen family, representing their image. Once the video of Uncle Lu and the woman is released, the devastating blow to Uncle Lu's own reputation is secondary. The key issue is that it will become a scandal for the Chen family. The Chen family's image in Beijing will be damaged, resulting in enormous losses. Given the old man's personality, Uncle Lu will vanish from this planet without a trace. Of course, none of this was what Chen Fan wanted to see. Don't worry, Uncle Lu. This was just the other side playing a trick. What I want to know is, did you really succeed? Chen Fan asked awkwardly. Old Lu blushed and stammered. How could it possibly succeed, young master? I'm already 70 years old. Oh, that's good. That woman is so frivolous. She's probably a scourge who's frequented those glamorous places, easily catching diseases from men. Chen Fan suddenly noticed a red blotch on Uncle Lu's tongue and asked, Uncle Lu, what's wrong with your tongue? Young master, I don't know either. I suddenly developed mouth ulcers this morning, and my tongue is all rotten. Chen Fan shook his head and said helplessly, Uncle Lu, I will ask someone to buy medicine for me. Young master, thank you for taking care of me. This afternoon, I need you to continue playing the role of the dolphin's leader, and I will put on a show with you. I will follow the young master's arrangements. That woman who gave you mouth ulcers won't get away with this. Well, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Chen Fan sat alone in the reception room. In the spacious and bright reception room, promotional videos about dolphins were playing continuously on the screen on the wall. Not long after, the door was pushed open, and a glamorous woman wearing black stockings and high heels walked in. Miss, please wait here for a moment. I'll go and inform Mr. Lu right away. After a secretary left, the woman sat down in the row behind Chen Fan. She took out cosmetics from her handbag and touched up her powder and applied lipstick, showing that she paid great attention to her appearance. A strong perfume scent made Chen Fan sneeze. You scared me. What are you doing? The woman asked coquettishly, pausing her makeup. Chen Fan turned his head and said calmly, I'm here to discuss business as well. Huh? How come it sits you? What are you doing here, you piece of trash? The woman's eyes widened in astonishment, and the false eyelashes she had stuck on almost fell off. Jie, why didn't you greet your brother-in-law when you saw him? Chen Fan smiled calmly. The woman in front of me is Yi Jie, the youngest granddaughter of the Lin family matriarch and the daughter of Lin Meiyun. At a family meeting 2 weeks ago, Yi Jie confidently told her grandmother and relatives that she had a way to get the Lin family and dolphin real estate to cooperate. Apart from her grandmother, none of her family members had any hope for her. After all, Yi Jie is young, and her job is to assist her mother, Lin Meiyun, in managing a branch company. Her network of connections and negotiation skills are clearly lacking. How could such a young girl dare to make such a boast at a family meeting? Even her mother, Lin Meiyun, was uneasy after the family meeting and urged Yi Jie to quickly apologize to the old lady. She said, even my uncle and those business elites couldn't complete this task. What ability do you, a little girl, have? However, the stubborn Yi Jie saw this as a good opportunity to prove herself. She's a woman who'll stop at nothing to achieve her goals. Despite being only 19, the hardships she's endured are unimaginable to most. In other words, she's completely unconcerned about the cost to achieve her personal objectives. She wouldn't even mind having a one-night stand with a 70-year-old man. In order to become the matriarch's favorite in the Lin family, and even get a larger share of the inheritance, she's really going all out this time. At this moment, Yi Jie never expected that the other person sitting in the reception room was Chen Fan, a good-for-nothing whom everyone looked down upon. Chen Fan, why aren't you at home doing laundry and mopping the floor? What are you doing at the Dolphin Real Estate headquarters? Are you here to apply for a security guard position? Yi Jie had indeed seen a job posting on the door before entering the building, recruiting 10 security guards. Of course, there are other positions listed in the job posting, such as sales manager, customer assistant, etc., but those all require certain educational qualifications. Given Chen Fan's qualifications, he could only apply for a security guard position at most. Chapter 46 Chapter 046 is furious. I'm not here for a job interview. I'm here to discuss business, Chen Fan explained. Uffed. Yi Jie couldn't help but laugh, glancing at Chen Fan and saying disdainfully, So, you're working for Lin Xiaoyue's company now too? Yes. This time, I represent Akizuki. TSK, dressed so casually. Do you think collaborating with a big company like Dolphin is like shopping at a vegetable market? I really don't know what's wrong with Lin Xiaoyue, sending a good-for-nothing who knows nothing about finance as a negotiation specialist. Isn't she afraid of being laughed at? It seems Lin Xiaoyue knows this deal is definitely not going to go through, so she just called you here to go through the motions. Yi Jie shook her head and mocked. How do you know the deal won't go through? Chen Fan retorted. Ha. The CEO of Dolphin isn't an idiot. Even when it comes to business, he'd cooperate with a powerful company like the Lin family. Lin Xiaoyue's small company has no future. What would he gain from cooperating with you? Yi Jie rolled her eyes at Chen Fan. At this moment, Uncle Lu walked in. Lu Boijin sat upright in the boss's chair opposite him, glanced at the two men, and said, "Let's officially sign the contract. Let me take a look at the contracts." Yi Jie first handed over the contract in her hand. The moment Uncle Lu took the contract, she deliberately winked and made Uncle Lu's old face turn red again. Chen Fan also submitted the contract he had prepared in advance. Yi Jie asked suspiciously, "What's going on? Are you really here to sign the contract on behalf of Lin Xiuyue's company? Did you two discuss this beforehand?" "Of course." Chen Fan smiled faintly and said, "Dolphin Real Estate is now opening its doors to welcome all enterprises in Lushi to participate in the construction of the West City new area. This is a good thing for promoting the overall economic development. As long as the contract does not involve their core interests and the contract is profitable for both parties, they will basically accept any offer." "Is that so?" Yi Jie's head buzzed, and she quickly looked at Uncle Lu and asked, "Mr. Lu, is what this person said true? As long as it's a legitimate company, we can sign a contract?" "Yes." Uncle Lu nodded. "This is the intention of the Chen family in the capital. I am just following orders." "This?" Yi Jie frowned slightly and asked in confusion, "Why is it that the Lin family and the Lin group in Lushi are always refused negotiations by you, not even given a chance to enter the door?" Uncle Lu shook his head and explained, "The Chen family in Beijing and the Lin family in Lushi were originally family friends, but the Lin family patriarch passed away 2 years ago. Such a big event, yet the Lin family didn't even inform the Chen family. The Chen family patriarch couldn't see his old friend off on his final journey, and he has always held a grudge about it. Therefore, we have excluded the Lin family from this business cooperation." "I see." Yi Jie sighed. "Back then, right after Grandpa passed away, a family crisis occurred. The two Lin brothers, who were my two uncles, were originally going to divide the property, which caused a dispute. Later, Grandma intervened to mediate, and in the end, the family split up. At that time, the family was in chaos, so there was no chance to report to the Chun family in the capital. Speaking of splitting up the family, it's all because of this good-for-nothing in front of you." Yi Jie glanced at Chen Fan and sneered. "Grandpa picked him up from the street when he was 8. He's been eating and drinking for free in our family for over 10 years. Before he died, Grandpa even arranged his marriage to my cousin, saying this good-for-nothing had a bright future. Now it seems, what a joke. He's still living off his wife and just waiting to die." Hearing Yi Jie's curses at Chen Fan, Uncle Lu was furious and was about to get up in a rage when Chen Fan gave him a look that calmed him down. "Well, we shouldn't air our dirty laundry in public. I won't say any more," Yi Jie urged. "President Lu, please sign the papers quickly." "Well, that's how it is. I reported the cooperation with the Li group to the capital this morning. The higher-ups think that, out of consideration for Old Master Lin's past relationship, completely refusing to cooperate would be too heartless. However, Old Master Chen has made it clear that the person from your Lin family who signs the contract must be Lin Xiuyue." "Why her? Can't I represent the Lin family?" Yi Jie questioned. "I thought signing the contract today would be a natural thing, but I never expected this old man Lu to pull such a stunt. This is Mr. Chen's opinion. What can I do? Since your master passed away, in your large family, only Lin Xiuyue has remembered him, sending a postcard every spring festival. Therefore, our master only recognizes Lin Xiuyue, and only she can represent the Lin group," Lu Buozhen said emphatically. Chen Fan knew better than anyone that his wife, Lin Xiuyue, had a habit of sending postcards during holidays. What's truly remarkable is that she would send a letter to Beijing every spring festival. This is because when Lin Xiuyue was very young, she went to Beijing on a business trip with her grandfather and stayed at the Chen family's house for a period of time, where she was deeply loved by Grandpa Chen. At that time, Grandpa Chen bought Lin Xiuyue many clothes and toys, allowing her to spend the happiest period of her childhood there. Lin Xiuyue was not an ungrateful person. After that, she would send a postcard to Grandpa Chen every year to express her condolences. But little did she know that the boy from the Chen family, with whom she had played house as a child, was now actually her husband. "Mr. Lu, you're breaking your promise. We agreed yesterday that we would sign the contract today. Why did you suddenly change your mind? Aren't you afraid?" Yi Jie stared at Uncle Lu with a sinister look. "With Master Chen backing me up, what do I have to be afraid of?" Uncle Lu let out a meaningful laugh. This laugh infuriated Yi Jie. "Damn it. So does that mean I gave myself to this old bastard yesterday, and he just took advantage of me for nothing?" Upon closer reflection, he realized that if he were to release that video, the consequences would be extremely severe. Not only would it ruin his reputation, but given the power of the Chun family in Beijing, this incident would have negligible impact on them. If the Chun family were to retaliate, the Lin family of Lushi would be like an ant trying to shake a tree. They would be easily dealt with. I thought I could use my body to get a contract, but it seems I was too naive and thought things through too simply. Yi Jie grew angrier the more she thought about it. Even if she had given herself to a young and handsome man, that would have been one thing, but he turned out to be an old man in his 70s or 80s, practically half buried in the ground. In the end, she got nothing in return for her sacrifice, which made her so angry that her insides felt like they were going to explode. Most importantly, this old man is quite old and practically incapacitated, yet he uses another method. Sigh. Thinking about yesterday's events gives her a suicidal urge. True Chi. Old man, what are you laughing at? It's disgusting. Yi Jie grabbed the agreement on the table and angrily shouted. You're going back on your word. You have no integrity whatsoever. You shameless old man. We'd rather not sign this contract. Chapter 47 Class Reunion. Miss Yi, go back and discuss it with the Lin family. According to our master's wishes, if they want to cooperate, they should send Lin Xiuyue. Uncle Lu gestured for her to leave and smiled. Yi Jie's face flushed with anger, her body trembling slightly. She stormed towards the door, cursing as she went. You old bastard, you'll die a horrible death. Bang! As soon as the door closed, Chen Fan laughed so hard, he almost fell over. This double act was ingeniously designed, making Yi Jie furious. It was so satisfying. Moreover, once Yi Jie returns to the Lin family, she will inevitably pass on a message to the old lady. If the old lady insists on cooperating with Dolphin, she will have to ask Lin Xiuyue to intervene, and then the real show will begin. Chen Fan has even planned his next move. Everything is under his control. Uncle Lu stood up, laughed with Chen Fan for a while, and then said with slight worry, Young master, what about that video of me messing around with Yi Jie? Don't worry, Uncle Lu, I wouldn't dare to tell anyone even if I gave her 10 lives. That girl is a brainless troublemaker. She doesn't think things through at all. Uncle Lu, just consider yesterday as a romantic encounter. After Chen Fan finished speaking, he turned and left the reception room. Lu Bo breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Fan's words had reassured him. However, his tongue was throbbing with pain. It was infected and he needed to take medication. In the evening, Chen Fan drove to pick up Lin Xiuyue from get off work. As soon as Lin Xiuyue got into the car, she said that she was going to attend a class reunion that night. The class reunion was announced in the WeChat group 20 days ago, but she was too busy to check it until today when an old classmate called and she found out about it. For the company's future development, Lin Xiuyue decided to attend the class reunion to reconnect with her classmates and hopefully secure a business partnership. She received information that one of the female classmates attending the reunion was a marketing manager for a well-known international brand. If we can befriend this classmate and collaborate with this large company in the future, leveraging their market to sell our cosmetics, then the company's future development will surely be very promising. The two drove home first. Lin Xiuyue put on makeup, while Chen Fan changed into a brand new suit. Chen Fan is 1.8 meters tall with a good physique. With his daily exercise and martial arts training, he looks straight and upright in a suit, exuding an extraordinary aura. He is definitely a handsome man. Dong Jinping, who was eating sunflower seeds and watching TV in the living room, saw Chen Fan walk out of the storage room, and her eyes lit up. She never expected that her son-in-law would look like he had been reborn, becoming so handsome and dashing that she almost didn't recognize him. What will I eat for dinner now that you're gone? Dong Jinping asked. She used to be a cook, but with Chen Fan in the family, she became the one who enjoyed the cooking, and all the housework became Chen Fan's job. Mom, why don't you make yourself some fried rice? There's still rice in the pot, Chen Fan said. I'm too lazy to do it, so how about you bring me along? Aren't family members allowed at class reunions? Dong Jinping asked earnestly. Lin Xiuyue came out of the bedroom and, upon hearing her mother's words, said helplessly, Mom, please, when people bring family members, they usually bring their spouses, or at most their children. Who brings their own parents? People will laugh at us to death. My dear mother, just stay home and order takeout if you need to. Okay, I was just kidding, I won't hold you back. Your dad's on night shift tonight and won't be home, and you're all leaving, so I'll be all alone. I'm just feeling a little lonely being all alone. It would be nice to have a child in the house. Dong Jinping knew that Chen Fan and her daughter's relationship was stabilizing and gradually improving. Every time she went out for a walk in the neighborhood, she saw many elderly women playing with their grandchildren, and she felt quite envious. She began to have an urge to hold a grandchild. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan and Lin Xiuyue instantly understood what their mother meant. They exchanged a glance, both knowingly smiling knowingly, as if something had already been put on the agenda. The two drove quickly to their destination, the class reunion. Linglonglu, located in the south of Lusher City, is situated in an area with a thriving entertainment industry. It's a mid to high-end restaurant with an elegant and sophisticated ambience. The postmodern decor makes it a great place for young people to dine and date. The organizer of this class reunion is named Wang Gongxiang, who was Lin Xiuyue's class monitor during her university years. In college, Wang Gongxiang, who was rich, handsome, and had excellent academic performance, pursued Lin Xiuyue. Unlike Han Yunsong's relentless pursuit, Wang Gongxiang's approach to pursuing women is more subtle and reserved. Because Wang Gongxiang was an artistic youth, he would always write poems for Lin Xiuyue, using a romantic literary style to try to open Lin Xiuyue's heart. Throughout his 4 years of university life, Wang Gongxiang secretly harbored feelings for Lin Xiuyue, which resulted in him remaining single for 4 years. Whether Lin Xiuyue is participating in club activities, debates, or sports competitions, Wang Gongxiang will always be there for her, willingly acting as her protector, bringing her food when she's hungry, water when she's thirsty, and an umbrella when it rains. A true gentleman. If it were any other girl, she would have been moved by Wang Gongxiang long ago, and then they would have held hands and fallen in love. However, Lin Xiuyue only considered him a friend and never thought about being with him. Now that Lin Xiuyue and Chen Fan are married, Wang Gongxiang is still single, and he can't let go of Lin Xiuyue in his heart. Wang Gongxiang's biggest hope in organizing this class reunion was that Lin Xiuyue would attend. When he learned that Lin Xiuyue was coming, he excitedly waited in the lobby on the first floor, fidgeting with anticipation. At this moment, Chen Fan and Lin Xiuyue entered the lobby of Linglong building through the revolving door. "Autumn, you've come." Wang Gongxiang, who had been eagerly anticipating the meeting, greeted her with a beaming smile, as if he had a lot to say to her. Lin Xiuyue nodded with a smile. "Xiuyue, is this your husband?" Wang Gongxiang asked, looking at the man in front of him who was about the same height as him and whose appearance was acceptable. "Introduce him to me quickly." "This is my husband, Chen Fan." "Hello." Chen Fan extended his hand, wanting to shake hands with him. "Hello, I'm Wang Gongxiang. I'm Xiuyue's old squad leader." Wang Gongxiang didn't shake Chen Fan's hand, but just patted his shoulder lightly, and then focused all his attention on Lin Xiuyue. Today, Lin Xiuyue wore a dress adorned with small pearls, shimmering silver that accentuated her beautiful figure. Her elegant demeanor and fair skin, in particular, drew almost everyone's attention. "Xiuyue, it's been several years since we graduated. Every year I organize a class reunion in Lushur, and I've invited you every time, but you never came. This is the first time you've come. Thank you for giving me face," Wang Gongxiang said gratefully. Chapter 48 International Brands. "Look at what you're saying. I've been too busy before and haven't been able to get together with everyone. I've always felt a bit apologetic," Lin Xiu said with a smile. She wasn't here to give Wang Gongxiang face, but rather with a specific purpose, to discuss a company collaboration with a classmate. "It's all right. Have a good chat with your old classmates today. By the way, our private room is on the 3rd floor. Shall I take you up?" Wang Gongxiang led the two into the elevator and into VIP room number 308. Feng Hua Qiujian. Judging from the name alone, it seems to have been specially made for Lin Xiuyue. Most of the students who could come are here. They are all talented individuals from various industries. "Xiuyue, let's go in quickly." Wang Gongxiang completely ignored Chen Fan, talking to Lin Xiuyue the whole time, as if Chen Fan was invisible. The private room had 3 large round tables, all of which were full of people. About 30 people attended this class reunion, the largest number ever. The students instantly became excited when they saw Lin Xiuyue being led in. Perhaps it's because Lin Xiuyue was the class beauty back then and was loved by everyone. Now she has grown into a graceful and stunningly beautiful young woman, making her a feast for the eyes, especially for some of the boys, whose eyes are practically glued to her. "Welcome everyone. Our class beauty is here. Wow, our goddess has arrived. Autumn Moon, you are still so beautiful. I heard that Xiuyue started her own company and is a successful female CEO. It's truly enviable." Almost everyone praised Lin Xiuyue's beauty and career success. However, when everyone looked at Chen Fan behind her, their eyes were filled with disdain and doubt. Some people knew that Chen Fan was a live-in son-in-law and despised him from the bottom of their hearts. How could such a good-for-nothing have the nerve to attend a class reunion? Some people were extremely jealous of Chen Fan. How could a goddess fall for such a guy? It was like a beautiful flower stuck in cow dung. Some people even harbored anger and hostility towards that good-for-nothing, believing that his marriage to Lin Xiuyue was a complete waste of talent. Wang Gongxiang led Lin Xiuyue to a seat that had been reserved for her. This table, arranged by him, was filled with relatively successful people, or wealthy second-generation individuals and children of officials. What should have been an ordinary class reunion had become a stark class division, with this table clearly belonging to the upper class. Perhaps the purpose of this arrangement was to ensure they shared common interests and could potentially help each other in their future career development. As for the other classmates, they all come from ordinary backgrounds or are doing only so-so. What use are they? Wang Gongxiang sat in the main seat, next to Lin Shuyue. After the three of them were all seated, everyone looked at Wang Gongxiang and Lin Shuyue with goodwill and envy, but glanced at Chen Fan with disdain. Lin Shuyue's classmates all knew that after graduating, she started her own business. Not long after the company was established, her grandfather forced her to marry a gigolo who had been taken in by the family since childhood. Today, seeing is believing, and this legendary gigolo has finally shown up. Shuyue, is this your husband? Was he raised by your family since he was a child? A long-haired woman suddenly asked. Yes. Lin Shuyue nodded. What was your name again? The long-haired woman continued to ask. Chen Fan. Oh. The long-haired woman responded, looked at Chen Fan, and asked with a smile. In university, Shuyue was not only the class beauty and goddess because of her looks, but also had excellent grades and was a student council member, winning scholarships left and right every year. Now she started her own company and is a model of a successful urban female CEO. So, what do you, Chen Fan, do for a living? Would you mind telling me? Unemployed at home, Chen Fan replied casually. Lin Shuyue took a sip of water, a hint of displeasure flashing through her mind. The female classmate opposite her was clearly asking the question on purpose. Unemployed? Ha! So you're being supported by your wife now? You look so handsome. I thought you were a rich young master or a manager of a large company, but I didn't expect you to be a gigolo. Ha ha ha. The long-haired woman seemed to have already prepared her lines, and she uttered a series of sarcastic remarks. Tang Yin, stop laughing. Shuyue finally came to study together. Why are you talking about these unpleasant things? Wang Gongxiang picked up a glass of red wine and said, Come on, let's all have a drink. The students raised their glasses and drank a toast. Okay, I'll follow the class monitor's arrangements, Tang Yin said with a smile. Shuyue, your company makes cosmetics. Tang Yin happens to be the marketing director of an international cosmetics brand in Lushur. She has a lot of sales channels under her. You two can exchange ideas. Maybe you can cooperate in the future, Wang Gongxiang continued. Oh, Lin Shuyue nodded slightly, surprised that the first business partner she wanted to contact was her. Chen Fan also glanced at Tang Yin. This woman had a round face and a dimple when she smiled. Her face was covered in thick powder. If you scraped it off, you could probably steam a bun with it. Class monitor, I represent a major international company, a multinational corporation. Every company we cooperate with is a well-known giant. We generally ignore smaller companies. Cooperating with them wouldn't benefit us in the slightest. Besides, those smaller companies often produce counterfeit or inferior goods for profit, which could negatively impact us if we actually cooperate. Class monitor, I appreciate your good intentions, but cooperation is out of the question. Tang Yin smoothed her long, flowing hair, appearing quite proud. Tang Yin makes a good point. Class monitor, don't make things difficult for her. Everyone knows you care about Shuyue and still have feelings for her, but you can't use this opportunity to embarrass Tang Yin. Yes, class monitor, Lancome, the company Tang Yin works for, is expanding its business. A few days ago, they reached a strategic cooperation agreement with Dolphin Real Estate. Tang Yin has now been appointed as the marketing director of the new district. Her future is bright. How could such an international brand cooperate with an unknown small company? They are completely unrelated. At the dinner table, several classmates, perhaps those who were on good terms with Tang Yin or those who wanted to curry favor with her, chimed in with their own words. Chen Fan's spirits lifted. Dolphin Real Estate? Did I hear that right? Has Lancome signed an agreement with Dolphin? It seems that Chen Fan did not carefully read the company information sent by Uncle Lu. I never expected Tang Yin to work for this company, and her current position is the marketing director of the new district. In other words, Chen Fan's Dolphin company gave Lancome face by signing a contract with them, which means they will become their major financial backer in the future. At this moment, Wang Gongxiang was a little embarrassed. He had originally wanted to show off, but he didn't expect to be bombarded with questions, making him feel quite awkward. Chapter 49, I'm Not Superman. Seeing that Wang Gongxiang looked a little unhappy, the classmates didn't want to provoke him any further and started talking about other topics. Shuyue, eat more vegetables. We can talk about business later. Wang Gongxiang wrapped a duck meat pie and put it on Lin Shuyue's plate. Lin Shuyue took a sip of water, stared at Tang Yin, and said in a serious tone, Tang Yin, the main reason I'm attending this class reunion is to talk to you. Our company really wants to collaborate with you. Although we're a small company, our products undergo multiple quality checks and are absolutely guaranteed to be of high quality. To put it bluntly, we want to leverage your market channels to promote our products and increase brand awareness. As the marketing director, you must have a lot of information and resources in this area. Regarding profits, we'll split the net income 60-40, with you taking the lion's share. If you'd like to learn more, we can add each other on WeChat and arrange a meeting later. Because Tang Yin was sitting directly opposite Lin Xiuyue, and the two were quite far apart, Lin Xiuyue spoke loudly. All the students heard it and quieted down, waiting for Tang Yin's reply. Hee, it seems you have a clear purpose and are eager to talk to me about cooperation. How about we all help analyze this? Tang Yin played with her brightly colored new nail polish and smiled knowingly. So, the students started to speak up. I think this is an unequal partnership. It's good for Akazuki Company, but not for Lancome. Moreover, there are risks involved. If there are problems with the cosmetics, Lancome will lose a large number of customers. I agree. Besides, Tang Yin isn't the big boss of Lancome in China. She's just a marketing director in charge of sales channels. This kind of cooperation model that benefits others isn't something she can decide on her own. Sigh, it really puts Tang Yin in a difficult position. Didn't Tang Yin just refuse to cooperate? She made it so clear. Xiuyu, you're forcing her to do something she can't. Tang Yin is now the market manager of the new urban area and is no longer responsible for sales in other urban areas of Lushur. How about we wait until the new urban area is built and then discuss business cooperation in the future? Sigh, a boss actually demands a department manager. This is the fundamental difference between a small workshop and a big brand. At this moment, Tang Yin picked up her wine glass, took a sip, coughed lightly, and smiled. I understand your opinions. Now, let me say a few words. It's not impossible for Xiuyue Company to cooperate with me. This sentence caused everyone to pause in surprise. Tang Yin harbored deep dislike, and even hatred for Lin Xiuyue. Because she had a crush on Wang Ganxiang since college, she even pursued him and confessed her feelings multiple times. But Wang Ganxiang was only thinking about Lin Xiuyue and didn't give Tang Yin any chance, which disappointed and broke Tang Yin many times. After Lin Xiuyue got married, Tang Yin expressed her feelings to Wang Ganxiang, hoping they could also get married, but Wang Ganxiang decisively rejected her. He rejected her completely. Because Wang Ganxiang still couldn't let go of Lin Xiuyue, even though his goddess was married, he still cared about her and was ready to go through fire and water for her at any time. He even longed for the day when Lin Xiuyue and Chen Fan would divorce, so he could naturally take over. Therefore, Tang Yin believes that Lin Xiuyue is the culprit and the main culprit who hindered her and Wang Ganxiang's great love. Now that she finally has a good opportunity to humiliate Lin Xiuyue on the spot, how could she give up her revenge? Tang Yin, what did you say? Wang Ganxiang asked in confusion. I said, there are opportunities to discuss cooperation. Tang Yin gave a cold smile. Upon seeing her expression, Wang Ganxiang, based on his years of understanding of her, immediately realized that Tang Yin must have some sinister intentions. Chen Fan had already seen through Tang Yin's ill intentions. He cursed inwardly. You bitch, let's see what tricks you're up to. If you dare to hurt Xiuyu, I'll make you suffer a terrible death. Let's get hyped. Tang Yin smiled slyly and asked the waiter to bring her an empty cup. Then, she opened a bottle of 52 proof liquor and poured it into a glass. I poured a full cup. It must weigh at least half a pound. Lin Xiuyue, finish this glass of wine in one go, and I'll cooperate with you. Hee. Tang Yin pointed at the pungent-smelling glass in front of her and chuckled. Everyone gasped in astonishment. Tang Yin is ruthless. The students all knew that girls generally couldn't drink much alcohol, and Lin Xiuyue was allergic to it. Making her drink half a jin, 250 milliliters, of baijiu, Chinese liquor, in one go was tantamount to suicide. Chen Fan gritted his teeth in anger, never expecting Tang Yin to be so ruthless, using such methods to blackmail Lin Xiuyue. Lin Xiuyue is an extremely strong-willed woman. If she weren't so fixated on the company's development, this situation wouldn't have occurred. Tang Yin, don't mess around. A cold voice rang out. It was Wang Ganxiang. He was also furious. He had finally organized a class reunion and invited his goddess, but he embarrassed her instead. What kind of nonsense was this? Tang Yin, we're all classmates. What problem can't we solve? What you're doing is clearly bullying Xiuyu, and I'm the first to object. Always leave yourself a way out. Maybe Xiuyu's business will grow bigger in the future, and you'll need her help. What good will it do you to push things too far now? I didn't mess around. Let me put it this way, we'll still be good friends after this drink. She wants to talk about cooperation. How can she not show some sincerity? Which boss who wants to cooperate with Lanko doesn't drink? Tang Yin said with a grin, her white powder on her face smudging from laughing so hard. It's clear she's enjoying the process. Lin Xiuyue knew that Tang Yin was deliberately making trouble for her, but for the sake of the company's development, she could not firmly oppose it. Can my husband drink this glass of wine for me? Lin Xiuyue asked calmly. All eyes turned to Chen Fan, who had been caught in the crossfire. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Fan stated, I'm not Superman. I can't drink half a gin of baijiu at a time. Ha ha ha. The whole room burst into laughter, turning into a sea of joy. Everyone thought Chen Fan would agree to drink with his wife to help her through this difficult time, but to their surprise, he refused. Does this kind of good-for-nothing man deserve to have Chiyue? What a disgrace. You can't even hold your liquor for half a gin, and you dare to come to a class reunion? Chiyue is so unlucky to have married such a good-for-nothing. Are you even a man? You're trash. You have no sense of responsibility whatsoever. Snap. Amidst the laughter of the crowd, Lin Chiyue slapped Chen Fan hard across the face. Chen Fan was stunned. Several shallow handprints appeared on his face, and a trace of blood seeped out. It was from Lin Chiyue's fingernails that had scratched him. The slap was so forceful that even Lin Chiyue's own hand felt numb and painful. Chapter 50. Is he that good at fighting? Ha ha. My stomach hurts from laughing. Chiyue, well done. Tang Yin clutched her stomach, laughing so hard she was doubled over. I want to slap him too. He's a disgrace to us men. I heard he was a son-in-law with no dignity who moved into his wife's family home. I didn't believe it at first, but now I do. What's the big deal about slapping him? This kind of trash should just be castrated. Another wave of ridicule enraged Lin Chiyue even more. Stop laughing. I'll drink. Lin Chiyue slammed her hand on the table, stood up, and picked up the glass of wine. Oh, Tang Yin stopped laughing, secretly pleased. Heh, so what if you were once the class beauty? So what if you're a successful female CEO? You still have a useless husband who can't handle things, so you still have to drink obediently, right? Just wait a minute. Let everyone see your pathetic state when you're drunk. I'm sure the goddess will turn into a crazy woman. Ha ha ha. Lin Chiyue brought the wine glass to her lips. The strong smell of alcohol made her eyes well up with tears. I felt like vomiting even before I drank it. All the students' eyes were on her. Some were worried that she would get drunk, some watched coldly, and some even gloated. Don't drink it. Chen Fan grabbed Lin Chiyue's wrist, not wanting her to drink it. Let go. Lin Chiyue shouted angrily, spitting directly at him. Chen Fan instinctively dodged, but his spittle landed directly on Wang Ganxiang's face. That's right, Wang Ganxiang got caught in the crossfire. Wang Ganxiang's heart skipped a beat. This was the goddess's saliva. A feeling of happiness welled up inside him, and he even secretly took a sip when no one was looking. It smelled delicious. Seeing this, Tang Yin mocked. Why didn't you do this earlier? If you had acted like a man and drunk the wine, would our goddess be like this? Now you're in a panic? That good-for-nothing is just a wise man in hindsight. That's all he's got. Yeah, if he had any ambition, would Chiyue be so humble? I really want to beat him up. Tang Yin, I didn't want to lower myself to your level, you aunt, but you've gone too far. Chen Fan roared, snatching the wine glass from Lin Chiyue's hand. Enraged, his expression turned cold, his eyes flashing with a hawk-like chill as he glared at Tang Yin. I'm an aunt. I'm your sister. You piece of trash. How dare you insult me? Who do you think you are? Tang Yin slammed her hand on the table and stood up, retorting sharply. If any other man had been so angry, she would have hesitated, but when she remembered that Chen Fan was alive and son-in-law, a dog-like figure, she instantly lost her fear. You're my sister? Then I'm your father. Chen Fan cursed, splashing the entire glass of baijiu in his hand at Tang Yin. It was splashed directly onto her face, which was covered in layers of white foundation. Tang Yin never expected that such a good-for-nothing would dare to do this. Caught off guard, she was splashed with wine by Chen Fan, leaving her standing there in a disheveled state. A strong, pungent smell of alcohol wafted from her face to her entire body, making her look as if she had just climbed out of a wine jar, utterly disheveled. Chen Fan, you dare to throw wine at me. Damn it, you've gone too far. I'm not finished with you. Tang Yin immediately started throwing a tantrum, screaming terribly, as if her vocal cords were being torn apart. She grabbed the bowl of condiments from the table and threw it at Chen Fan. Chen Fan, who was prepared, swiftly dodged, and the bowl of seasonings did not hit him. Unlucky Wang Ganxiang was hit again, this time by a bowl of condiments, his face covered in the sauce and filthy. Immediately afterwards, a scream rang out. Then Chen Fan picked up another cup of hot tea and suddenly splashed it on Tang Yin's face. Ouch, that hurts. Tang Yin covered her face, feeling as if her entire face had been ruined. The combination of alcohol and hot tea had completely broken her down. I'll show you what's what. Without saying a word, Chen Fan picked up the Westlake beef soup on the table again and splashed it over there. Tang Yin let out a blood-curdling scream, like a pig being slaughtered. I felt like I'd just taken a hot bath. I was soaked from head to toe. Tang Yin screamed wildly, overturned the table, and pounced on Chen Fan like a hungry tiger. I'll fight you to the death. I'll fight you to the death. Don't think I wouldn't dare hit a woman. Chen Fan raised his foot and kicked Tang Yin in the stomach. Tang Yin groaned and fell to the floor with a thud. She lay on the ground and began to throw a tantrum, with cries and curses filling the air. Everyone was so astonished that they dared not speak, remaining silent and staring blankly at Chen Fan. Just now, Chen Fan was enduring insults and ridicule from everyone. What about now? Isn't he a useless coward who endures humiliation and hardship? Isn't he the idiot who gets slapped by his wife? Isn't he a jobless gigolo? But how come he's so good at fighting and so vicious in his methods? Even Lin Xiuyue stared at Chen Fan in astonishment. Since their marriage, Chen Fan had never acted so decisively. She had even slapped him earlier for refusing to drink, and now she was filled with regret. It turned out that Chen Fan had been building up his anger, intending to stand up for her. Xiuyue, we should go now. I'm sorry, we can't finish this meal. Chen Fan took Lin Xiuyue's hand, who was lost in thought, and said softly, "It's okay, let's go." Lin Xiuyue's face was slightly flushed, and her heart was pounding like a drum. At this moment, Tang Yin sat up from the ground, her hair disheveled. After washing off the white powder, she looked like a completely different person, her face covered in freckles and dark spots, strangely ugly. She pointed at Chen Fan and Lin Xiuyue and yelled, "You worthless bastards. You two dogs. Just you wait. Lin Xiuyue, you bitch, I'm telling you you're finished. I'll have the entire cosmetics industry blacklist your company. I'll make sure your company doesn't earn a single penny. Still want to find partners? Dream on. I'll make sure you go bankrupt." "Okay, I'll wait," Lin Xiuyue said seriously. After saying that, she and Chen Fan walked out of the private room. She had assumed there would be no grudges between old classmates and was happy to help her company. Unexpectedly, Tang Yin used her position for personal revenge, venting her resentment at not being able to win Wang Ganxiang's heart on her. This Tang Yin, it turned out, was a petty and narrow-minded person. Luckily, she hadn't cooperated with her. Otherwise, who knows how many more disputes and conflicts would have arisen later. Now things are completely messed up, and we'll never have any contact again. Although there was no hope for cooperation, Chen Fan managed to win back her pride. After the two left, several classmates helped Tang Yin, who was still sitting on the ground crying, up and asked her how she was. Tang Yin said it was none of your business. She pushed her classmate away, sat down in a chair, smoothed her hair which was still covered in beef broth, took out her phone, and dialed a number. "Hey, second uncle. I got beaten up at Linglong Tower. Come quick and arrest him. I was almost beaten to death. If you're too late, the culprit will get away." The voice on the other end of the phone shouted, "I'll bring people right away. Xiaoyan, you need to protect yourself." Chapter 51, I'm your father. Tang Yan's second uncle, Tang Jijun, happens to be the deputy captain of the police detachment in charge of this area. At that moment, Tang Jijun and another policeman were on night patrol, not far from Linglong Building. Hearing that his niece had been beaten, he quickly turned his car around and sped over. Tang Yin stood up, wiped her face with a towel handed to her by a classmate, and walked towards the door, muttering coldly to herself. "Oof, Chen trash, Lin bitch. I'll make you pay." Chen Fan was driving out of the parking lot when he saw a police car blocking the main entrance of Linglong Building. The siren lights were flashing. Suddenly, Tang Yin came out of the Linglong Building and spotted Chen Fan and Lin Xiuyue sitting in the passenger seat by the light. She ran over like a mad woman, blocked the car, and shouted angrily, "You two beasts, you hit someone and you want to run away? If you have the guts, run me over." Seeing this, Chen Fan already understood 9/10 of the situation. He parked the car, pulled the handbrake, and discreetly took out his phone to quickly send a text message to Uncle Lu. At this moment, two policemen got out of the police car. One of them, the older one, was Tang Yan's second uncle, Tang Jijun. "What happened?" Tang Jijun asked in a deep voice, his brows furrowed. "These are the two people who beat me up like this," Tang Yin said, pointing at the Volkswagen. "Who are you?" Tang Jijun asked in confusion. "Second uncle. It's me, Tang Yin." Tang Yin raised her voice. Tang Jijun took a closer look and then recognized it. "This niece looks drastically different with and without makeup. Don't call me second uncle. I'm a police officer now, doing my duty," Tang Jijun reminded him. "Yes. Then hurry up and arrest them. They assaulted someone and tried to run away, fleeing from justice. That's an even bigger crime." Tang Yin was still very agitated. Tang Jijun breathed a sigh of relief. Tang Yin was not as badly injured as he had described on the phone, who said she was almost beaten to death. Although her head and body were dirty, there were no obvious wounds. Tang Yin is his elder brother's daughter. If this matter is not handled properly, it may cause resentment from relatives. "Get out of the car. Submit for inspection." Chen Fan and Lin Xiuyue had no choice but to get out of the car. "What's your relationship with him, her?" "Husband and wife," Chen Fan replied. Someone called the police, saying there was a fight here? Yes. You were the one who assaulted me? Right. You're quite honest. Tang Jiju nodded and instructed the young policeman beside him. Cuff him and take him back to the station for questioning. Yes. The young policeman took out 2 pairs of handcuffs and walked over. Wait. Officer, it was me who hit someone just now. It has nothing to do with my wife. I'm willing to be questioned. My wife is innocent. If you don't believe me, you can ask the people present. By the way, just ask the person who was hit, Chen Fan explained. Oh no. Honey, they're taking you away. What are we going to do? Lin Shue nervously tugged at Chen Fan's sleeve, her face filled with terror. Don't worry, it's okay. Go home and wait for me. Chen Fan whispered to Lin Shue to comfort her. Tang Jijun walked up to Tang Yin and asked, was he the only one who hit you? Yes, that's the good for nothing. Tang Yin originally wanted to send both Chen Fan and Lin Shue to the police station, but she knew that her second uncle was a very upright and impartial policeman. If she falsely accused Lin Shue, she might have to bear legal responsibility. Okay, you two get in the car, we'll talk about it when we get back. Tang Jijun pointed at Tang Yin and Chen Fan. Chen Fan was handcuffed by the young policeman and put into the police car first. Tang Yin also got into the car with a cold smile, looking completely confident. Lin Shue watched the police car speed away with a face full of worry, and she kept praying in her heart that Chen Fan would be all right. Inside the police car, Tang Yin glared at Chen Fan and said fiercely, You brat, you dare hit me? Who do you think you are? Chen Fan leaned back in his chair leisurely, his face calm, and said indifferently, I am your father. You? Tang Yin gritted her teeth in anger, thinking to herself, You good for nothing, you'll be in for a world of hurt when we get to the police station. At the entrance of Linglong building, Lin Shue was extremely anxious. Chen Fan's car was parked in front of her, but she couldn't drive. Just when we were at our wits' end, Wang Gongxiang walked over. Shue, don't worry. All the classmates saw what happened. It was Tang Yin who provoked you first. She wanted to use Baijiu to get back at you. Chen Fan is your husband, so of course he couldn't stand it and hit her. Your husband is too impulsive. Can't you talk things out properly? Why did you have to resort to violence? Sigh. I think my husband is right. Lin Shue interrupted him decisively. Okay, you're still emotionally unstable and can't see the situation clearly. By the way, Shue, is this car yours? It's not good to park it here, and it's blocking the parking lot exit. I'll drive it home for you. Okay. Lin Shue originally wanted to take a taxi back, but after thinking about it, she decided to let him give her a ride. Shue, why don't you park your car here and I'll drive you in my Porsche? Wang Gongxiang suggested. No need, I'm used to riding in this car. Oh. So, Wang Gongxiang got into the driver's seat and drove onto the road with Lin Shue in his car. On the way, Wang Gongxiang said while driving, Shue, don't worry too much and don't be sad. I'll call Tang Yin and ask her to withdraw the police report and drop the pursuit of your husband's responsibility. What do you think? No need. I have my own way. Lin Shue rejected Wang Gongxiang's suggestion without even thinking, because she knew very well that even if Wang Gongxiang called, Tang Yin would never back down. It was simply not worth pleading with that crazy woman. Shue, actually I often contact Tang Yin, and we have a fairly good relationship. She might listen to me. Really, no need, thank you. You don't need to be so polite with me. We were best friends in college, so it's only right that I help you. We haven't kept in touch much since graduation. Wang Gongxiang, we're not best friends, just classmates. We always were, we are now, and we always will be. I appreciate you driving me home, and I'll repay that favor. But if it's something I don't want, you can't force me to accept it, Lin Shue said coldly. These words instantly poured a bucket of cold water over Wang Gongxiang's warm heart. And it was ice-cold water, so cold it was suffocating. This was the feeling he was most familiar with. At this moment, he could only silently endure the pain and cherish the memory. Soon, Wang Gongxiang drove to the residential area where Lin Shue lived. After parking in an empty space, Lin Shue said thank you and tried to get out of the car, only to find that the door was locked. Open the door. I want to get off. Lin Shue frowned slightly, already on guard. Wang Gongxiang responded, but did not unlock the door immediately. He stared intently at Lin Shue with the eyes of a lovesick man, seemingly mesmerized and completely infatuated. Chapter 52 Chapter 052 Selfish Ghost. Open the door now, or I'll scream. Lin Shue was a little scared. She was aware of Wang Gongxiang's intense crush on her during college. However, she felt absolutely no feelings for him. Now, the two are in the same car. In this cramped space, will this love-struck man do something excessive? Don't stare at me. Open the door. Lin Shue shouted angrily. I used to think of Wang Gongxiang as just an ordinary classmate and never felt any dislike towards him. But now, I suddenly find him disgusting. It seems that if a man is single for too long, he will slowly embark on the irreversible path of becoming a pervert. Click. The car lock was opened. Lin Shuyue breathed a sigh of relief and quickly opened the car door. Shuyue, even your anxious expression is so beautiful, Wang Gongxiang praised gently. Bang. Lin Shuyue got out of the car, slammed the door shut, and cursed, idiot, before leaving without looking back. Watching Lin Shuyue's arrogant departure disappear into the night, Wang Gongxiang turned around, leaned down, and pressed his face against the still warm passenger seat, where Lin Shuyue had just sat, took a deep sniff, and looked completely intoxicated. After getting out of the car, Wang Gongxiang walked towards the entrance of the residential area without removing the car keys. As he walked, he took out his phone and called Tang Yin. Tang Yin, it's me. Brother Chong. Are you at the police station? Right. Is it convenient for us to talk? Convenient. Let the police teach that good-for-nothing Chen Fan a lesson. They should beat him up first, then detain him for 10 days to 2 weeks. Don't worry, Brother Chong. I knew you were on my side. Tang Yan's voice was full of confidence. Then she said gently, Brother Chong, you saw what happened today. Do you still have feelings for that vixen Lin Shuyue? It's gone, it's long gone. That's great. How about we meet up sometime? Let's meet at the Juanhao Hotel, one of those with a king-size bed. Hee hee, Tang Yin smiled playfully. Was she hinting at something? Okay, I'll contact you another day. Okay, Brother Chong, I'll send you the room number on WeChat later. Good. After hanging up the phone, a glint flashed in Wang Gongxiang's eyes. He sneered, thinking, Tang Yin, you filthy thing. You actually want to sleep with me? You're dreaming. Send me the room number? Send me your mother's ass. Wang Gongxiang immediately opened WeChat and blocked Tang Yin. Lin Shuyue rushed home and saw her mother, Dong Jinping, watching a TV series. Mom, what's wrong, child? Where's Chen Fan? Seeing her daughter's flustered and anxious expression, Dong Jinping guessed that something bad had happened. Mom, Chen Fan has been arrested and taken to the police station, Lin Shuyue said anxiously. Huh? What happened? Dong Jinping's mouth formed an O shape. That gigolo is usually as docile as a rabbit. How could he possibly get caught? Mom, I'll explain what happened later. Can you help me think of a way to find someone in the Public Security Bureau, preferably a leader, to pull some strings and get Chen Fan released? Lin Shuyue stated her idea directly. Humph, that dishonest guy Chen Fan deserved to be arrested. Dong Jinping was still resentful that Chen Fan didn't share his huge lottery win with his family members. She had hinted to Chen Fan several times in the past few days that they should split the bonus equally, but Chen Fan pretended not to know and dodged the question. It was obvious that he wanted to keep all the money for himself. Dong Jinping, whose only concern was money, was convinced that if Chen Fan had won 450 million, he should at least give 100 million each to his father-in-law, mother-in-law, and wife. But Chen Fan pretended not to know anything and remained extremely calm, as if he had never won the lottery, continuing to do the housework he used to do at the Lin family's house, such as cooking and washing clothes. This infuriated Dong Jinping. She feared that Chen Fan would one day suddenly abscond with the money, leaving the Lin family with nothing but loss. Shuyue, it's only right that he was arrested. A dishonest man who doesn't know how to share and has no gratitude deserves no sympathy, even if he spends his whole life in jail. Dong Jinping said ruthlessly. Mom, Chen Fan is a member of our family. How could you do this? Lin Shuyue stomped her foot in anger. Family members? Bah, winning a big prize and not sharing it. Is this person considered a family member? He's a complete selfish bastard. Dong Jinping said angrily. Sigh? Then I'll go to the police station myself to demand my release. Lin Shuyue said, turning to leave. But Dong Jinping grabbed him. What kind of person do you want? Girl, what did Chen Fan do wrong? At a class reunion, a female classmate bullied me, and he kicked her. The woman called the police. I understand. Dong Jinping hesitated for a moment, then said in a low voice, Actually, if you don't mind, you can ask young Master Han for help. Young Master Han told me that his uncle is a leader in the municipal bureau and has very strong connections. Maybe his uncle can get Chen Fan released. Looking for Han Yunsong? Yes, there's no other way now. This is the only option. Mom, you know Han Yunsong's phone number. Can you call him for me? I don't want to have any contact with him. Dong Jinping sighed and said, Fine, I'll call. It's like my husband is the one who went to jail. Immediately afterwards, Dong Jinping dialed Han Yunsong's number. She told him the actual situation and bluntly asked Han Yunsong to ask his uncle to help release Chen Fan. Young Master Han, this is my daughter begging you. Please, for all your sake, help me out. Dong Jinping said earnestly. Okay, but after it's all over, I'd like to have a meal with Akazuki alone. Oh, then I'll ask her. Dong Jinping hung up the phone and said to Lin Shuyue, Chuyue, young Master Han has agreed to help you save people, but he wants to sit with you alone after it's done. No, I knew it. This kind of person would definitely make demands. I don't need his help. I'll find another way. Lin Chuyue resolutely refused. Chuyue, you silly child. Young Master Han meant well. What's wrong with him sitting down and having a meal with you? Will he lose a piece of his flesh? Besides, if Chen Fan is detained for more than 10 days, how bad will our reputation be? Will our family be able to hold our heads high in the neighborhood after that? Moreover, the detention center is full of thugs and hooligans. Chen Fan will definitely get beaten up in there. What if he gets crippled? How will you live the rest of your life, taking care of him at home every day? Upon hearing her mother's words, Lin Chuyue's heart tightened. She realized that what her mother said made sense. Though the words were rough, the reasoning was sound. She didn't want to see Chen Fan encounter even greater misfortune. After a brief silence, Lin Chuyue made up her mind and said, "All right, I agree." Dong Jinping told Han Yunsong that her daughter had agreed, and he was obviously very happy and said he would call his uncle immediately. Han Yunsong's sinister laughter, as if he had succeeded in his scheme, came through the phone, making Lin Chuyue feel nauseous. Never mind all that. Saving lives is the priority. Chapter 53, Boss's Phone Call. Xinhua Road Police Station. Inside the interrogation room, Tang Jijun and a young policeman sat opposite Chen Fan. Chen Fan's hands were handcuffed to the table, but he lay lazily in the chair, clearly not caring. Tang Jijun was in charge of interrogating Chen Fan, while another policeman was in charge of taking his statement. Name? Tang Jijun asked. Chen Fan. Gender? See for yourself. Hey kid, watch your manners. Gender? Just like you. Age? 23. Profession? Unemployed. Home address? Unit 4, 5th floor, Jingfeng residential area. Okay, tell me what happened tonight. At Linglong Tower, I splashed a cup of baijiu, a cup of tea, and a bowl of Westlake beef soup on Tang Yan's face. Then she came to hit me, and I kicked her in self-defense. Chen Fan confessed truthfully. Whether it was self-defense or not is not for you to decide. Tang Jijun continued. Why did you hit him? She's a slut. Tang Jijun and the young policeman were both taken aback. Kid, how dare you talk like that? Tang Jijun clenched his fists, glaring angrily at Chen Fan. You're a grown man, hitting a woman, and you think you're in the right? According to the Public Security Administration law, you assaulted someone in a public place. Although it doesn't meet the sentencing standard for intentional injury, you've still caused trouble and disturbed public order. According to regulations, you'll be detained for 20 days and fined 1,000 yuan. Another police officer added, if you are not satisfied, you can file for administrative review within 2 days. I accept. Chen Fan smiled slightly. Let's do it your way. Seeing Chen Fan's relaxed expression, Tang Jijun gritted his teeth in anger. This kid not only beat up his niece, but his attitude was also arrogant, and he showed no remorse whatsoever. If it were before, he would have definitely turned off the cameras and given him a severe beating. But now interrogations are all recorded in the whole process, so no matter how much he hates it, he can't do anything about it, and can only follow the proper procedures. Sign here. The young policeman brought the interrogation transcript to Chen Fan. Chen Fan signed his name without even looking at it. Xiaozhong, take this man to the detention room. After giving the instructions, Tang Jijun walked out of the interrogation room. He went to the office next door, where his niece, Tang Yan, was sitting in his seat drinking tea. Second uncle, how is it? Has that kid confessed everything? Tang Yan stood up and asked anxiously. He confessed, he admitted to everything. 20 days of detention and a fine of 1,000 yuan, Tang Jijun said. Is 20 days the maximum number of days of detention? Tang Yan continued to ask. Based on his illegal behavior, it is minor, and he will be fined at most 20 days. That's fantastic. Tang Yan smiled happily, her face full of pride, and quickly thanked Tang Jijun. Don't thank me. I'm just upholding the law. Tang Jijun waved his hand and said in a low voice. Do you want me to call your mother and have her come here to pick you up? No need. I can go back by myself. Tang Yan didn't want her family to see her in such a disheveled state after being beaten. She still reeked of alcohol, and her hair and clothes were covered in beef broth. She wanted to find a place to take a shower first, and maybe find a gigolo to play with while she was at it. Watching Tang Yan's departing figure from the police station, Tang Jijun sighed. Sigh, this niece is such a worry. This isn't the first time she's gotten into a fight and ended up at the police station. Moreover, Tang Jijun repeatedly checked the hotel check-in records in the area and found that Tang Yan had stayed overnight with different men. It's fair to say that his niece's private life was rather chaotic, and he wanted to teach her a lesson, but due to their family relationship, he didn't feel comfortable saying so. At this moment, Tang Yan walked out of the police station and onto the bustling street. You piece of trash, you dare hit me? I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget. Ha. And that bitch Lin Xiaoyue, I'll have the entire industry boycott your company and bankrupt you. Then let's see if you'll kneel down and beg me to let you go. Ha. Suddenly, the phone rang. You were the one who wanted to break up, so let's break up. When she looked at the caller ID, she was surprised to see that it was the number of Wu Wendong, the general manager of the Langkoliu area. Huh. Why is Manager Wu calling now? Could it be some last-minute work assignment? As Tang Yan's direct superior, Wu Wendong's words were like imperial edicts to her. She would do anything for him, even accompany 18 burly men at once, without complaint. Manager Wu, good evening. Is there anything I can arrange? Tang Yan, you're going to get me killed. Wu Wendong started cursing as soon as he opened his mouth, showing no mercy to Tang Yan whatsoever. Even though Tang Yan was his most outstanding employee and often went to a hotel with him to discuss biology, his anger was now at its peak, and he felt like he wanted to devour her alive. Tang Yan was struck dumb by this sudden revelation, her mind reeling. Wu Wendong was usually very gentle with her, both in his tone of voice and in other ways. What's wrong with me today? Manager Wu, why did you scold me? Tang Yan asked weakly. Insult you? I'd rather beat you up. Wu Wendong continued his furious rant. Tell me honestly, did you provoke a man named Chen Fan? Speak. Tang Yan's mind went blank. How did Manager Wu know about this? Did he know Chen Fan? Say it now, you bastard. You worthless thing. Wu Wendong's tone became even more furious. Yes. Manager Wu, that good-for-nothing Chen Fan threw wine in my face and hit me. It wasn't me who provoked him. It was him who provoked me. Tang Yan quickly explained. Shut up. Tang Yan, you bitch. You deserve to be splashed with wine and beaten. You'd better go apologize to Chen Fan right now. Kneel down and apologize to him sincerely, preferably cry. Beg him to let you go. Otherwise, our company will suffer along with you. Damn it. You troublemaker. It would be so much better to just stay quiet and be a nuisance. Why did you have to provoke someone you can't afford to mess with? Are you looking for death? Let me tell you, if anything happens to Chen Fan, you're fired. You're no longer a person at Lanko Company. Manager Wu, I'm sorry. Chen Fan, is he a friend of yours? Tang Yan asked, her voice trembling. How could I possibly be qualified to know him? It was General Manager Wei from head office who called, saying he and Chen Fan are sworn brothers, and if even a hair on Chen Fan's head were to fall, I'd be in deep trouble. Don't ask any more questions, just go apologize. Try every possible way to get his forgiveness, and if all else fails, use your special skills. Okay, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Tang Yan panicked. She never expected that Chen Fan had a connection with General Manager Wei at the head office. How did such a good-for-nothing get to know such a big shot? Chapter 54. I'm truly impressed. It turned out that half an hour earlier, Uncle Lu had received that text message from Chen Fan. After getting a general understanding of the situation, Uncle Lu immediately called Wei Hong, the general manager of Lanko in the province. Uncle Lu gave Wei Hong a severe dressing down, and Wei Hong had no choice but to endure it. Afterwards, Wei Hong, who was furious, called Wu Wendong and vented all his anger on him. So Wu Wendong called Tang Yan again, gave her a severe scolding, and told her to apologize immediately. At this moment, Tang Yan had a completely bewildered expression, and her heart was pounding faster than ever. Chen Fan, that good-for-nothing, who seems utterly useless, actually became sworn brothers with Wei Hong, the big boss of the provincial company? This is truly bizarre. Tang Yan had no time to think about this bizarre incident. In order to keep her job, she quickly turned around and headed back to the police station. All the way there, her mind was filled with memories of her years of hard work and struggle at Lankum, rising from a lowly sales clerk to the position of marketing director. How much sweat and toil she had poured into getting to that position. Those bosses and managers treated her like a plaything, not like a human being at all. Today, she cherishes everything she has achieved. Only she knows best the hardships she has gone through to reach her current success. Sometimes, when she's putting on makeup in front of the mirror, she berates herself as a nuisance, a public bus. But more often, when she sees her achievements, a sense of pride flows through her veins. Now she's going to the police station to apologize to Chen Fan and beg for his forgiveness. Although it's incredibly embarrassing and a huge loss of face, it doesn't matter. Compared to all the hardships she's endured, what is this? She's already shameless enough to ignore everything. Inside the detention room of the police station, Chen Fan sat in a chair, leaning against the wall, closing his eyes to rest. In the cramped detention room, besides him, there was also a drunk man. A drunk man caused a disturbance in a public place after getting intoxicated and was arrested after someone called the police. At that moment, a strong smell of alcohol filled the air, and the drunkard squinted his eyes and let out a burp. Hey kid, got a cigarette? The drunkard asked, his words slurred. Yes, come and get it. The drunkard staggered over, and Chen Fan suddenly raised his foot, kicking him away. With a thud, the drunkard crashed into the opposite wall, his eyes closed, and he lost consciousness. Hearing the commotion, Tang Jijun walked over and saw the scene. He frowned and said, Chen Fan, you dare to hit someone, right? Are you a dead pig that doesn't fear boiling water? You dare to lay a hand on someone in the police station? Tang Jijun said angrily. Just then, a woman came running up, out of breath, and tripped and fell because she was running too fast. Xiaoyan, why are you back again? Be careful, Tang Jijun asked in confusion. Ignoring the pain in her knees, Tang Yin ran over like a dog, gripped the iron bars of the detention cell tightly with both hands, and forced a smile. Chen Fan, I've thought about it. I acted a bit too impulsively and shouldn't have let you go to the police station and be detained. After all, you're Qiuyu's husband, and Qiuyu and I were college classmates. What I did was very unfair. So, I want you to be released. Tang Yin then turned to look at Tang Jijun and said, Captain Tang, I'm withdrawing the charges. Please release him. Let's just let this matter drop and not get back to normal. Tang Jijun looked completely bewildered and asked in surprise, Xiaoyan, what are you talking about? I'll withdraw the charges. Open this iron cage quickly and let Chen Fan go. Tang Yin pleaded. Are you sure you want to withdraw the lawsuit and close the case? Tang Jijun asked. Yes. Tang Yin nodded repeatedly. Chen Fan glanced at Tang Yin and sneered. But I don't want to go out. It's fine in here. Huh. Tang Yin smiled ingratiatingly, kneeling on the spot. Chen Fan, don't demean yourself. What's so good about that place? It's dark and damp, and there's a drunk guy there. It's okay, I don't mind. Chen Fan spread his hands, with a harmless smile. Chen Fan you. Tang Yin didn't know what to say. Tang Jijun was completely baffled and asked, Xiaoyan, why are you kneeling? Get up and speak. Second uncle, don't worry about me. I'm not getting up unless Chen Fan agrees to let me out. What are you doing? Tang Jijun was both amused and exasperated. Chen Fan laughed as he saw Tang Yan's disheveled and pathetic state, and asked, Tang Yan, did you receive a call from your boss? Did he tell you to come and kneel down and apologize to me? Tang Yin was instantly startled. How did Chen Fan know? Caught red-handed, she was filled with shame and indignation, her face flushed. She said awkwardly, Chen Fan, we were both wrong about this. I shouldn't have bothered Qiuyu, and you shouldn't have thrown the wine at me. I was just joking with Qiuyu. We're college classmates. How could I really make her drink half a gin of baijiu? You took it too seriously. You were too impulsive. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan shook his head. This despicable woman, even at this point, still tries to shift the blame onto Chen Fan and dares to argue. So you mean it was my fault? Chen Fan said calmly. No, it's just a misunderstanding, okay? I'll back down and let bygones be bygones. I apologize to you. Chen Fan, it's all my fault, but you threw wine, tea, and Westlake beef soup at me, and you kicked me too. Let's just let this matter go. Okay. It's good, but my time has been wasted. I've been a law-abiding citizen since childhood, and I was inexplicably arrested and taken to the police station. It's caused me a lot of mental distress. How do you want to settle this? How are you going to compensate me? Chen Fan crossed his legs, looking like he was negotiating, and said jokingly, Compensation? Tang Yin glanced at Tang Jijun, looking slightly embarrassed, and said, How about this? I'll compensate you in any way you want. As long as you come out. We'll go outside and discuss it. As she spoke, she deliberately flaunted her cleavage and winked at Chen Fan. Tang Jijun blushed, never expecting his niece to say such shameless things in front of her second uncle. No wonder there are so many hotel booking records for Tang Yin on the system. It turns out that's just her true nature. Stop. Chen Fan glanced at Tang Yin with utter disgust and said coldly, You winked at me and made lewd gestures. Are you trying to compensate me with your body? I think you should just give up. Because you're too filthy. I'm truly impressed that you can be so shameless in front of your own elders. Chapter 55 More Reliable. Upon hearing Chen Fan's words, Tang Yin was furious, but dared not show it. In her heart, she cursed. Chen Fan, you worthless dog. You only dare to talk to me like that because you know our boss. You've got me cornered. You piece of trash, thinking I'm dirty? Do you really think you're something special? I'll open the door. You two better leave now. Tang Jijun couldn't take it anymore. He immediately unlocked the detention cell, his face a mixture of anger and uncertainty. Chen Fan stood up, yawned, did a few stretches, and walked out of the detention cell with his head held high. Here's your phone and wallet. Tang Jijun handed Chen Fan his belongings and gestured for him to hurry up and leave. Just then, the drunkard who had been knocked unconscious by Chen Fan suddenly woke up. He glared at Chen Fan, then suddenly lunged at him. Don't go. Kid, you dare hit me? I'll kill you. Chen Fan reacted quickly, grabbing Tang Yan's hair, who was still kneeling on the ground like a dog, and pulling her up to stand in front of him. Suddenly, the drunkard pounced on Tang Yan, and due to his speed, he knocked her to the ground. Chen Fan struck out with his palm, hitting the drunkard squarely in the stomach. The force of the blow was just right. The drunkard's body trembled, his neck stretched out, and he vomited up all the wine and filth in his stomach, vomiting it all onto Tang Yan's face beneath him. Help! Tang Yan was once again subjected to a wave of emotional distress and broke down in tears. Tang Jijun quickly used handcuffs to restrain the drunk man and warned him not to move. Taking advantage of the chaos, Chen Fan strode away from the police station. Just as he arrived at the door, a taxi pulled up, and Chen Fan hailed it and went home. 20 minutes later, Chen Fan returned home. In the living room, Lin Guozhong, Dong Jinping, and Lin Shuyue were all sitting on the sofa, waiting for Han Yunsong's reply. Han Yunsong promised to use his uncle's connections to get Chen Fan released from the police station, but so far there has been no word from him, and it's unclear how things are progressing. When the three of them saw Chen Fan walk into the house with a relaxed expression, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Fan, are you alright? Lin Shuyue quickly stood up, took Chen Fan's hand, and asked with concern. It's nothing. I rested inside for a while, and then came out, Chen Fan replied. He noticed that Lin Shuyue's palms were sweaty as she held his hand, showing how anxious she was. Her fair, smooth hands took his hand, which warmed Chen Fan's heart. It's good that you're out, and everything's alright. Here, have some tea to calm your nerves. Lin Guozhong smiled Ly and got up to make Chen Fan a cup of tea. Thank you, Dad. I'm not thirsty. It has nothing to do with whether you're thirsty or not. This cup of tea is called welcome drink, and it will do you good for you after you drink it, Lin Guozhong explained with a smile. At this moment, Dong Jinping rolled her eyes at her husband Lin Guozhong and said, You're such a troublemaker, so frivolous. Look at what you're saying. What's wrong with pouring a cup of tea for your son-in-law? Lin Guozhong retorted. Oh, you dare to talk back? Dong Jinping raised her voice. Her position in the family was not to be challenged. Dad, Mom, stop arguing. It's a good thing that Chen Fan is back. Can our family be more harmonious now? Lin Shuyue advised. He was able to get out thanks to young Master Han. Shuyue, you must thank young Master Han properly, Dong Jinping said while eating sunflower seeds. Han Xiao? Chen Fan was a little confused. Whether I can get out or not has nothing to do with that kid Han Yunsong. Shuyue, what's going on? Just as she was wondering what was going on, Dong Jinping's WeChat rang. It turned out to be a video sent by Han Yunsong. Lin Shuyue had blocked Han Yunsong not long ago, but he was still on Dong Jinping's WeChat friends list. From beginning to end, Dong Jinping never gave up on trying to bring her daughter and Han Yunsong together. In her eyes, Han Yunsong possessed all the qualities of a perfect son-in-law. Of course, the most important thing was that he was rich and willing to spend money on her family. Chen Fan, on the other hand, was completely different. Before he won the lottery, Dong Jinping looked down on him and treated him like a dog. After winning, Chen Fan remained overly calm and didn't share the money with his family. He was too heartless and ungrateful. What use is such a person as a son-in-law? Besides, Chen Fan is the kind of loser who got rich overnight, and in terms of manners, taste, and financial management, he can't compare to Han Yunsong. Who knows? He might squander all that money one day. Compared to that, Han Yunsong is much more reliable. Therefore, even though Lin Shuyue and Chen Fan's relationship is developing rapidly, deep down, Dong Jinping still hopes that the two can divorce so that a rich young man like Han Yunsong can take over her daughter's life. At this moment, Dong Jinping couldn't wait to answer the video call sent by Han Yunsong. In the video, Han Yunsong is in the corridor of a KTV. Good evening, Andy. I've already told my uncle about what you asked me to do, and he'll put in a good word for the people at the police station, Han Yunsong said, as if showing off his achievement. Oh, Mr. Han, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, Chen Fan would still be locked up inside. Dong Jinping said with a smile. Huh? He's out so soon? Auntie, do you mean Chen Fan is back? Han Yunsong asked, slightly surprised. Yes. Look, Dong Jinping adjusted the camera to include Chen Fan in the shot. I saw it, Andy. That useless dog looks really lewd in the video. Switch to another video right away. Where's Shuyue? Do you want to see the autumn moon? I'll let you see it. At this moment, Lin Shuyue didn't give him a chance at all. She turned around, went into the bedroom, and slammed the door shut. Sorry, Mr. Han. Shuyue's stomach isn't feeling well today, so she's going to rest. You can talk to her again when you're having dinner together another day. Okay. Annie, could you please tell Shuyue that I've made a reservation at a restaurant not far from their company, called Semita Korean Barbecue? Please tell Shuyue to be there on time tomorrow at noon, and I'll be waiting for her there. Okay. Dong Jinping nodded with a smile. After the video call ended, Dong Jinping ignored Chen Fan, pushed open Lin Xiuyue's bedroom door, and called out, "Xiuyue, did you hear that? Han Xiao is having lunch with you tomorrow at a Korean barbecue restaurant near your company. You absolutely have to go." "Mom, I understand," Lin Xiuyue replied in a low voice. Upon hearing the mother and daughter's conversation, Chen Fan's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly asked, "What exactly is going on? Xiuyu, why are you going on a date with Han Yunsong? Isn't it all because of you? Young Master Han helped us so much by releasing you. You troublemaker, and all you asked for was a small request to have dinner with Xiuyue. Can't you even grant that request?" Dong Jinping glared at Chen Fan fiercely. Chapter 56, Don't Be Jealous. Chen Fan, don't be jealous. I agreed to Han Yunsong's request to save you. Tomorrow is just a meal with him as a way of thanking him. Nothing else will happen. You don't need to worry about me, Lin Xiuyue comforted her. Chen Fan suddenly realized. It turns out that the mother and daughter had both misunderstood. They assumed that Chen Fa was released because he used Han Yunsong's connections, that Han Yunsong had asked someone for help. Chen Fan argued logically. You overestimate Han Yunsong. My release has absolutely nothing to do with him. Yeah, you think you're so great that people let you out. Dong Jinping mocked. How can a person not have a shred of gratitude? Chen Fan, you're a heartless ingrate. You're not grateful to our family, fine, but when others are willing to help you, you don't have a shred of conscience. Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? But it really wasn't Han Yunsong who helped me, Chen Fan wanted to explain. However, Dong Jinping immediately became furious and did not allow Chen Fan to say anything more. People who don't know how to be grateful are worse than dogs. If you give a dog a bone, it will wag its tail next time it sees you. Ugh, it's infuriating. After Dong Jinping finished speaking, she went into Lin Xiuyue's bedroom and closed the door behind her, leaving Chen Fan with no choice but to turn away. She sat at the head of Lin Xiuyue's bed, took her daughter's hand in her own, and said earnestly, "Xiuyue, now you see clearly what kind of person Chen Fan is, right? Young Master Han disregarded past grievances and used his connections to save him, but he doesn't appreciate the kindness at all. He's a complete ingrate. I saw through his true nature 2 years ago, which is why I've been advising you to get a divorce. Child, I'm doing this for your own good. That good-for-nothing has really questionable character. If you trust your mother, divorce him as soon as possible and develop a relationship with young Master Han." Lin Xiuyue frowned, pulled her hand back from her mother's, and said, "Mom, please stop. I will absolutely not divorce Chen Fan." Her resolute attitude infuriated Dong Jinping. Why couldn't she listen to reason? Just then, there was a knock on the bedroom door, and Lin Guozhong's voice came through. "Jinping, are you trying to get your daughter to get a divorce again? Can't you just shut up? Other parents hope their children will have happy marriages, but what about you? You're hoping for a divorce soon? Go to sleep if you have nothing else to do, and stop putting pressure on your daughter." Dong Jinping was furious. She jumped out of bed, rushed out the door, and pointed at her husband Lin Guozhong's nose, roaring, "Do you have any right to speak in this house? Am I harming Xiuyue by advising her to divorce? Don't you care about your own daughter? What kind of good-natured person are you? Have you considered your daughter's happiness for the rest of her life? If you hadn't listened to the old man and let that good-for-nothing marry into the family, the Lin family would never have split up." A barrage of questions left Lin Guozhong speechless. He had no choice but to sit on the sofa and light a cigarette. He wanted to drown his sorrows in smoke. In the storage room, Chen Fan overheard his mother-in-law scolding his father-in-law, which was mostly directed at him. It turned out that Dong Jinping, still harboring ill intentions, hadn't quieted down for long before she started urging her daughter to get a divorce again. Chen Fan was well aware that his mother-in-law was, in a sense, coercing him to hand over the money he had won. Dong Jinping believed Chen Fan was the winner of the 450 million yuan lottery, but he didn't want to share the money with his family and had even planned to abscond. "Humph, for the past 2 years, you've insulted me, bullied me, and called me a piece of trash and an ingrate at least 1,000 times. Now you want me to give you another 100 million? Dream on." Chen Fan wanted to prove himself. He couldn't accept being treated like a dog, forced to offer up even a bone. Chen Fan didn't want to use money to gain his mother-in-law's approval. He didn't want to go out and explain the matter. The innocent will clear themselves, and the truth will come to light. However, he was 100% opposed to Lin Xiuyue having lunch alone with Han Yunsong tomorrow. He used to live a humble life, relying on his wife for support, with no say in the world, and his wife was vulnerable to being pursued or even seduced by other men. Now that Chen Fan has a career and power, how could he possibly let his wife be coveted by others? Early the next morning, Chen Fan drove Lin Xiuyue to work. As Chen Fan dropped Chen Fan off at his workplace and was about to get out of the car, he asked, "I'll pick you up at noon." "No need," Lin Xiuyue waved her hand. Chen Fan knew that Lin Xiuyue had already decided to have dinner with Han Yunsong, so he didn't need to pick her up. Xiuyue, I was able to get out of the police station last night because Tang Yin and I reached a settlement. She asked the police to release me. It wasn't because Han Yunsong used his connections. If you believe me, then don't go to dinner with Han Yunsong, Chen Fan explained earnestly. Lin Xiuyue smiled calmly. Do you think Tang Yin will let you off? She probably hopes you'll stay in there forever and rot in jail. Chen Fan, how many times has this happened? How many more times do you want to lie to me? Han Yunsong is pursuing me. I know he's a playboy with ulterior motives, but this time he really helped me a lot. I reluctantly agreed to have lunch with him for your sake. But don't worry, this is my last lunch with him. There will be absolutely zero contact after this. Don't be jealous. I'm not jealous. I just don't want my wife dating other men. It's a man's dignity and bottom line. After all, we're still legally married. Chen Fan said righteously. He was slightly agitated, and a few drops of saliva landed on Lin Xiuyue's face. Lin Xiuyue didn't wipe it, but just let out a cold laugh and got out of the car. Looking at Lin Xiuyue's slender and graceful back, Chen Fan shook his head and suddenly felt a chill in his heart. It's so cold it's freezing. He had done so much for Lin Xiuyue, and she must have seen it all and remembered it. But even now, she still didn't trust Chen Fan and was skeptical of every word he said. What chilled him even more was that Lin Xiuyue still agreed to have dinner with Han Yunsong despite Chen Fan's strong opposition. Even if Han Yunsong used his connections to get him out yesterday, and Han Yunsong helped him, Lin Xiuyue can still completely break her promise to another man and resolutely refuse to go to the dinner party. It seems that Chen Fan always harbored some resentment in her heart and was merely a dispensable servant. The more I think about it, the more conflicted and upset I get. Chen Fan slammed his fist on the steering wheel, focusing all his anger on one person. This person, Ishan Yunsong. If this guy hadn't been so persistent in harassing and pestering Lin Xiuyue, this wouldn't have happened. One's own wife needs to be gradually educated. This is an internal conflict. But those stinky flies that keep circling around the fat must be swatted into mincemeat with a fly swatter. Chapter 57, Stock Market Crash. Chen Fan made a phone call to Uncle Lu. Hey, Uncle Lu, do me a favor. Young master, please speak freely. I will do anything within my power, even at the cost of my life. Uncle Lu's attitude was extremely respectful and sincere. Investigate Han Yunsong's company. I want his company to disappear from the face of the earth. I'd better make that scoundrel Han Yunsong disappear too. Chen Fan ordered viciously. Don't worry, young master. I'll take care of it right away. When the stock market opened, the investors who had bought Hanjian coal were filled with hope. At 9 a.m., less than 3 minutes after the official opening of the market, Hanjian coal experienced a precipitous drop. Before many investors could even sell, the stock price plummeted into an abyss. Originally priced at 40 yuan per share, it crashed at the close of trading just 3 minutes later, dropping to a mere 0.8 yuan per share. Countless stock investors have lost everything. They've been driven to bankruptcy. They never imagined that Hanjian coal, which had entered a crazy bull market a few days ago and was performing well, would suddenly hit the daily limit down as soon as the market opened today. And it plummeted in a straight line. Hanjian Coal is the largest coal company in Lusher, controlling and integrating almost 80% of the city's coal market. It is a large listed company. Han Yunsong's father, Han Jian, started as a coal miner, worked hard, endured hardship and persevered, and gradually built a huge coal empire. The company's market value has reached 70 billion, and it acquired 2 small coal companies last week. Its business development can be described as smooth sailing, and the stock market is very optimistic. But today's 3 black minutes came without any warning. Even the most authoritative stock market experts were speechless with astonishment. Most of them, who yesterday were strongly recommending that individual investors, banks, wealth management groups, and fundraising companies buy large amounts of Hanjian coal stock, have all been proven wrong today. According to Daily Finance, the stock market experienced a black 3 minutes, with Hanjian coal plummeting immediately after the market opened, breaking the record for the largest drop. Economic Hour. Devastating news for the stock market. Hanjian coal's market value evaporated by 50 billion yuan in a single day. Lusher Financial News. 7 major shareholders collectively withdraw their investment, leaving Hanjian coal with nothing. After suffering a loss of 50 billion yuan and facing zero financing, the company's cash flow has dried up, bringing it one step closer to bankruptcy. Business Monthly. A harsh winter has arrived for the coal industry. Lusher Hanjian Coal Group is on the verge of bankruptcy without warning, and departments such as Industry and Commerce, Finance, and Banking Regulatory Commission have intervened in the investigation. Stock Market Daily. 130,000 stock investors lost everything, going bankrupt in 3 minutes. Over 2,000 people besieged the Hanjian Coal headquarters building. Police deployed a large force to maintain order and prevent vandalism and arson. At 11 a.m., the Hanjian Coal building, a 53-story silver-white building located on Chuanguang Road in the bustling Chengzhong district of Lushi, was packed with people. These people were retail investors who bought Hanjian Coal stock. They all lost everything, almost losing their pants. In forums, online communities, WeChat groups, and stock market QQ groups, someone stirred things up, and these people, who had become penniless in 3 minutes, gathered from all directions with a heart full of anger and surrounded Hanjian Coal building. Not far away, there were 7 or 8 police cars, their flashing lights dazzling even in broad daylight. 2 more SWAT teams were on standby in case of a mass incident. People were outraged and began chanting slogans, roughly meaning that unscrupulous companies had caused shareholders to lose all their money, that there was something fishy going on, and that they had to pay compensation. Before long, the number of people grew from a few hundred to 2,000 or 3,000, and the sound of everyone shouting slogans was like a mountain roaring and a tsunami. The security door of Hanjian Coal building was locked tight. The security guards and staff inside stared wide-eyed in terror, hoping that the police and special police would quickly intervene to stop these people's violent behavior and send them home. However, these people's anger only grew, and they gradually began throwing stones and bricks at the building. Whoosh! A huge piece of glass was shattered by a stone, producing a deafening sound. The police chief used a loudspeaker to say, "Please remain calm. Do not engage in any extreme behavior. Express your demands reasonably and legally." The whole scene was like a bomb about to be lit, ready to explode at any moment, extremely tense. On the 38th floor of the Hanjian Coal building, a white-haired man with a worried expression stood in front of a huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking utterly bewildered. He is Hanjian, the founder of the group. He never imagined that the 7 major shareholders, who were holding a board meeting at 8 a.m. this morning, would all withdraw their investment without hesitation after the stock price plummeted at 9 a.m. They showed no mercy whatsoever. They were chatting and laughing with me this morning, discussing several bigger projects. Why did they all withdraw their investments at once? Hanjian couldn't understand, and felt confused and disoriented. If the 7 major shareholders had not withdrawn their investment in unison and had not taken advantage of the situation, then even if the stock market had lost 50 billion, he would still have at least 20 billion in funds to operate and be able to make a comeback. Now, Hanjian is practically bankrupt. Looking down at the more than 2,000 furious people below the building, listening to their impassioned slogans, the sirens of police cars, and the announcements from loudspeakers, he completely broke down. 2 streams of murky tears unknowingly streamed down an old face covered in wrinkles and bearing the marks of time. Behind her, a female secretary in a black business suit sobbed. "Chairman Han, what should we do? We've locked the downstairs doors, but we're afraid those people will rush in and beat us up." Hanjian didn't turn around and asked in a hoarse voice, "Safety first. No matter what, we must ensure the safety of everyone in our building. I believe the police will quell public outrage." "Yes." The secretary wiped away her tears and nodded. "Where's my son Yunsong?" Hanjian wanted to say a few words about his last wishes before jumping off the building to commit suicide. Young master didn't come to work today. He seemed to have told another secretary that he was going to meet an important client. "Not here?" "Good." Hanjian nodded. He gestured for his female secretary to leave. After the female secretary left, Hanjian dejectedly tore at his white hair, actually pulling out 2 handfuls. "Son, I'm so sorry. I built this coal empire for you, but I failed to consolidate it. Daughter, you're studying abroad. Please don't come back. If the company goes bankrupt, I'll be 10 billion yuan in debt because of financing problems. Yunsong, Yin, I'm so sorry. Life is really too hard." After Hanjian finished speaking, he didn't even leave a suicide note. He opened the window and jumped off the building. 38 floors. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, a dark figure descended from the sky. Bang! A loud bang. It crashed heavily onto a white Mercedes-Benz sedan, flattening the roof of the car. The alarm blared, and to everyone's horror, the very culprit they had all been condemning, Hanjian, had jumped to his death. He died instantly, a gruesome sight. His brains were spilling out. The female secretary stood on the 38th floor, staring at the tragedy, and covered her mouth, sobbing. "Wah? My car." Chapter 58. Fierce as a Tiger. Korean barbecue restaurant. Han Yunsong arrived at the store early in the morning, found the manager, and offered a high price to book the entire store. Han Yunsong put a lot of thought into giving Lin Xiuyue a surprise that would satisfy and move her. He made the shop assistants wear uniforms, which were T-shirts printed with love, the first letters of their surnames, and the English word that followed had a specific meaning. The barbecue restaurant was surrounded by various fresh flowers, all bought early that morning from a nearby flower shop. They were very fresh and had a pleasant fragrance. A red carpet leads directly to the most luxurious VIP barbecue room. The carpet was covered with rose petals, Lin Xiuyue's favorite. Whether it's the large screen inside the barbecue restaurant or the small screen in the private room, Lin Xiuyue's artistic photos are continuously played to the accompaniment of warm and lyrical songs. These artistic photos were taken by Lin Xiuyue during her university years. It's unknown what connections Han Yun-sung used, how much trouble he went through, or how much money he spent to get them. He felt it was all worthwhile. Although his ultimate goal was still to sleep with Lin Xiuyue, how could he have succeeded so easily without thorough preparation? Lin Xiuyue is unlike other girls. She's not someone you can easily win over. It's not something you can just do by giving her a BMW or a diamond necklace and expecting her to go to a hotel to discuss biology. She was also the woman Han Yun-sung loved most and wanted to conquer from the bottom of his heart. Therefore, he spared no effort and money to create surprises and romance for Lin Xiuyue. Play music as soon as my girlfriend walks in, you know? Don't make it too loud, or you'll scare her. The barbecue we ordered will definitely be the most authentic imported beef, and it has to be incredibly fresh. I'll snap my fingers. And your people will bring up the 999 roses we prepared, and the violinist needs to be there too. What? Play Today Is a Good Day on the violin? Play your ass. Make him play a romantic song, like Carmen, or something like Nessun Dorma. Han Yun-sung stood in the center of the barbecue restaurant, explaining the entire process to the store manager in detail, making sure everything was clear and straightforward. The store manager was taking notes in a small notebook, nodding his head like a chicken pecking at rice. The other waiters were also busy setting up the venue, creating a bustling scene. An unsuspecting person might have thought a wedding was about to be held. In reality, it was just a date, a dinner party. After giving the store manager his last few instructions, Han Yun-sung glanced at his Rolex gold watch. It was past 11 o'clock, and Lin Xiuyue would be arriving at 12. He was getting impatient. He rubbed his hands together, a smile on his face, humming a little tune. Just as he was about to go to the restroom, he received a phone call. Hey, young master. Something terrible has happened. Wah. On the phone, I could hear the housekeeper crying. Han Yun-sung frowned and quickly asked, Uncle Zhang, don't cry. What happened? Tell me slowly. The chairman committed suicide by jumping off a building. Boom. This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, completely shattering Han Yun-sung's previously high spirits. Uncle Zhang, don't joke around. This kind of joke isn't something you can just make lightly. Young master, it's true. The chairman jumped to his death from his office on the 38th floor. Because our stock price plummeted, thousands of shareholders who bought our shares surrounded the building, chanting slogans to overthrow Hanjian Group. Alas, even the 7 major shareholders withdrew their investments at the same time, causing the company's cash flow to break down. Not only is it on the verge of bankruptcy, but it may also be heavily indebted. After saying this, the housekeeper started sobbing again. Han Yun-sung shouted, Uncle Zhang, don't scare me. Young master, when have I ever scared you? When have I ever lied? Please come to the company building quickly and help the old man collect his body. Why, it's too tragic. Han Yun-sung suddenly collapsed onto the floor, his expression blank and his eyes vacant. Stock market crash? Shareholders withdrawing their investment? Stockholders besieging the area? Did Han Jian, the old man, commit suicide? OMG, are you trying to kill us? Han Yun-sung stood there in a daze for a few minutes, then suddenly burst into tears. Many waiters gathered around, looking at him in astonishment. Young Master Han, what's wrong? What happened? The store manager asked. Wah, you guys who bought the stocks. Han Yun-sung wiped away his tears, forcing himself to remain calm. I usually buy a little bit, the store manager said, raising his hand. Hurry up and search for me. What was the closing price of Hanjian coal this morning? Was it the daily limit up or the daily limit down? Han Yun-sung asked anxiously. The store manager opened the stock trading app on his phone, flipped through a few pages, and suddenly his eyes widened in shock, leaving him speechless. What's going on? Tell me quickly, Han Yun-sung urged. Reporting to young Master Han, Hanjian coal stock price has hit the daily limit down. It was halted after only 3 minutes of trading, and the closing price was 80 cents per share. The store manager made an 8-shaped hand gesture. 8 Mao. Han Yun-sung stammered. How is that possible? Oh no. Breaking news. The chairman of Hanjian Coal Group has committed suicide by jumping off a building. A waiter shouted as he looked at the latest news on his phone. The others also took out their phones and refreshed the page. According to the latest report, Han Jian had indeed committed suicide. Really, this is the biggest news in Lushur this year. The company is about to go bankrupt, and and Han Jian will be burdened with billions of yuan in debt. I can understand why he committed suicide to seek relief. But he's dead, and he's harmed his descendants. Won't those descendants have to pay the price? If I were Han Jian's son, I would have jumped off the building too. The pressure would be too much. People were all talking about it. Han Yunsong silently stood up and walked towards the door like a walking corpse. Young Master Han, where are you going? Are you still going to hold the date ceremony at noon? The store manager asked from behind. Han Yunsong didn't reply or turn around. He walked step by step to the door and headed towards the parking lot. At this moment, someone in the know whispered to the store manager, "Manager, that's Han Jian's son, Han Yunsong." The store manager was so surprised he couldn't speak. It seems that Han Xiao's carefully planned lunchtime date will have to be cancelled. From dating to attending a funeral, it all happened in the blink of an eye. This sudden turn of events is chilling. Outside the barbecue restaurant, the originally clear sky seemed to be in time with the rain, as if it were a sudden clap of thunder, followed by a downpour. Han Yunsong braved the heavy rain and got into his Audi A8. His car had just driven out of the parking lot and onto the road when a white Volkswagen parked on the side of the road followed. That's right, it was Chen Fan who was following Han Yunsong. Chen Fan had been waiting here for quite some time. He received word that Han Yunsong had arrived at the Korean barbecue restaurant early in the morning, so he drove over and sat in his car using binoculars to observe the situation inside the restaurant and Han Yunsong's every move. Meanwhile, Chen Fan was also keeping up with the latest news, such as the sharp drop in Han Jian's coal stocks and Han Jian's suicide by jumping off a building. Only after Han Yunsong walked out of the barbecue restaurant, looking utterly dejected, did Chen Fan finally let out a cold laugh. "Trying to seduce my woman? You're dreaming. Go collect your father's corpse." The sharp drop in Han Jian Coal Company's stock price, the company's collapse, the withdrawal of investment from the 7 major shareholders, and the suicide of the big boss, all these events were orchestrated behind the scenes by Chen Fan's people. This operation was as ruthless as a tiger and leopard, not only successfully causing Han Yunsong's company to burst like a bubble, but also, as an unexpected bonus, even leading to his father's suicide. Han Jian's suicide was truly not part of the plan. However, the arrangements made by Han Yunsong should be under their control from now on. Chapter 59 Collision. Jinhua Avenue is a newly built ring road, so it's not as congested as the city center. At this moment, Han Yunsong was driving his car at high speed on the road. He was extremely anxious, yet his heart ached unbearably. My own father really jumped off a building and committed suicide, falling to his death and becoming a pile of mud. When he arrives at the scene, he will witness a horrific scene, the legendary tragedy of a parent outliving their child. The black Audi A8, like a bolt of lightning, was speeding at 80 miles per hour. This speed was actually considered speeding in the city. But Han Yunsong couldn't care less. He had to get to the coal building as soon as possible. My father had it so tough. He went from a coal miner to a wealthy coal mining tycoon. Why couldn't this outstanding talent, who was named one of the top 10 outstanding entrepreneurs in Lusher, withstand the pressure and choose to jump to his death? Money can be earned back. Han Yunsong's mind was in turmoil. Sometimes he recalled his father's voice and smile. Sometimes he thought of his mother's unexpected death when he was a child. And sometimes he thought of his younger sister who was studying abroad. Could this be retribution for harming too many young girls, even causing them to get pregnant and have abortions? Did those 30-odd aborted fetuses bankrupt my family company instantly and drive my father to suicide? As he pondered, his thoughts drifted off course. Chen Fan, who was following him, gradually reduced his speed. He didn't want to speed like Han Yunsong. If they were caught on camera, it would be troublesome later. Besides, it was raining heavily, and driving too fast was extremely dangerous. He took out his phone and called Uncle Lu. "Hey, Uncle Lu, Han Yunsong's car is at intersection B on Jinhua Avenue. I can't keep up with it. I'm counting on you guys to handle the rest." "Young master, everything has been arranged. Please rest assured," Uncle Lu said confidently. After hanging up the phone, Chen Fan slowed his car down to 20 miles per hour, turned on the car stereo, and leisurely hummed along to the music. "I'm like a fish in your lotus pond." Just then, at the intersection ahead, a dump truck suddenly rushed out and crashed into an Audi A8 traveling at high speed. Boom. The accident scene was horrific. Due to the high speed of both vehicles, the Audi spun twice in the air before crashing to the ground, becoming a pile of scrap metal. Due to inertia, the dump truck took several seconds to come to a stop. The rear of the truck swung out, hitting 3 or 4 cars that were traveling normally. The other vehicles sustained only minor scratches, but a Toyota minivan was badly damaged. Its front end was smashed, leaving debris scattered all over the ground. Hearing a loud crash ahead, Chen Fan stopped his car on the side of the road, got out, opened an umbrella, and walked towards the accident scene. A black Audi A8 lay overturned on the ground, shards of glass scattered everywhere. Yes, that was Han Yunsong's car. The driver's cab was severely deformed, and a stream of dark red blood flowed out of the vehicle, which was diluted by the rain. It seems that Han Yunsong is in grave danger. The dump truck driver, however, fled the scene after the accident, leaving the truck door wide open and disappearing without a trace. Perfect. Chen Fan nodded in satisfaction and was about to turn and leave when he suddenly heard a shrill scream, which made him look over. Qian Qian. A woman in blue, exceptionally beautiful, crawled out of the Toyota van that had been hit by the rear of a dump truck, but her face was covered in blood. She was probably the driver of the commercial vehicle. She was shouting at the collapsed back seat of the car because her beloved daughter was sitting inside. Help! Help my Qian Qian. The woman lay on the ground, staring at the crushed and deformed back seat of the car. Her daughter seemed somewhat delirious, but was not yet dead. Cough cough. Help my life. Save me. The little girl named Qian seemed to be somewhat delirious, only able to repeat these two sentences unconsciously. Her breathing was also weak. If she wasn't rescued in time, something bad might happen. Fortunately, Chen Fan exercises regularly, so he is in excellent physical condition and has great strength, capable of moving extremely heavy objects. For example, right now he struggled to lift the front of the car and then forcibly smashed all the windows, making sure to smash them all to the outside to avoid hurting Qian. He then tried to support Qian's body and slowly pulled her out from inside. Come help. She's still alive. Chen Fan was so angry that he almost spat out blood when he saw the passersby standing there dumbfounded watching the commotion. He quickly shouted. Several strong young men ran out from the crowd and, together with him, forcibly lifted the car and slowly pulled Qian out. They laid Qian flat on the ground, and several people quickly came over to hold umbrellas to shield her from the rain. Chen Fan reached out and checked the little girl's breathing. It was so weak it was almost gone. At this time, it would still be a few minutes before the ambulance arrived. Due to the traffic accident, there was a traffic jam. Even though all cars would give way when they heard the ambulance's siren, it would still be a little slow. It seems Chen Fan will have to use his medical skills. He doesn't want to watch an extremely cute little girl die before his eyes. Does anyone have clean bottled water and a towel? Please give them to me. This little girl is in bad shape and needs emergency care. Chen Fan shouted to the people around him while performing CPR on Qian. I have some here. I have some here, young man. Please take a look and see if it will work for you. An older woman came up and quickly handed over a bottle of water and a clean towel. There are indeed more good people in this world. After accepting the towel, Chen Fan thanked her and then wet the towel with water before washing Qian's face and wiping away the blood so that she could breathe smoothly. He then had someone bring several wooden sticks to stabilize Qian's somewhat deformed arm, ensuring it wouldn't worsen. He also used strips of cloth to bandage her bleeding wound, slowing the rate of blood loss. Everyone, don't touch them. Wait for the ambulance. Touching them rashly could easily cause further injury. Chen Fan reminded everyone, wiping his sweat. My child, you mustn't get hurt. Wah. The beautiful woman was on the verge of a breakdown and was about to rush forward, but Chen Fan grabbed her and held her back. A delicate fragrance filled the air, not the scent of perfume, but the natural aroma of a woman's body. Her stunningly proportioned, voluptuous figure struggled in Chen Fan's arms. Warm tears dripped onto Chen Fan's arm. In that moment, the greatness of maternal love was fully revealed. Let me go, I want to see my daughter. Calm down. The child shouldn't move around right now. We need to wait for the doctor. Chen Fan kindly reminded her in her ear. Chapter 60. The matter has been taken care of. Beep beep. Just then, the ambulance arrived. A doctor and two nurses immediately rushed to the side of the van. The doctor examined Qian's eyes, listened to her heartbeat, and then shook his head. I'm sorry, the child is already. The doctor sighed helplessly. Please, save my daughter. Doctor. Physician. Save her. If you can save my daughter, I, Chao Meishue, will give you all my money. I'll give you whatever you want. I'll serve you like a slave for the rest of my life. Wah. Chao Meishue knelt on the ground, crying her heart out, and even the onlookers couldn't help but shed tears. It's such a pity that such a young girl in the prime of her life died in a car accident. Chen Fan kept comforting Chao Meishue, gently stroking her back. At the same time, the woman's identity shocked many people. She is the richest woman in Lushi. Chao Meishue, the founder of Xueqin Group, is one of the few top female businesswomen in Lushi, with a net worth of hundreds of billions. Qian is her only daughter. Her husband disappeared mysteriously many years ago, a case that remains unsolved, leaving her and her daughter Qian to rely on each other. The vast fortune they own will eventually be inherited by Qian. However, this unexpected tragedy has left Qian severely injured and on the verge of death. Please, please save her. You know medicine, and you're a good person. Please save my daughter. Suddenly, Xiao Meishua turned around and kowtowed to Chen Fan, begging for his help. Big sister, I study traditional Chinese medicine. I might not be able to help with this kind of injury, Chen Fan said with a troubled expression. Please, I'm begging you. Why you have to help me? Xiao Meishua kowtowed several times, her forehead red and swollen. Chen Fan quickly stepped forward to help her up, feeling conflicted. Young man, why don't you give it a try? Yeah, since the person is already in critical condition, you might as well try anything. Keep going. Maybe you can pull them back to life. The crowd urged Chen Fan to give it a try. Chen Fan gritted his teeth and stepped forward. Does anyone have a needle? Chen Fan asked, squatting down next to Qian. I have some. The old lady who had delivered the towels earlier reappeared. She took a few safety pins and asked, will these work? It'll do. Chen Fan took the pins and borrowed a lighter to sterilize the tips. Then, he ripped open Qian's shirt. Young man. What are you doing? Xiao Meishua looked slightly anxious when she saw that her daughter's shirt had been torn off, leaving her with only a simple covering. Trust me, then don't say a word, Chen Fan said sternly. With such a large crowd watching, and in front of the daughter's biological mother, what could Chen Fan possibly do to the girl? Xiao Meishua's worries were truly unnecessary. Chen Fan first checked Qian's pulse. Although extremely weak, it wasn't completely stopped beating. A beating pulse, but almost no heart function, could be considered a medical condition known as apparent death. Without immediate treatment, even the pulse would gradually disappear. Without delay, Chen Fan held the needles between two fingers and inserted them into Qian's Tanzhong and Juk acupoints respectively, then gently rotated them. Qian's pulse gradually improved, beating faster and faster. This was because the car accident had caused a fracture in her arm, leading to blood pooling and insufficient blood supply to the heart and brain. Chen Fan's acupuncture treatment had relieved the congestion and improved blood flow, giving her signs of life recovery. Then, Chen Fan had the doctor and a nurse lift Qian up, and then he went behind her and slapped her with his palm. Suddenly, to everyone's astonishment, Qian's chest heaved, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Ugh! Qian gasped for breath, her eyes wide with terror. Quickly, save her! Chen Fan shouted to the doctor. The stunned doctors and nurses nodded quickly and immediately began resuscitation efforts before lifting Qian onto a stretcher. Surprisingly, the onlookers spontaneously burst into applause. A girl who had been sentenced to death was saved by Chen Fan with 2 needles and a palm strike. Thank you, miracle doctor. Xiao Meishua knelt down again and kowtowed to Chen Fan. Chen Fan helped her up again, saying, No need to thank me, I was just as worried. I will repay you, my great benefactor. Xiao Meishua said before going to the hospital in the ambulance. As Chen Fan walked back with his umbrella, the crowd automatically parted to make way for him, sending him off with admiring and envious glances. In the Audi A8 not far away, Han Yunsong's body had already gone cold. Shortly after, the City Traffic Police Brigade reported a major traffic accident that occurred on Jinhua Avenue. The cause of the accident was brake failure in the large truck, while the Audi was speeding. Both parties shall bear 50% of the responsibility. The Audi driver, Han Yunsong, died at the scene. He was the son of Han Jian, chairman of Han Jian Coal Group. Previously, Han Jian had committed suicide by jumping from a building due to a sharp drop in the company's stock price and shareholders withdrawing their investments. Han Yunsong was speeding on his way to the company when he collided with a large truck. The truck driver later turned himself into the traffic police. As Chen Fan drove back, he received a text message from Uncle Lu. Young master, the matter has been taken care of. Chen Fan smiled slightly. Then, he sent Lu Bo a text message. Well done, Uncle Lu. One last thing. Contact the owner of the barbecue restaurant where Han Yunsong stayed this morning and tell him that Han Yunsong won't be able to eat barbecue because someone else wants to book the whole place. At noon, Lin Shuyue, who had been busy all morning, hurriedly arrived downstairs at the company. She planned to go to South Korea to have dinner with Han Yunsong. Chen Fan drove his car into the building and honked the horn once. Shuyue, get in the car. I'll take you there, Chen Fan said. No need, the shop is right here. I can walk there. Lin Shuyue didn't get in the car and walked straight to the entrance. She knew that Chen Fan desperately didn't want her to have dinner with Han Yunsong. Once she got in the car, Chen Fan would likely drive somewhere else to prevent her from going to the barbecue restaurant. I'm giving you one last piece of advice. Don't go, Chen Fan said seriously, sticking his head out of the car window. This was the last chance he was giving Lin Shuyue. Lin Shuyue stepped forward and stood in front of the car door, speaking to Chen Fan in an even more serious tone. What kind of person is it to break a promise and not keep it? Chen Fan, remember this. I am a businesswoman, and I uphold the spirit of contracts. Keeping my word is my principle. Besides, I have already told you that after lunch, I will not contact Han Yun-sung again. Don't you trust your wife? I definitely believe you, but I'm your husband. How can I watch my wife date another man? Chen Fan retorted. Chapter 61, Korean Barbecue Restaurant. Then why did you say you were going to take me to a Korean barbecue restaurant? What do you mean? Lin Shuyue questioned. She was truly a very intelligent female CEO, able to seize any opportunity to refute the other party. Heh, you believe that? Would I drive my wife to another man's place? I'm not a pimp. Chen Fan's tone was clearly angry. Perhaps it was the last sentence that got a little heated, because upon hearing it, Lin Shuyue angrily said, You're a pimp? And what about me? What do you take me for? Shuyue, you need to put yourself in my shoes and think about things from my perspective. Before Chen Fan could finish speaking, Lin Shuyue turned and left. Why? Chen Fan looked at Lin Shuyue's seemingly heartless back, sighed helplessly, and shook his head. The person who ate barbecue with you is already in heaven. Why are you still so stubborn? He muttered to himself. Then, he started the car, stepped on the gas, and sped away. At that moment, a red BMW suddenly stopped on the side of the road. The woman who got out of the car was Tang Yin, Lin Shuyue's college classmate. She was still heavily made up, her face covered in a thick layer of white powder, as if she had just crawled out of a flour vat. However, she did have a good figure, which gave her a unique charm. Upon seeing Lin Shuyue, Tang Yin quickly chased after her, her face beaming with smiles. Shuyue, I've come here specifically to apologize to you. It's all my fault last night. I had a few drinks with a client before the class reunion, and I got drunk and acted strangely, causing you trouble. Please forgive me. I don't want to talk to you. Please leave. Lin Shuyue said coldly. Don't block my way. A good dog doesn't block the way. Ha. You're right. I am a dog, a female dog. Ha. I'm sorry, Shuyue. I thought you were angry and ignoring me. You must forgive me. Your husband Chen Fan was absolutely right to hit me last night. I acted rashly and called the police. Later, I realized it was all my fault for being so shameless, deliberately forcing you to drink baijiu. It was my fault. Don't blame your husband. He's a brave man, a chivalrous protector. After Chen Fan was taken away by the police, I sobered up at the police station and felt extremely guilty, so I quickly withdrew the charges and got the police to release your husband. Don't be angry with me. What? You're saying you asked the police to release Chen Fan? Lin Shuyue asked in surprise. Yes, as the person who called the police, I withdrew the complaint, and they released the person, Tang Yin explained with a smile. You and Chen Fan have reached a reconciliation? Lin Shuyue continued to ask. Yes, we've completely reconciled. Mr. Chun is my good friend now, hee. Tang Yin said obsequiously. By the way, the company cooperation you discussed with me last night is perfectly fine. I even reported this to my boss. Your company can even use all of Lancom's market channels free of charge. Cough cough. Really? Lin Shuyue could hardly believe her ears. Everything I said is true. You must forgive me. We were classmates. What a coincidence. Look, I brought the cooperation agreement that I drafted overnight. You just need to sign it and the cooperation will be completed. Tang Yin took a contract out of her briefcase and handed it to Lin Shuyue. Lin Shuyue was still a little confused, holding the contract in her hand. Unexpectedly, Tang Yin, who was like a sworn enemy last night, showed such a friendly and positive attitude today. The contract, I need to go back and take a look. No problem. Call me whenever you've decided and signed it, and I'll come pick it up in person. Tang Yin respectfully handed a business card to Lin Shuyue and bowed slightly. Lin Shuyue was somewhat flattered. Goodbye, old classmate. I wish us a pleasant cooperation. Tang Yin drove away in her BMW. A strong sense of remorse instantly overwhelmed Lin Shuyue. It turned out that Chen Fan's release from the police station was indeed the reason Tang Yin withdrew the charges. Therefore, Han Yun-sung is lying. Perhaps he did use connections, but before he did, Chen Fan had already reconciled with Tang Yin and been released. Lin Shuyue really wanted to slap herself hard. She misunderstood Chen Fan. Why did she stubbornly choose to believe a stranger instead of her husband? And why did she trust a scumbag like Han Yun-sung? Husband, I'm so sorry. I should have trusted you. Lin Shuyue was filled with remorse, remembering how Chen Fan had earnestly advised her against going on a date with Han Yun-sung, but she hadn't listened. She wondered how much pain Chen Fan had been in at that time. Han Yun-sung, you liar, you scum. I'll make you pay. Lin Shuyue quickened her pace, intending to go to the barbecue restaurant and teach that scoundrel a lesson. 10 minutes later, Korean barbecue restaurant. When Lin Shuyue arrived at the entrance of the barbecue restaurant, she suddenly felt that something was wrong. It's lunchtime now, so why does this usually bustling restaurant seem so deserted? She walked to the door and glanced inside through the window. The barbecue restaurant was empty, with only a few waiters coming and going. The electronic screens on the walls all displayed the same words, Auld Lang Syne. How strange. Humph. Han Yun-sung, that scumbag. Let's see what tricks you're up to. Lin Shuyue pushed open the door and walked into the barbecue restaurant. She had only taken 2 steps when a waiter stopped her and said, I'm sorry, miss, we are not open to the public today. What's going on? Someone invited me to have dinner here. Sorry, the whole place is booked. Rent the whole place? Lin Shuyue immediately understood. Han Yun-sung went to such lengths to treat her to a meal, booking out the entire barbecue restaurant. No wonder it felt empty inside. Miss, is there anything else I can help you with? The waiter asked politely. I am the guest invited by the person who booked the entire venue. Lin Shuyue said sternly. Waiter, excuse me, miss, you are not. Lin Shuyue? The guests are already dining. Please leave, thank you. The waiter pointed to the door. Are you crazy? I'm the guest. Miss, please come another day. We already have 2 guests dining here today who have booked the entire place. Really? I don't believe it. I want to see. Don't stop me. Lin Shuyue pushed the waiter aside and walked inside. Following the red carpet underfoot, not far away is a top-tier VIP luxury suite. A man and a woman were sitting at a white marble table, grilling meat. The air was thick with the smoke from the barbecue. Besides the attentive waiters serving tea and water, a young man was also standing nearby playing the violin, the piece being Auld Lang Syne. It looks very romantic and tasteful. As the smoke from the barbecue dissipated, Lin Shuyue took a closer look and her jaw dropped in astonishment. The man and woman eating barbecue were actually Chen Fan and Tang Yen. Chapter 62 Apology. It seems they really have reconciled. Following her superior Wu Wendong's instructions, Tang Yen first went to Lin Shuyue to apologize and explain what happened last night, revealing the real reason why Chen Fan was released. Then, following Wu Wendong's instructions, she drove to the barbecue restaurant. Tang Yen initially thought Wu Wendong was inviting her to dinner. After all, when Wu Wendong called last night, he immediately launched into a tirade of profanities, while he was usually very gentle with her, both at work and in life. Perhaps this meal was Wu Wendong's way of expressing his apology. When Tang Yen walked into the barbecue restaurant, she never expected that Chen Fan would want to have lunch with her. Tang Yen had no choice but to eat with Chen Fan, unaware of his true intentions. Upon reflection, perhaps Chen Fan had gone too far with her, a girl, last night, splashing wine on her face, kicking her, and making a drunk vomit on her face. This meal might be Chen Fan's way of expressing his apology. Unexpectedly, just as they were enjoying their meal, Lin Shuyue suddenly arrived. Tang Yen was extremely embarrassed, staring at Lin Shuyue's astonished face, not knowing what to say. You are here. Lin Shuyue was so shocked that she almost fainted. Oh, Shuyue, you're here, want to eat together? Chen Fan smiled faintly, dipped a piece of grilled beef tendon in some sauce, and swallowed it in one bite. He continued, Manager Tang invited me here for dinner. We settled things at the police station last night, and she treated me to this meal to show that she's forgotten the unpleasantness of last night, and that we can still be friends in the future. He. Tang Yen gave an awkward laugh and nodded. This store Han Yun-sung must have invited me here. How could you book the whole place? Lin Shuyue frowned, still completely baffled. I don't know either. Manager Tang booked the whole place, which showed her sincerity, huh? Chen Fan wrapped a piece of meat in a lettuce leaf, ate it with relish, and replied with a smile. That it's me. I booked the whole place. Tang Yen nodded, her smile quite strange. She knew about Chen Fan's relationship with the company's big boss, and her boss had instructed her to always go along with Chen Fan's wishes. If Chen Fan said east, she wouldn't dare say west. Since Chen Fan said she had booked the whole place, she had no choice but to agree. Would you like to join us for a meal? Chen Fan asked with a smile. The barbecue tastes pretty good. Chen Fan, you all. Lin Shuyue was so angry that she trembled all over and felt dizzy. She had to hold on to a pillar next to her to keep from collapsing. Old classmate, why don't you have some too? Tang Yen chimed in. Two don't want to eat. Lin Shuyue endured the intense pain and walked step by step toward the door. She walked very slowly, as if she had lost her soul. Ta! At that moment, Chen Fan glanced at his watch. The time was just right. He snapped his fingers. Suddenly, on all the electronic screens in the barbecue restaurant, the Auld Lang Syne text disappeared and was replaced by the news broadcast. A serious traffic accident occurred on Manhwa Avenue in our city. A semi-trailer truck lost control of its brakes and collided with a speeding Audi sedan. The accident resulted in 1 death and 3 injuries at the scene. It is understood that the Audi driver, Han Yun-sung, died at the scene, He was the son of Han Jian, the chairman of Han Jian Coal Group. Previously, Han Jian committed suicide by jumping from a building due to a sharp drop in the company's stock price and the withdrawal of investment by shareholders. Han Yun-sung was speeding on his way to the company when he collided with the truck. On the screen, besides the announcer's cold voice, there were images of the car accident scene, which were truly horrific. Lin Shiyue stared blankly at the news on an electronic screen, speechless, her eyes welling with tears. Suppressing her emotions that were on the verge of collapse, she continued walking step by step towards the barbecue restaurant. Thump! Suddenly, Lin Shiyue fainted at the door. Several waiters rushed forward to check. Chen Fan dropped his chopsticks and lettuce and rushed over immediately. Shiyue, are you alright? Tang Yin looked completely bewildered, utterly confused about what had happened. I just came here to eat. Lin Shiyue was perhaps too heartbroken, or perhaps she couldn't withstand the blow, because her blood pressure became unstable and she fainted. Chen Fan quickly pinched her philtrum and had someone bring a hot towel to wipe her face. Soon, Lin Shiyue woke up. Her lips were pale, and she was clearly still very weak. Chen Fan, don't speak, I'll take you home. Chen Fan picked up Lin Shiyue and walked out of the barbecue restaurant. After returning home, Chen Fan put Lin Shiyue on the bed in her bedroom, helped her take off her shoes and stockings, covered her with a quilt, and then went out. Chen Fan was bored, so he started washing clothes, mopping the floor, and wiping down the furniture and appliances in the living room. Afterward, he took a shower, went back to the storage room, lay down, and breathed a sigh of relief. Doing housework is a form of exercise, which is why Chen Fan enjoys it so much. As a martial artist, he pays great attention to his daily training. In addition to doing a lot of housework, he also lifts dumbbells 500 times and does 1,000 push-ups, among other things. Just as he was feeling a little tired and was about to take a nap, the door to the storeroom was pushed open. Lin Shiyue walked in. Are you sleeping? Lin Shiyue asked. No. Chen Fan sat up and saw that Lin Shiyue had changed into a set of pink silk pajamas, which had a hazy, ethereal beauty. Her figure perfectly showcased the pajamas, making her look even more realistic than a Victoria's Secret model. Thump! Chen Fan swallowed hard, reminding himself to stay calm. I just checked the news on my phone. Han Yun-sung really did die in a car accident. His father, Han Jian, also committed suicide. I know. I don't know if this is a coincidence or premeditated. It's not my fault. It was a truck whose brakes failed. You saw it on the news. I'm talking about that barbecue restaurant, you and Tang Yen. She invited me. Did you believe me when I said I had reconciled with Tang Yen? I believe you. Lin Shiyue paused for a moment, then continued in a low voice. Actually, I didn't agree to have dinner with Han Yun-sung at first, but he threatened me. I had no choice but to agree in order to get you out of the police station sooner. Everything I did was for you. Now that Han Yun-sung is dead, no one will bother me anymore. You can rest assured and don't have to be jealous anymore. You still think I'm just jealous? Chen Fan asked helplessly. Anyway, I'm sorry, I apologize to you. Lin Shiyue's tone was full of apology, clearly indicating that her purpose in coming to the storage room was to apologize to Chen Fan. Not every I'm sorry can be met with it's okay. Chen Fan seemed completely unmoved. Chapter 63 is truly deadly. For a man, if his wife takes the initiative to date another man, it is more painful than being stabbed with an axe or stabbed with a knife. Lin Shiyue didn't believe that Chen Fan had gotten out of the police station on his own. She thought it was Han Yun-sung who had helped him, and that he was forced to go to the barbecue restaurant to curry favor because he had to fulfill the so-called spirit of contract. If she had chosen to believe Chen Fan from the beginning, none of these complications would have arisen later. I was really wrong. I did something to hurt you. You've always been so devoted to me. I'm so sorry. You ate with Tang Yin on purpose to upset me, didn't you? It seemed that Lin Shiyue had realized her mistake from the bottom of her heart and sincerely apologized to Chen Fan. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she cried and sobbed, looking very pitiful and helpless. How many times have you angered me? Is it a problem if I anger you once? I want you to taste what it's like to watch your lover date someone else. I've tasted this pain many times, but this is only your first time. It's good that you can understand this pain. You should know that you've only suffered once, while I've been hurt by you many times, and I've endured it every time. Chen Fan's tone remained icy, showing no sign of softening. I'm sorry, please forgive me. I've made you suffer all these years. Wah, Lin Shiyue burst into tears, her heart filled with remorse. Now, she was willing to give everything for Chen Fan. She covered her face and cried heartbrokenly. Chen Fan stood up, walked to his wife, and looked at her tenderly. That perfect figure and elegant demeanor, and the way she cried with tears streaming down her facade was so endearing. Any man would want to comfort her and give her a warm embrace. So, Chen Fan embraced Lin Xiuyue's delicate body and pulled her into his arms. Wife, I love you. Lin Xiuyue's fragrance deeply permeated Chen Fan's nasal cavity and was inhaled into his lungs. At the same time, Chen Fan felt his body's energy being directed in one direction. Lin Xiuyue was also inclined to be with him. They were husband and wife, so why hide it? A single encounter was worth more than countless others. And so, in this small storage room, Chen Fan and Lin Xiuyue. Thump. The door was kicked open. A loud, extremely aggressive voice rang out. Chen Fan, what are you yelling about? Startled by his mother-in-law's words, Chen Fan instantly deflated. Lin Xiuyue was also startled. She quickly stood up and straightened her pajamas, her face as red as an apple. Oh, when did you two get back? You actually, Xiuyue, you shameless thing, get out of the storage room now. Dong Jinping shouted angrily. Lin Xiuyue bit her lower lip, lowered her head, and quickly walked out of the storage room. I'm so angry. Dong Jinping didn't know what else to say, so she slammed the door shut. Chen Fan was quite frightened just now. The two were in the middle of a passionate relationship when his mother-in-law interfered. It was really bad. On second thought, they are a legally married couple. What reason does Dong Jinping have to stop them? This halt is not the main problem. The key issue is that Chen Fan has developed a psychological barrier. What should we do? Chen Fan was truly helpless to have such a mother-in-law. As soon as Lin Guozhong got home that evening, Chen Fan served him the 4 dishes and 1 soup he had prepared. Chen Fan was in a good mood. His relationship with Lin Xiuyue was finally showing signs of progress. If his mother-in-law hadn't suddenly appeared, Chen Fan would have been with Lin Xiuyue in the storage room. At this moment, Dong Jinping and Lin Xiuyue were sitting at the dining table when Chen Fan brought out the rice. Lin Guozhong changed his clothes and shoes, then came over and sat down, saying, "What's wrong with today? It's so quiet." He saw that Lin Xiuyue's face was downcast, as if she dared not look him in the eye. "Ask your daughter what good deeds she's done," Dong Jinping said coldly. "Mom, Chen Fan and I didn't accomplish anything." Lin Xiuyue raised her head and explained. In that dilapidated storage room, a man and a woman alone almost caused a scene. Lin Guozhong, you really need to teach your daughter a lesson. She's getting more and more shameless. Dong Jinping picked up her chopsticks, took a few slices of mushroom, and ate them while scolding her. Lin Guozhong glanced at his slightly shy daughter and immediately understood what had happened. Isn't this a normal thing? As a married couple, there's nothing wrong with mutual affection. Jinping, look at you, you're meddling in this too? What exactly are you ignoring? The storage room, what happened? Back in the day, we were in the cornfield. Lin Guozhong started to let loose as he spoke. Dong Jinping's old face also turned red, and she quickly interrupted. You old lewd thing, stop talking nonsense. Fine, don't say it then. And don't bring up your daughter and son-in-law again, Lin Guozhong said, winking at his daughter. Chen Fan brought over the rice, sat down next to Lin Xiuyue, picked up a chicken leg for her, and said, eat more. You've been too busy with company matters lately, don't let your health suffer. Lin Xiuyue nodded and began to gnaw on the chicken leg. Look at them, how harmonious and caring they are as a couple. That's what we should learn from them. Unlike you, all you do is nag all day long, Lin Guozhong laughed. Eat your food. Dong Jinping picked up another chicken leg and shoved it into Lin Guozhong's mouth. Now, I care about you, right? Lin Guozhong almost choked and vomited. After dinner, Chen Fan was washing the pots and pans and tidying up the kitchen. Lin Guozhong sat on the sofa watching the news, smoking a cigarette, and said, the big boss Han Jian's company suddenly went bankrupt, he committed suicide, and his son also died in a car accident on the same day. It's really bizarre. What did you say, Han Jian? Isn't that young Master Han's father? Dong Jinping put down the sweater in her hand, came over and sat on the sofa, staring at the TV. After reading this heartbreaking news, Dong Jinping was stunned for a long time. Suddenly, tears welled up in her eyes, and she sobbed. Young Master Han died in a car accident. What bad luck. Such a good boy, why didn't he live long? Wah. You still want Xiuyue to marry him after her divorce? Look at his fate. Lin Guozhong shook his head. How should I know? He was perfectly fine just a few days ago, and now he and his son are both dead. It's so pitiful, Dong Jinping sobbed. Han Yunsung's death was more painful than the death of her own son-in-law. Can you stop being so down? Why are you crying? We're not even related. Lin Guozhong said helplessly. You old hag. You don't know how to be grateful. How come you're just like that good-for-nothing Chen Fan? So heartless. Have you forgotten that young Master Han celebrated your birthday? Such a good young man, cultured, handsome, and a returnee from overseas. He took good care of our family, and now he's gone just like that. Is your heart made of stone? Wah, Dong Jinping cried louder and louder. Discussion on Chapter 64. Lin Xiuyue thought her parents were arguing again, So she came out of her bedroom and asked, "Mom, why are you crying? Young Master Han is gone. It's so tragic," Dong Jinping said, tears streaming down her face. "Don't cry. This is his fate." Lin Shiyue didn't know how to comfort her mother. She could only sit down and let Dong Jinping nestle in her arms, coaxing her mother like a child. After a while, Dong Jinping finally stopped crying and her emotions stabilized. Lin Guozhong then turned off the TV and said, "Jinping, Shiyue, I have something to tell you." "Dad, what's wrong?" Lin Shiyue asked curiously. "Here's the thing. Someone called me today, inviting me, your mother, and you to have dinner together." Guess who called? It was Lin Meiyun. Lin Guozhong was a little puzzled. Since the family split, his younger sister, Lin Meiyun, hadn't called him once, practically severing all ties. He never expected her to call this afternoon, and she was so enthusiastic, asking about his well-being and insisting on having dinner together the day after tomorrow. Lin Guozhong was an honest and simple man, and he didn't know why she would refuse. He also thought about how his sister, although she had firmly sided with her brother Lin Guoxiao during the family division, hadn't caused him much harm. Lin Guozhong had always wished for the Lin family to end its divisions and unite as one. Therefore, he accepted Lin Meiyun's warm invitation over the phone. "Oh, why would your sister bear to call you?" Dong Jinping's attention shifted back to this matter, as if the deaths of the Han father and son were already a thing of the past. It was quite sudden. They just said they wanted to have a meal together to catch up. "After all, we're relatives, so I agreed," Lin Guozhong said honestly. He was afraid that Dong Jinping would be dissatisfied with his decision, since Dong Jinping usually made the final decision on everything at home. This time, Lin Guozhong agreed to Lin Meiyun's request without consulting Dong Jinping. "Okay, let's go together then. That's great," Dong Jinping said, sounding slightly excited. This was beyond Lin Guozhong's expectations. His wife not only didn't scold him, but also thought it was good. "Old Lin, since the family split up, the Lin family's businesses have grown bigger and better. As for our family, you're stuck in a small factory, and I'm a housewife. It's all thanks to Chiu Yue's hard work and her starting a company. Otherwise, we definitely wouldn't have been invited to Grandma's birthday banquet last time. With so many relatives and friends, it would have been embarrassing for the Lin family if we had gone. Luckily, my good daughter is capable and a female CEO, unlike that good-for-nothing, who only knows how to freeload and has no gratitude whatsoever." As Dong Jinping spoke, she glanced sideways at Chen Fan, who had just come out of the kitchen not far away. Chen Fan knew his mother-in-law was nagging him again, but he pretended not to hear and sat at the door polishing Lin Shiyue's shoes. "Why are you trying to drag my son-in-law into this? My sister invited us to dinner. What does that have to do with Chen Fan? Stop fighting amongst yourselves." If it weren't for Chen Fan helping Chiu Yu with the 3 million he won in the lottery, the company would have dissolved long ago. "Chen Fan is also a benefactor to us, you know," Lin Guozhong said earnestly. "Dad, my aunt invited the three of us, but didn't she invite Chen Fan?" Lin Shiyue was particularly concerned about this issue. "He didn't say," Lin Guozhong replied truthfully. Chen Fan overheard their conversation, but he didn't care at all whether Lin Meiyun had invited him or not. He just suddenly thought of Lin Meiyun's daughter, Yi Jie. If I'm not mistaken, this is what happened. Last time, Yi Jie represented the Lin family to negotiate a cooperation with Dolphin Real Estate. In order to successfully sign the contract, Yi Jie deliberately got close to Uncle Lu the day before, and even offered herself to the 70-year-old man. The next day, Yi Jie came to sign the contract, but was tricked by Chen Fan and Uncle Lu's charade, and the contract was not signed. Finally, following Chen Fan's instructions, Uncle Lu told Yi Jie to have Lin Shiyue represent the Lin family in the cooperation negotiations. Lin Shiyue was the sole representative of the Lin family. This was the old man's intention in Beijing. After returning home, Yi Jie told her family about the dolphin's request. When Grandma Lin heard the news, she was a little shocked and confused, but in order to successfully cooperate with the dolphins, she had no choice but to go along with their wishes. The Lin family strongly opposed having Lin Shiyue represent the Lin family in contract negotiations. Their reasons were sound. After the family division, Lin Shiyue's family had virtually no contact with the Lin family, essentially making them outsiders. How could they allow an outsider to represent the Lin group? The Lin Guoxiao family was obsessed with inheriting the Lin family fortune and feared that the Lin Shiyue family would get involved. Therefore, their attitude was unified and decisive. They were determined not to let Lin Shiyue represent the Lin group in negotiations. They were willing to accept the possibility of the cooperation falling through. However, the old lady was determined to cooperate and attached great importance to the development of the Lin group. She had no choice but to ask her youngest daughter, Lin Meiyun, to handle the matter, and to persuade Lin Shiyue to agree to represent the Lin family at the beach property. Lin Meiyun immediately agreed. This was something the old lady personally asked her to do, placing high hopes on her. If the deal goes through, the old lady will be overjoyed and may have an advantage when dividing the inheritance later. Furthermore, at the last family meeting, my daughter, Yi Jie, confidently stated that she could achieve cooperation with the dolphins on her own, but ultimately failed. This is an opportunity for me to save face for my daughter. If they can persuade Lin Shiyue and successfully negotiate the contract, then Lin Meiyun and her daughter's status in the Lin family will be greatly improved, perhaps even surpassing that of Lin Guoxiao's family. At this moment, Lin Guozhong, Dong Jinping, and Lin Shiyue were unsure of Lin Meiyun's true intentions, whether she needed their help or was genuinely trying to strengthen family ties. However, they were of one mind and decided to go to the appointment. Dad, why don't you call my aunt and tell her we'd like to bring Chen Fan along? Lin Shiyue suggested. After all, only with Chen Fan would they truly be a family. Without anyone, it wouldn't be complete. Bring him. Upon hearing her daughter's words, Dong Jinping's tone suddenly rose, as if expressing a strong protest. Bring him? Your aunt didn't invite him. How can we bring him? Besides, the Lin family doesn't have a good impression of that good-for-nothing. Although it's just a dinner party the day after tomorrow, bringing him along might affect their appetite. Oh dear, why do you say that? Lin Guozhong looked at his wife helplessly and said, Shiyue, it means it would be better if our whole family set off together. What's so great about it? They didn't invite you, but you still insisted on going. Isn't that embarrassing? Dong Jinping scolded. Mom, why are you like this? I'll call Annie tomorrow. Lin Shiyue pouted, looking unhappy. Don't hit him. I'm telling you, if that good-for-nothing goes, I absolutely won't go. Dong Jinping was determined not to bring Chen Fan along. Chapter 65, A Lifeline. Dad, Mom, Shiyue, stop arguing, I'm not going. I have some things to take care of the day after tomorrow. At this moment, Chen Fan, who had finished polishing his shoes, walked into the living room and said to everyone. He didn't really want to attend any dinner party. He was preoccupied with something else. When Han Yunsong died tragically in the car accident, the truck swerved and crashed into several other vehicles, including the car of Chao Meishue, the richest and most powerful woman in Lushur. Although Chao Meishue was unharmed, her only daughter Qianqian was seriously injured and was once on the verge of death. Later, Chen Fan used traditional Chinese medicine acupuncture and pulse-stabilizing methods to pull Qianqian back from the brink of death. To be honest, Chen Fan's extensive knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine comes entirely from diligent study of several classic Chinese medical books, such as Bian Kei's Medical Classic. Before treating Qianqian, Chen Fan had never practiced on a real person. In other words, his theoretical knowledge is comprehensive and systematic, but there is still a considerable gap in combining theory with practice and applying it to guide actual work. Since pulling Qianqian back from the brink of death, Chen Fan's confidence in his medical skills has soared. In particular, using silver needles to treat and save lives is not only incredibly sophisticated, but also extremely effective, making it the best choice and filling him with a great sense of accomplishment and pride. However, the art of acupuncture in traditional Chinese medicine requires extremely high skill from the practitioner, and Chen Fan would never risk a patient's life and health unless absolutely necessary. Now that Qianqian has been sent to the hospital for treatment, Chen Fan is still worried about her. He asked Uncle Lu to find out which hospital and ward Qianqian was currently staying in, and decided to visit her whenever he had time in the next few days. This day was a weekend. Lin Guozhong and his family of 3 happily went to a luxury restaurant for their dinner appointment. After Chen Fan drove them to the restaurant, he saw Lin Meiyun and Yi Jie standing at the restaurant entrance, warmly welcoming them as if they were VIPs, with smiles on their faces and being extremely attentive. Chen Fan didn't get out of the car. He stepped on the gas and drove away. He went straight to the Municipal and Provincial People's Hospital. After parking his car, he bought a beautiful fruit basket and a bouquet of flowers at the entrance of the hospital and went straight to the 12th floor of the inpatient department. The elevator doors opened, and Chen Fan searched for VIP 08 Special Care Ward in the corridor. Soon, he arrived at the ward door, only to see Chao Meishue sitting on the iron bench in a daze. She looked unwell. Her once stunning beauty had faded, and she appeared somewhat haggard. She also seemed to have lost a lot of weight, appearing even thinner. Even so, Chao Meishue remained stunningly beautiful and exceptionally attractive. She was both the richest woman in Lushur and a beautiful, sophisticated woman, a rare find indeed. Standing next to Chao Meishue were 7 or 8 men and women dressed in matching suits. Some were probably bodyguards, and others were secretaries. President Chao. Chen Fan walked over and greeted him. Upon hearing this, Chow Meishua looked up and saw that she looked like she hadn't slept for several days. Her eyes were heavily puffed up, and her large eyes were bloodshot. Even so, she still gave people a poignant feeling, making people feel sorry for her. "How is Chen doing now?" Chen Fan asked with concern. When Chow Meishua saw Chen Fan, she was stunned for a moment. Then, as if seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, she exclaimed excitedly, "My benefactor! My great benefactor, you've finally come. I had my men search for you everywhere, but we couldn't find you. It's so wonderful that you've come." This female CEO, worth hundreds of billions, was an arrogant and haughty figure in front of almost everyone. However, when she met Chen Fan, she showed no airs whatsoever, appearing quite humble and grateful. "No need to call me that. It feels awkward. You can just call me Chen Fan," Chen Fan said with a smile. "You saved Chen life. You are my benefactor. My great benefactor. If you need any help in the future, just let me know, and I will help you." Chow Meishua said very sincerely. "Actually, my medical skills are just average. I was also risking a lot to save Chen that day. No matter what, you are a very good person, and I will always be grateful to you." Chow Meishua's eyes shone with gratitude. "By the way, Mr. Chow, is Chen feeling better now?" Chen Fan didn't want to stray from the topic. "Oh, my injuries are serious. The doctor has given me a critical condition notice. I was resuscitated twice yesterday. The doctor said that I am still in a dangerous period and could be in danger at any time." Chow Meishua's eyes welled up with tears again as she spoke. Chen Fan handed the fruit basket and flowers to the bodyguard beside him, his expression no longer so relaxed. He gently stroked her hair and comforted her. "Don't worry, Mr. Chow. Chen is a little girl blessed by Lady Luck. I believe she will recover." "Thank you." At this moment, Chow Meishua wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes with a tissue and eagerly grabbed Chen Fan's hand, saying, "Mr. Chen, you saved Chen life that day. Your medical skills must be excellent. Could you please take another look at Chen for me?" It seems that Chow Meishua is really desperate. In her eyes, Chen Fan is like a lifeline that she must grasp. "Mr. Chow, I was just lucky that day. I've done a lot of research on traditional Chinese medicine, but I have very little clinical experience. I can't joke around with a patient's life. That day was an accident, and my usual job isn't as a doctor." Chen Fan waved his hand, refusing. His purpose in coming here was only to visit Chen. He had no intention of continuing to practice his medical skills. Now that Chen life was in danger, if he intervened and she died, he would become a sinner. From benefactor to sinner, it really only takes a second. Therefore, Chen Fan kept declining. Hearing Chen Fan's words, Chow Meishua's last hope seemed to vanish. A trace of disappointment flashed in her eyes, her heart ached, and a look of sorrow appeared on her beautiful face. Chow Meishua and her husband started their business together in their early years, overcoming numerous hardships to gradually expand their business. At that time, their relatives ostracized and suppressed them, but they persevered and rose to become the richest people in the country. Later, after they became wealthy, those relatives started clinging to them again, but the couple resolutely cut off all contact with them, treating each other like strangers. Then, the husband mysteriously disappeared, becoming a cold case in Lushur that remains unsolved to this day. From then on, Chow Meishua and Chen depended on each other for survival, hiring bodyguards. Chen was Chow Meishua's only family. If something happened to Chen, what meaning would her life have? Just name your price. As long as Chen can be saved, no amount of money is a problem. Chow Meishua pleaded. Chen Fan had become a bodhisattva in her heart. Money? Will Chen Fan be short of money? It's not that he doesn't want to save people, but what he lacks is trust and a commitment. "Mr. Chow, I don't want money. If you insist that I treat Chen illness, I only need a promise." Chen Fan held up one finger, speaking very formally. "Please say it. Please say it. I promise you everything." Chow Meishua's eyes lit up as she saw a glimmer of hope and answered eagerly. Chapter 66, Miraculous Healing. "You must trust me absolutely. No matter what the outcome of the treatment, don't hold me responsible and don't hate me," Chen Fan said, trying to secure his future. The doctor-patient conflicts in the hospital are quite sudden, and he has witnessed it firsthand. Many diseases are beyond the help of even professional doctors, let alone someone like him who is an amateur. He has only read some medical books and is not entirely confident. "Don't worry, I will absolutely not hold you responsible. Whatever the outcome, I will accept it calmly." Chow Meishua was indeed very rational and readily agreed to Chen Fan's request. She placed her complete trust in Chen Fan almost without thinking. She had a feeling that Chen Fan would become a benefactor to her and her daughter. "Mr. Chen, come this way." Chow Meishua didn't stand on ceremony and took Chen Fan's hand as they walked into the ward. Because he pulled too quickly, Chen Fan didn't react in time and tripped, falling right on top of Chao Meishue. Afraid of crushing her, Chen Fan quickly caught her from the side to prevent her from falling and getting hurt. Chao Meishue's face flushed slightly, and her heart raced. This must be the first time since her husband's death that she had felt a spark for another man. "Excuse me, Mr. Chao, are you alright?" Chen Fan helped her up and asked. "It's okay, could you please remove your hand?" Chao Meishue pointed to her slender waist. "Oh." Chen Fan then realized this and quickly withdrew his hands from her. Just then, an urgent voice came from the ward. "It's terrible. The patient is having difficulty breathing and is in critical condition. Breathing has stopped. Quick, resuscitation is needed." The alarm light on the wall of the intensive care unit lit up and beeped. Soon after, 7 or 8 doctors rushed over. The doctors participating in this group consultation included senior experts from our hospital, as well as several renowned doctors from other hospitals, including many traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. Chao Meishue once heard a saying, "Combining Chinese and Western medicine yields better results." So he invited not only Western doctors, but also traditional Chinese medicine doctors, and all of them were top doctors in Lushi. She wasn't afraid to spend money. In a hospital, money meant nothing. The doctor leading the group was an elderly man in his 60s, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and with white hair and beard. His name is Liang Keming, and he is known as Liang the Master. Perhaps it means a miraculous cure. This person opened a traditional Chinese medicine clinic called Rensaitang and was very famous in the TCM community. Throughout his life, he treated countless patients and received numerous banners, medals, and honors. Because of his high moral standing, superb medical skills, and ample experience, coupled with his advanced age, Liang Keming no longer personally sees patients. He has essentially become the private physician of the wealthy and aristocratic in Lushi. His consultation fees are extremely high, far beyond the reach of ordinary people. At that moment, as the alarm sounded, Liang Keming led everyone inside. Chen Fan and Chao Meishue followed behind. Qian, lying in the hospital bed, had stopped breathing. Besides the alarm, other instruments also flashed lights and made various sounds. At this moment, one of the attending physicians picked up the pacemaker to help Qian restore her heartbeat, while another doctor quickly gave her an injection of adrenaline. However, Qian remained unmoved, her eyes still tightly closed, showing no signs of revival. "My child!" Chao Meishue cried uncontrollably, trembling with fear at the sight. After several tens of seconds of frantic work, the doctors had done their best, but the electrocardiogram still showed a flat line. The crowd's expressions darkened, and some even sighed. At this moment, Liang Keming took out 7 silver needles from the medical box he carried with him. The other doctors stepped aside and silently watched his procedure. 7 silver needles were inserted into 7 acupoints on Qian's body. The Big Dipper's 7 needles. This is Liang Keming's ultimate method of saving lives. He had previously used this acupuncture technique to pull an 80-year-old wealthy businessman back from the brink of death. Yesterday, when Qian was critically ill, it was Liang Keming who used his skillful acupuncture techniques to prolong her life. But this time, Qian didn't react at all. Liang Keming then took out 3 silver needles and inserted them into Qian's Guanyuan, Higu, and Yinmen acupoints. 3 needles bring good fortune. Everyone held their breath, hoping for a miracle. However, Qian remained unmoved. "Why?" Liang Keming sighed and shook his head. He really tried his best, even using his most secret techniques, but it was all in vain. Seeing that Liang Yaoshuo was helpless, everyone's expressions became even more gloomy, and the atmosphere became extremely heavy. Chao Meishue's face turned deathly pale, beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, and her eyes were filled with sorrow and despair. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out. "I'll give it a try." Chen Fan stepped forward. "What does this guy do? Is he a toilet cleaner? He must be a psychiatric patient, right? Where's the security guard? Quickly, take him away." The doctors all turned to look at Chen Fan, noticing that he was dressed very plainly, without even a white coat, and looked very young, hardly seemed like a doctor. "What are you going to do to Qian's body?" Liang Keming asked coldly. "I'll try to save it," Chen Fan replied. "The person is already dead. How can we resuscitate them? Don't move the body. Otherwise, we will stop you and take you to the security guards," Liang Keming warned sternly. The death of a little girl has saddened so many middle-aged men, while an ignorant and arrogant guy even tried to take advantage of the corpse. Is this a distortion of human nature or a decline in morality? Dr. Liang, Dr. Wang, and other doctors, please make way. Mr. Chun is someone I invited, Chao Meishue explained. You invited him? Liang Keming asked, puzzled. He knew almost all the famous doctors in Lushi, but he had never met this kid before. Well, I won't say much more now. Saving lives is the priority. Please make way. Chao Meishue raised her voice, her tone authoritative without being angry. The doctors had no choice but to step aside and quietly observe what Chen Fan would do next. Chen Fan removed the silver needles from Qianqian's body, preparing to start the treatment again. He then obtained the medical record from the attending physician. Ruptured liver, perforated gallbladder, small intestine damage, kidney failure, prolapsed stomach. After staring at the medical record for a few seconds, Chen Fan, with his strong medical knowledge, had already figured out how to provide first aid. Just as he was about to insert the first needle, Liang Qiming angrily stepped forward and grabbed Chen Fan's arm. Don't be unreasonable. Chen Fan was a little angry. This is a critical moment for Qianqian's life or death, and we can't afford to waste a single second. You old geezer, aren't you just causing trouble? He suddenly swung his arm, throwing Liang Qiming away. Liang Qiming fell to the side and backward, but fortunately 2 doctors caught him, otherwise he would have been seriously injured. Volume 3 of BNK's medical classic, The 9 Stars in a Row. Chen Fan carefully recalled the 9 acupoints recorded in the book, Feng Qi, Taiyang, Huku, Baihui. He inserted the silver needles into these acupoints one by one and gently rotated them. The force with which the silver needle is inserted into each acupoint is carefully controlled, and the depth error must be within half a millimeter. Chapter 67, The 9 Stars Align. As the 9 stars in a row acupuncture technique was completed, faint red marks appeared on Qianqian's body, almost invisible unless you looked closely. Moreover, these red marks form a pattern of reaching for the moon in the sky, which is quite magical. Gradually, the pattern shrinks, eventually returning to its original state, and finally forming a relatively clear red line. On Qianqian's body, the red line spread outwards like layers of waves, and a rosy hue appeared on her originally pale and stiff skin. This was the breath of life. Liang Qiming had never been doubted in his life. He was always respected, admired, and worshipped. Just now, Chen Fan's push enraged him. He clenched his fists, ready to smash Chen Fan's head, but when he saw the rosy complexion on Qianqian's body, he froze, like a statue. He was stunned. What's going on? Is this funny? It's still a body. The others, however, were not shocked because they hadn't noticed the changes in Qianqian's body. This guy is insane, just making a big fuss. He can't save someone with the most advanced equipment in the world, so how can he save them with a few broken needles? Hee, this kid might as well take these needles home and let his grandma sew a quilt. Ha! You brat, you dared to lay a hand on Liang Miao just now. You're really audacious. Those who mocked Chen Fan didn't even carefully observe the changes in Qianqian's body before jumping to conclusions and dismissing him. Moreover, how could a patient whom even medical professionals couldn't treat be saved by this unknown young man? Just then, amidst a flurry of footsteps, several nurses and a group of security guards rushed in through the door. It turned out that a doctor saw Chen Fan come in and immediately went out to call for help. Seeing the security guards roll up their sleeves and prepare to drag Chen Fan away, Chen Fan shouted, "President Chao, quickly block those people. I only need 3 minutes to get Qianqian back to your side." Chen Fan's roar rekindled Chao Meishue's hope, which had been mired in despair. She stood up and shouted outside, "Someone come quick. Get these nurses and security guards out of here." Bodyguards dressed in black suits and sunglasses rushed in from outside. Each of the bodyguards dragged a security guard or nurse away from the scene. "Let Mr. Chen save my daughter. I will take full responsibility for whatever the outcome," Chao Meishue declared with unwavering determination to fully support Chen Fan. A woman in her 30s, breathtakingly beautiful, possessed a powerful aura that instilled fear in all who beheld her. This was the true strength of a powerful woman. One of the nurses being dragged away shouted from the bottom of her heart, "Mr. Chao, your daughter is gone. Let her go to heaven in peace. Why do you still want to be deceived by such a crooked and evil scheme? Yeah, that kid obviously doesn't know anything about medicine. I bet he's trying to molest your daughter in front of you," another nurse said righteously. "Let go of me. I'm taking this kid away. Disrupting medical order. He's definitely a troublemaker." A security guard struggled and shouted in the bodyguard's arms. Everyone was almost united in their hatred, as if Chen Fan were an unpardonable sinner who was making fun of the corpse. Fortunately, these bodyguards were all burly and strong, and they easily dragged the security guards and nurses out. The attending physician earnestly advised Chao Meishue, "President Chao, although you invited this person, I have never seen traditional Chinese medicine bring a dead person back to life." "Shut your mouth. My Qianqian isn't dead," Chao Meishue retorted angrily. The attending physician realized he had said the wrong thing. His face fell, and he fell silent. The ward door was closed, but various voices of doubt and insults could still be heard in the corridor, and some people were even shouting that they would call the police. Even some passing patients and their families, after learning what had happened, unanimously condemned Chen Fan's behavior. Since the young girl has already passed away, why bother with the handling of her body? How can she rest in peace in the afterlife? No one believed Chen Fan except the girl's mother, Chao Meishua, whose belief was unwavering. She clenched her fists and placed her complete trust in Chen Fan. Liang Qiming was still dumbfounded, staring at Chen Fan's series of actions, unable to believe his eyes. This is the returning to yang technique, where the 9 stars align and condense the bloodline to form the unity of the 9 elements. Liang Qiming was shocked. This is an acupuncture technique that was lost in China during the northern and southern dynasties when the nomadic tribes invaded. It is the best choice for treating critically ill patients, with the miraculous effect of bringing the dead back to life. This acupuncture technique was only mentioned in some medical books. Liang Qiming never imagined that this lost art would reappear in glory right under his nose. He was extremely excited because of his deep love for traditional Chinese medicine, and a happy smile appeared on his face. Ha! Liang Qiming's inexplicable smile startled everyone. Why was Liang Miaoshu grinning like that? At this moment, a doctor, who was also Liang Qiming's apprentice, encouraged him. This kid angered Liang Miaoshu so much. How about we join forces and take him to the police station? No sooner had he finished speaking than Liang Qiming slapped him hard across the face. Shut up. Learn properly. This is the ultimate technique of traditional Chinese medicine. Liang Qiming shouted angrily. His apprentice was completely bewildered, and the others were also quite frightened, so they could only watch Chen Fan's series of actions quietly. 3 minutes later, on the electrocardiogram machine, the straight line gradually began to fluctuate, turning into a wave, and then jumping up and down dramatically. In other words, Qianqian's heartbeat has returned to normal. Subsequently, the other testing instruments also returned to normal data. The attending physician examined the electrocardiogram and found that Qianqian's heart rate was slightly slower than normal, but still very regular. He was suddenly startled and couldn't help but exclaim, "She's alive. The little girl is alive." Everyone exclaimed in unison. The person who had lost all signs of life has now regained a heartbeat, a pulse, and is breathing. That's amazing. That's outrageous. It's simply a medical miracle. Ding ding ding. All the instruments emitted normal sounds, and the alarm stopped abruptly. Qianqian's left hand also moved slightly. It's really alive. Liang Qiming suddenly burst into tears. These are tears of joy. He had spent his entire life practicing traditional Chinese medicine, but mostly treating common ailments. This was the first time he had ever witnessed a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner revive a deceased body. He was deeply moved, proud, and excited by the profound and extensive nature of traditional Chinese medicine. Qianqian has hope. Don't just stand there. Hurry up and treat her. Chen Fan wiped the sweat from his forehead and shouted. The doctors rushed forward and began treating the patients in a flurry of activity. The entire treatment process, though only 3 minutes long, took Chen Fan a great deal of time and energy. He felt sweat pouring down his forehead and back, and he was almost completely exhausted. Chapter 68, Resurrection. Overwhelmed with emotion, Chao Meishua grabbed Chen Fan's hand and exclaimed, "Thank you so much. Miracle Doctor. You are like a second parent to Qianqian and me. I would give anything for you." Chen Fan wiped his sweat and smiled. "Don't say that yet. Qianqian has only survived. She's not out of danger yet. I'll rest for a bit." Chen Fan sat in the chair, relaxed, and calmly watched the busy doctors. Chao Meishua was still very nervous and showed signs of fainting at any moment. Chen Fan was afraid that she would fall and hurt herself, so he took the initiative to put his arm around her and comfort her like an adult holding a child. About half an hour later, the doctors finished their rescue of Qianqian. They breathed a sigh of relief and were relieved to see that Qianqian had survived the critical period and that her bodily functions were gradually returning to normal. Everyone looked at each other, overjoyed that the little girl had survived. If Chen Fan hadn't used his miraculous acupuncture technique to bring Qianqian back to life, they wouldn't have been able to save her. Because they all knew very well that the patient had lost all vital signs at the time, and it wasn't a case of apparent death, as medically understood. It was truly astonishing that Chen Fan, a seemingly unprofessional young man, had managed to bring Qianqian back to life. At this moment, everyone's eyes were turned to Chen Fan, who was not far away. Those who had just humiliated and mocked Chen Fan now felt a burning pain on their faces and were filled with remorse. At the same time, their pride and arrogance regarding their medical skills have been greatly reduced, and they will be more humble in their future work. "Qianqian is fine now," the attending physician said with a smile. "Thank goodness. My child is all right." Chao Meishua climbed out of Chen Fan's arms, came to the bedside, and looked at her still unconscious daughter, tears falling one by one. Over here, Liang Qiming walked to Chen Fan's side and suddenly knelt down with a thud. His actions astonished everyone, including his apprentice. I'm so sorry, Mr. Chen. I underestimated you and misunderstood you. Seeing Liang Qiming's humble attitude, the other doctors also regretted their previous disrespect towards Chen Fan, and they all bowed to express their apologies. Mr. Chen, I'm sorry. Mr. Chen, I'm so sorry. Please forgive us for what we said. Chen Fan smiled faintly, stood up, and helped Liang Qiming up, saying, Don't be like that. Doctors are compassionate, and we're all thinking of Qianqian's best interests. It's all right. The best outcome is that Qianqian is all right now. Chao Meishua wiped away her tears, turned around, and looked at Chen Fan with tender eyes, her gaze filled with gentle affection. For a fleeting moment, she felt an impulse to give herself to him. Under the respectful and admiring gazes of everyone, Chen Fan walked out of the ward. He walked straight out of the inpatient building, came to the hospital's flower bed, and sat on a bench. The weather was sunny, the birds were singing, and the flowers were blooming. Everything was so beautiful. Not long after, Chao Meishua came over. Qianqian is currently being cared for by a nanny she hired at a high price, and she also wants to get out and get some fresh air. Mr. Chen. President Chao? What brings you here? Mr. Chen, I don't know how to thank you. You wouldn't even accept money from me. It seems you are a man of exceptional character. From today onwards, Qianqian and I will regard you as our savior. We will do anything for you. Chao Meishua is a woman who knows how to repay kindness. During the most difficult time of their business venture, not a single relative came to their aid. They stood by indifferently, even humiliating them. Once, when they were so poor they couldn't afford food, a disabled neighbor gave them a bag of flour, which helped them through the famine. After the company grew and prospered, Chao Meishua and her husband gave the disabled man 10 million yuan in cash. Now, the disabled man has immigrated to Japan with this huge sum of money and is living a happy life. Don't say that, Mr. Chao. Qianqian's recovery is my greatest gift, Chen Fan said with a slight smile. Mr. Chen, as you probably know, I have some economic standing and connections in Lushur. If you ever need my help in the future, just let me know, and I will do my best to assist you. Chao Meishua said sincerely. Chen Fan was the man who pulled Qianqian back from the brink of death twice. Without Chen Fan, she would probably have committed suicide by now. Therefore, Chen Fan saved not only Qianqian's life, but also Chao Meishua's life and the future of the mother and daughter. Okay. Chen Fan nodded. Is Mr. Chen married? Where does he work? Chao Meishua hesitated for a moment before finally asking. I'm married and currently unemployed at home. Oh, you're married, so young and capable. Your wife must be very beautiful, right? Chao Meishua said, deliberately moving closer to Chen Fan. She's all right. She used to be said to be the class beauty. I see. What a perfect couple. By the way, how old are Mr. Chen's children? I bet you have a lovely daughter like Qianqian, haha. No, we've been married for almost 3 years, and we don't have any children. Huh? You don't want one? Chao Meishua asked, her imagination running wild as she guessed that Chen Fan's wife was infertile and had lost her ability to have children. If that's true, she thought, then I, Chao Meishua, can be a surrogate for you. I'm only in my 30s, full of energy. And with my looks, I'm probably no less beautiful than your wife. The child we have would definitely be beautiful and smart. Sigh, it's a long story. I'm just not good enough. Chen Fan sighed helplessly. He suddenly remembered the last time in the storage room, when he was about to take things further with Lin Shuyue, but his mother-in-law suddenly burst in and yelled at him, which startled him and caused him psychological trauma. Thinking of this, Chen Fan gave a bitter smile and sighed deeply. Chao Meishua saw Chen Fan's helplessness and felt deep sympathy for him. Ahem, you're not good at that. That is indeed a bit of a problem, but Mr. Chen, you are a miracle doctor. Can't you heal yourself? Currently in the recovery phase. Oh, I hope Mr. Chen recovers soon and regains his former glory. Chao Meishua offered her blessings. Although I said that, I was still a little disappointed inside. She so desperately wanted to find a reliable man to raise Qianqian. She finally found a man of excellent character, medical skills, and intellect, only to discover he was already married and disabled. She was utterly disappointed. Even her newly budding desire to develop a romantic relationship with him was shattered by harsh reality. However, she firmly believed that Chen Fan could cure her, just like he miraculously saved Qianqian's life. This is my business card. Please keep it. Call me if you need anything. I can say with certainty that there's nothing I can't do in Lushur. Mr. Chen, I'll go upstairs to take care of Qianqian now. Goodbye. After handing over her business card, Chao Meishua bowed slightly and turned to leave reluctantly. Goodbye, Mr. Chao. As Chen Fan watched Chao Meishue's devilish figure gradually disappear into the distance, leaving behind a fragrant breeze, he sighed softly. What a pity for such a wonderful woman. I glanced down at Chao Meishue's business card. Wait, why is there a heart drawn with lipstick on the back? What does that mean? Chapter 69, Confusion and Helplessness. In the afternoon, Chen Fan went to Dolphin Real Estate to handle some official business and finalized several cooperation projects and agreements that Uncle Lu was unsure about. Having studied economics extensively over the years, Chen Fan could be considered an economist. He could predict up to 90% of the potential gains or losses in business collaborations and project developments, allowing him to make decisive decisions. In this respect, Uncle Lu greatly admired him. Throughout his life, Uncle Lu has known many business tycoons, but talents as promising as the young master, with strategic vision and rich professional knowledge, are truly rare. In the evening, Chen Fan prepared dinner and waited at home for his family to arrive. Not long after, Lin Guozhong, Dong Jinping, and Lin Shuyue returned together. After having lunch hosted by Lin Meiyun and her daughter, they were taken by them to visit several subsidiaries and manufacturing plants of the Lin Group. These businesses were newly developed after the family split, and the Lin family business has grown larger and larger, which deeply impressed them. I just got home, and Lin Meiyun personally drove me back in a Land Rover. It can be said that Lin Meiyun and her daughter Yi Jie provided excellent and attentive service today. Of course, the meal and company tour were just the surface. The most important thing was Lin Meiyun's request. That is, to have Lin Shuyue represent the Lin Group to negotiate cooperation with Dolphin Real Estate. She said that a few days ago, the family held a meeting and decided to send Yi Jie to Dolphin Real Estate to pave the way. Mr. Liu of Dolphin Real Estate directly stated that, according to the wishes of the Chun family patriarch in Beijing, only Lin Shuyue could represent the entire Lin family, and anyone else who came to discuss business would be refused entry. After recounting the entire process, Lin Meiyun earnestly and sincerely requested Lin Shuyue's help. If this cooperation could be achieved, according to the wishes of the Lin family matriarch, Lin Guozhong's family could return to the clan. In other words, Lin Guozhong's family will not only be able to work for the Lin Group and earn high salaries, but Lin Guozhong will also have the right to divide the family property when his grandmother passes away. Lin Meiyun's words were very clear and straightforward. Upon hearing this, Dong Jinping was overjoyed. Her greatest wish was to return to the Lin family so that she could inherit the family property after her grandmother passed away. Now that Lin Meiyun has brought such a great opportunity to her family, how could they not seize it? Dong Jinping immediately agreed to Lin Meiyun's request, saying that Shuyue would do her best to reach a cooperation agreement with Dolphin Real Estate. Lin Guozhong is henpecked, and he has no say in such important matters, so he can only follow his wife's decision. However, Lin Shuyue had no desire to go at all. She thought her mother would discuss it with her before making a decision, but to her surprise, Dong Jinping agreed immediately. Lin Shuyue was very angry, but she was helpless. She didn't want to have an unpleasant argument with her mother in front of her aunt and cousin and make herself a laughingstock. Therefore, she had no choice but to accept Dong Jinping's promise. Now that she's back home, Lin Shuyue is even angrier and determined to argue with her mother and express her opinion. The whole family sat at the dining table, but no one had the appetite to eat. Mom, I don't want to represent the Lin family in negotiating with Dolphin Real Estate. Lin Shuyue put down her chopsticks, looking displeased. What are you saying? Are you crazy? This is a great opportunity to return to the Lin family. Your aunt said that as long as you finalize the deal, we can go back to the Lin family. When grandma passes away, we'll get a share of the inheritance. What a wonderful thing. Dong Jinping took a sip of water, still dreaming of a bright future. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan's heart stirred. If Qiuyu succeeds in her negotiation, will she be able to return to the Lin family? The old lady actually offered such conditions? Mom, why didn't you ask me before agreeing to Aunt's request? How did they treat us when the family divided the property? They made our whole family leave with nothing. They didn't give us a single penny of resettlement compensation. They run companies, drive luxury cars, live in villas, and send their children to study abroad. And what about us? My dad gets a fixed salary, barely enough to eat, and we almost went hungry during the toughest times. I endured so much hardship and suffering to build my company and get where I am today. Now, they want to use me again to pull us back in order to cooperate with Dolphin. Have they no shame? Can't we live with some dignity? We absolutely refuse to agree to their demands. Lin Shuyue said angrily, so agitated that she pounded her small fist on the table, almost knocking over a plate of shredded potatoes. Upon hearing this, Dong Jinping's face turned red with anger, and she roared like a lion. Now the opportunity has arrived. Dolphin Company is backed by the Chun family of Beijing. The Chen family patriarch personally appointed you to represent the Lin family in negotiating the cooperation. As long as you go, the deal will likely be finalized. Then we can return to the Lin family in glory with the contract we've secured. Wouldn't that be perfect? Over the past 2 years, your father and I have come to a realization. Why did we have to fight for a living back then? Such a large family. And your second uncle is the only one who has all the wealth. And he's secretly thrilled with himself. To put it bluntly, you must represent the Lin family at Dolphin Real Estate. There is no room for negotiation. Lin Xiuyue was plunged into immense confusion and helplessness. Actually, given her company's current growth trajectory, her family's situation will improve significantly in the future. She won't need any connection to the Lin family to live a good life with a high quality of life. But why do the parents insist on returning to the Lin family? Is going back a good thing? Or is it that the parents are only after the money? Dad, Mom, we're not short of money. Why are you so stubborn? Can't we stand up for ourselves? Lin Xiuyue was so angry that tears were almost coming out of her eyes. Dong Jinping wouldn't listen to any of this. She saw it as a golden opportunity to return to the Lin family. By winning over the old lady before she passed away, she could secure a larger share in her future will. Refusing now might seem like a way to save face, but it wouldn't benefit her family at all. Her husband, Lin Guozhong, had very simple ideas. He only wanted to return to the Lin family to properly care for his elderly mother. After all, she was already 80 years old, and although she was still relatively healthy, she could turn over at any moment. Her life was precarious. As the eldest son, he also wanted to be a dutiful son and naturally wanted to return to his mother's side to fulfill his filial duties. At the same time, he also wanted to ease the tension between him and his brothers, so that the family could live in harmony and unity. Xiuyue, let me say a few words. I think you should just put up with it and represent the Lin family in the talks. Consider it a sacrifice for me and your mother. Your grandmother is getting old, and I want to spend some time with her. Even if you still have prejudices, you're still a member of the Lin family, of the same blood. How much hatred could there be? Lin Guozhong said, trying to smooth things over. Lin Xiuyue still couldn't get over that hurdle in her heart. She wanted to prove herself, but her parents gave in. Chapter 70 Persuasion. You have no backbone. Lin Xiuyue's tears streamed down her face. She was so angry that she trembled and kept wiping away her tears. What's the use of backbone in this day and age? Is money any more reliable? Silly child. Dong Jinping glanced at Lin Xiuyue and sneered. The key is that our family raised an ingrate who won the lottery but didn't show it. Otherwise, your father and I wouldn't be eyeing the Lin family's assets. The Lin family's assets are at least 30 billion. We could get 10 billion just for that. Humph, that ingrate, thinking he's so great just because he has 400 million. Bah. Dong Jinping's words were clearly meant for Chen Fan. It was as if all the blame was placed on Chen Fan, because Chen Fan won 450 million yuan but didn't withdraw it, which led them to be determined to return to the Lin family and inherit 10 billion yuan. Chen Fan almost vomited blood. Mom, I admit it, I did win 400 million, but I've invested all that money. It's a long-term investment, and the money's with a trust company. I can't withdraw it. But it's a guaranteed profit investment, so don't worry. Chen Fan had no choice but to explain it this way. He would never give the money directly to Dong Jinping. Hadn't he suffered enough insults and humiliation in the past 2 years? After being trampled on so badly, would he still give her money? Chen Fan couldn't bring himself to do such an undignified act of groveling. Upon hearing Chen Fan's explanation, Dong Jinping flew into a rage. You ungrateful wretch. Fine, don't just refuse to hand it over. What are you pretending for? You eat and drink our food, and now that you have money, you're hiding it. Heh, don't worry, we won't use a single penny of your money. When we return to the Lin family, we'll have plenty of money. You just pack your bags and get out of here. Mom, please don't scold him. Chen Fan is telling the truth. He did make the investment, Lin Xiuyue said, wiping away her tears and testifying on Chen Fan's behalf. Xiuyue, I think you've been bewitched by this ingrate. Why won't you divorce him? What can he offer you? Dong Jinping directly advised her daughter to divorce him in front of Chen Fan. Old woman, say less. Lin Guozhong tugged at his wife's arm. Roll. Dong Jinping swung her hand back, and Lin Guozhong dodged it, but the slap landed hard on her daughter Lin Xiuyue's pretty face. Lin Xiuyue, who had just stopped crying, covered her face and burst into tears again. You old fool, why are you hiding? Dong Jinping shouted angrily, then turned to Lin Xiuyue. Xiuyue, Mom didn't mean it, don't take it to heart. However, Lin Xiuyue was filled with grief and indignation, and cried even harder. No matter how Dong Jinping and Lin Guozhong tried to persuade her, she couldn't stop. Seeing his wife crying so bitterly, Chen Fan felt a pang of sadness. Lin Shiyue was indeed an incredibly strong-willed woman who wanted to solve everything on her own and refused to accept handouts. This time, her parents had forced her to represent the Lin family in business negotiations, which had deeply hurt her. Coupled with her mother's slap, Lin Shiyue's emotions collapsed instantly. She cried bitterly, and thinking about all the tears she had shed for the company over the years, she felt even worse. What are we going to do? Old woman, think of something quickly. It's all your fault. Lin Guozhong complained. Dong Jinping's eyes darted around, and she had no choice but to say, well then, Shiyue, it's a done deal that you'll be representing the Lin family to negotiate business. There's no going back now, so just go bravely. When the time comes, even if we return to the Lin family, your father and I will go with you. If you don't want to go, that's fine too. The house will be left to you too, and we'll move out. Really? Lin Shiyue stopped crying when she heard her mother say that. Yes, I think it's better for us to live separately. Dong Jinping continued after seeing that her daughter had stopped crying. As long as your father and I can go back to the Lin family, I will never advise you to get a divorce again. You two can live your lives however you want. Lin Shiyue wiped away her tears and choked out. Mom, are you telling the truth? Of course, you've grown up too. I've been too strict with you. It's time to let you fly, Dong Jinping said with a touch of sadness. Yes, she has been very strict with her only daughter since she was a child. Her daughter is already over 20, yet her mother still interferes in all her affairs, even forbidding her from living separately. Hearing her mother's words now is incredibly joyous news for Lin Shiyue. She's about to soar like a bird released from its cage. Mom, I will represent the Lin family to negotiate tomorrow. Lin Shiyue said solemnly. Yes, that's my good daughter. So wonderful. Ha ha. Dong Jinping stroked her daughter's hair and laughed. She glanced at Chen Fan, rolling her eyes, and said, Hey, what are you laughing at? Do you really think you can live off me forever just because I don't advise you to get a divorce? Even if you treat my daughter badly, she'll still divorce you. Chen Fan was speechless. After dinner, Chen Fan washed the pots and pans, tidied up the kitchen, took a shower, and then went back to the storage room. He was reading a book while doing one-handed push-ups when the door was suddenly pushed open and Lin Shiyue walked in. Lin Shiyue changed into a light purple nightgown, which was somewhat transparent, making Chen Fan stare at her figure, his blood rushing to his head. Shiyue, what brings you here? Chen Fan stood up and asked Lin Shiyue to sit in a chair opposite him. Chen Fan, I came because I'm a little nervous, Lin Shiyue said truthfully. What's wrong? Grandpa Chen from the Chen family in Beijing was a close friend of my grandfather when he was alive. When I was a child, my grandfather took me to the Chen family, and Grandpa Chen took a great liking to me. After returning to Lushur, I would send Grandpa Chen a postcard every Chinese New Year to wish him good health. Perhaps for this reason, Grandpa Chen designated me to represent the Lin family. That means Grandpa Chen still likes you a lot, so go ahead and be brave, Chen Fan encouraged. I'm still a little insecure. I've never negotiated a partnership with such a large company before. Besides, this time the deal involves the Lin family contracting over 80% of the construction industry in the Eastern District. This is a huge business opportunity that will definitely propel the Lin family's business to new heights, perhaps even elevating them to the ranks of Liushur's top-tier wealthy families. I've read the contract drafted by the Lin family. It's very ambitious and doesn't include any concessions. I'm worried that Dolphin Real Estate won't agree. If the negotiations fail, my parents will be very disappointed. Right now, all they can think about is returning to the Lin family, and as their daughter, I don't want to disappoint them. Lin Shiyue spoke earnestly and sincerely. She expressed both her anxiety about the business negotiations and her concern that she didn't want to upset or disappoint her parents. Chen Fan saw this and sighed inwardly, deeply understanding his wife's predicament. It seems he needs to find a way to help his wife resolve this problem. Chapter 71. Happiness came too suddenly. Shiyue, you just said that the contract drafted by the Lin family is particularly domineering? Chen Fan asked doubtfully. As the weaker party, how dare they write such an overbearing contract when they want the other party's cooperation? What's going on? Yes, they want over 80% of the construction contracting rights in the new district, cut 60% of the profits, and even want shares in the shops. It's really too domineering. We're begging Dolphin for cooperation, so why haven't they lowered their stance or offered any concessions? Why are they acting so aggressively? Sigh. It's really difficult. Lin Shiyue sighed, feeling that tomorrow's meeting was shrouded in gloom, and she might even be kicked out by Dolphin's CEO. My God, which bastard wrote this contract? Does he have any shame? This is obviously a contract that was deliberately made to make you fail to negotiate. Grandma Lin definitely didn't read this contract, or she read it, and someone modified it, just to see you fail. Sigh, people's hearts are unpredictable. Chen Fan sighed helplessly. It seems that not all members of the Lin family are as eager as the old lady to establish a cooperative relationship with the dolphins. Someone is sabotaging things, trying to make Lin Shuyue fail, so that Lin Guozhong and Dong Jinping will be unable to return to the Lin family. That card-counting game was incredibly cunning. What should we do? I just sent the electronic version of the contract to Dolphin, Lin Shuyue said anxiously, her face filled with panic. Chen Fan's brows relaxed, and he thought to himself, since someone in your Lin family wants to harm Lin Shuyue and make her fail, then let's see who has the last laugh. I'm determined to make her succeed. Shuyue, actually I forgot to tell you, I know the CEO of Dolphin Real Estate. Chen Fan said, patting his chest. You know him? Lin Shuyue's eyes widened, her face filled with disbelief. How could an orphan know the CEO of a big company? What kind of network do you have? What connections do you have? Are you kidding me? We not only know each other, but we also have a good relationship, Chen Fan added. Huh? Lin Shuyue was completely dumbfounded. To tell you the truth, I'm one of Dolphin's shareholders. Chen Fan continued, putting on a serious act of bravado. When Dolphin was first established, it was short of funds due to insufficient cash flow when negotiating land acquisition with the government. I went to the government service hall to inquire about purchasing government bonds and unexpectedly learned this important information. Then I proactively approached the person in charge of Dolphin, Manager Liu, and invested all of my 1 billion yuan. Now Dolphin's initial startup capital should be around 2 billion yuan, so you could say I own 50% of Dolphin's shares, making me the largest shareholder. My God! Lin Shuyue's mouth dropped open, and she almost exclaimed in surprise. This news is truly a bombshell. You know, those big conglomerates often run into cash flow problems. Sometimes it's the bank's problems, and sometimes it's their own need to make additional investments. And I just happened to seize the opportunity and did Dolphin a huge favor. Dolphin's development has unlimited potential. As the major shareholder, I just need to sit back and wait for the company to grow and collect the money. I'll talk to President Liu in advance tomorrow, and you should have no problem signing the contract. Chen Fan spoke eloquently, then smiled confidently. Husband, you Lin Shuyue couldn't help but admire Chen Fan's ability to seize opportunities and his extraordinary courage. Her opinion of Chen Fan changed a lot. Chen Fan is no longer the lazy, good-for-nothing gigolo he once was, but a man with business acumen and strategic vision. Don't sleep in the storage room tonight, Lin Shuyue suddenly said. Chen Fan was startled. Did Lin Shuyue think he was lying and get angry? Are you going to kick him out? Wife. Lin Shuyue stood up and walked towards the door, but her heart was pounding and her face was slightly flushed. She just wanted to confide in Chen Fan tonight about her doubts about the contract and her worries about the possibility of failure tomorrow. She just wanted Chen Fan to be a listener and help her share the pressure. However, this man gave her an incredibly shocking message. No matter how despicable, foolish, or cowardly he had been before, at this moment, his image had completely changed. Moreover, Lin Shuyue felt a touch of emotion. Whenever she encountered difficulties, Chen Fan was always the first person to stand up for her, helping her solve her problems and offering her advice. Since their marriage, Chen Fan has never found her annoying or deeply resented her bad temper. On the contrary, he has listened to her heart with great patience, encouraged her fighting spirit, and helped her overcome one difficulty after another. Where can you find a husband like this? Wife, let me explain. Honey, come sleep in my bedroom tonight, Lin Shuyue said shyly, pursing her lips. Chen Fan swallowed hard, pinched himself, and it hurt, confirming that he wasn't dreaming. This is even harder and more exciting than winning the lottery. Happiness came so suddenly that Chen Fan was stunned and couldn't recover for a long time. What? You don't want to come? Then forget it. Lin Shuyue saw that Chen Fan was hesitant and was slightly angry, so she said stiffly, I want to come. I want to come. I really want to come. Chen Fan answered excitedly, rubbing his hands together restlessly. Lin Shuyue nodded slightly, a strong sense of guilt rising in her heart, and said, I'm sorry for making you suffer these past 2 years. After saying that, her lithe figure left the storeroom, leaving behind a lingering fragrance. Here's what happened last night. This is a sad story. Around 11 p.m., after his parents-in-law had gone to sleep, Chen Fan secretly went to Lin Shuyue's bedroom. When Chen Fan entered the bedroom, he saw Lin Shuyue lying on her side on the bed, looking very beautiful. He was incredibly excited. He had endured this for over 2 years. Finally, he could be with his wife and become husband and wife in the truest sense. So he pounced on his prey like a hungry tiger. 3 minutes later. Sigh, no, Chen Fan sat up, feeling dejected. Honey, are you too nervous? Lin Shuyue comforted him, pursing her lips. No, it's because I'm not good enough. I was fine with it. Last time your mom suddenly barged into the storage room. It gave me a huge fright. And then sigh? I always have a feeling that someone might suddenly barge into your bedroom. Honey, this is a psychological issue. You're traumatized. How about we go to the hospital to get it checked out another day? No need. I studied medicine. I'll adjust myself slowly. Actually, it's mainly a psychological issue. Honey, I'm really sorry today. I'm useless, Chen Fan said shamefully. Sigh, it's all my mom's fault. She used to call you a good-for-nothing every day, and now you really are. Lin Shuyue shook her head, afraid that Chen Fan would feel even more pressure, so she comforted him. It's okay. Honey, I will remain chaste for you and wait for you. Just focus on your treatment. You are such a good wife to me. Chen Fan's nose tingled with emotion. Then, Chen Fan quietly went back to the storage room to sleep. The story ends. Chapter 72, Signing the Contract. The next day, inside Lin Guoxiao's office at the Lin Group, he took a sip of hot coffee, then casually propped his legs up on the table in front of him, looking quite pleased with himself. His son, Lin Xiangtian, and several capable assistants were in the office. Dad, Aunt called and said that Uncle's family has agreed to let Lin Shua represent the Lin family to sign the contract with Dolphin Real Estate, Lin Xiangtian reported. Did you make any slight modifications to the contract that Grandma reviewed, according to my wishes? Lin Guoxiao asked. Of course I changed it. Lin Xiangtian gave a mischievous smile and said, after I finished changing it, I sent it directly to Lin Shuyue without letting my aunt see it. Well done. Lin Guoxiao praised his son's competence. The original contract was not a so-called unfair treaty. The contract stipulated that 30% of the construction project in the new district would be contracted to the Lin family, and 20% of the total revenue would belong to the Lin family. There were no requirements regarding equity participation in the shops after completion. The old lady had read and agreed to the contract, but Lin Guoxiao, wanting Lin Shuyue to run into a wall and fail in the negotiations, had his son secretly modify it, drafting a domineering contract and sending it directly to Lin Shuyue. Lin Guoxiao and Lin Xiangtian did not want Lin Shuyue to successfully sign the contract. If she did, Lin Guozhong and his family would return to the Lin family, which would make it difficult to divide the property. The old lady, Lin Meiyun, Yi Jie, and the others were still kept in the dark. They naturally hoped that Lin Shuyue could finalize the contract, but no matter how much they guarded against it, it was hard to guard against a traitor within their own ranks. They trusted Lin Guoxiao's family too much and were tricked without even realizing it. Lin Shuyue and her family still want to go back to the Lin family? Dream on. Lin Xiangtian said angrily. The people at Dolphin Real Estate aren't idiots. If they saw the contract she brought, they'd probably beat her out. Ha 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 ha. Everyone burst into laughter at the same time. Mr. Lin, your move was truly insidious. Lin Shuyue is finished this time. After this failure, the old lady will probably be disappointed in her whole family and will have no hope of returning to the family, a man in a suit analyzed. Yes, President Lin is truly shrewd. With a simple substitution, he managed to bring Lin Shuyue's family to their doom. Amazing. Amazing. Another lackey couldn't help but praise him as well. Lin Guoxiao gave a sinister smile, stroked his mustache, and said, You want to compete with me? No way. Anyone who dares to block my dad's path to wealth will never be able to recover. Lin Xiangtian quickly chimed in. He knew very well that as long as his father's position in the family was consolidated, then all of his father's wealth would eventually be his. President Lin is awesome. President Lin is the only future head of the Lin family. President Lin, we will always follow you. A group of lackeys chimed in, chanting slogans and vying to fawn over him. Dolphin Real Estate Building. Chen Fan had already driven Lin Shuyue downstairs. After parking the car, Chen Fan glanced at Lin Shuyue, who looked slightly nervous, and said, It's all right. I've already spoken to Mr. Liu. You can go in and sign the contract directly. Lin Shuyue was still a little hesitant. Even though Chen Fan owned Dolphin shares and was the largest shareholder, he was not the chairman and had no decision-making power. Could he really facilitate a signing by simply making a phone call to the boss? Furthermore, while Dolphin is actively negotiating partnerships with other companies, the Lin family isn't the only large company with construction qualifications. They can certainly choose to cooperate with companies that are more beneficial to them. Do you think anyone would be foolish enough to sign such an overbearing contract from the Lin family? Will that general manager Liu listen to you? Lin Shuyue asked in a low voice. Don't worry. He already promised me on the phone that he would give me that face. Chen Fan said with a smile. Seeing Chen Fan's confident and composed demeanor, Lin Shuyue finally relaxed her tense emotions, as if she had been given a reassurance. Upon entering the company, a beautiful secretary in an office lady uniform approached and asked directly, Are you Ms. Lin Shuyue? The beautiful secretary asked politely. It's me. Lin Shiyue nodded. She thought to herself, wow, this is a big company. Even the receptionist is so beautiful and has such high standards. Please follow me. Good. Lin Shiyue turned her head and glanced at Chen Fan. Chen Fan waved his hand and said, you go talk to them yourself. It's not convenient for me to go up. I'll wait for you in the car. Soon, the elevator arrived at the 18th floor, Lu Bo's office. Lin Shiyue repeatedly reminded herself to stay confident, keep smiling, and show her best side to the other person. Upon entering the general manager's office, a well-dressed elderly man stood up, walked over, and took the initiative to shake her hand. Hello, Ms. Lin. My surname is Lu, and I am the general manager of Dolphin Real Estate. I will personally meet with you to discuss cooperation matters with the Lin Group. Uncle Lu introduced in a deep voice. Hello, Mr. Lu. The contract was sent to you last night. May I ask if you've seen it? Lin Shiyue asked, her face inexplicably turning red, fearing that Mr. Lu was subtly rejecting her desire to cooperate. Of course I saw it. Is there a problem? No problem. To save time, I won't beat around the bush. This contract can be signed directly. Uncle Lu said, picking up 3 copies of the contract from his desk, and continued. I've already signed the contract. Once Miss Lin signs, this contract will be effective. Because you are the Lin family's authorized representative, although you are not the legal representative, Dolphin assumes that you can exercise the rights of a legal representative. Lin Shiyue was astonished. She never expected that, just as Chen Fan had said, they could sign a contract directly. She took the contract, flipped through a few pages at random, and found that not a single word of the contract had been changed. Those unfair terms were still clearly visible. Mr. Lu, really you want to sign? Lin Shiyue asked, somewhat incredulous. Hee, isn't your purpose in coming here to sign something? Uncle Lu smiled slightly. Of course. Lin Shiyue nodded. Well then, if there are no problems, let's sign it. I've discussed it with the other major shareholder, Mr. Chen, and we're on the same page, so you can rest assured. Uncle Lu handed her a ballpoint pen. Lin Shiyue took the pen, feeling as if she were dreaming. This went too smoothly. They skipped the negotiation stage and just signed the contract? To be honest, what good will this contract do for Dolphin? It's just giving away some of its existing profits to the Lin Group for nothing. Isn't that too generous and magnanimous? Mr. Lu, shall I sign it? Lin Shiyue picked up a pen, laid the contract on the desk, and prepared to sign it. Sign it. No problem. Uncle Lu said with a smile. Lin Shiyue no longer hesitated and signed her name in the designated place on the contract. After signing the document, she breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if she had accomplished an impossible task. Lin Shiyue was carrying a contract and was about to leave when Uncle Lu called her back. Miss Lin, wait a moment, there's one more thing. Chapter 73, a win-win agreement. Mr. Lu, is there anything else? Lin Shiyue asked, puzzled. As far as I know, you are the president of Manhwa Cosmetics Company, right? Uncle Lu asked very kindly. Yes, how did you know? Did my husband tell you? Lin Shiyue asked in return. Uncle Lu nodded, took out several contracts from his desk drawer, and said, this is a cooperation agreement that our Dolphin company drafted last night. I've already signed it. Take it back and take a close look. If there are no problems, just sign your name and have someone send you a copy. Lin Shiyue was completely baffled. What kind of agreement is it? Hasn't the contract already been signed? She took the agreement from Uncle Lu, who handed it to her with both hands, and saw the title read. Cooperation Agreement between Lusher Dolphin Real Estate Group and Manhwa Cosmetics Company, Limited. Instantly, Lin Shiyue's eyes lit up, and her heart pounded like a drum. What's going on? Dolphin Company actually wants to cooperate with my company? I clearly did not proactively request cooperation from them. Mr. Lu, this is... Mr. Lin, don't panic. After discussing with Mr. Chen Fan, the major shareholder of Dolphin, our company's senior management held a meeting and unanimously agreed that it is an honor for us to cooperate with Manhwa Cosmetics. Manhwa is an emerging company integrating production, sales, and market expansion. While focusing on its own brand promotion and increasing revenue, it has also performed very well in various fields such as marketing planning, publicity design, and technical support. Once a cooperation framework is reached with Dolphin, we will provide sales outlets in a new district and connect you with sales channels, allowing you to promote your brand influence and achieve long-term development. Dolphin plans to invest in Manhwa. The initial investment will be sales areas in major commercial districts of the new district, where you can freely sell, exhibit, and conduct other commercial activities. If the later revenue exceeds 10 million after deducting costs, Dolphin's profit will be the dividend from our investment. This cooperation model has been written in detail in the contract. Please take a good look at it when you get back. After hearing what Uncle Lu said, Lin Shuyue's heart pounded even harder. Just as Chen Fan had said before, Dolphin plans to lease all the ground floor shops in the prime location of the new district to Huanhai Company. No, this isn't leasing, it's providing them for free. If she could acquire those shops in the new district with its unlimited economic potential and engage in physical sales, then dominating half of the cosmetics market in Lushur should be just around the corner. Thinking this, Lin Shuyue couldn't help but fall into a state of blissful anticipation, unable to extricate herself. "Miss Lin, what's wrong?" Uncle Lu asked quickly when he saw that she seemed a little dazed. "Oh, I'm fine. I'll take a look at this agreement when I get back. If there are no problems, I'll sign it and have someone send it over." That's what Lin Shuyue said, but she really wanted to sign her name immediately and start this cooperation. This is simply the best opportunity for the company to take off. Why not seize it? However, out of caution, she decided to take the document back to her own company before signing it. This made the other party believe that she took the matter seriously, rather than hastily agreeing to the cooperation. Carrying the two contracts, Lin Shuyue walked out of the Dolphin real estate building, still somewhat confused. Lin Shuyue returned to the car. "Have you signed it?" Chen Fan asked, noticing her strange expression. "I signed it." Lin Shuyue nodded, but her expression was still somewhat blank. "That's good. It's a good thing that the contract was successfully signed. Why aren't you happy?" Chen Fan said with a smile. Lin Shuyue wasn't unhappy, but rather felt that today had gone too smoothly. Both the warm reception from Dolphin Company and the friendly attitude of General Manager Lu made her feel a little uncomfortable. She was an entrepreneur. Back then, when she humbly sought cooperation with other companies, she rarely saw a friendly face. Instead, she had to put on a smiling face, afraid of offending the other party. Today's signing went exceptionally smoothly. Dolphin's strength far surpasses that of the previous companies, and its development potential is enormous. In particular, Dolphin proactively presented her with a cooperation agreement with her company. This was an unexpected and wonderful piece of news. Previously, she had almost never considered having any dealings with a large company like Dolphin. Therefore, Lin Shuyue had not yet recovered. "I'm happy, but a little puzzled. In the past, when I negotiated with other companies, I was often met with cold shoulders and even turned away. But today, I met someone so easy to talk to. Moreover, besides signing the Lin family's contract on the spot, President Lu also asked me to take a cooperation agreement between Dolphin and Huanhai. My goodness, it's unbelievable." Lin Shuyue couldn't help but exclaim, looking at Chen Fan with a face full of gratitude. "Honey, I have to thank you for all of this. If you hadn't spoken to me in advance and paved the way for me, I would definitely have been kicked out." "Hee, look at what you're saying. There's no need for thanks between husband and wife. By the way, you absolutely mustn't tell anyone that I'm a shareholder of Dolphin, not even mom and dad," Chen Fan instructed. "Oh, this matter if your family knew, they would be so envious of you." Lin Shuyue was a little confused as to why Chen Fan was still hiding the truth and keeping a low profile. Was he used to being a son-in-law without dignity? That's how people are. Once they get used to a certain way of life, it's very difficult to suddenly change them. Thinking about it this way, Lin Shuyue understood Chen Fan's predicament. "I understand. Don't worry, honey, I won't tell anyone," Lin Shuyue assured her. Since Lin Shuyue's company had an important meeting that she needed to chair today, Chen Fan took her directly to Huanhai Company. In the car, Lin Shuyue read through the agreement between Dolphin and Huanhai from beginning to end, and there were no major problems. This is a win-win agreement. However, the Dolphin's intention to support the development and growth of the surrounding area is more obvious. For Huanhai, this was a golden opportunity to change its destiny and join the ranks of top-tier enterprises in China. Lin Shuyue, of course, wouldn't let it pass. She took out a pen and signed the agreement. "Honey, wait here. I'll go upstairs and call Xiaoyuan down. You take her directly to Dolphin Real Estate and deliver this signed agreement there," Lin Shuyue instructed, placing a copy of the agreement in the car. "Okay." Chen Fan nodded. He was happy for Lin Shuyue. Although Lin Shuyue appeared calm and composed, Chen Fan knew how excited she was inside. Huanhai is like her child. Now that Huanhai is able to develop further, how could she not be happy and excited? Soon, Sun Yuan excitedly walked out of the building and jogged towards the car. Under the sunlight, Sun Yuan, wearing a bodycon mini-skirt, looked youthful and beautiful. She had the temperament of an office lady and the liveliness and cuteness of a girl next door. She had a hot figure with curves in all the right places, and her long legs were simply a masterpiece of God. Chapter 74, The Debt Collectors. As soon as Sun Yuan got into Chen Fan's car, a captivating fragrance wafted towards her. Moreover, the scent of sweat and hormones mixed and made Chen Fan feel a little excited. As a normal man, this was understandable. Sitting in the passenger seat, Sun Yuan had small beads of sweat on her nose. Her delicate oval face had big eyes and eyelashes that fluttered like beautiful butterflies. She really gave off the feeling of a fairy descending to earth. Mr. Chen, please don't keep staring at him like that, Sun Yuan said, her face slightly flushed. Cough cough. I just had a bit of heat stroke and felt a little dizzy, sorry, Chen Fan explained hastily. Mr. Chen, Mr. Lin asked me to deliver the agreement. Is this it? Sun Yuan picked up a stack of A4 papers from the dashboard and asked gently. Her voice was as clear and melodious as a nightingale's. Okay. Chen Fan nodded and started the car. Sun Yuan picked it up casually, flipped through it, and was already speechless with astonishment. My God, we can cooperate with Dolphin Real Estate. I really didn't expect President Lin to be so lucky. No, I should say President Lin is really capable. Sun Yuan was overjoyed, his face beaming with happiness. The better the company performs, the more proud employees will feel, and their income will also increase. This is of great benefit to Sun Yuan's family's actual situation. She has a paralyzed mother and 2 younger brothers in her hometown who are in college and rely on her to send money to them, so she is under a lot of financial pressure. Yes, with Chiu signing a contract with Dolphin, the company will surely have a bright future, Chen Fan said with a smile. Let's go. The car drove off, and at that moment, an Audi 7-seater SUV parked on the side of the road outside the company building followed. Along the way, Chen Fan and Sun Yuan chatted. Sun Yuan was extremely grateful for the phone Chen Fan had given her last time. Looking at Chen Fan's sharply defined profile, her heart began to flutter again. At the same time, as a vibrant young woman, Sun Yuan started fantasizing, hoping to have a one-night stand with Chen Fan. Hey, Xia Yuan, what's wrong? Why are you suddenly spacing out? Chen Fan asked loudly. Sun Yuan quickly regained her composure and gave an awkward smile. It's hot. I'm also suffering from a bit of heat stroke. Oh. Chen Fan nodded slightly, glanced at the rearview mirror again, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes, and reminded him. Xiao Yuan, be careful now. That Audi behind us has been following us. Sun Yuan was startled. She glanced in her rearview mirror and saw that it was indeed a black Audi. She kept a distance from the car, following closely behind, regardless of its speed. Mr. Chen, who is that person? What should we do? Sun Yuan had never been followed before, so he seemed a little nervous, and his speech was a bit slurred. I don't know what they do either. Chen Fan thought to himself that he hadn't offended many people. The few rich kids he had dealt with had already had Uncle Lu warn their fathers not to cause trouble, as Chen Fan was someone they couldn't afford to mess with. He could basically rule out those rich kids as the ones following him. So, who are the people in this car? The car has already entered the new urban area. Because the new urban area is under development and land acquisition, there is still a considerable amount of farmland. When the car reached a relatively remote, deserted section of the road, the Audi suddenly accelerated and overtook it. It was just centimeters away from colliding with Chen Fan's car. If Chen Fan hadn't been such a skilled driver, a traffic accident would definitely have happened. Sun Yuan also screamed in fright. The Audi kept honking its horn incessantly, the ear-piercing sound never ceasing, before pulling up in front of Chen Fan's car and slowly slowing down. In short, it was trying to force Chen Fan to stop. To avoid a collision that could result in injury or death, Chen Fan had no choice but to brake and pull the car over to the side of the road. This area of wasteland is deserted, overgrown with weeds, and only occasionally does a car pass by. The Audi deliberately chose this spot to force Chen Fan's car to stop. It must have had ill intentions. However, Chen Fan was not afraid at all. He would meet force with force and water with water. Everyone in the Audi got out of the car. There were 7 burly men in total. The leader looked vaguely familiar. He had sausage lips, an upturned nose, and a face full of pimples was as ugly as a pig. He was leaning on a cane, and his right knee was wrapped in gauze, clearly indicating that he had been recently beaten and was still recovering. Chen Fan felt that this person looked so familiar. But no matter how hard I try, I can't remember. Get off. Get off now. Damn it. Get out of the car. You filthy bitch. Give me my money back. Several burly men pointed at the car window and loudly swore. It turns out that the person they were tracking was not Chen Fan, but Sun Yuan. These people, are they looking for me? Sun Yuan was extremely nervous, and even her voice was trembling. She stared in terror at the burly men, her scalp tingling with fear. Then she turned her gaze to Chen Fan, her eyes pleading for protection, as if Chen Fan were her lifeline. Xia Yuan, let's get off the bus first and see what they can do. Chen Fan said coldly. He appeared quite calm. Having seen many of these petty thugs, Chen Fan had no psychological trauma and was not afraid at all. Chen Fan and Sun Yuan got out of the car. Sun Yuan hid behind Chen Fan, terrified and pale. Chen Fan could feel Sun Yuan's increasingly rapid breathing due to nervousness, warm and fragrant. Brother Long, it's this woman. She owes me money and won't pay it back. Oomph. Did you think online loans were free money? You slut. Pay back your money now, or don't blame us for being impolite. When Chen Fan heard someone call out to Brother Long, who was using crutches, he suddenly realized why he looked so familiar. Brother Long was the guy whose right leg he had broken when he went to the 4S store to pick up his car earlier. So these people were loan sharks. Not long ago, Sun Yuan asked her older sister for money because her younger brother had gotten 2 girls pregnant at school and needed money to have abortions. At that time, Sun Yuan had just sent the little money she had to her younger brother and her mother back home, and she was penniless. As the older sister, she felt obligated and responsible to help her immature younger brother through his difficulties. Under her brother's persistent urging, Sun Yuan reluctantly applied for an online loan through a mobile app. Surprisingly, after entering her ID number, phone number, and uploading photos and other personal information, she successfully obtained a loan. She then transferred all the money to her brother for emergency use. Sun Yuan was borrowing money online for the first time and had absolutely no precautions. She signed a contract with compound interest, and before long, 3,000 yuan turned into tens of thousands of yuan. As a working-class girl with no other income, where would I find the money to come up with all at once? She couldn't repay the money on time, so the interest kept increasing, and now the total debt has reached 100,000. Chapter 75, Re-encounter with Brother Long. The online lending company's customer service called almost every day to collect the debt, but Sun Yuan had no ability to repay, so she used various reasons and excuses to delay. Later, when the online lending company called, she simply didn't answer or hung up, and even blocked them. She had initially considered borrowing some money from Lin Shuyue, but she was afraid that Lin Shuyue would misunderstand her because of this and develop prejudice against her, perhaps even firing her later. Under immense pressure, Sun Yuan chose to go into hiding, rarely leaving the Huanhai Company building. The building had doormen and security guards, with comprehensive surveillance and adequate security measures, making it relatively safe. Because their personal information was known to many lenders, they often secretly waited near the company building for Sun Yuan to leave. Today, Sun Yuan was targeted by these people as soon as she came down from the building. "You bitch, give me my money back," a blonde thug yelled angrily. "I have no money. You're being so unreasonable. I only borrowed 3,000 yuan, and now you want me to pay back 100,000? You're just loan sharks. Aren't you afraid or aren't you afraid I'll call the police?" Sun Yuan retorted boldly. However, her tone clearly betrayed her lack of confidence and trembling. "You slut, you dare call the police? Believe me or not, I'll chop off your fingers right now," another fat thug cursed. "Kid, get out of the way. Who are you to this woman?" Chen Fan gave a cold laugh and said, "I am her friend. Get out of here if you don't want to die. Otherwise, I'll beat you up too," a thug with a nose ring threatened, pulling out a switchblade. The sharp blade emitted a piercing light in the sunlight, which was extremely dazzling. "Hee hee, I like brave people like you the most." Chen Fan smiled calmly. His attitude infuriated the 7 men even more. "What did you say? You're asking for it." At this moment, Brother Long took a closer look and exclaimed, "You re that guy's surname Chun from the 4S store?" "It is indeed your father," Chen Fan replied arrogantly. "Brothers, he broke my leg at the 4S shop. You must avenge me. Kill this trash," Brother Long urged, relying on his superior numbers. When enemies meet, their eyes are filled with intense hatred. Brother Long wished he could tear Chen Fan to pieces right now to avenge himself. He had only recently been discharged from the hospital after being brutally beaten by Chen Fan, and he was determined to find Chen Fan's address and get his revenge. Now, by some miracle, we've run into each other like this. What a small world. This time, we must break this kid's arms and legs, and let him experience what it's like to be lying in a hospital bed, wishing he were dead. Brother Long, our goal this time is to get the money, not to beat someone up. As long as that woman pays back the money first, everything will be fine, right? A thug wearing an earring winked at Brother Long. Brother Long immediately understood. He would get the money first, and then beat the kid up later. "You bitch, give me my money back," the blonde-haired man roared again. "I don't have the money if you want to pay it back. You'll have to wait until a month later. I can only pay back 3,500 at most, with 500 as interest. I can't come up with 100,000 in one lump sum." Sun Yuan wanted to negotiate with them. Continuing to hide like this wasn't a good solution. These people are outrageous. They can turn 3,000 into 100,000 in such a short time through compound interest. How much would someone who borrowed 30,000 have to repay? Countless people who borrowed from loan sharks have surely gone bankrupt, their families torn apart. "You have no money? Makes it sound so easy, damn it. Do you think we stole our money? Hurry up and ask your relatives and friends to lend you money to pay off your debts. My relatives are all farmers in the countryside and have no savings. My friends are all migrant workers and are even poorer than me, Sun Yuan said truthfully. Can't you give me a month's grace? I will pay back 3,500 yuan after a month. I mean what I say. 3,500? Are you kidding me? We're not a charity. Brother Long's eyes flashed as he glanced at Chen Fan, his expression menacing. Hey, brat, the way you're protecting this woman means you two are on good terms. If you help her pay off her debt, I'll let you go. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless. We'll cripple you for the 100,000 yuan you owe, making you pay for the hospital bills. As for the woman, we'll gang rape her first, then kill her. Ha ha ha. A group of people burst into laughter. Not bad, this girl is really pretty. To be honest, if I could use my body to pay off the debt, that would be acceptable. Several lecherous men sized up Sun Yuan with lustful eyes. She was the kind of woman who could make a living off her looks, even work as a model, and be kept by a rich man. They never expected that such a stunning beauty would take out a loan. Sun Yuan was so frightened that she fell silent. She was still a virgin. How could she be defiled by these shameless scoundrels? She would rather be dead. At this moment, Chen Fan stepped forward, confronting the 7 people, and calmly smiled. I have plenty of money. I'm just afraid you won't dare to take it. Brother Long was taken aback by Chen Fan's imposing presence, but he immediately replied. We won't take money that isn't ours. But it's only right to pay back debts. We just want 100,000. In Brother Long's mind, the scene of him and his 2 men being beaten to a pulp by Chen Fan in the 4S store last time, where he and his 2 men were outnumbered and outmatched by Chen Fan, was resurrected. This man is highly skilled and unfathomable. Although he has the advantage of numbers, he is not confident that he can defeat Chen Fan. Chen Fan coldly said, a principal of 3,000 yuan has yielded an interest of 100,000 yuan. Even if interest is calculated daily and compounded, it's still not that outrageous, is it? It was clearly stated in the app that it was a daily interest rate, and the woman applied for the loan after she clicked agree. We didn't force her to borrow money. It was a consensual transaction, so what's so exaggerated about it? Brother Long explained logically, and this kind of explanation was basically his routine. Chen Fan chuckled slightly and said disdainfully, according to the law, private lending with an annual interest rate not exceeding 24% is protected by law, while rates exceeding 36% are illegal. Your interest rate is not only 36%, it's more than 1,000%. Even if we calculate it on a daily interest basis, if you borrowed 3,000 yuan, the daily interest would be at most 100 yuan. Now you've raised 100,000 yuan, which is illegal. We signed an electronic contract. She agreed to the loan beforehand. It was a willing transaction. What does the law have to do with it? Kid, don't think you can get away with this just because you know a little bit of law. That woman owes us a whole penny. Brother Long's voice grew louder and louder. He knew very well that, based on what happened at the 4S store last time, Chen Fan was a wealthy man, and 100,000 yuan was no problem for him. As long as Chen Fan agreed to help the woman pay off the debt, the money would definitely be in his pocket. Chen Fan sighed softly, truly worried about this ugly guy's intelligence, and said, You mean if I cheated you out of some money and then told the police it was a case of mutual consent, the police wouldn't arrest me? Chapter 76, How much does it cost? Upon hearing this, Brother Long frowned. Before he could react, Chen Fan pulled out a bank card and placed it in his palm. All right, with your intelligence, you don't understand the law, so you can't figure it out. 100,000 yuan, right? It's in here. You brat. Where's the bank here? How do you withdraw money? You transfer it, the blonde-haired guy cursed. Unfortunately, my phone is broken, so I can't make a transfer. I can only swipe by card. You only have one chance. Do you want it or not? Chen Fan's voice grew colder and colder, and his expression became increasingly serious. Of course I want it. The blonde-haired man reached for his bank card, but found nothing. Chen Fan withdrew his hand, put the bank card into his pocket, and said, I just remembered, I forgot the pin for this card. I'll give it to you next time I go to the bank and get the pin. You son of a bitch, kid, you dare to mess with me? Yellow Hair roared, clenching his fists as he was about to punch him. Fearing that the blonde-haired man would get hurt, Brother Long grabbed him. Brother Long knew very well that the man in front of him was a trained fighter, and if it were a one-on-one fight, he would definitely be beaten senseless. Only by uniting and attacking together would they have a chance of winning. Brother Long, don't stop me. I'm going to beat this kid up. Yellow Hair was still very impulsive. The man with the nose ring, who had been leering at Sun Yuan, chuckled softly. Don't hit him. Hitting someone means paying medical bills. That's not good. Let's have some fun today. Let's get that pretty girl. She's got 7 orifices, and there are 7 of us. Hee hee. Such lewd language made Sun Yuan so angry that she immediately took out her phone to call 110 to report the crime. Chen Fan waved his hand and said, Don't call the police, Xiao Yuan. Don't make a big deal out of it. Let me handle it. I'll definitely deal with those good-for-nothings. Mr. Chen, is it all right? Sun Yuan stopped pressing the buttons and asked in a low voice. Don't worry, if I get defeated, you can call the police then. Give me some time to improvise, okay? Chen Fan smiled smugly. Okay, Sun Yuan nodded, still feeling a bit worried for Chen Fan. But in her heart, for some reason, she had a feeling that she believed Chen Fan could defeat those few scoundrels. Seeing the even more disgusting wicked smiles on the faces of those disgusting men, Sun Yuanhao bit her lower lip tightly, silently cheering for Chen Fan in her heart, determined to defeat those scumbags and successfully take her away. The man with the nose ring, along with two other thugs, approached Sun Yuan step by step. Sun Yuan could almost smell the stench of their sweat. At that moment, a cold voice rang out. Are you all scum among men? Such a beautiful and lovely woman, wearing a tight-fitting short skirt and stockings, with a top-notch figure, even prettier than a celebrity. Don't you know how to cherish a woman? As Chen Fan spoke, he stepped forward and blocked the three bastards. The three men were taken aback. The man with the nose ring roared. Kid, you really think we wouldn't dare hit you? If you know what's good for you, get lost and don't ruin our plans. You guys are so ugly. How dare you lay a hand on such a beautiful woman? Chen Fan said coldly. His tone and expression clearly showed he didn't take these thugs seriously. I can't take this anymore. I'll show you what death is. The man with the nose ring roared, veins bulging on his face, gripping the watermelon knife tightly as he charged towards Chen Fan. The other two thugs each pulled out a watermelon knife from their backs, also threatening to gang up on Chen Fan. They weren't just ordinary street thugs who collected protection money and made empty threats. They were ruthless people who had actually chopped off people's hands and feet and cut off debtors' limbs. The man with the nose ring rushed to Chen Fan's side, laughing arrogantly, and raised the watermelon knife in his hand, suddenly stabbing it downwards towards Chen Fan's head. If Chen Fan were to take this blow, he would definitely be disfigured. Chen Fan showed no fear or tension. When the watermelon knife was still 5 centimeters from his face, he swiftly raised his hand and grabbed the man with the nose ring's wrist, preventing him from being injured. With his other hand, he clenched into a fist and slammed it into the man's shoulder. Click! The crisp sound of bones breaking seemed so abrupt. Those present who heard the click sound all tensed up. The man with the nose ring let out a blood-curdling scream, as excruciating pain shot through his entire body from his shoulder. He lost his grip on the watermelon knife, which fell to the ground with a thud. Chen Fan kicked the watermelon knife into the bushes not far away. Immediately afterward, Chen Fan jumped high into the air and launched a surprise attack. Before the remaining two thugs could react, each of them received a solid elbow to the face. Instantly, both of their nasal bones shattered, causing them excruciating pain. They covered their noses as blood gushed out uncontrollably. Ouch! That hurts. It hurts so much. Chen Fan turned around, staring at Brother Long with eyes as sharp as a hawk's, and said coldly, You cripple, don't you want your other leg either? I'll take your life. Brothers, let's attack together. Don't take us one by one. Let's fight. At Brother Long's command, the remaining 3 brothers each took out batons, machetes, and steel pipes, exchanged glances, and prepared to attack together. These people weren't unfamiliar with martial arts practitioners. They had some experience dealing with such individuals. In a one-on-one situation, they certainly wouldn't win, but with several of them attacking from different angles, the opponent was bound to have openings. As long as they seized even a small opportunity, they could turn the tide. However, Chen Fan's punch that shattered the nose ring man's bones sent chills down their spines. They had seen strong people before, but never anyone this strong, and who was so ruthless. The 3 of them rushed forward from different directions at the same time. Chen Fan glanced at them out of the corner of his eye, a barely perceptible sneer appearing on his lips. Suddenly, he leaned in front of the thug holding the baton and punched him in the stomach. The man foamed at the mouth and flew 5 or 6 meters away. Chen Fan seized the baton from him and swung it away. Bang! Bang! 2 muffled thuds in succession. The blow struck both men simultaneously. One of them had 8 or 9 teeth fly out of his mouth, spitting blood, and was spun around 360 degrees before being beaten to a pulp. Another person instinctively tried to block the baton with their arm, resulting in a comminuted fracture of that arm. Then, their arm simply hung limply over the ground. Ah! The thug screamed repeatedly. Seeing his 6 brothers routed and injured to varying degrees, Brother Long was stunned. He immediately turned to run away. But where could he go, leaning on his crutches? Bang! Chen Fan kicked out and stomped hard on Brother Long's back. Brother Long flew out like a cannonball, crashing heavily into a roadside utility pole, blood flowing from his mouth and ears. Chen Fan stepped over the bodies of these people, walked up to Brother Long, and laughed. Still want to collect the debt? How much? Chapter 77. Do you think I'm a pushover? Brother Long glanced again at the good-for-nothing brothers lying on the ground, groaning not far away. Enduring the pain, he wiped the blood from his mouth and nose, his face pale and panicked. If you still refuse to admit defeat, the outcome may be even worse. Chen Fan had absolutely no intention of showing any mercy. If you angered him again, you might lose your life. A man can bend and stretch. Moreover, Brother Long is a typical bully who preys on the weak and fears the strong. Without hesitation, he knelt down in front of Chen Fan. Brother, we don't want the money. We don't want a single penny. That watch that beautiful lady owes us money. We don't want a single penny. Consider it our tribute to her. Brother, please let me go. You've broken one of my legs. Please spare my life. Brother Long cried, put down his crutch, clasped his hands together, and kept bowing to Chen Fan, begging for his forgiveness. No, it's only right to pay back debts. 100,000 yuan, right? Here are 3 bank cards. Feel free to use them. Chen Fan took out 3 more bank cards and handed them to Brother Long. How could Brother Long dare to accept it? He shook his head and continued to plead. Brother, please stop messing with me. How dare I ask for money again? I'm even thinking of giving that beautiful woman 100,000 yuan. Aren't you going to swipe your card? Chen Fan asked, seemingly seriously. No way. Where do I swipe my card? There's no card reader here, bro. Brother Long was almost in tears. Chen Fan neatly arranged the 3 bank cards together, gripped them tightly in his hand, and suddenly lifted them up and brought them down, like a light blade slashing down. Swish. Suddenly, a 5-centimeter-long scratch appeared on Brother Long's left cheek. Blood began to seep out. Brother Long was stunned. He didn't even care about the pain on his face. He was still kneeling there, his whole body trembling with fear. Your face is where you swipe your card. I just swiped it for 10,000 yuan, and you have 9 more swipes left. After saying that, Chen Fan slashed horizontally again, and the 3 bank cards flashed by. Brother Long has another cut on his forehead. The deep red flesh was torn open, constantly oozing blood, as if a third eye had been opened. I've returned the 20,000 to you. No, I really don't want to. Wah. With each hysterical scream, Chen Fan swiped the card from different angles. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. I swiped my card 8 more times. Alright, that beautiful lady and you too are even now. The 100,000 yuan has been deposited into your account, right? Chen Fan smiled, took out a tissue, wiped the 3 bank cards clean, and put them in his pocket. Where Harry here sob. Brother Long couldn't see the person in front of him clearly at all, because he had been disfigured. His face was covered with wounds, large gashes, and blood smeared all over his face. That face was truly a masterpiece of craftsmanship. Seeing Brother Long tortured beyond recognition, the thugs scrambled to get into their car and drive away. This time, they'd really met their match. Did I let you leave? Chen Fan looked at them with a smile, his tone very calm. The thugs were so shocked they didn't dare move. They stopped in their tracks, supporting each other like wounded deserters discovered by their superior. With his hands in his pockets and a carefree expression, Chen Fan said, now that the beauty has paid off her debts, it's time to settle our accounts. We still have a debt. One of the thugs said, his legs weak and his voice trembling. The others exchanged glances, their faces growing increasingly grim. They all felt a sense of foreboding. Brother Long had lost consciousness due to excessive blood loss from his face being slashed beyond recognition. These 6 men had actually tried to abandon him and run away. It's clear how much they usually call each other brothers, but showed absolutely no loyalty in a critical moment. Chen Fan would naturally show no mercy to those who betrayed their brothers. Give me all the compensation for the emotional distress and lost wages you caused me, Chen Fan said, holding out his hand. All 6 of them were startled at the same time. We've been beaten up like this, and you're not only refusing to pay for medical expenses, but you're also demanding compensation for emotional distress. Is there no justice left? Is there no law anymore? Which law states that if you beat someone to a pulp, you can expect them to pay you compensation? The man with the nose ring put on a pitiful look and said, Brother, we just want to go to the hospital for treatment. We only have a few hundred yuan on us. Please spare us. We swear we will never bother that beautiful woman again. Yeah, brother, we're just working for online lending companies, earning a salary to make a living. A martial arts master like you, who's also handsome, must be rich. Just ignore us, the blonde-haired guy chimed in, continuing to flatter Chen Fan. What do these reasons have to do with me? I had something important to do today, and you guys blocked my way, wasting my time and energy. Is it unreasonable for me to ask for some compensation? You disrupted my plans, and then just left, treating me like a free sparring partner? Chen Fan's smile gradually disappeared. Brother, we were really wrong. We just wanted to scare that pretty girl so she'd pay us back sooner. We didn't expect her to be in your car. If we had known you were so skilled in martial arts, we would never have blocked your car. The man with the nose ring explained obsequiously. Stop making excuses. 7 of you ganging up on me is like the 7 gourd brothers fighting a scorpion demon. I ended up with a 7-kill combo, and before I even became a god, you think you can just leave? Big brother. Just because I'm not showing my teeth doesn't mean you think I'm a pushover. Brother, no, we sincerely apologize to you and that beautiful lady. What are we, the Calabash brothers? At most, we're just 7 dwarfs. The man with the nose ring forced a fawning smile, but it looked more like a grimace. What do you mean? Chen Fan asked, somewhat puzzled. The blonde-haired man, a flash of inspiration, quickly chimed in. Big brother, we're the 7 dwarfs, and mentally challenged. And that beautiful lady is Snow White, and you are. Am I a witch? Chen Fan asked angrily. Explain yourself clearly. At a time like this, you're still torturing my mind. Don't you want to compensate me? No, witch, no. You're a prince. Prince Charming, the blonde-haired man quickly corrected. Sun Yuan, who was not far away, listened for a long time, then covered his mouth and laughed. What was supposed to be a tense and confrontational battle suddenly turned into a bickering and arguing session. Mr. Chun, why don't we just let it go? I have errands to run, so let them go, Sun Yuan advised. You soften up just because they praise you as Snow White. If they praised you as Chang'e, would you fly to the surface of the moon? Chen Fan glanced at Sun Yuan, completely disagreeing with her compassionate attitude. Then what do you suggest? Sun Yuan just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible, to leave this group of scum who had once made her terrified, but who had now suffered a crushing defeat. Chapter 78. A Heart Full of Gratitude. 200,000 for emotional distress. Write me an IOU. I know talking about money hurts feelings, but I'm just that honest. Chen Fan knew this group of people usually lent money at exorbitant interest rates and liked to scam innocent borrowers. Now, he was going to give them a taste of their own medicine and scam them too. Big brother, this you want so much, how can we give it to you? We're just working for others. The blonde-haired man looked troubled. That's why I'm making you write IOUs. You can pay me back when you have the money. Write them now, or none of you are allowed to leave. Chen Fan said decisively. Okay, let's write. The blonde-haired man, the man with the nose ring, and the others all backed down. At this point, all they wanted was to get away and stay far away from this menacing figure. 6 people armed with various weapons couldn't defeat 1 person who was unarmed. How could they possibly fight back? So, the blonde-haired man took a pen and a small notebook from their car and asked, May I ask your name, sir? I am your father, Chun. Huang Mao gave a wry smile and wrote, We owe Mr. Chen 200,000 yuan. We've put it in writing, and we'll pay it back as soon as we have the money. We will never default on our debt. Below is the date, and the names of all 6 of them are signed. Chen Fan held the IOU and nodded slightly, indicating his satisfaction. Okay, now we'll start calculating interest daily. Until you return my 200,000, the daily interest will be 200 yuan, then 400, 800, and so on. Do you understand? Understood, the 6 said in unison. In each of their hearts, 1,000 divine beasts surged forth. Extortion is one thing, but to demand interest? Speak louder. I couldn't hear you. Understood. You guys even have business cards? Chen Fan noticed a stack of business cards in the blonde-haired man's shirt pocket and pulled one out. It contained the address of the loan company's physical store, as well as contact information such as a phone number. If you don't give me the money soon, I'll come back for it. Take your brother along with you and get out of my sight, Chen Fan said seriously. The men then rushed over and hurriedly lifted Brother Long up, got him into the Audi, and sped away. In the car, the man with the nose ring, clutching his painful wound, suggested, Should we call the police? That kid is the real fraudster, extortionist, and blackmailer. What the hell are you talking about? The blonde-haired guy yelled, driving the car. You want to walk right into a trap? Idiot. Don't you know what kind of work we do? We're a prime target for the police crackdown right now. What good is that IOU to that guy? You think we're really going to give him 200,000? If he dares to come to our shop to collect the debt, we'll kill him. Why? The man with the nose ring sighed and said nothing more. They were the ones who were extorting others, but they ended up being extorted themselves. It's ironic, shameful, and frustrating. Looking at Brother Long, who was still unconscious after being disfigured, everyone in the car fell silent. Chen Fan didn't linger for long and set off with Sun Yuan in his car. As Chen Fan drove, he said with concern, Xiao Yuan, if you ever need money in the future, never borrow from those loan sharks again. They'll trap you. If you need money, just tell me. Remember when I bought the phone last time? I'm a hidden millionaire. I'm not short of money. A surge of emotion welled up in Sun Yuan's heart. Gazing at Chen Fan's profile, she felt a sense of security. Ever since she left home to work, she had always lacked a sense of security, and sometimes when she encountered difficulties, she would hide under the covers and cry. Now, Mr. Chen brought her a long-lost sense of security and warmth. Her gratitude towards Chen Fan transformed into a subtle attachment, surging within her like a tidal wave. Is this what they call love, like a tidal wave? Chen Fan drove Sun Yuan to the vicinity of Dolphin Real Estate and asked Sun Yuan to deliver the agreement while he waited in the car. When Sun Yuan returned to his car after delivering the agreement, Chen Fan, who had just used a nearby ATM, suddenly pulled out a wad of cash and handed it to Sun Yuan, saying, "Xiao Yuan, here is 10,000 yuan. I know you're short on money lately. Take it to tide you over." Sun Yuan's heart was trembling. Looking at the bright red banknotes, Sun Yuan's eyes suddenly filled with tears. "Mr. Chen, I can't accept this," Sun Yuan choked out. "Take it. I know you can't repay it. No rush. You can pay me back when you're financially better off in the future. Consider it an interest-free loan, huh?" Chen Fan insisted on stuffing the money into Sun Yuan's hand. Sun Yuan held the 10,000 yuan in her hand, deeply moved. In her heart, Chen Fan was not only a warm-hearted man and a hero who protected women, but also a savior. How could she ever repay such a great kindness? As the car returned along the coast, passing a hotel, Sun Yuan blushed, tugged at Chen Fan's sleeve, and whispered, "Mr. Chen, if you don't mind, I'd like to repay you in some way. I'm still a virgin." This. Chen Fan almost stepped on the gas and crashed into the car in front of him. He was a little surprised. He simply wanted to help her out of genuine concern for her well-being. A young woman struggling in the city, sending her entire salary to her family. She was both filial and responsible, and Chen Fan admired her, which is why he gave her 10,000 yuan. And now, Sun Yuan actually thinks Chen Fan's actions were all about getting her? "Xiao Yuan, you've misunderstood. I helped you simply out of a sense of helping others. I never wanted anything in return," Chen Fan explained earnestly. "Mr. Chen doesn't think much of me." Sun Yuan lowered her head, filled with self-doubt. "What do you mean?" Chen Fan was even more confused. "After all, I come from the countryside. I have no money or status, and Mr. Chen's wife, Ms. Lin, is beautiful and has a great temperament. She is an absolute beauty. It's normal that Mr. Chen doesn't like me. But, Mr. Chen, can't you imagine me as your wife and make do with me?" Sun Yuan raised her head and looked at Chen Fan with eager eyes. Chen Fan was both amused and exasperated. It seems that Sun Yuan is determined to give him her most precious possession. It is clear that Sun Yuan is grateful to Chen Fan and has immense trust in him. "Xiao Yuan, it's not that I look down on you. It's just that I never even thought about it that way. You're young and beautiful, with such a great figure. Any man who wouldn't be interested in you is blind. But I really just wanted to help you. I didn't mean anything else. You've worked so hard at Qiu Yue's company all these years, and as Qiu Yue's husband, it's only right that I help you." Chen Fan's words were very clear and thorough. Sun Yuan nodded, pursed her lips, and said resolutely, "Mr. Chen is truly a devoted and upright man. I, Sun Yuan, will always keep you here and am willing to wait for you until the very end. Just give me a call, and I'll come." Chen Fan simply said, "Okay," and didn't say anything more. It seems that Sun Yuan has completely submitted to him, and is even willing to wait for him for the rest of her life. This attempt to help has backfired, something Chen Fan hadn't anticipated. He's a reliable, good man with a wife. How could he possibly be having an affair with another woman? Sigh, this little fangirl is really hard to handle, a bit tricky. Which single guy can take her away? Chapter 79. Is the contract real or fake? The meeting room of the Lin family company. All the relatives were present. Will Lin Qiuyue bring the contract with the dolphins over today? Her? She can manage a collaboration that even we can't negotiate. Even if the Chen family patriarch in Beijing appointed her to represent the Lin family, does she think negotiating a cooperation with Dolphin is as simple as it seems? Want to return to the family? Dream on. Everyone was discussing the matter animatedly, waiting for the old lady to arrive. The Lin family knew very well that only top-tier families and large enterprises in Lushur could successfully cooperate with Dolphin. The Lin family, however, was clearly a second-rate family, and seeking cooperation with them was virtually impossible. Moreover, the Lin Guoxiao, Lin Xiangtian, and a group of elite talents they sent out were all turned away, without even being given a chance to negotiate. Later, Lin Meiyun's daughter, Yi Jie, went to try her luck, but ultimately returned empty-handed, becoming a laughingstock for everyone. Even if the Chen family patriarch, out of consideration for past relationships, allows Lin Qiuyue to represent the Lin family in negotiating cooperation, Dolphin is, after all, a capital company that prioritizes profit. Why would they agree to cooperate with the Lin family instead of partnering with a top-tier family to maximize their profits? That doesn't make much sense. Most of the people present were waiting to see Lin Shiyue make a fool of herself. At this moment, Grandma Lin entered, and the entire room immediately fell silent. The door to another conference room was also pushed open by the security guard, and Lin Shiyue walked in. Chen Fan stood guard outside the door, making sure no one saw him. But he could clearly hear the sounds coming from inside the conference room. Shiyue, did you bring the contract? It should be fine, right? Lin Meiyun asked with concern. Did the negotiations succeed? Tell me quickly, Lin Guoxiao urged, frowning. If Lin Shiyue went to negotiate with that modified, unfair contract, it would be a 100% failure. Judging from her unhappy face, the deal definitely didn't go through. Ha ha! Lin Xiangtian laughed loudly. He had personally revised the unfair contract, so he was well aware of its domineering nature. A contract written by a second-rate family is more domineering than that of a first-rate family, yet it's being dealt with by a company backed by a top-tier family. Isn't this just asking for a slap in the face? Therefore, Lin Xiangtian laughed on the spot, and seeing Lin Shiyue's indifferent expression, he assumed she must have suffered a crushing defeat. If the contract had been successfully signed, why didn't she show any pride or joy? Lin Shiyue and her family want to return to the family and get a share of the inheritance? That's just wishful thinking. Lin Shiyue ignored these people. In her eyes, they had no good intentions and were all hoping for her failure. There was no need to pay attention to them. She went directly to the old woman, presented her with a contract, and said, Grandma, this is the contract I negotiated. Dolphin has already signed and agreed to it. Please take a look. This sentence was like a bombshell. This caused all of Lin's relatives to show expressions of surprise. The old lady looked at Lin Shiyue with kind eyes, took the contract, and asked, Is the contract really signed? You see, Lin Shiyue said, standing to the side, her face still expressionless. The old lady put on her reading glasses hanging around her neck and began to carefully review the contract. The other relatives of the Lin family were also eagerly anticipating the meeting, their eyes all fixed on the contract on the table. They were skeptical. How could Lin Shiyue actually secure the contract? Among the relatives present were many business elites who had all failed. What made Lin Shiyue so capable? Just because of her face? Yi Jie's face wasn't bad either, yet she still suffered a crushing defeat. Having already separated from the family, Lin Shiyue was naturally treated as an outsider by her relatives, with virtually no contact between them. If she were to actually sign the contract with Dolphin and overcome this difficult obstacle, she could successfully return to the Lin family. This was something they didn't want to see. The people who least wanted to see Lin Shiyue return to the Lin family were Lin Guoxiao and his son Lin Xiangtian. If Lin Shiyue returns, she will definitely be valued by the old lady. With her abilities and skills, she might even make the father and son step down. If the contract is signed, then Lin Shiyue must have tampered with the contract terms, replacing the unfair terms with those favorable to Dolphin real estate. Thinking this, Lin Guoxiao snorted coldly and asked suspiciously, Lin Shiyue, in order to sign a contract with Dolphin and return to the Lin family, you dare to arbitrarily change the contents of the contract. Lin Shiyue, you forged a contract and signed with Dolphin, disregarding the interests of our Lin family? You only think of yourself. Lin Xiangtian chimed in. How despicable. Just like her useless husband, she only knows how to lie and cheat in order to get back into the Lin family. Yu Jing rolled her eyes at Lin Shiyue and said sarcastically, Yu Jing dislikes Lin Shiyue so much because Lin Shiyue is prettier and younger than her. It's a kind of jealousy at play. At this point, seeing that Lin Guoxiao's family had made this conclusion, the other relatives of the Lin family also joined in the criticism. Using a fake contract to sign a contract? Do you really think the Lin family are fools? Lin Shiyue, get out of here. You still want to go back to the Lin family? Keep dreaming. How can someone who prioritizes personal gain over the company's interests be allowed to return to the Lin family? She looks like a vixen. She's obviously a cunning woman. Why aren't you going back to supporting your good-for-nothing husband? You're a disgrace. Each relative acted as if they had exploded, constantly mocking and even verbally attacking Lin Shiyue. Only Lin Meiyun and her daughter Yi Jie remained silent. They hoped that Lin Shiyue would sign the real contract with Dolphin and smoothly return to the Lin family. This way, they could not only unite to suppress Lin Guoxiao's family, but also allow Yi Jie to save face. If Lin Shiyue fails to sign the contract, or if she uses a fake contract, then she and her mother will have a hard time getting along in the Lin family. They might end up with nothing, not even a share of the family property, which will all be seized by Lin Guoxiao's family. Seeing that everyone stood up to support him, Lin Guoxiao felt even more confident. He stroked his mustache and said coldly, Lin Shiyue, you are my niece. I didn't want to say anything to you, but it's wrong of you to falsify documents. It's understandable that the contract failed to be signed, but falsifying documents is a matter of character. Yu Jing added in a shrill voice. Manhwa, she'll stop at nothing to get back into the Lin family. Not a single one of her family is reliable, especially that good-for-nothing son-in-law, a complete freeloader, a disgrace to our family. A family like that should just stay in their apartment building and not come to the Lin family and lower our standards. Relatives, don't you agree? Yes, the crowd answered in unison, their voices like a roaring tsunami. It's clear that Yu Jing has a strong appeal. This is also because most of the relatives are opportunists. Seeing that Lin Guoxiao, Yu Jing, and Lin Shangtian's family are the most qualified and hopeful to inherit the Lin family business in the future, they have to please and flatter these people if they want to get a share of the pie. Chapter 80. Unforgiving when in the right. Seeing this scene, Lin Shuyue was not angry at all. Instead, she smiled slightly. Honestly, you guys are something else. Whether the contract is the original or not, whether I made changes or not, is not something you can determine based on your subjective assumptions. If I really dared to forge something, would I have come here myself? Upon hearing this, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment and fell silent. Yes, if it was a forged contract modified by Lin Shuyue, signing it would not only be a major loss for the Lin family, but would also absolutely enrage Grandma. Why would Lin Shuyue take such a risk? Perhaps she really did get the contract. Then let Grandma verify the authenticity of the contract, someone suggested. At this moment, the old lady, who had been looking at the contract for a while, looked up, put down her reading glasses, and slowly said, "This contract has indeed been modified." As soon as the old lady finished speaking, Lin Shuyue froze, a chill running down her spine. I clearly sent it to Dolphin without changing a single word. Why is it said to have been modified? What's going on? Ha! I knew it was a fake contract. You vixen, you think you can get away with this? Shameless. Yu Jing shouted first. Grandma saw through you. With your trashy character, you think you can get back into the Lin family? She's exactly like her good-for-nothing husband, a habitual counterfeiter. And he even owns a cosmetics company, which means all the products they make are fake and shoddy goods, a total rip-off. Shut up, all of you, the old woman shouted, slamming her cane onto the table. Immediately, everyone in the room fell silent. Although the contract has been modified, the modified terms are all in favor of our Lin group. For example, the original contract was to take on 30% of the construction business in the new urban area, but now it has been changed to 80%. We originally only wanted to get 20% of the subsequent financial profits, but now it has become 60%. The old lady spoke with great confidence, leaving the relatives speechless. That's incredibly bold. Partnering with a large company like Dolphin and still daring to hand over an unfair contract? Aren't they just asking for trouble? What merit or ability does our Lin group have to take such a big advantage from Dolphins? If they can really acquire 80% of the construction business in the new district, then the Lin group will soar to new heights, reap huge profits, and directly join the ranks of Liusher's top-tier wealthy families. This unreasonable contract, Dolphin really signed it. Lin Meiyan asked in surprise. She had seen the original contract, but she hadn't expected the current version to be so domineering. Why would Dolphin sign such an absurd contract with a second-rate family when they don't sign with so many top-tier families? Are they out of their minds? There is indeed Mr. Lu's signature on this contract, the old lady said. Everyone's eyes immediately turned to the contract. Could it be that Lin Shuyue wrote this name herself? Yu Jing rolled her eyes at Lin Shuyue and asked suspiciously. Lin Shuyue sneered. Aunt, did you get your brain caught in a door this morning? How dare I forge a contract and then forge another company boss's signature? If I forged the signature, wouldn't it be exposed on the spot when we can't cooperate with Dolphin? I'm not stupid, why would I do that? Then how can we prove that it was personally signed by Mr. Lu of Dolphin? Lin Guoxiao asked. Yeah, how can you prove it? Why don't you call General Manager Lu? Lin Shangtian asked angrily. Lin Shuyue was too excited that day and didn't even ask for Dolphin Lu's phone number. She didn't even have his business card. The innocent will remain innocent, and the guilty will remain guilty. If it's a fake contract, we definitely won't be able to cooperate with Dolphin. We'll wait and see. Time will prove my innocence. Lin Shuyue replied solemnly. But we just want to know the truth. Lin Shangtian tilted his head, pushed up his glasses, and looked like he was determined to get to the bottom of things. Lin Shuyue was a little angry. Wasn't this deliberately making trouble? There was a signature on the paper, yet she was being asked to prove that it was Mr. Lu's handwriting. Mr. Lu wasn't around, so how could she prove it? Just then, her phone suddenly vibrated. Someone sent her a message. It was sent by Chen Fan, who was standing at the door closely monitoring the situation at the venue. The content is simple, yet very inspiring. Autumn Moon, Mr. Lu from Dolphin will be here soon. Lin Shuyue knew that if President Lu could come over, it must be because Chen Fan had notified him. Mr. Lu is really giving Chen Fan a lot of face. Regardless, this is certainly good news for her, who is currently in the eye of the storm. He felt a surge of gratitude toward Chen Fan, and a sense of courage to utterly humiliate everyone else filled his body. Shuyue, tell Grandma the truth. Is Mr. Lu's signature real? The old lady looked into Lin Shuyue's eyes and asked seriously, Grandma, don't you believe me either? Of course I believe you. As long as you say it's true, I'll throw a welcome banquet for you and your parents another day to formally welcome you back to the Lin family. At that time, you can invite Mr. Lu from Dolphin to come over, and everything will be clear up. The old lady spoke eloquently, just waiting for Lin Shuyue's reply. Lin Shuyue replied confidently, Grandma, let the signer say for sure whether this signature is real. Mr. Lu from Dolphin Real Estate will be here soon. Huh? The old lady opened her mouth wide, and her dentures almost fell out. Lin Guoxiao frowned and asked in confusion, I didn't see you contact General Manager Lu. Why would he suddenly come? Besides, he's the CEO of Dolphin and is very busy with official business. Why would he make a special trip to the Lin family building? Lin Shuyue, don't talk big. Why would a boss of a big company like President Lu come here? Lin Xiangtian didn't believe it at all. Yu Jing stuck out her tongue and sneered at Lin Shuyue. If President Lu could come, I'd kneel down and call you sister. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuyue saw it as a perfect opportunity to teach this sharp-tongued woman a lesson. From the moment Lin Shuyue entered the conference room, Yu Jing began to mock and ridicule her relentlessly. Lin Shuyue, out of respect for Yu Jing as an elder, didn't argue with her, but the woman's words became increasingly outrageous, and she felt she had to teach her a lesson to keep up her pride. Aunt, you said it yourself. If President Lu comes, you'll kneel down and call me sister, right? Lin Shuyue pointed at Yu Jing and questioned her coldly. She was actually using this opportunity to stall for time, since it would take Mr. Lu some time to get from the new district to the city. Yes. Yu Jing put her hands on her hips, looking fearless, and said, I don't believe President Lu will come. I want to see what kind of trouble you, Lin Shuyue, can cause. Then we'll wait and see. This morning, as soon as I stepped out the door, I contacted General Manager Lu. He said the contract was successfully signed, but he hasn't yet met with Grandma Lin and wants to come and visit her in person. Ahem. Lin Shuyue coughed twice on purpose at the end of her sentence, clearly signaling to Chen Fan. Chapter 81. President Lu arrives. Hearing Lin Shuyue's words and coughing, Chen Fan, who was standing at the door, understood immediately and sent a second message to Uncle Lu. Afterwards, Lin Shuyue sat down in the chair next to the old lady, her face serious. The relatives were all extremely puzzled and found it unbelievable. But most of them, including the grandmother, surprisingly chose to believe Lin Shuyue and thought that Mr. Lu from Dolphin was really coming. Some women immediately took out their cosmetics to touch up their makeup, and some men checked their clothes and hairstyles to make a good impression on Mr. Lu. After all, these relatives represent the Lin family's image, and they can't afford to embarrass the Lin family in front of the old lady. Mom, forget it. Don't wait anymore. Go back and rest, Lin Guoxiao said to the old lady as he walked over. Just as he finished speaking, his phone rang. I have a promise with the grasslands. Hello? What? 3 cars are coming in. All Rolls-Royces? Are they from Dolphin Company? It turned out that the secretary had answered the phone, saying that 3 cars wanted to enter the building's courtyard. Let them in, the old woman instructed, her brow furrowing. Let it in. Lin Guoxiao had no choice but to say, and then hung up the phone. 2 minutes later, a male secretary rushed into the conference room in a panic. Grandma, a group of people have come, all wearing matching black suits and red ties. And snap. Lin Guoxiao stepped forward and slapped him hard across the face, angrily saying, What's the panic? Speak clearly. The male secretary covered his face and said, Yes, Mr. Lin. The people who came seemed to be from High Dolphin Real Estate Group, and they even brought gifts. A gift? The old lady's eyes widened, and she instinctively stood up. Suddenly, a dense group of dark figures appeared at the entrance of the conference room, and then filed in. Each man in a black suit was holding an expensive gift. After each of them placed the gift on the table in front of the old lady, they announced the name of the gift. May you have good fortune, and everything go as you wish, and may you receive a jade rui. May you live to be 100 years old, and may you have a golden comb. A skillful way to make money is like having a golden abacus. Good things come in pairs, a pair of gold bracelets. A hearty appetite, a set of golden bowls and chopsticks. Sharp hearing and keen eyesight, and a silver necklace. Good health, and a gold threaded sweater. Soon, the long conference table was filled with all sorts of valuable gifts. Each one of them is incredibly valuable. The Lin family relatives were all stunned, dazzled, and deeply shocked. The last person to appear was none other than the grand finale, Uncle Lu. Uncle Lu chuckled as he carried a large package wrapped in gold paper. It felt heavy, and sweat beaded on his forehead. He placed the package on the table, let out a sigh of relief, then untied the knot and tore open the gold paper. 660,000 in cash. Wishing the old lady all the best. After Uncle Lu's blessing, the entire meeting room fell silent again. You could hear a pin drop. The relatives stared in shock at the table laden with gold, silver, and jade artifacts, along with the gleaming 660,000 yuan in cash. They were filled with envy. It seemed Dolphin Real Estate was indeed a company with deep pockets. Even a casual gift for a first meeting could be so extravagant. The old lady, leaning on her cane, left her seat. She walked up to Uncle Lu, her expression excited, and asked, "Are you General Manager Lu of Dolphin Real Estate?" "Yes." Uncle Lu nodded. "That's good, haha. You came all this way, bringing so much stuff and money. This old woman can't possibly accept such a burden." The old lady said with a smile, trying to suppress her excitement. "It's just a small token of my appreciation. Back then, the old master of the Chen family in the capital and your master of the Lin family were close friends. Now that the master of the Lin family has passed away, I've heard that you're also 80 years old. As a subordinate of the Chen family, how could I not visit you when I come to Lushur? These gifts and cash are both a greeting and a belated blessing for your 80th birthday." Uncle Lu said kindly, taking the old lady's hand and helping her sit down in a chair. "Thank you so much, Mr. Lu. When you get back, please give my regards to Mr. Chen in Beijing. I wish him a long and healthy life." The old lady smiled broadly, overjoyed. After hearing Mr. Lu's words, the old lady was not only certain that the contract was genuine and that Dolphin and the Lin family had established a cooperative relationship, but also that Mr. Lu was so understanding and respectful towards her. She was certain that their future cooperation would be smooth sailing and full of promise. "Okay, Grandma, please take care of yourself too." Uncle Lu smiled, looking at Lin Shuyue beside him, and continued, "Miss Lin is truly outstanding in ability and talent, beautiful inside and out. We are completely convinced that you have Miss Lin represent the Lin family to discuss cooperation, and we signed the contract very readily. I dare not accept such praise." Lin Shuyue nodded slightly, feeling a little flattered. "My granddaughter has done a great service to the family this time. It is our honor to cooperate with Dolphin Real Estate." The old lady smiled from ear to ear. "Hee hee. In the future our two companies will definitely be able to cooperate and achieve a win-win situation, and build Lushur New District into a new world," Lu Bo said with anticipation. "Yes, that's right. Mr. Lu, our family will be hosting a banquet another day to celebrate the successful signing with Dolphin. You'd be honored to come," the old lady warmly invited. "We'll see how things go. If I don't have any important business, I'll come." After saying that, Uncle Lu stood up, clasped his hands in a fist and palm salute, and said, "Grandma, I have a few important clients waiting for me at my company, so I won't keep you company. I'll come to visit you again next time I have the chance." "All right, next time you come, please don't bring anything. Such a big fuss is too much for this old woman with a weak heart," the old lady said with a smile. The old lady and her relatives escorted Uncle Lu and the people from Dolphin Company to the first floor. After seeing them get into the 3 Cadillacs, they waved goodbye and then returned to the conference room. Next, the old lady will arrange the details of the Lin family banquet. "Lin Shuyue, you're quite lucky. I wonder what methods you use to make the Dolphin CEO listen to you so much." Yu Jing glanced at Lin Shuyue and said in a sarcastic tone, "What method you use is none of your business. You haven't forgotten what you said, have you?" Lin Shuyue said firmly, "You said that if President Lu came, you would kneel down and call me sister." "I haven't forgotten." Yu Jing slammed her hand on the table, gritting her teeth in anger, and said, "Lin Shi, you have no respect for your elders. I am your aunt. How can you have no manners at all? Calling Lin Shuyue's sister in front of so many relatives?" For Yu Jing, this was an utter disgrace. Normally, as the wife of the Lin family's first heir, she was a quintessential noblewoman, possessing impeccable taste and elegance, an embodiment of dignity in front of everyone. Now, she was being asked to kneel down and call a junior sister? How could she possibly accept this? Chapter 82 Arrogance. Lin Shuyue, don't push your luck. Just because you're lucky enough to sign a contract doesn't mean you can be rude to my mother. Lin Xiangtian protested. "Never mind, it's just a child throwing a tantrum. Don't take it to heart." Lin Guoxiao took his wife's hand, trying to smooth things over and leave. Several other relatives of the Lin family also tried to persuade her, saying that they were all family and there was no need for such behavior. They told Lin Xiuyue that she needed to understand the order of seniority and not to act recklessly. Hearing so many people nagging, Lin Xiuyue couldn't swallow her anger any longer. It was clearly Yu Jing who had a sharp tongue, but now it was being blamed on her. If Uncle Lu hadn't come, how would Yu Jing have treated her? She would definitely have said even more vulgar things, perhaps even verbally abusing her. Looking at the ugly faces of her relatives, Lin Xiuyue, still relentless, turned to the old lady. If the old lady continues to favor Yu Jing, it will completely hurt Lin Xiuyue's feelings. Since it's a promise, it must be kept. That's a tradition of our Lin family, the old lady said expressionlessly. After she finished speaking, the relatives immediately stopped chattering and began to watch the show quietly. Since the old lady had expressed her support for Lin Xiuyue, what else could they say? Yu Jing was stunned for a moment. Then her face fell, her expression almost as if her mother had died. Mom, I am Xiuyue's elder. Yu Jing stood in the center of the crowd, extremely unwilling to give in. Elders should be even more mindful of their word. The old lady tapped the ground with her cane and said sternly, "Hurry up." Lin Guoxiao, standing to the side, also looked distressed and extremely embarrassed. Mom, making Yu Jing kneel down was indeed a bit too much. Lin Guoxiao really wanted to slap his wife twice. That mouth of hers was so foul. If you're going to curse, just curse. Why are you being so stubborn? Now you've gotten yourself into this predicament. I'm speechless. All right then, kneeling is optional, but the rest can't be waived. The old lady finally made an exception, giving her son and daughter-in-law some face, and then whispered to Lin Xiuyue, "My dear granddaughter, is this all right?" Lin Xiuyue nodded, standing arrogantly in front of Yu Jing. Yu Jing was so angry that her internal organs felt like they were about to explode, but she still called out to Lin Xiuyue, "Sister." Lin Xiuyue chuckled, then finally revealed a bright smile, turned to the old lady, and said, "Grandma, I'm going back now. I have some things to take care of. Our whole family will be here on time for the family banquet to welcome us back." After saying that, Lin Xiuyue walked out of the conference room with her head held high. The relatives made way for them without saying anything more. Although many people were still resentful and unhappy, what could they do? Yu Jing watched Lin Xiuyue's arrogant figure disappear through the door, her teeth clenched in hatred, her eyes filled with a vicious glint. "You bitch, we'll settle the score later. I'll repay you 100-fold for the humiliation I suffered today." After arranging the tasks for the near future, the family meeting concluded. Supported and escorted by Lin Meiyun and her daughter Yi Jie, the grandmother left the meeting room. Lin Guoxiao's family, however, did not set off for a long time. "Guoxiao, it seems Lin Xiuyue's family is about to return to the Lin family. Lin Guozhong is the eldest son, which will have a significant impact on our family. It will also be troublesome to divide the inheritance after grandma passes away. Aren't you going to think of a solution?" Yu Jing questioned accusingly. Lin Guoxiao slumped in his chair, stroking his mustache repeatedly, and sighed. "There's no way to stop them from coming back now. What we need to consider now is the construction industry of the Lin Group, which I control. If things continue like this, Grandma might put Lin Xiuyue in charge of 80% of the construction industry in the new district in cooperation with Dolphin. In that case, I'll be out of the game. Yes, they might even replace you in your position and weaken your influence in the Lin family." Yu Jing also analyzed. "Dad, I think Lin Xiuyue is quite ambitious. She'll stop at nothing to achieve her goals. She managed to get the CEO of Dolphin to sign such a blatant contract. I suspect she used some cunning tricks, like sex." Lin Xiangtian chimed in, his eyes still burning with anger. "You shameless bitch, you have no shame." Yu Jing cursed angrily. "Don't worry, I have my own way of dealing with Lin Xiuyue. She's like a grasshopper in autumn. She won't last long." Lin Guoxiao said fiercely, his fists clenched tightly, a fierce glint in his eyes. Chen Fan drove Lin Xiuyue home. Inside the living room, Lin Guozhong and Dong Jinping were restless. Upon seeing the two enter, they immediately inquired about the day's events. "Xiuyue, how did the family meeting go? Did Grandma look at the contract?" Dong Jinping rubbed her hands, looking anxious and uneasy. This is their only and greatest chance to return to the Lin family. "Mom and Dad, don't worry, everything's taken care of. Grandma was very happy after reading the contract." Lin Xiuyue asked Chen Fan to help her take off her shoes and put on slippers, then walked to the sofa with a big smile. Lin Guozhong slapped his thigh excitedly. "Daughter, you're amazing. Not only did you close the contract, but you also won Grandma's approval. Oh, this is wonderful. We can finally reunite as the Lin family, in the division, and become one family again. Ha ha ha. The world's affairs, after a long period of unity, tend to divide, and after a long period of division, tend to unite. Chen Fan, bring the wine over. Let's have a couple of drinks." "All right, Chen Fan excitedly took out a pound of baijiu and 2 small wine cups from the cabinet and placed them on the table. You old geezer, drink less. What if you get a high blood pressure attack if you drink too much? Dong Jinping glared at her husband. Mom, Dad's in a good mood today. Let him have a little drink, Chen Fan advised. What right do you have to speak? Your father's happiness has nothing to do with you. It's because my daughter Qiuyue is too outstanding and too excellent. Do you understand? Dong Jinping put her daughter in her arms, gently stroking her hair, and was overjoyed. Lin Qiuyue winked at Chen Fan. Of course, she knew best who deserved all the credit, and the biggest contributor was Chen Fan. I understand. Chen Fan followed Dong Jinping's lead and praised. Qiuyue is indeed very outstanding. The CEO of Dolphin also came today and praised her for being beautiful and intelligent. What? You can even get the CEO of Dolphin to come? My goodness, you're such a sweet little cotton-padded jacket for your mother. Ha ha. Dong Jinping laughed wildly, constantly ruffling Lin Qiuyue's hair, making it look like a bird's nest. Come on, let's have a drink. Chen Fan and Lin Guozhong clinked glasses and drank it all in one gulp. At first, Aunt Eugene didn't believe that Qiuyu could invite President Liu, but when President Liu arrived, Eugene's face turned green. Later, she even called Qiuyu's sister. Huh. Chen Fan couldn't help but laugh as he recalled the scene in the conference room. Yes, that's how it should be. Well done. Beautiful. Let's make sure that bitch never dares to bully us again. Dong Jinping said, venting her frustration, wishing she could run over and kick her while she was down. Chapter 83, Buying Medicinal Herbs. Qiuyue, in the future, be forgiving when you can. After all, Yu Jing is your elder, Lin Guozhong said with a smile. TCH, you old codger, always trying to be a nice guy. No wonder you're always bullied. How pathetic. Dong Jinping rolled her eyes at Lin Guozhong, then threw the sunflower seed shells at him, scattering them all over his head. Dare to throw me? Humph, I'll teach you a lesson in bed tonight. Lin Guozhong laughed heartily, wiping the sunflower seed shells from his head. That old geezer only had a few drinks and he's already drunk, really. Dong Jinping's face flushed red as she cursed. Chen Fan couldn't help but cover his mouth and chuckle. This old married couple was really funny. Hey, Chen Fan, what are you laughing at? Drink your wine. Dong Jinping pointed at Chen Fan, her face growing increasingly red. To be honest, my mother-in-law isn't actually that old, and she's quite attractive. She was a beauty in her youth. Plus, she's been practicing yoga a lot lately, so she's maintained a great figure and has a certain mature charm. Looking at Lin Guozhong's aged face, with many wrinkles, graying temples, high blood pressure, coronary heart disease, and poor kidney function, Chen Fan was truly worried for his father-in-law. Chen Fan downed a glass of baijiu in one gulp, thinking to himself, wasn't I just worrying unnecessarily? Although my father-in-law is in poor health, he is still a man and has a certain masculinity. Ever since I was so terrified by my mother-in-law last time, I'm completely useless. I'm already like this. Why am I still worried about my father-in-law? No, I need to regain my manly vigor. I'll buy some Chinese medicinal herbs tomorrow to nourish myself. The next day, it's just 6 o'clock. Chen Fan got up, prepared breakfast for everyone, and then went for a morning run. More than an hour later, Chen Fan returned home, drenched in sweat. After taking a shower, he went to the storage room to change his clothes. It's the weekend, and my father-in-law and mother-in-law are still sleeping in. Lin Qiuyue, however, was wide awake by 8 o'clock due to her biological clock. After finishing her breakfast, she changed into a pink tracksuit, knocked on the storage room door, and said, Lazybones, get up and come running with me. Chen Fan almost spat out blood. Am I a lazy pig? I just ran 10 kilometers, okay? Get up quickly. Although Chen Fan was a little tired, he opened the door and said with a smile, let's go, so as to keep his wife company. The two started running along Liuhe Avenue. Since it was a slow jog, Chen Fan didn't exert any effort at all and didn't even pant. Lin Qiuyue was panting heavily and covered in sweat after running for a while. Honey, I can't run anymore. Let's rest for a while, Lin Qiuyue suggested, standing still. Because of her busy work schedule, she rarely exercises. This time, she suddenly felt like going for a run, but she gave up after only 3 kilometers. Chen Fan nodded, then suddenly noticed a market selling flowers, birds, insects, fish, and medicinal herbs not far away, and said, let's go over there and take a look. We can also buy some traditional Chinese medicine while we're at it. Lin Qiuyue asked in confusion, traditional Chinese medicine? Honey, are you sick? Chen Fan gave an awkward smile. Don't you know about my illness? As he spoke, Chen Fan glanced down. Oh, then he really should try some traditional Chinese medicine to regulate his body. Lin Qiuyue understood immediately and offered her blessings. I hope my husband will soon become a real man again. Although the illness was mostly due to psychological reasons, Chen Fan still wanted to use traditional Chinese medicine to help nourish the body, hoping it would help him recover faster. After all, the things left by our ancestors have no side effects on the human body, and Chen Fan can also put his knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine into practice on the spot. The two arrived at the market, which was bustling with people because it was the weekend. Various shouts and calls filled the air. After passing through the market selling flowers, birds, insects, and fish, we arrived at the medicinal herb market. The 3 counties under Lusher are all major producers of Chinese medicinal herbs, and this area is the largest medicinal herb market in Lusher and even the entire province. Based on the quality and price of the medicinal materials, the outer area sells ordinary medicinal materials, while the inner area sells high-quality Chinese herbal medicines. Honey, I think you should buy the best medicinal herbs to completely cure your illness. I'll take you to a place that's pretty good. Lin Shuyue looked at Chen Fan, happily pulling him along as they walked into the market. Huh? Honey, how come you know this place so well? Chen Fan asked. More than half of the cosmetics produced by our company are made from herbal plant extracts, which are non-toxic and have no side effects on the human body. The raw materials are pure Chinese medicinal herbs purchased from this market. Moreover, in order to improve the quality and efficacy, we only purchase top-quality medicinal herbs, Lin Shuyue explained. During the startup phase, she would often come here with her colleagues and technicians to personally select cosmetic raw materials. She not only knew the market layout like the back of her hand, but also had a thorough understanding of the pharmacy situation. This is the one. Lin Shuyue led Chen Fan to a time-honored herbal medicine shop called Huayutang. Oh my, Ms. Lin is here. Please come in. The shop assistant was very enthusiastic when he saw Lin Shuyue. Because Lin Shuyue was a regular customer, and her purchases were always in huge quantities, she was practically a major client of their pharmacy. Honey, look, the medicinal herbs here are all kinds and of excellent quality. You can just tell them which types you want and how many ounces you want, and they will prepare them for you, Lin Shuyue said at the end. The shop was very clean and filled with various fresh medicinal herbs. The aromas of the different herbs complemented each other, creating a refreshing experience. Each herb had a small tag with its name, origin, and price. Chen Fan nodded and slowly examined the document. The prices of medicinal herbs here are generally higher than in the outside market, ranging from several hundred to over 1,000 or even tens of thousands of yuan per ounce. According to the prescriptions in the medical book, Chen Fan basically had all the types of medicinal materials he needed to purchase. Mr. Lin, welcome. Please forgive me for not greeting you sooner. Huh. At this moment, the shop owner lifted the curtain and came out with a smile. He wore a classic gray robe and a melon-shaped hat. He was a fat, greasy middle-aged man. His small eyes narrowed into slits when he smiled, making him appear kind, honest, and harmless. However, upon closer inspection, one could detect a glint of cunning in his eyes from time to time, revealing an undisguised slyness. Boss Meow, this is my husband, surnamed Chun. He wants to buy some Chinese medicinal herbs, Lin Shuyue introduced. So you're Ms. Lin's husband. You're handsome, strong, and muscular, a real man of exceptional stature. May I ask, Mr. Chun, what kind of Chinese medicinal herbs would you like to buy? Mr. Meow asked with a smile. Chen Fan was a bit speechless. He had just been praised by Boss Meow for his strong physique. If he suddenly wanted to buy the medicinal herbs for improving virility, wouldn't that be very awkward? Having seen countless people, Boss Meow immediately noticed Chen Fan's slight anxiety and smiled slyly. Chapter 84, The Prescription. I'm so tired from running, Mr. Meow. Could we sit in your backyard for a bit and have some tea? Lin Shuyue asked without any politeness. No problem. Please follow me. Boss Meow led the two men to the backyard of the pharmacy and sat down in a quaint wooden hut. Soon after, the staff brought over 2 steaming cups of covered tea, their aroma filling the air. Delicious. Lin Shuyue scraped the lid of the bowl, took a small sip, and praised it. Boss Meow stood respectfully to the side, smiling as he asked, Mr. Chun, what kind of medicinal herbs do you need? Although Chen Fan remembered the types of medicinal herbs, he was a little vague about how many kilograms each one needed to be weighed. Perhaps it was because he had too much knowledge in his head, making it difficult to remember overly detailed information. Here's the thing, Mr. Meow, I'm here to get medicine for a friend. He has some kind of male dysfunction. Chen Fan briefly described the symptoms. Boss Meow nodded slightly, patted his chest, and said, So that's the kind of ailment you have. I'll go and get you the medicine right away. Drink the herbs we make, and I guarantee you'll regain your manly vigor. Boss Meow turned around and went to get the medicine. As he walked, he thought to himself, such a beautiful and hot wife, yet she's stuck with a good for nothing. What a waste. He even uses the excuse of getting medicine for someone else, thinking I can't tell the difference. 10 minutes later, Boss Meow returned, carrying a large plastic bag filled with various Chinese herbal medicines wrapped in paper. He placed the plastic bag containing the herbs on the table and said, "Please take a look, gentlemen. This is our shop's exclusive formula, specially formulated to treat Mr. Chen's friend's unspeakable ailment. If you persist in drinking it for several courses of treatment, it will definitely cure the disease. I dare say that no other pharmacy can prepare this formula except for my Huayutang." Mr. Meow spoke with great confidence, placing the prescription he was holding on the table. Chen Fan picked up the prescription and shook his head slightly. "I thought this Mr. Meow looked kind and honest, but it turns out he's a swindler. This list of medicinal herbs is not only diverse, but also consists entirely of precious herbs, such as Ganoderma lucidum, ginseng, Polygonum multiflorum, Cordyceps sinensis, and even bird's nest. Although the event appears grand and features a gathering of experts, the combination of these medicinal herbs reduces their efficacy by 80%. In short, even for health purposes, this formula is a waste of medicinal resources. Not to mention that it can cure Chen Fan's illness. The problem is that the medicine is not right for the illness. To put it bluntly, this receipt and this big bag of medicine are just a scam to rip you off. The medicinal herbs here are indeed of superior quality, but Boss Meow is opportunistic and money-driven. When he encounters a wealthy person or business owner who doesn't know much about the industry, he will do everything he can to deceive them and get them to spend a fortune. After all, he might as well spend it. When Chen Fan looked at the price at the bottom of the bill, it was a staggering 388,000. He frowned and said, "Boss Meow, is this the right treatment for the problem?" "Of course. Mr. Chun, President Lin, how could I lie to you? I have a clear conscience. I've used only the most precious medicinal herbs. You may not have seen them before, but you've certainly seen pigs run, haven't you? Ginseng, cordyceps, snow lotus, you should all know these, right? Each one is a top-quality medicine with a high price tag. They're extremely effective for Mr. Chen's friend's ailment." Boss Meow spoke eloquently and persuasively, though a slightly cunning glint flashed in his small eyes. "That's definitely a hefty price tag," Lin Qiuyue said, pursing her lips. She had never taken medicine costing 380,000 yuan in her entire life. "Hee, Mr. Lin, the quality of these medicinal herbs is absolutely reliable. Moreover, you are my longtime customer, and I sell them to you at cost price or slightly above cost price. The profit I make is very small, even negligible. If you go to another shop to get the medicine according to this prescription, I guarantee the price will be over 500,000. Boss Meow held up 5 chubby fingers and spoke with a straight face. Lin Qiuyue knew that Chen Fan's money was now invested in dolphin real estate, and that she had to pay for these expensive medicines. She gritted her teeth and decided to buy it. She spared no expense in order to help her husband go from being a useless person to a normal one. Moreover, she had a little plan in mind. After her parents returned to the Lin family, she and Chen Fan would live alone, and their first priority would be to have a lovely little baby. If the husband is useless, let alone the baby, he himself would probably be so depressed that he would commit suicide. "Honey, how about we buy it?" Lin Qiuyue asked softly. Upon hearing this, Boss Meow let out a barely perceptible wicked smile and rubbed his hands together. "Too expensive, forget it." Chen Fan shook his head and put the prescription back on the table. "Mr. Chun, don't rush. Actually, we can offer a discount. I can go without making a single penny. After all, Mr. Lin is a long-time customer of mine. How about this, 300,000? Rounding it up to a round number for you. I really haven't made a single penny. This is absolutely a friendly price." Boss Meow spoke with a touch of emotion, as if he had already done everything he could to help. "Can you lower the price a bit more?" Lin Qiuyue asked. She hadn't expected the price to drop from 380,000 to 300,000 in one go. It seemed the shop owner wasn't entirely honest. Perhaps she could get an even lower price. "Mr. Lin, you're putting me in a difficult position. If you lower the price any further, I'll lose money," Boss Meow said with a reluctant expression. "Yeah, honey, are you just going to watch Boss Meow lose money? Don't make things difficult for him. Let's go, don't let Boss Meow lose even more money." Chen Fan grabbed Lin Qiuyue's arm and tried to leave. Seeing that things weren't going well, Boss Meow immediately smiled obsequiously and said, "How about this, Mr. Lin? You name your price. As long as the loss isn't too much, I'm willing to sell to you. Since you're a regular customer of mine, and we'll be working together in the future, I'll just do you a favor." 150,000. Lin Qiuyue asked tentatively. "Make a deal." Boss Meow quickly agreed. "Know when to quit while you're ahead. Since Mr. Lin is so agreeable, I'll be agreeable too. 150,000 it is. I'll go get the invoice now. May I ask if it's a WeChat transfer?" Boss Meow chuckled as he pulled out his phone from his pocket. Chen Fan realized the situation was getting out of control. He had originally intended to use the excuse of the high price to leave this shady establishment with Lin Xiuyue, giving Boss Meow some face. He hadn't expected this fatso to be so greedy and ungrateful. So he said seriously, "Boss Meow, don't rush to ask for money. First, these medicinal herbs are too expensive, and second, they're not the right medicine for the illness. They're not the correct treatment at all." Upon hearing this, Boss Meow nearly dropped his phone. He widened his eyes and asked, "Mr. Chen, what do you mean by that?" Bang! Chen Fan slammed his hand on the prescription sheet on the table and said, "Don't you have any self-awareness? Do I need to spell out whether the medicine you prescribed is a tonic or a treatment for male diseases? There's only one ingredient, cordyceps, which is barely considered appropriate. What about the others? Moreover, it's one thing that you deliberately used expensive herbs, but you also added several types of herbs that would reduce the effectiveness when combined. You've lost all sense of shame for money. Do you think we're suckers?" Chapter 85 Welcome Banquet. Upon hearing this, Boss Meow turned pale and his heart raced. He had assumed that Chen Fan, like Lin Xiuyue, was someone who didn't understand traditional Chinese medicine and therefore wanted to trick them into buying expensive herbs. However, he hadn't expected Chen Fan to actually know about traditional Chinese medicine and point out all the flaws in the prescription. There are indeed 3 types of medicinal herbs that, when placed together, will reduce or neutralize more than 80% of their efficacy. A shop owner who has been dispensing medicine for years certainly knows this better than anyone else. But why do it? It's obviously all about the money. As for the medicinal ingredients, their efficacy, and whether they could effectively cure the disease, he didn't think much about it. He only knew that these medicines wouldn't kill anyone. Chen Fan's ability to pinpoint the errors in the prescription demonstrates that he is no ordinary person and possesses profound knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine theory. Moreover, the fact that he didn't mention it earlier was out of consideration for Boss Meow. The man in front of me can't be fooled. Ahem. You're right, it's all my fault. I was probably a bit confused just now and made a mistake. I didn't expect Mr. Chen to be such a master of traditional Chinese medicine. He's truly impressive. As he spoke, Boss Meow picked up the form, crumpled it into a ball, and threw it into the trash can. This was truly my mistake. Please forgive me, Mr. Chen and General Manager Lin. Boss Meow bowed respectfully to the two of them. Lin Xiuyue was a little confused. She knew that Chen Fan could use traditional Chinese medicine to treat diseases, but she did not know that he also knew a lot about Chinese herbal prescriptions. If Chen Fan hadn't discovered the problem with the order, Lin Xiuyue would definitely have been scammed by her boss. "Hey, Boss Meow, you've gone too far. We've been cooperating for a long time, and I even brought my husband here specifically to buy medicine. Are you trying to rip us off?" Lin Xiuyue stood up and said angrily, "It seems you don't want to continue cooperating with Huan Hai and supplying raw materials anymore." "I was wrong. Mr. Lin, please don't be angry. The quality of the medicine here is absolutely fine. I was just a little blinded by greed and underestimated Mr. Chen's strength." Boss Meow kept bowing and apologizing, looking embarrassed, but his words were very sincere. Chen Fan held Lin Xiuyue's hand and asked her to sit down and not to be angry. After all, no business is without its tricks. That's just how businessmen are, and sometimes they even target acquaintances and regular customers. Under Chen Fan's reassurance, Lin Xiuyue managed to hold back from saying anything more. "Boss Meow, give me a pen and a piece of paper. I'll write down the medicinal herbs I need to buy. Specify the quantity of each herb for each dose. If I write it incorrectly, please prepare the correct dosage for me," Chen Fan instructed. Soon, Boss Meow presented a pen and paper. Chen Fan wrote on the paper, "Epimedium, 5 liang. Half a deer antler. 7 seahorses. 1 gene of Cordyceps sinensis. 2 seal kidneys." Mr. Meow took the order form written by Chen Fan with both hands and immediately went to the lobby to make the order. 5 minutes later, Boss Meow handed the prepared medicinal herbs to Chen Fan and said with a smile, "Mr. Chen, please take this." "How much?" Chen Fan asked. "It's free." Boss Meow waved his hand and said, "It's a free gift. I only ask that you forgive me and that President Lin not withdraw from our business relationship. Hee hee. Fatty, behave yourself from now on." Lin Xiuyue glared at Boss Meow, picked up her bag, and walked out. Chen Fan followed, carrying the medicine. Boss Meow saw them to the door, bowed deeply again, and said, "Take care, both of you." Kuweiju Hotel. This 7-star luxury hotel is known to everyone in Lushur. The average cost per person here is over 2,000 yuan. The decor is luxurious and the environment is elegant. Even the waitresses are all beautiful women selected through a rigorous audition process, with bachelor's degrees or above. Grandma Lin was overjoyed today, even more so than at her 80th birthday celebration. Indeed, the Lin family had booked the entire hotel, inviting all their relatives and friends to celebrate Lin Shiyue's return to the family. Of course, they had also invited several CEOs of large corporations. Lin Shiyue's successful signing of a contract with Dolphin Real Estate was an unprecedented and joyous occasion for a second-rate family like the Lin family. In the spacious and brightly lit hotel, Lin Shiyue sat in the main seat. She wore a red dress and exuded elegance, like a member of royalty. Chen Fan had just sat down next to Lin Shiyue, and less than a minute later, a sharp shout pierced his ears. "Get up! What are you doing sitting here? Is this your seat?" The person who reprimanded Chen Fan was Lin Guoxiao. As the host of the welcome banquet, he was responsible for arranging the seating for all the guests. The guests at this round table were clearly business tycoons, including the elderly woman. Even Lin Guozhong and Dong Jinping, a married couple, were sitting at a table to the side. There was no place for Chen Fan. Standing next to Lin Guoxiao was a young woman in a purple dress, carrying an LV handbag and smiling. "Hurry up and give me your seat. You have no sense of propriety at all." Lin Guoxiao frowned and scolded. This seat was originally reserved for Chao Meishue, the richest woman in Lushi and the female president of Xueqian Group. Chao Meishue was the most high-profile guest invited to this banquet. No one could afford to offend her. However, Chao Meishue's daughter, Qian, was still hospitalized due to the car accident. Although her condition had stabilized, Chao Meishue had to stay by her daughter's side. She couldn't attend the banquet, but she couldn't refuse to show respect. Therefore, Chao Meishue sent Zhao Hong, the vice president and second-in-command of Xueqian Group, to represent her at the banquet. Zhao Hong was a founding employee of Xueqian Group. Initially, she was Chao Meishue's personal secretary and worked for her. Chao Meishue trusted her implicitly and promoted her to the position of vice president of the group. "Still sitting here instead of getting out? President Zhao has been waiting here for ages. What are you dawdling about?" Lin Guoxiao said angrily. "If this kid keeps refusing to leave, he'll lift him up by the hair and drag him away." Chen Fan pretended not to hear Lin Guoxiao's voice and didn't even turn his head, continuing to drink his tea. "You brat. You have no manners. I'll kick you out." Lin Guoxiao reached out and grabbed Chen Fan's hair. Chen Fan had already caught a glimpse of it out of the corner of his eye, and with a quick movement, he grabbed Lin Guoxiao's wrist. It hurts, let go of me. Let go quickly." Lin Guoxiao grimaced in pain, but dared not shout too loudly, afraid that more people would see. Seeing this, Zhao Hong was a little taken aback and gave an awkward smile. "President Lin, how about I sit somewhere else? After all, I'm here representing President Chao. There's no need for me to sit in such a conspicuous position." Seeing that Zhao Hong was about to leave, Lin Shiyue, worried that the old lady would be unhappy, didn't place the distinguished guest in the proper spot. So she tugged at Chen Fan's sleeve and whispered, Could you move aside? Could you sit with our parents?" "Okay." Chen Fan smiled slightly, then released Lin Guoxiao's wrist and stood up to walk to the next table. Chapter 86, Stealing Credit. "Damn it," Lin Guoxiao cursed under his breath, rubbing his already swollen wrist, feeling extremely angry. He pulled out a chair with a pained expression and smiled at Zhao Hong. "President Zhao, please sit here. This is what the old lady wanted. That man from earlier has mental problems. He's a son-in-law we brought in to live with our Lin family. He wasn't well educated, so please don't take offense." "A live-in son-in-law? If he has mental problems, why hire him in the first place?" Zhao Hong asked, sitting in a chair, puzzled. When he was first recruited, he was a normal person. Later, maybe some runny shit got into his brain, and he became stupid. "Heh," Lin Guoxiao said in a disgusting way, probably venting his frustration at having his wrist pinched earlier. Just then, the waiter brought out a bowl of pumpkin soup, which was yellowish in color, but no one drank it. "Second uncle, if there's nothing else, you can go about your business. I heard you were bitten by a rabid dog a few days ago. I wonder if you forgot to get the rabies vaccine." Lin Shiyue asked coldly. Although Lin Guoxiao was her elder and her uncle, she could not pretend not to hear him insult her husband in front of her. Lin Guoxiao gritted his teeth in anger, about to explode, when the old lady came out. Lin Meiyin and her daughter, Yi Jie, helped the old lady walk over, one on each side. The old lady sat next to Lin Shiyue, holding her granddaughter's hand, her face beaming with smiles. Lin Guoxiao could only swallow his anger and say no more. "Shiyue, welcome back to the Lin family with your parents. Today's banquet is mainly to celebrate your return, and that we are family again." The old lady said happily. Most of the guests had already taken their seats, and as soon as the old lady spoke, everyone else quieted down. "Shiyue, tell us how you successfully negotiated with Dolphin Real Estate, so that our Lin family members can learn a thing or two," the old lady asked. The Lin family exchanged glances, as if the old lady's words were directed at them, implying that they had poor negotiation skills. Lin Shiyue pondered for a few seconds, recalling the scene of signing the agreement with Dolphin that day, which was still vivid in her mind. After I went to the Dolphin room, someone took me to sign the contract with Mr. Liu. Then I met Mr. Liu and signed the contract. After Lin Shiyue finished speaking, she stuck out her tongue, looking slightly embarrassed. The crowd began to discuss it. It's that simple. Go straight in and sign the contract. Didn't Dolphin refuse to see the Lin family when they came? Yeah, why is everything going so smoothly for her? It was probably just good luck. That's the only explanation. Lin Guoxiao snorted coldly, stroked his mustache, and said to the old lady, Mom, back then, my son Xiaotian, 3 or 5 other business elites, and I went to Dolphin's place about 5 or 6 times, but we were turned away and not even allowed into their yard. Maybe it's because our group isn't as strong as some top-tier families and leading companies. Later, Lin Shiyue went too. Although she was Dolphin's designated candidate, without our paving the way, how could she have succeeded? Yes, Grandma, it was our repeated sincerity that moved General Manager Liu of Dolphin Real Estate, which is why my cousin was able to sign the contract so smoothly. Lin Xiangtian chimed in, wanting to help his father gain some credit in front of his grandmother. After all, the credit shouldn't be monopolized by Lin Shiyue. Besides, according to her description, she signed the contract easily without doing anything. How infuriating. Of course, the old lady couldn't possibly refuse to give face to her children and grandchildren. Moreover, Lin Guoxiao and Lin Xiangtian are the family heirs she has always valued. Shiyue, your success is also partly due to your second uncle and younger brother, the old lady said with a smile. She knew perfectly well what was going on, but to ease the tension and appease her children and grandchildren, she could only offer this conciliatory remark. Lin Guoxiao thought his mother was praising him and his son, and proudly smiled and said, Mom, as a member of the Lin group, our efforts have not been in vain. I am very gratified. Grandma, I am willing to dedicate everything to the family. Lin Xiangtian pushed up his black-rimmed glasses, seemingly speaking with great passion. You are all my good children and grandchildren. Come, Grandma will toast all of you. The old lady picked up a cup of tea, and the relatives and guests sitting there also picked up their tea or red wine and drank a toast. Lin Shiyue looked somewhat helpless. This was originally a banquet to welcome her family back to the Lin family. Lin Shiyue should have been the main character today, but now Lin Guoxiao and his son are taking credit and making oaths, as if all the credit belongs to them. Grandma, according to the contract terms, Dolphin and Lin's group will each send a business manager to specifically connect and coordinate the construction of the Lusher New District. I would like to volunteer myself and ask you to send me to be in charge of the specific operations and to liaise with Dolphin's business manager. I guarantee to complete all tasks excellently. Yes, I also suggest that Xiaotian be the business manager. Eugene glanced at Lin Shiyue and smiled. Shiyue is quite busy. After all, she runs her own cosmetics company. Let's not add any more pressure to her. It's not convenient for a young woman to be in charge of the construction industry in the new district. She would have to go to the construction site every day and deal with those dirty migrant workers. It's too dirty. I think it's a wise choice for Xiaotian to be in charge of the specific business cooperation full-time. Lin Shiyue felt nauseous. Did you really think I would take your jobs and be in charge of the specific business of cooperating with dolphins? You're overthinking it. Lin Shiyue only wanted her parents to return to the Lin family. How far the cooperation with Dolphin Real Estate could develop was not her concern. After all, her Huanhai company is also a partner of Dolphin, and she has a lot of things to deal with on her own, so why would she interfere with the Lin family? The Lin family had already discussed it last night and were determined to secure the business manager position in the cooperation agreement with Dolphin for Lin Xiangtian. If Lin Shiyue became the business manager, their family's position within the Lin family would be in jeopardy. Alright, since Xiaotian is so ambitious, we'll choose you as the business manager. This collaboration is crucial to the future development of our Lin family, so you'd better do your best, Xiaotian. If you encounter anything you don't understand, ask your father. The old lady readily agreed. Lin Shiyue remained unmoved, her expression indifferent. Chen Fan, who was at another table, felt a little annoyed after hearing the conversation. This old lady still favors her children and grandchildren so much. It's clear that Dolphin only recognizes Lin Shiyue as their family spokesperson. As soon as the contract was signed, they replaced her with another business manager. It's obvious that they used Lin Shiyue once and then got rid of her. That's wonderful. Mom, you really have a discerning eye. Lin Guoxiao was overjoyed to hear that his grandmother had agreed to let his son be the business manager. He took the initiative to drink a glass of baijiu and said with a smile, "Waiter, bring the wine." Chapter 87, Supreme VIP Platinum Card. A waiter came over and was about to pour the wine when Lin Guoxiao said, How can we drink wine that costs only 2 or 300 yuan on such a joyous occasion? What would you like to order, sir? The waiter asked. Wuliangye, Matai, or Remy Martin. Whatever you like. Bring a bottle of your hotel's most expensive liquor to every table. Did you understand? Before long, a group of waiters brought the most expensive wine to each table and poured it for the guests. Chen Fan glanced at the wine bottle in front of him, smiled slightly, and seemed to be deep in thought. Lin Guoxiao stood up, faced everyone, and said loudly, "Everyone, raise your glasses. Let's toast to my son, Xiaodian, on his successful appointment as business manager. Come on, drink up. It's all on me today. Everyone, drink as much as you like." All the relatives and guests at the tables raised their glasses, creating a lively atmosphere. Lin Shiyue really wanted to throw the red wine in her hand on Lin Guoxiao's face. This banquet was originally intended to welcome their family back to the Lin family. So how did it turn into a celebration to congratulate his son on taking office? The old lady seemed to sense Lin Shiyue's thoughts. She smiled slightly and said to Lin Guozhong and Dong Jinping at the other table, "Guozhong, Jinping, you two should also toast the whole family and guests and say a few words." Lin Guozhong and Dong Jinping immediately picked up their glasses and stood up. Lin Guoxiao smiled Fanho Ly and said, "Thank you to my mother for hosting this banquet and welcoming us home. After returning to the Lin family, my wife and I will work together with all our relatives, maintain good neighborly relations, and contribute to the development of the Lin family." People applauded, and a round of applause followed. Dong Jinping, who had poor communication skills, didn't know what to say in such a grand setting. She smiled and said, "My husband and I are of the same mind. We've returned to the Lin family. From now on, we're all family. We hope you'll take good care of us. Also, thank you, Guoxiao, for buying the fine wine. This bottle, it cost several thousand yuan." Immediately afterwards, the waiters poured drinks and served dishes, creating a lively scene. As the banquet was nearing its end, the elderly woman, due to health reasons, was accompanied by Lin Meiyun and her daughter to go home to rest. Lin Guoxiao, his face flushed and clearly drunk, shouted, "Wait, waiter, the bill." The waiter approached and asked, "Sir, cash or card payment?" "Of course, I'll swipe my card." Lin Guoxiao took out his wallet, pulled out a new card, deliberately held it in his hand, and looked at it repeatedly, then handed it to the waiter. To everyone's astonishment, the card Lin Guoxiao had applied for was actually Huaxiao Bank Supreme VIP Platinum Card. Huaxiao Bank is the largest bank in China, and those who can obtain a Supreme VIP bank card are all certified wealthy individuals. To hold a Supreme VIP standard card, you need to deposit at least 5 million yuan. To hold a Supreme VIP gold card, you need to deposit at least 10 million yuan. To hold a Supreme VIP platinum card, you need to deposit over 20 million yuan. Those who possess this bank card enjoy priority access when traveling by plane or ship or visiting major shopping malls and tourist attractions across the country, without having to buy tickets or queue, making it extremely convenient. Lin Guoxiao recently obtained this Supreme VIP Platinum card, which contains 25 million yuan, all the cash he can access. Although his net worth is far greater than this, most of it is in real estate and investment products, leaving him with only this much liquid cash on hand. Holding the Supreme VIP Platinum card from Huaxiao Bank, Lin Guoxiao, emboldened by alcohol, naturally wanted to show off. Even many business owners couldn't help but take a second look. They may be worth more than Lin Guoxiao, but they may not have more than 20 million yuan in liquid assets. Take Xiao Hong, who sits next to Lin Shiyue, for example. As the second in command of Xueqian Group, she holds 10% of the company's shares and is worth at least 50 million yuan, but the cash in her bank account does not exceed 10 million yuan. At this moment, Lin Guoxiao looked at everyone with a smug expression, feeling that the whole room was filled with envious and admiring gazes, and he felt very good about himself. His wife, Yu Jing, sitting next to him, also smiled broadly, accepting everyone's praise. "This is the Huaxiao Bank Supreme VIP Platinum card. You need to deposit over 20 million to apply." "That's amazing. Mr. Lin has plenty of funds on hand. I really want to get one too, but unfortunately, I don't have 5 million on hand. So sad. With this card, you can go straight to first class on a plane without even buying a ticket." Unable to hide her joy, Yu Jing chuckled and said to the waiter, "Don't just stand there. Hurry up and swipe your card. The pin is 6/8. Wait." Just as the waiter was about to leave, Lin Guoxiao stretched out a hand, signaling the waiter not to rush. "What's wrong, sir?" the waiter asked politely. Lin Guoxiao took a sip of tea to sober up a bit, then pointed to Chen Fan's table and said, "Except for that table, I'll pay for all the other tables. Did you understand?" The table where Chen Fan sat included Lin Guozhong and his wife Dong Jinping, who had returned to the Lin family, as well as several relatives, all of whom held relatively low positions and had little influence within the family. Lin Guoxiao looked down on Lin Guozhong and his wife, and was secretly displeased that they had returned to the Lin family. And that good-for-nothing son-in-law just grabbed his wrist with tremendous force. His wrist was still throbbing. This is an injustice we must avenge. As for the other relatives, Lin Guoxiao was not afraid of offending them at all and did not take them seriously. Humph, Chen Fan, you piece of trash. You wouldn't give up your seat for President Zhao, and you even attacked me. You have no respect for hierarchy and don't deserve for me to pay the bill. Lin Guoxiao slammed his hand on the table, stood up, and faced Chen Fan's table, angrily saying, "In the family meetings we held before, Lin Guozhong, Dong Jinping, and Lin Shiyue agreed to return to the Lin family. Not you. You good for nothing. Do you understand? You have no right to return to the Lin family. Because it was you piece of trash, who caused us to split up in the first place, and now you want to come back and cause trouble? Dream on." Ahem. Actually, I can sit anywhere. Zhao Hong was a little embarrassed, as if Lin Guoxiao's current scolding of others was her fault. "President Lin, I'm not blaming that son-in-law. Please don't scold him. Mr. Zhao, this has nothing to do with you. I'm just letting this dog know the consequences of disrespecting elders and VIPs. Lin Guoxiao said, then turned to Chen Fan's table again. "Brother, sister-in-law, welcome back to the Lin family. But let me make this clear. If you insist on bringing this good-for-nothing along, then you should go back to your apartment. There's no place for him in our Lin family." Lin Guozhong's face fell, feeling both embarrassed and puzzled. He said, "Brother, you've had too much to drink. Let's discuss family matters another day when we're more sober. Although Chen Fan is a son-in-law we brought in, he belongs to our family. It wouldn't be right not to bring him back." When Dong Jinping heard her husband defending Chen Fan and contradicting Lin Guoxiao, she felt like she was pulling the tiger's hair out of its head. She quickly pinched Lin Guozhong hard under the table, causing him to scream and dare not say another word. Chapter 88. A black market shop? Hee, my husband is drunk. Don't listen to his nonsense. Let me say a few words. Dong Jinping coughed lightly and said with a smile, "Before this, we also held a family meeting and unanimously agreed that my son-in-law Chen Fan will not return to the Lin family. His status is too low, and it would be bad for the Lin family's image. Besides, now that the Lin family is cooperating with Dolphin Company, it will definitely become a first-class family in Lushur in the future. How could we tolerate a gigolo? If the news media hypes it up, wouldn't it make a mess of the Lin family? So, we unanimously agreed that Chen Fan will not come back. Guoxiao, Yuejing, don't worry." Lin Guoxiao sneered and said, "If that's the case, why didn't you say so earlier, sister-in-law?" "Too forgothy," Dong Jinping said with a forced smile. "Don't worry. My husband, and I don't want to go back to your Lin family." At this moment, Lin Shiyue stood up, furious. She said angrily, "I have my own company. My husband and I won't starve. You're just afraid that we'll go into the Lin family and take away your property and interests, right? Don't worry, we don't care at all. You can give it to me, but I won't take it." After Lin Shiyue finished speaking, she walked over and took Chen Fan's hand, saying, "Honey, let's go home. This place is disgusting and full of trouble." Hearing Lin Shiyue's words, Chen Fan felt extremely relieved. He was also deeply moved. Lin Shiyue wasn't afraid to offend the Lin family relatives and chose to stand firmly on his side. This truly embodied the spirit of sharing both honor and disgrace between husband and wife. At the same time, Lin Guoxiao, Yu Jing, and Lin Xiangtian also breathed a sigh of relief. They were waiting for Lin Shiyue to say these words. Even without the young couple returning, the Lin family's core businesses remain in their hands. Lin Guozhong and Dong Jinping pose no threat to them whatsoever. If they can manipulate things when the old lady is nearing death, the Lin family will struggle to even inherit the property. Lin Shiyue, holding Chen Fan's hand, had just left her seat when Lin Guoxiao sneered and said, "Just leaving like that? Who's going to pay for the meal and drinks?" Yu Jing glanced at Lin Shiyue and said while eating sunflower seeds, "I estimate that the table will cost at least 10,000 yuan. Don't count on Chen Fan, that gigolo. As for the others, each person can chip in a little over 1,000 yuan. That should be enough." "I'll pay." Lin Shiyue frowned and said sharply, "It's just 10,000 yuan. Who are you trying to scare?" "Hey sis, why are you paying? You weren't even eating at that table." Lin Xiangtian chuckled, then turned to his father and said, "Dad, forget it. Just pay for it all at once. It's just one more table. Be generous. Consider it charity to a beggar." "Ha, son, you're right." Lin Guoxiao clapped his hands in approval. Lin Shiyue trembled slightly with anger. If all her relatives and distinguished guests hadn't been there, she would have definitely gone up and given this family a good beating. Their faces were truly despicable. Just then, an officer hurried over, handed the VIP Platinum card to Lin Guoxiao with both hands, and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, your card has insufficient balance." "Impossible." Lin Guoxiao stared at the waiter and said angrily, "Is there something wrong with your POS machine? This is a newly issued card with 25 million in it." "But it's really not enough," the waiter said weakly. "Mr. Lin, the total bill for this visit is 36.2 million yuan. Buzz. Lin Guoxiao's head buzzed, and he almost fainted. What happened? Although everyone knows that the Kuwaiju Hotel is extremely expensive, it's not a rip-off. 36,200,000? This is an absolutely outrageous banquet. Hey waiter, you've got the calculations wrong, haven't you? This banquet isn't all about rare delicacies. Even if it were, it would cost at most 20,000 yuan per table, 400,000 yuan for 20 tables at most. You've come up with over 36 million yuan. That's 1.8 million yuan per table? That's 180,000 yuan per person? My God, have you never seen money before? Sir, we didn't miscalculate. The waitress was about to explain when Lin Guoxiao shoved her away, almost causing her to fall and tremble with fright. Humph, an idiot who can't even do basic math. And he claims all the waiters are college graduates. Shameful, Yu Jing cursed, splashing the half glass of red wine in her hand directly onto the waiter's face. Serves you right for talking nonsense. If you can't do math, go back to school. Yu Jing was probably too happy today and drank a few more glasses of red wine, which allowed her to show her most authentic side. You, the staff member wiped the red wine off his face, trembling with anger. Don't try to argue with me. Call your manager over here. Lin Guoxiao said angrily. The manager arrived quickly. The manager was wearing a red suit. He was a middle-aged man and looked very gentlemanly. You're the manager? Your hotel claims to have the best service in Lusher, but I think it's the best at ripping people off. 1.8 million per table, 180,000 per person for a meal. Am I eating a Manchuhan imperial feast? Lin Guoxiao stood up and tried to pull the manager's tie, but the manager quickly stepped back and was not caught. Sir, please calm down and listen to me. The wine you ordered earlier is the most expensive Taizong Maotai in China. The market price of each bottle is 1.9 million. Because we are the hotel in Lusher that imports the most of this wine, the manufacturer gave us a 10% discount and supplied us with 50 bottles at once. The annual production of Taizong Maotai is at most 1,000 bottles. You said you wanted the most expensive wine, so we complied and ordered 20 bottles. We'll give you a discount to 1.8 million per bottle, which adds up to 36 million. Damn it, 1,800,000 for a bottle of wine. Why didn't you warn me sooner? You're deliberately ripping me off. Lin Guoxiao cursed angrily. He rushed forward, trying to grab the manager by the collar again, but the manager grabbed a chair from the side and used it in self-defense. Yu Jing rushed forward and threw her empty wine glass at the manager, but luckily, it was blocked. What a rip-off. A money-grabbing rip-off. I'm going to call the Market Supervision Department and report you. Lin Xiangtian clenched his fists, ready to go up and beat up the manager, but several relatives grabbed him around the waist and advised him not to act impulsively. This scene made Chen Fan unable to help but laugh. This family was just acting all high and mighty, but now they're all throwing a tantrum, like three mad dogs. The relatives present looked at each other, unsure of what to do. The manager shouted as he defended himself. Sir, please calm down, or I'll call security. It was indeed you who ordered the Taizong Matai. You wanted the most expensive liquor, and we complied. Besides, there are security cameras in the lobby. You can't deny it. Please don't take any drastic actions. Let's resolve this through conversation. Chapter 89, The Hotel Owner. I'll talk your ass off. I'll kill you for daring to cheat me out of my money. Lin Guoxiao was still extremely agitated, with veins bulging on his face, and he was in a state of hysteria. Yu Jing was held back and couldn't move forward. She took off her high heels and threw them at the manager and waiters, cursing loudly. What a rip-off. 36 million for a meal. What kind of banquet is this? It's shameless. It's outrageous. Their son, Lin Xiangtian, was young and strong. He broke free from his relatives' restraints and rushed forward, wanting to punch the manager in the face a few times. The manager quickly said into the walkie-talkie, there are several people causing trouble in Hall 3. Repeat, there are several people causing trouble in Hall 3. A few dozen seconds later, more than a dozen security guards in gray uniforms rushed out from the side door to maintain order. These security guards were all burly men, strong and carrying batons. They all looked fierce and menacing. As a security guard at the Kuwaiju Hotel, my salary is twice that of a security guard at a regular hotel. They hire retired soldiers with discharge certificates and they have to go through a rigorous selection process, specifically choosing tough guys with excellent physical strength, agility, and combat skills. At this moment, these burly security guards surrounded the scene, causing Lin's relatives to feel surprised and frightened. How did a perfectly good banquet turn into a group conflict? After security guards surrounded the scene, Lin Guoxiao and his accomplices felt a strong sense of intimidation and stopped acting impulsively and arrogantly. The manager snorted and thought to himself, I've seen plenty of rich people, but none of them are this pretentious. One bottle of 1.8 million yuan Taizong Mutai liquor per table. I thought they didn't care about money. Turns out they're just poor rich people. Suddenly, the security guards parted to make way for a middle-aged man wearing a loose, oversized t-shirt, office trousers, and chunky leather shoes. His name is Su Zihao. Although he is fat and has a big head and ears and is not good-looking, he is the owner of Kuweiju Hotel. Su Zihao was flanked by two young men in black suits and sunglasses, who were probably bodyguards or similar personnel. Seeing this commotion alarmed the hotel owner, and the Lin family members fell silent in fear and panic. Su Zihao's ability to own such a large hotel stems from his connections. Legend has it that once, a guest caused trouble, and the security guards beat the unreasonable person so badly they were crippled and confined to a wheelchair for life. The hotel continued operating normally afterward, and the security guards escaped unscathed. Su Zihao simply spent a little money, along with some threats, to resolve the matter. Upon seeing Su Zihao and his menacing team, Lin Guoxiao was so frightened that he immediately sobered up considerably. The manager caught a glimpse of his boss arriving, put down his chair, and, feeling a surge of confidence, said, You clearly wanted the best wine, and we did as you requested, but now you want to renege on your debt and disrupt our business. Lin Guoxiao quickly waved his hand and said, No, don't say that. I don't want to renege on my debt, and I won't delay your business. I'll pay you every penny. That being said, he knew very well that he only had 25 million in his account, so where did the 30 million come from? If I don't say that, I probably won't be able to leave this hotel today. Mr. Su, you've arrived. The manager bowed respectfully as Su Zihao approached and said, The Lin family held a banquet and ordered 20 bottles of Taizong Matai liquor, but they're refusing to pay. They even tried to assault someone. Oh. Su Zihao turned to look at Lin Guoxiao, then glanced at Yu Jing, Lin Xiangtian, and the others, and said calmly, Really? It was my fault, Mr. Su. I was drunk and talking nonsense earlier, huh? I will definitely pay you back. I'm sorry. Lin Guoxiao bowed to Su Zihao repeatedly, his attitude completely changing from before. I'm so sorry. We were wrong. It was all a misunderstanding. Mr. Su, please don't take it to heart. Yu Jing looked at Su Zihao with a fawning expression and apologized repeatedly. Having drunk a bit too much, Lin Xiangtian, now quite tipsy, grabbed a bottle and walked towards them, muttering curses under his breath. Two don't care who he is, some kind of heavenly king. Damn it. If anyone dares to mess with me, they'll fight to the death. Fuck you. Lin Guoxiao roared, rushed over, and kicked his son in the stomach. Lin Xiangtian screamed and fell to the ground, the wine bottle in his hand shattering. You brat, aren't you afraid of making things worse? I'll teach you a lesson today, even if it means turning against your own family. Lin Guoxiao pulled off his belt and swung it around, whipping Lin Xiangtian hard with both hands. Snap, snap, snap. With each lash of the belt, Lin Xiangtian screamed in agony, instantly sobering up. Dad, stop hitting me. I was wrong. I apologize to President Su. Manager, I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Yu Jing grabbed her husband like a mad woman, pulling him tightly and crying out, Stop hitting our son. Are you trying to kill him? Stop it. Lin Guoxiao stopped, panting heavily, and turned to Su Zihao with a smile, saying, I'm sorry, Mr. Su. My son was disobedient and deserved a beating. Su Zihao glanced at Yu Jing, who was crying her eyes out, a wicked glint in his eyes. This wealthy woman was stunningly beautiful, with a voluptuous figure. Though past her prime, she possessed a unique charm, just his type. The Lin family actually defaults on their debts? They'll be a laughingstock if word gets out. Su Zihao said in a deep voice, then stared at Yu Jing and asked, Are you Lin Guoxiao's wife? How old are you? Yes, I'm 38 years old. I didn't ask your age, Su Zihao reminded him. Seeing that Su Zihao's gaze kept lingering on her, almost as if he wanted to devour her with his eyes, Yu Jing suddenly realized what was going on. Her face flushed, and she thought to herself, So this fat guy is asking me about my measurements. Yu Jing's heart skipped a beat, and she subconsciously tightened her collar. She never expected that someone her age would fall in love at first sight and secretly flirt with her. It seemed she was quite attractive and had a good presence. Thinking this, she felt a surge of secret joy. Mr. Su, I haven't measured Ithi. Yu Jing smiled slightly and lowered her head shyly. Su Zihao swallowed hard before reluctantly shifting his gaze away from Yu Jing. It was quite obvious that Yu Jing, the noblewoman from the Lin family, had been subtly flirted with. Lin Guoxiao and his relatives were furious, but dared not speak out. If a conflict arises, the Lin family will inevitably suffer. Therefore, Lin Guoxiao could only swallow his anger and become a coward. The problem is that he married a woman with an irresistible charm. After Lin Guoxiao's family apologized, other relatives of the Lin family also rushed to express their apologies, saying kind words to seek Su Zihao's forgiveness and to resolve the matter peacefully. Chapter 90. The Red Fingerprint. Chen Fan took Lin Shuyue's hand, lowered his head, and walked outside. He didn't want to face Su Zihao because Su Zihao was someone he knew. When Chen Fan was young, Su Zihao worked as a cook in the back kitchen of the Chen family in Beijing. He is an excellent cook of Sichuan and Cantonese cuisine, which has earned him unanimous praise from Mr. Chen and his family. However, 3 years after Chen Fan was sent away, Su Zihao was kicked out of the Chen family. Because he did something wrong, he committed an outrageous act against another young female servant. As a result, Su Zihao was ordered to leave by the old man. After arriving in Lushi, he wanted to start a business, but he didn't have any capital. Uncle Lu and he had a very good personal relationship, so Uncle Lu took out his savings and lent him 400,000 yuan. Deeply moved, Su Zihao vowed to make a name for himself in Lushi. Many years have passed. Starting with that 400,000 yuan, Su Zihao has gradually built his business and is now the owner of Kuweiju Hotel, which also owns several other hotels. If it weren't for Uncle Lu's support, Su Zihao might still be a ghost wandering the lowest rungs of the city. Now that he has become a person of high status, he certainly will not forget Uncle Lu's kindness. The Lin family was holding a banquet at the Tsui Residence Hotel. Uncle Lu had informed Su Zihao beforehand about Chen Fan's attendance, asking him to keep an eye on the young master. Uncle Lu was Su Zihao's great benefactor. How could he disobey his benefactor? Uncle Lu was like a father to him. If nothing happens inside the hotel, all will be well, but if something does happen, Su Zihao's top priority is to ensure Chen Fan's safety. To him, this is a glorious mission. Just then, Chen Fan and Lin Shuyue walked towards the door, but were spotted by the sharp-eyed Su Zihao, who called out, "Wait a minute." Although Su Zihao had never met Chen Fan in person, he had seen his photos. His gaze sharpened, and he walked towards Chen Fan's direction. The Lin family's attention was also focused on Chen Fan and Lin Shuyue, and they were all talking amongst themselves. "Why are you running away? We didn't ask you to pay anything. That's ridiculous. Nobody's left yet. What's the rush for you two? Why are you making Su Zihao angry? It's definitely Chen Fan, that cowardly good-for-nothing, who's going to leave first. Sigh, I hope President Su won't be angry, otherwise we'll all be in trouble." Lin Shuyue sighed softly, and facing Su Zihao, she said neither humbly nor arrogantly, "What do you want?" Su Zihao ignored Lin Shuyue completely. His gaze remained fixed on Chen Fan. "That's right. This must be the young master of the Chen family. You've grown so much, but you still retain the impressions and traces of your childhood. This is fate." Su Zihao smiled slightly as he faced Chen Fan. He was relieved that his young master was unharmed. Otherwise, how could he explain it to Uncle Lu? Ignored and feeling helpless, Lin Shuyue, fearing that Su Zihao might harm Chen Fan, became even more vigilant. If Su Zihao dared to be violent towards Chen Fan, she definitely wouldn't just stand there. Suddenly, a mocking voice rang out. "President Su, please don't be angry. This man is a dog of the Lin family. No, he's not even as good as a dog. He's a complete waste. He freeloads off our family, just waiting to die. He's shameless to the extreme. Please don't lower yourself to his level. He's a cowardly coward. That's why he's trying to run away. This piece of trash deserves a beating." Lin Guoxiao cursed as he walked up to Su Zihao, trying to curry favor with him. Snap! A resounding slap. Su Zihao suddenly slapped Lin Guoxiao hard across the face. Lin Guoxiao was left standing there, disheveled, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "Shut up! Get out!" Su Zihao roared. Lin Guoxiao was so frightened that he wet himself and took a few steps back. The 5-finger marks on his face were so clear. "Honey, are you all right?" Yu Jing asked softly. Don't speak," Lin Guoxiao hurriedly reminded him, then wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "Young master," Su Zihao called out emotionally. The moment he saw Chen Fan, countless memories were stirred up within him. The time he spent working as a chef at the Chen family's restaurant in Beijing was the happiest and most carefree period of his life. The entire family loved his cooking. The Chen family treated him very well, like family. If he hadn't acted foolishly and made that mistake, he might still be the head chef of the Chen family now. Big head, thick neck, either a tycoon or a cook. Having been a cook and now a tycoon, Su Zaheo's life has been full of ups and downs, leaving him with a myriad of emotions. Young master, it's so good to see you. You're so handsome. I really want to make you your favorite fried rice again, Su Zaheo said emotionally, tears welling up in his eyes. He then knelt down on one knee and wiped away his tears. Everyone was completely stunned. Everyone was dumbfounded. They lengthened her chin. The dignified owner of Tsui residence, who possesses assets worth hundreds of billions, actually knelt on one knee before a good-for-nothing like Chen Fan, and even shed tears. Could it be that I've run into my long-lost, cowardly son? Chen Fan stood still, his face calm as still water. In his childhood memories, there was a chef named Su Zaheo, and more than 10 years later, he was still that greasy, lecherous fat man. Ahem, Chen Fan coughed, reminding Su Zaheo to be mindful of his behavior and not to reveal Chen Fan's identity. What's going on? Lin Guoxiao stepped forward to help Su Zaheo up and asked, President Su, what's going on? Are you sure you haven't mistaken me for someone else? How could such a good-for-nothing be worthy of your kneeling? Get up, President Su. Snap. Another big slap in the face. 5 red finger marks also appeared on the other side of Lin Guoxiao's face. There were a total of 10 finger marks on both faces, which looked extremely symmetrical. I did admit my mistake. Su Zaheo wiped away his tears of emotion, suppressing his joy, and said, Lin Guoxiao looked aggrieved. You've mistaken me for someone else, so why did you hit me? After hearing Su Zaheo's words, the Lin family relatives were all relieved and at ease. I knew it. How could trash like Chen Fan possibly know President Su? After calming down, Su Zaheo turned to Lin Guoxiao and asked, What are you going to do about the 36 million in food expenses? I'll pay, Lin Guoxiao said without hesitation. Dad, you only have 25 million on your VIP Platinum card. You're still short 11 million. Lin Xiangtian reminded him with a mournful face, despite the pain all over his body. Mr. Su, could I swipe the money on my card first and transfer the rest to you another day? Lin Guoxiao asked cautiously. Humph, you bitch, if you had said so earlier, none of this would have happened. Su Zaheo sneered. But it's too late. I demand you settle everything now. Otherwise, none of you will leave. Su Zaheo had heard from Uncle Lu that the young master had become alive and son-in-law, and because of his lowly status, he suffered all kinds of humiliation in the Lin family. Apart from his father-in-law and wife, none of the other relatives treated him kindly. Now, Su Zaheo wants to stand up for his young master and teach the Lin family a lesson. Chapter 91. Lend me 180,000. Lin Guoxiao opened his mouth wide, utterly helpless. Settle the entire amount at once. We're still short 11 million, which is a huge sum of money. At this moment, his wife, Yu Jing, walked over with a worried look on her face and said, President Su, are you really so heartless? You've driven us to a dead end. Haha. The Lin family is a prestigious family, a second-tier family. I don't believe your group's finance department can't come up with 10 million. Su Zaheo sneered. It's really difficult to get so much cash all at once. Yu Jing sighed. Hee hee. Of course, you can also use other methods to pay the money. Su Zaheo leered at Yu Jing, wishing he could take her tonight. Yu Jing was filled with shame and indignation. But she still felt a little happy and satisfied, which meant that her beauty and charm were appreciated by others. The Lin Group's finances have always been strictly controlled by the old lady, and there is a strict set of financial regulations. Anyone who wants to take money from it must get the old lady's permission and must explain the purpose of the money and provide a list. It's fair to say that the old lady needs to know everything, from buying a piece of land to purchasing furniture and appliances. If anyone is found to be misappropriating funds, they are immediately expelled from the Lin family home. Although the 11 million wasn't for embezzlement, but to pay for meals, the old lady would definitely disagree and be furious if she found out. This was the result of Lin Guoxiao's boasting. Even if the old lady used company funds to cover the shortfall, she would look at Lin Guoxiao differently in the future and might even lose trust in him. Therefore, Lin Guoxiao and Yu Jing exchanged glances, both knowing full well that the old lady absolutely could not pay for this money. The company is indeed facing financial difficulties. This collaboration with Dolphin Real Estate has tied up our funds. We need to invest in the construction industry in the future, and our cash flow cannot be allowed to break down. Otherwise, the project will fail completely. We'll not only lose everything, but we'll also have to pay penalties, and our Lin Group will be finished. Lin Guoxiao said worriedly. Suddenly, he knelt down before Su Zaheo. Mr. Su, please grant me one more day. I'll raise the money by tomorrow and transfer it to your hotel. Please. You're so kind. Su Zaheo only wanted to torment Lin Guoxiao and wasn't in a hurry to use the money. Seeing Lin Guoxiao kneeling on the ground like a dog, begging him with a pleading expression, Su Zihao felt that he couldn't disrespect the old lady of the Lin family. Letting her son be so humble would create a grudge if word got out. Just as Su Zihao was about to tell them to get lost, Yu Jing suddenly knelt down. What's going on? Yu Jing knelt not before Su Zihao, but before the Lin family relatives. With tears welling in her eyes, she put on a dramatic performance. Relatives, we're still short 11 million for this meal. How about we all chip in and split the cost equally? We really have no money left. If you keep pushing us, the three of us will jump off a building, and it'll be the headline in tomorrow's Lucier Morning Post. Relatives, can you really bear to watch us be driven to our deaths? Yu Jing spoke with great emotion, tears streaming down her face, moving all the relatives present. Several female relatives, in particular, also shed tears. Su Zihao couldn't help but sigh. This woman is really smart. She saved over 30 million yuan just by kneeling. One of Lin's relatives loudly suggested, this meal costs 180,000 yuan per person. Let's not make things difficult for President Lin. It was an unintentional mistake. He ordered 1.8 million yuan worth of wine, which was for all of us to drink. How can we stand idly by? We'll pay the 180,000 yuan ourselves. Yeah, it's not like we can't afford it. What's with the hotel staff acting so high and mighty? We Lin family members face difficulties with 18 million, but we can still come up with a mere 180,000. Everyone take out your bank cards and swipe them one by one until their POS machines are maxed out. They've dared to bully the Lin family. Do they think we're not united? I'll go first. The crowd responded immediately. They all pulled out their bank cards. Although the Lin family was considered a second-tier family in Lucier, it wasn't too difficult for their business relatives, even those who were short of money, to come up with 180,000 yuan. Even if they didn't have the money in their accounts, they could easily get it transferred with a phone call. Lin Shuyue took out her card, looking troubled. Her company recently purchased a batch of new equipment, and in addition to the company's funds, she basically used all the money in her own account to pay for it. There's only 600,000 left in the card. In other words, it can only pay for the meals of a maximum of 3 people. Not far away, Lin Guozhong and Dong Jinping stared at their daughter, at a loss for what to do. Where would they get 180,000 yuan? Lin Shuyue pursed her lips and whispered to Chen Fan, I only have enough money for myself and my parents. I'll try to borrow some for you, or could you ask President Su for help? Ha. Lin Shuyue, you seem a bit anxious. Your family of 4. You can't even afford a meal, can you? Lin Guoxiao shook the VIP Platinum card in his hand, his face full of mockery. Even with 10 bright red finger marks on his face, and in excruciating pain, he didn't forget to mock and ridicule Lin Shuyue and her family. 2 can only pay for 3 people on my card. Lin Shuyue's forehead instantly broke out in a row of small beads of sweat. Her face slightly flushed, and she said, Relatives, can anyone lend me 180,000? I'll pay it back tomorrow. I mean what I say. Lin Shuyue knew Lin Guoxiao was rich, but she would never borrow money from him. Now, even when dealing with relatives I don't usually keep in touch with, I'm taking a gamble. However, those relatives only act according to Lin Guoxiao and Yu Jing's wishes. So how could they possibly lend her money out of kindness? As expected, no one in the room offered to lend her money. Everyone was perfectly in sync. Ha, you finally met your match? You call yourself a female CEO? What a disgrace. Lin Guoxiao laughed loudly. Yu Jing chuckled. This family is all dependent on Xiaoyu. They're typical freeloaders. Especially that good-for-nothing son-in-law. All he does is freeload and doesn't earn a penny. He makes his wife suffer like this at a crucial moment. Humph, if I were you, I'd jump off a building right now. Lin Shuyue's face turned crimson, feeling both embarrassed and helpless. Not far away, Lin Guozhong and Dong Jinping exchanged a glance, then lowered their heads, looking dejected. They hadn't brought honor to their daughter. They didn't even have over 300,000 yuan in savings, and felt like a burden, holding her back. Dong Jinping even secretly wiped away her tears. Just then, Chen Fan took out a green bank card and said calmly, Shuyue, don't worry, there's a card. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Xiangtian snatched the green card from his hand and said, What kind of card is this? You poor dog, you think you're qualified to get one? Are the bank staff blind? Lin Xiangtian glanced down at the words on the card and almost choked with laughter. Ha, this is hilarious. Everyone look. This poor dog is using an agricultural bank card. He's obviously a good-for-nothing from the countryside. How much money could be in that kind of card? Did you secretly make money as a gigolo behind Lin Shuyue's back? Ha. They're really desperate. They'll pull out any card they can get their hands on. Yu Jing sneered and said to the waiter next to her, Let's swipe this piece of trash's card first, and see how much money it has. I bet it's less than 10,000. 10,000? Wife, you're overestimating that good for nothing. At most, it's 1,000. Lin Guoxiao said sarcastically, holding up one finger. Chapter 92 Credit Card. Useless. What's the password? Tell the waiter quickly. Yu Jing urged. No password, Chen Fan said in a low voice. No password. Could it be a bus card? Haha. Waiter, please check the balance on this card. Yu Jing was already prepared to burst into laughter. How much savings can a gigolo who just lives off his wife have? How dare he take out his card? He's really shameless. At this point, the waiter brought over a multifunctional POS machine, swiped the green card, and clicked on balance display at the top. Ding. This card's balance, 0 inch. As soon as the electronic voice finished, the whole audience burst into laughter. A tattered bank card, and not a single penny in it. Is this poor guy just trying to be funny? Why do such idiots exist in this world? Is his brain filled with shit or pee? Laughter, sarcasm, and insults filled the air. The entire hall had become a sea of joy. Chen Fan was like a clown, surrounded by onlookers. Lin Shuyue wished she could find a hole to crawl into. Isn't this embarrassing? You knew the card balance was 0, yet you still took it out? How shameful. Bang. Lin Shuyue, unable to contain her anger, stomped hard on Chen Fan's foot. The heel of the high heel was like an iron hammer, suddenly nailing itself into Chen Fan's foot. Instantly, the taste was incredibly sour and refreshing. Phew. Chen Fan gasped, enduring the pain in his foot, and calmly said to the waiter, "This is a credit card. Don't check the balance, check its credit limit." Upon hearing the words credit card, Lin Xiangtian laughed so hard he clutched his stomach, almost laughing until he bled. You piece of trash, you don't have a single penny of income, and you still dare to apply for a credit card? Are the people at the bank as brain dead as you? Why would a bank issue a credit card to someone who lives off a woman? Don't they check his income? Even if there is a credit limit, it will probably be no more than 500 yuan. Faced with countless questions, Chen Fan coldly said, "This card is not mine." The waiter didn't dawdle. He swiped the card and clicked on credit limit above the POS machine. Ding. Credit limit for this card, 999,680,000. In an instant, the entire room fell silent. The area was almost filled with the sounds of gongs, drums, and firecrackers, but for a moment it was as silent as a tomb. No way. Did I hear that right? Waiter, please re-swipe it. Lin Xiangtian asked weakly. The waiter was also quite frightened, and with trembling hands, he swiped the swipe again. Ding. Credit limit for this card, 999,680,000. The entire audience fell silent, utterly shocked. This ordinary agricultural Bank of China credit card has a credit limit of nearly 1 billion. Even if the card wasn't Chen Fan's but Lin Shuyue's, given her income and repayment ability, there was absolutely no way she could have obtained such an incredible credit card limit. That's truly unbelievable. Husband, this Lin Shuyue didn't know what to say. Honey, have you forgotten? This Supreme VIP green card was obtained for you by Mr. Liu of Dolphin Real Estate as the guarantor, Chen Fan said with a slight smile. Lin Shuyue understood and didn't say anything more. Pay the bill for our family of 4. Chen Fan said to the waiter. Wait a minute, let's swipe the full amount. Chen Fan said again after a moment's hesitation. Oh, the waiter swiped the card for over 36 million and handed it back to Chen Fan. All the Lin family members breathed a sigh of relief, never expecting that their meal expenses would be settled in one lump sum. Chen Fan didn't intend to help these relatives. When Lin Shuyue borrowed money, not a single one of them stood up for her. They were all just following Lin Guoxiao's lead. He shouldn't have helped them pay. However, Chen Fan considered that once Lin Guozhong and Dong Jinping returned to the Lin family, they would need to be treated equally by these relatives, paving the way for them to live with dignity within the Lin family. In short, it was about winning people's hearts. 36 million is nothing to Chen Fan. For these Lin family relatives, however, it was a huge sum of money. While they were shocked and overjoyed, they also felt a lot of gratitude for Lin Shuyue's contributions. Moreover, as Chen Fan just mentioned, Mr. Liu of Dolphin acted as guarantor for Lin Shuyue's application for a super high credit card, which shows a very deep level of trust. It seems that the Chen family in the capital values Lin Shuyue highly, and her future is limitless. Thank you, Shuyue, for helping us pay for the meal. You're such a kind girl. Beautiful, sensible, and good at making money. Shuyue is the true representative of our Lin family. Such a good girl. It's unbelievable that she ended up with a husband who lives off her. What are you talking about? As long as they're happy, what's it to you? The relatives chattered amongst themselves, mostly praising Lin Shuyue, but also expressing disdain for Chen Fan. Chen Fan listened with a slight smile, not taking it to heart. The Lin Guoxiao family looked at each other and tacitly chose to remain silent. Yu Jing was secretly delighted. Lin Xiuyue had paid for the meal, saving them a considerable amount of money. However, she was also somewhat worried. This move had won Lin Xiuyue the hearts of the Lin family relatives, and her reputation would only improve, which would have a significant impact on the status of Lin Guoxiao and his son Lin Xiangtian in the family in the future. Afterwards, Chen Fan and Lin Xiuyue left the hotel with their parents. After the four got into the car, Chen Fan was about to start the engine when Su Zihao chased after them. Young Mr. Chen, wait a moment. What's wrong, Mr. Su? Could you leave me your contact information? I need to talk to you about something another day. Don't worry, it'll definitely be something good, Su Zihao said with a smile. Let's add each other on WeChat. After the two added each other on WeChat, Chen Fan stepped on the gas and his family left the Kuweiju Hotel. When they got home, my father-in-law and mother-in-law were tired, so they took a quick shower and went to rest. Chen Fan went to the kitchen and started brewing medicine on the small gas stove. Steam rose continuously from the medicine pot, wafting a fragrant aroma. Afraid the smell would disturb his family, Chen Fan closed the kitchen sliding door. He knew very well that the Chinese medicine he was brewing wouldn't do much to cure his underlying illness. His ailment was primarily psychological. He needed to either see a psychologist regularly or adjust on his own. The Chinese medicine was simply a way for him to boost his confidence and overcome his psychological barriers. Sizzle. The sliding door was opened. Lin Xiuyue, wearing a light purple nightgown, walked in and then closed the door. Honey, are you brewing medicine? Lin Xiuyue frowned slightly when she smelled the medicine. Yes, I need to get better as soon as possible. I don't want to be a useless person. Chen Fan smiled awkwardly. To be honest, the couple's relationship was currently at its most passionate stage, with Chen Fan having the opportunity to indulge in nightly revelry in Lin Xiuyue's boudoir every night. Unfortunately, he wasn't up to the task, so even with numerous opportunities, it was all in vain. Chapter 93, Business Manager. Honey, you'll definitely recover. Keep going. Lin Xiuyue encouraged, her little tiger teeth looking so adorable. Yes. Chen Fan nodded. With his wife's encouragement, he was sure he would rise to prominence in the near future. Honey, that last green card at the banquet today? It was Mr. Liu who helped me with it. I am a shareholder of Dolphin. After all, I invested 1 billion yuan. In order to put my mind at ease, he applied for this credit card for me as a guarantor with a limit of 1 billion yuan. It can also be used for emergencies when the company needs funds. I understand. Lin Xiuyue nodded, and couldn't help but sincerely praise Chen Fan's investment for its correctness and foresight. You were scolded a lot by the Lin family at the banquet today. I'm sorry, Lin Xiuyue said with some shame. It was my insistence that you attend the banquet, even though you didn't want to go. Sai, it's all my fault. It's not your fault. Who knew your second uncle, Lin Guoxiao, would be so foolish? If you hadn't taken me there, I wouldn't have been able to help you out today. Chen Fan smiled calmly, as if spending 36 million at once was nothing to him. That Lin Xiangtian, afraid that Grandma would give me the business manager position, actually volunteered himself. He really judges others by his own petty standards. I never wanted to work for the Lin Group in the first place. Lin Xiuyue shook her head, recalling those people's faces. Do you think Dolphin Real Estate will take Lin Xiangtian seriously? Chen Fan sneered, his words carrying a hidden meaning. Yes, I want to see just how capable Lin Xiangtian and his team are. By the way, honey, what about the 36 million we spent today? How are you going to explain that to President Liu? No need to explain. He said that as long as the credit limit on the card is no less than 500 million, I don't need to contact him. This kind of green card's credit limit can automatically generate interest to replenish it. In other words, as long as I carry this card with me, I'm making money every moment, Chen Fan explained seriously. This explanation was quite smooth, and Chen Fan couldn't help but give himself a thumbs up. Although it was a white lie, it would ease Lin Xiuyue's worries and put her at ease. This is what a husband should do. That's good. Honey, my parents have returned to the Lin family, and will probably still have to deal with them in the future. They don't approve of you, and they might still belittle and humiliate you. You won't mind, will you? Of course not. If I minded, I wouldn't have attended the banquet today, and I would never have seen those snobs from the Lin family. Chen Fan said calmly, as if the various attacks from the Lin family were nothing to him. As long as they didn't cross Chen Fan's bottom line or do anything to harm Qiuyu, he wouldn't care about those insignificant people at all. To be honest, they're not qualified to make Chen Fan angry. Qiuyu, as long as you are happy, I don't care what happens to me. These words moved Lin Xiuyue to tears. Countless times Chen Fan went out with her, enduring ridicule and sarcasm with unwavering strength. But if Lin Xiuyue suffered even the slightest harm, Chen Fan would use forceful methods to make them apologize. Recalling the past, Lin Xiuyue's eyes involuntarily filled with tears. Husband, Lin Xiuyue suddenly threw herself into Chen Fan's arms, almost knocking over the medicine jar in front of her due to the sudden movement. Chen Fan held the beauty in his arms, enjoying her fragrant scent. A few days later, Lin Xiangtian arrived at the Dolphin Real Estate headquarters building on the agreed date. At the banquet a few days ago, he was whipped with a belt by his father. He still had injuries all over his body, but his face was still clean and it did not affect the talks. As a promising young man, he had his hair slicked back, wore black-rimmed glasses and a sharp suit, and maintained a confident smile. People are in high spirits when they have good news. Now that the old lady has appointed Lin Xiangtian as the business manager for the cooperation with Dolphin after he volunteered, he must do his best and make a difference. The time has come for him to show his talent. According to the contract, the position of business manager was originally intended for Lin Xiuyue. However, this can be changed if both parties agree through a meeting. Lin Xiangtian's task today is to let the Dolphin team know that he has been replaced as the business manager. He is more capable than Lin Xiuyue. Lin Xiangtian was full of confidence in replacing Lin Xiuyue as business manager. He and his father, Lin Guoxiao, had always been in charge of the Lin family's construction business. They were quite skilled in the business, and he had more support from relatives in the Lin family. He also had an elite team of advisors, so it was a natural progression for him to take the position. He was far more qualified than Lin Xiuyue. Lin Xiangtian took the elevator up to the building. He was led by the female secretary to the door of the general manager's office, where he knocked. Come in. Good morning, Mr. Liu. I am Lin Xiangtian, the newly appointed business manager of Lin's group. I am in charge of the cooperation with Dolphin and the construction of the new district. Lin Xiangtian walked into the office and shook hands with Mr. Liu. Uncle Liu pointed to the sofa opposite him and said, "Please sit down." Lin Xiangtian was secretly pleased. Judging from the handshake and the offer of a seat, President Liu had a good impression of him. It seemed that President Liu wouldn't object to the change of business manager. Lin Xiuyue, thank you for helping me conquer this empire. How to build it, consolidate it, and become a hegemon is up to me. Uncle Liu sat in his boss's chair, glanced at Lin Xiangtian who sat there looking dignified, and asked, "Where is Lin Xiuyue?" "Oh, she voluntarily gave up the position of business manager because her company still needs her to manage it personally. Now the Lin family has unanimously appointed me as the new business manager. From now on, Lin Xiuyue will no longer be involved in the cooperation with your company. I will be in full charge." Lin Xiangtian's words were blatant lies, yet he spoke them fluently. "I see. However, whether or not I can agree to let you become the new business manager is not up to me. According to the contract, you need to have a meeting with our business manager at Dolphin. As long as she agrees, there will be no problem. I am responsible for Dolphin's overall business and oversee the big picture, but I don't participate in everything. You will need to contact her specifically regarding the construction project." Uncle Liu explained calmly. Lin Xiangtian's eyes lit up. If the business manager at Dolphin just agrees, that would be even simpler. "Mr. Liu, who is the business manager for Dolphin? The election should have been completed by now, right?" Lin Xiangtian asked earnestly. "I've made my choice. But since she's a new employee and hasn't reported to the company yet, I'm afraid you won't be able to see her today," Uncle Liu explained. "It's all right, Mr. Liu. Could you please give me the name and phone number of this business manager? I'll contact her myself. Let's settle the matter of changing the business manager for the Lin family first." "Okay." Uncle Liu nodded, took out his phone, looked at it for a moment, and said, "Write down this number, 1384838XXXX. Haha, this manager's phone number has so many eights. May I ask what his name is?" "Her name is Tang Yin." Chapter 94 Negotiations failed. Tang Yin was Lin Xiuyue's college classmate. They had a minor disagreement at the last class reunion, and Tang Yin later took the initiative to apologize to Lin Xiuyue. She is the sales director of Lancome Cosmetics in Lusher New District. After Lancome established a strategic partnership with Dolphin, Tang Yin received a call from her boss, Wu Wendong, one day. Wu Wendong said that according to the contract signed between Lancome and Dolphin, the new area is still in the construction phase. According to the overall arrangement, Tang Yin will serve as the business manager, and it will be up to Dolphin to decide which business she will be responsible for. Moreover, Tang Yin is temporarily under the command of Liu Bo, the boss of Dolphin. This is a prime example of deep collaboration. Tang Yin receives a salary from Lancome, yet takes orders from the CEO of Dolphin. However, it doesn't matter to her anymore. As long as her salary is paid regularly, it doesn't matter where she works. Her boss, Wu Wendong, repeatedly instructed her to complete all the tasks assigned by the boss of Dolphin with utmost seriousness and responsibility. He warned her that if she delayed anything, she could go home and sell sweet potatoes. At this moment, Tang Yin was driving her BMW to the headquarters of Dolphin Company. She was going to report to General Manager Liu and receive the latest work assignments. The car was traveling on Binjiang Avenue when a traffic accident occurred ahead, causing a traffic jam. Tang Yin honked her horn furiously, cursing, "Damn it! Why is there a traffic jam again? Am I going to mess things up on my first day here?" At that moment, she received a call from an unknown number. "Hello? Are you Tang Yin?" It was an old man's voice, deep and steady. "It's me. Who are you?" Tang Yin asked. "I work for Dolphin Real Estate, and my surname is Liu." "Oh, Mr. Liu? Why are you calling?" "I'm sorry, I'm stuck in traffic. I'm on my way." Tang Yin was a little flustered and apologized repeatedly, thinking that Mr. Liu had been waiting for her for too long and was getting impatient. "Manager Tang, you don't need to come to Dolphin anymore." "Ah, Mr. Liu, please let me explain. There really is a traffic jam." Don't rush. What I mean is, you don't need to report for duty. I'll assign you work tasks over the phone now." "You said?" Tang Yin finally breathed a sigh of relief. "You might receive a call from an unknown number later. It's Lin Xiangtian from the Lin Group, a young man who has studied abroad, is educated, and cultured. He wants to discuss replacing you as the business manager of the Lin family. If you agree, he can smoothly take over as the business manager." "Oh, so should I agree or disagree?" Tang Yin asked hesitantly. "Listen to me." After hanging up the phone, Tang Yin turned her car around and started driving when she received another call from an unknown number. It really was Lin Xiangtian from the Lin family calling. He was very polite on the phone and invited Tang Yin to sit down at the tea house. "Don't be tea house. Now." The waiter brought over 2 cups of fine Longjing tea and then went out to draw the curtain. Even under the dim light, Tang Yan's face remained so pale. If the lights were turned off now, people would definitely think it was haunted. "President Tang, I am Lin Xiangtian from the Lin Group." Lin Xiangtian took the initiative to extend his hand and shake hands with Tang Yin. "I know why you've come here. Do you want my approval to let you take over as business manager?" Tang Yin asked bluntly. "Right. Your predecessor was Lin Xiuyue. Let me be frank with you. Xiuyue was my college classmate, and we were very close. I came to the position of business manager at Dolphin Real Estate because I was looking forward to working with my college classmate. Why did your Lin family suddenly change people? The contract was only signed a few days ago, and you're in such a hurry to change people. Do you not trust Lin Xiuyue?" Tang Yin asked sharply. No, Lin Xiuyue is very capable. She resigned voluntarily because she runs her own cosmetics company, and it's a period of business expansion, so she couldn't leave. Therefore, after our family meeting, I was appointed as the business manager, Lin Xiangtian said with a smile. Tang Yin snorted coldly, thinking to herself, she talks like it's true, she's really good at acting. Then call Qiuyuan now and confirm if what you just said is true. I have my old classmate's phone number. Tang Yin took out her phone and deliberately pretended to search for a phone number. Lin Xiangtian was startled. Lin Xiuyue never voluntarily resigned as business manager. It was Lin Xiangtian who volunteered at the family dinner that day, and only then did the old lady agree. If Tang Yin were to call now to verify, he would definitely be exposed. Wait a minute. Mr. Tang. Lin Xiangtian hurriedly tried to dissuade him. Tang Yin sneered and asked, "What's wrong?" "My cousin Lin Xiuyue is sick. She's recovering right now, so please don't call her and let her focus on getting better. Is that all right?" Lin Xiangtian was sweating and looked very nervous. If he were exposed on the spot, how would Tang Yin view his character? How could the Dolphin Group possibly cooperate with a family that lacks integrity? Okay, Qiuyue is better now. Have her give me a call. I need to confirm that she resigned voluntarily, and not because she was ostracized by certain forces within the family. Tang Yin finished speaking, took a sip of tea, and stood up. "Mr. Tang, we didn't ostracize her. No need for explanations. The contract was just signed, and you've already changed your business manager. It seems Dolphin Real Estate only recognizes Lin Xiuyue as the Lin family's representative. To put it bluntly, Dolphin looks down on everyone else, including you. Haha, Dolphin only partners with top-tier families or leading companies. We're only cooperating with your second-rate family because of Lin Xiuyue. If you're just using Lin Xiuyue to sign the contract and then oust her, I think Dolphin will consider other construction companies. After all, there are companies lining up 10 streets to cooperate with us." After saying that, Tang Yin picked up her bag and turned to leave. Lin Xiangtian sat there dumbfounded. He thought changing a business manager would be a very simple matter, but he didn't expect that Dolphin only recognized Lin Xiuyue. The Lin Group is a second-rate family. They only secured this cooperation through Lin Xiuyue's personal connections. If Tang Yin really does as she says and abandons the cooperation with the Lin family, then he will become a major sinner against the family. Will the old lady let him off easily? Why were Tang Yin and Lin Xiuyue college classmates? What a coincidence. What should we do now? Should we really try to appease Lin Xiuyue and get her to call Tang Yin herself and tell her that she voluntarily gave up the position of business manager? Lin Xiangtian left the tea house in a daze and drove back to the Lin family home. Inside the meeting room, the old lady and Lin's relatives were discussing matters when Lin Xiangtian suddenly barged in, and everyone's eyes turned to him. Grandma Lin Xiangtian blushed and called out softly. Xiaotian, has the dolphin side agreed? The old lady asked immediately. What? Lin Xiangtian let out a heavy sigh. The neighbors exchanged glances, and from Lin Xiangtian's worried expression and sigh, they could sense that the negotiations were not going smoothly. Chapter 95, The Last Chance. Lin Guoxiao was also startled. Does Dolphin's side not agree to their son becoming the business manager? Why? My son studied abroad. He has the qualifications and knowledge, and he's very enthusiastic about his work. Why can't he do it? Xiaotian, Grandma is asking you a question. Tell the truth. Why are you sighing? Lin Guoxiao said nervously. The business manager at Dolphin is named Tang Yin. She's Lin Xiuyue's college classmate. She seems to be very opposed to our personnel change. She also said. Lin Xiangtian glanced at his grandmother and parents, looking troubled. What else did President Tang say? Yu Jing pressed. She said if Lin Xiuyue doesn't call her personally to confirm that it's a resignation, she will terminate her cooperation with us and switch to another company. What? The old lady suddenly picked up her cane and slammed it hard on the ground, her face turning pale with anger. If the Lin family were to terminate their cooperation with Dolphin because of the change in business manager, it would be a devastating blow to the Lin family, almost a catastrophic one. If the contract had been followed and Lin Xiuyue had been appointed as the business manager to negotiate with Dolphin, Tang Yin wouldn't have made those harsh remarks. If this partnership falls through, the old lady will feel like dying. She even valued this collaboration with Dolphins more than her own life. Looking back now, the old lady felt not only angry but also deeply remorseful. So many top-tier families were vying to cooperate with Dolphin, but Dolphin chose to cooperate with the Lin family out of respect for Lin Xiuyue. Doesn't this mean that Dolphin only recognizes Lin Xiuyue? In their eyes, only Lin Xiuyue can represent the Lin family. Oh, I was so confused back then. Why did I agree to let Xiaotian be the business manager? The old lady shook her head and said remorsefully. Mom, please don't say that. The contract has already been signed. It's in black and white. Do they really dare to terminate it? Yu Jing said somewhat flippantly. What do you know? Dolphin Real Estate is backed by the Chun family of Beijing. Do you know how deep the water is? With the Lin family's meager strength, if Dolphin really wants to terminate the contract, what can we do to them? Sue them in court? Demand liquidated damages? I don't have that kind of guts. Do you? The old lady sneered, glanced at Yu Jing, and questioned her. I didn't have that kind of courage. Yu Jing smiled awkwardly, lowered her head, and stopped talking. If Dolphin unilaterally terminates the contract, it would indeed be a breach of contract and would incur legal liability. But given its strength, how could the Lin family dare to pursue legal action? Even if they did, and the court ordered Dolphin to pay damages, would they dare to pay, or would they dare to accept? Xiaotian, you volunteered to be the business manager this time. I believed you, but you handled things so poorly. What kind of behavior is this? Lin Guoxiao and Yu Jing, you two listen up. I'm telling you, if the Lin family's cooperation with Dolphin fails, the three of you get out of the Lin family. Never come back. Want to inherit the property? No way. The old lady slammed her cane on the table, trembling with anger, and coughed a few times. Lin Guoxiao, Yu Jing, and Lin Xiangtian were all startled, and their faces turned pale when they saw the old lady lose her temper so badly. The old lady's words were like a royal decree, utterly authoritative. If the Lin family successfully cooperates with Dolphin, everything will be fine. But if the cooperation is terminated, they will be like the Lin Guozhong family 2 years ago, left with nothing and out of the old lady's sight. Mom, I've thought about this matter. Dolphin's side is too domineering. They only recognize Lin Xiuyue and not anyone else, Lin Guoxiao said in a low voice. They're so domineering, what can you do about it? The old lady said angrily. I really shouldn't have agreed to let Xiaotian be the business manager. Now, the only solution is to let Xiuyue handle it. You can handle the specifics. This is the last chance. After the old lady finished speaking, she left the meeting room with the help of Lin Meiyun and her daughter Yijie. The other relatives could only offer Lin Guoxiao and his family a few words of encouragement before leaving. These relatives were all opportunists. They clung to whoever held the most power and had the best future in the Lin family. Now that they saw that Lin Guoxiao's family had fallen out of favor, they knew perfectly well that if things continued this way, Lin Xiuyue might eventually take Lin Guoxiao's place and become the old lady's most trusted person. After the relatives left, only Lin Guoxiao and his family of 3 remained in the meeting room. Lin Xiangtian asked with a long face, Dad, Mom, Grandma is angry. What should we do? Dolphin Company values that vixen Lin Xiuyue too much. What qualifications does she have to be a business manager? In terms of education, knowledge, and character, how can she compare to you? Yu Jing said angrily. Lin Guoxiao clenched his fist and slammed it on the table, saying, Xiao Tian, don't be anxious. Your grandmother's words about kicking us out were just said in anger. The only solution to this matter is to ask Lin Xiuyue to personally intervene. Dad, Lin Xiuyue won't give me any face, Lin Xiangtian said pragmatically. I'll handle it. This needs to be done as soon as possible, otherwise it will be bad if Dolphin terminates the cooperation. Lin Guoxiao took out his phone and dialed Lin Xiuyue's number. At this moment, Lin Xiuyue and Chen Fan were eating at a small restaurant. Honey, I have something to do this afternoon, so I can't pick you up tonight, Chen Fan said, gnawing on a rib. It's okay, I'll take a taxi home myself. Just then, Lin Xiuyue's phone rang. She picked it up, glanced at it, and frowned, saying, Is this Lin Guoxiao? At the last banquet, Lin Guoxiao was too flamboyant, and his family showed no mercy to her and Chen Fan. Lin Xiuyue was furious just thinking about it. Honey, I don't want to answer. I'll go and hear what he has to say. Chen Fan took Lin Xiuyue's phone, answered the call, and pressed the speakerphone button. Hello? Xiuyue, this is your second uncle. I have something to discuss with you. You'd better come to my company in person. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiuyue waved her hand at Chen Fan, indicating that she did not want to go there. This is Chen Fan. Xiuyue is not available to answer the phone right now, and she can't come to your company either. I will pass on any information you need, Chen Fan said. Who do you think you are, handing the phone to Xiuyue? Lin Guoxiao became even more arrogant when he heard Chen Fan answer the phone. I'm hanging up if you don't tell me, Chen Fan said firmly. You little rascal, tell Xiuyue that the business manager at Dolphin is her college classmate, Tang Yin. Tang Yin isn't too happy that we replaced the business manager with Xiao Dian. Have Xiuyue call Tang Yin and say that Xiao Dian took over after Xiuyue resigned. You mean you want Xiuyue to lie? What? What's it to you? What right do you have to be dissatisfied? Xiuyue never lies. Wasn't your son trying to show off? Now that he's been humiliated, he's come to Xiuyue for help? Is this all your family can do? You're begging Xiuyue for help, and you're still acting so arrogant. I'm that awesome. What can you piece of trash do to me? Damn it. Then keep being awesome. After saying that, Chen Fan hung up the phone and immediately switched his phone to airplane mode. Chapter 96, Midnight. Lin Xiuyue asked in confusion, What's going on? Chen Fan explained. Didn't the Lin family replace the business manager with their son, Lin Xiangtian? I guess Dolphin doesn't agree. They now want you to call Tang Yin and tell her that you resigned voluntarily. Isn't Tang Yin working at Lancome? How come she's also working for Dolphin? Lin Xiuyue asked. It's probably because the two companies have a deep collaboration and personnel can be transferred between them. Oh, then should I call Tang Yin? Lin Xiuyue hesitated. She genuinely didn't want to get involved in the Lin family's affairs. Her own company had already established a cooperative relationship with Dolphin, and she had a lot of other things to deal with. She didn't have time to be the Lin family's business manager. Don't rush, Xiuyue. We have the initiative now. Lin Xiangtian was afraid you would interfere in the Lin family's affairs, so he volunteered to be the business manager. Now he's been humiliated, and Grandma is definitely very angry. Think about how this family has treated us. If you help them now, will they appreciate it later? They might think we're easier to bully and take advantage of us. Chen Fan analyzed. What should we do then? Lin Xiuyue asked, feeling lost. We'll sit back and wait for them to lower their stance and beg for your help. I've never seen anyone begging for help and still be so arrogant. This is the perfect opportunity to put an end to their arrogance. Let them know your stance. In the future, when Mom and Dad return to the Lin family, they'll be less bullied by them. Chen Fan's words were like a guiding light, making Lin Xiuyue overjoyed, and she decided to do as Chen Fan suggested. On the Lin family side, after Chen Fan hung up on him, Lin Guoxiao tried to call back several times, but couldn't get through. He was so angry that he started smashing the table and kicking the chairs. Damn it, that piece of trash Chen Fan actually dared to deliberately hang up on me. I'm so angry. Yu Jing quickly comforted her. Honey, calm down. We asked Lin Xiuyue for help with this, but your tone when you called just now was commanding. Won't that make them resentful? Yes, Dad. In this situation, we're at their mercy. We need to be more humble. Besides, Lin Xiuyue isn't our subordinate. It would be inappropriate for us to order her around, Lin Xiangtian analyzed in a low voice. Lin Guoxiao took a breath and forced himself to calm down. No matter what, they had to make Lin Xiuyue call Tang Yin, or at least have Lin Xiuyue explain things to Dolphin in person. A true man can bend and stretch, especially since this matter concerned their family's continued survival in the Lin family. The old lady never spoke empty words. When it came time to kick them out, she wouldn't hesitate. It seems we need to show our sincerity and visit Lin Xiuyue's house in person. Tomorrow is the weekend. Lin Xiuyue should be home, Lin Guixiao suggested. Okay, we'll set off first thing tomorrow morning. Lin Shangtian seemed to see a glimmer of hope. After parking his car in the residential area, Chen Fan walked to the entrance of the complex. Just then, a Toyota Land Cruiser Prado sped up and stopped in front of him. Young master, get in the car. Su Zihao waved enthusiastically. As the owner of Kuweiju Hotel, Su Zihao is usually aloof, arrogant, and high class, looking down on everyone. However, when he met Chen Fan, he became very respectful and even subservient. After Chen Fan got into the car, he asked, "Where are you taking me?" As Su Zihao drove, he said, "I'm taking the young master to a place to meet a few people, all of whom are old acquaintances." Throughout the journey, Su Zihao drove at high speed, nearly causing several collisions with the cars in front of him. Su Zihao, suffering from road rage, cursed at other drivers the whole way. If Chen Fan hadn't been in the car, he definitely would have gotten out and attacked someone. Soon, we arrived at a fire bar called Midnight Moment. This is the most popular and expensive bar in the bustling area of Lusher, with an average spending of over 10,000 yuan per person. The drinks here are ridiculously expensive compared to the market price, and even a skewer of grilled gluten that sells for 1 yuan outside costs 100 yuan here. The parking lot in front of the bar is filled with all kinds of luxury cars, such as Maseratis, Bugatti Veyrons, Lamborghinis, Porsches, etc. If you drive a car worth less than 500,000 yuan, the manager will not let you in. At the entrance, two scantily clad, glamorous women, wearing bunny girl ears, greeted the guests with smiles. Today's theme is Bunny Girl Night, so all the waitresses in the bar are dressed as bunny girls. Old Su, you brought me here for drinks. Chen Fan got out of the car and walked side by side with Su Zihao. The drinks are secondary. I'm going to introduce you to a few people who will absolutely surprise you, Su Zihao said mysteriously. With a smile from the bunny girl, the two entered the bar. Oh, it's Mr. Su. Our boss is waiting for you in the Jade Pavilion. A bunny girl recognized Su Zihao and said politely, "Understood." Su Zihao nodded slightly, then looked at Chen Fan and said, "Young master, let me give you a heads up. The owner of this midnight fire bar is named Zhu Feng. Do you remember him?" "Huh? What? Zhu Feng?" Chen Fan remembered that Zhu Feng was originally a prep cook in the Chen family kitchen. At that time, Su Zihao was the head chef, and Zhu Feng was his assistant, responsible for washing, chopping, and preparing vegetables. The two had a very close relationship, like brothers, so much so that after Su Zihao was kicked out of the Chen family, Zhu Feng also quit his job to follow Su Zihao. After arriving in Lusher, Su Zihao made a fortune using the funds given to him by Uncle Lu, and then gave Zhu Feng a sum of money so that he could start his own business. Now, the most upscale bar in Lusher, Midnight Bar, is actually owned by Zhu Feng. "Young master, you go to the Jade Pavilion first. Just walk straight ahead and turn right at the end. I need to use the restroom. I've had a bit of diarrhea these past couple of days." After saying that, Su Zihao jogged off to find the restroom. Chen Fan had no choice but to walk inside. The entire bar was filled with the sound of rock music, and countless handsome men and beautiful women brushed past each other. Of course, the most numerous were the bunny girls, forming a unique scene. As you pass through the hall, in the middle of the dance floor, young people are swaying their bodies and dancing with great enthusiasm, creating a kind of wild and unrestrained atmosphere. Just as Chen Fan reached a corner, a voice came from behind him. "Chen Fan, what are you doing here?" Chen Fan turned his head and, coincidentally, saw that the girl sitting at the table in the corner was Lin Xiuyue's cousin, Yi Jie. Yi Jie frequents various bars, KTVs, and other entertainment venues. At this age, she's at the prime of her life, having a blast. Today, she's wearing a tank top that reveals her smooth, fair arms and neck, and sporting smoky makeup, giving her a slightly unconventional look. "Why can't I be here? You brat, why don't you call me brother-in-law when you see me?" Chen Fan smiled calmly and asked in return. Chapter 97, Brother Bai arrives. "Are you even qualified?" Yi Jie sneered. "My standards for a brother-in-law are extremely high. You're a man who married into the family, with no money, no status, and no family standing. I'd rather die than call you brother-in-law. By the way, Chen Fan, who did you come with? Where's my sister?" This bar is expensive, and Yi Jie knows that Lin Xiuyue usually doesn't come to noisy places like this. "I came by myself," Chen Fan replied. "You come here by yourself? Don't be ridiculous. Do you know how high the cost of living is here? You can't even afford a bottle of beer, yet you dare to come in and embarrass yourself." Yi Jie had always looked down on her brother-in-law and had previously treated Lin Xiuyue with indifference. However, after Lin Xiuyue signed the contract with Dolphin on behalf of the Lin family, It saved her from her rash decision, and she was somewhat grateful to her. Moreover, Lin Xiuyue's status in the Lin family will definitely rise steadily in the future, so building a good relationship with her is an essential lesson. Chen Fan is different. He's a useless gigolo with no value whatsoever, so it's pointless to criticize him. Let me give you a piece of advice. Hurry up and quietly get out of here, find a roadside stall, and get a beer. You really can't afford this place. Don't embarrass the Lin family, okay? Yi Jie got angrier and angrier as she spoke, and really wanted to smash the beer glass in her hand. Call me brother-in-law once, and I'll leave. Ever since Qiuyue and I got married, you haven't called me brother-in-law once. That's so impolite, Chen Fan said with a slight smile. Damn it, you brat. How dare you say Miss Yi is impolite? At this moment, a thin man with dyed green hair and an earring slammed his hand on the table and stood up. He was Yi Jie's friend and male best friend, named Zheng Jianzhu. He was originally an apprentice at a hair salon in the suburbs, and he would gladly go whenever Yi Jie invited him to drink and have fun. This time, Yi Jie invited Zheng Jianzhu over for drinks because she wanted to use his connections to get to know some underworld figures. Don't let Zheng Jianzhu's appearance fool you. He has a wide network of connections and knows most of the hoodlums in Lushur. Several of them are even his close friends. Someone owed Yi Jie's mother, Lin Meiyun, a sum of money, and despite repeated reminders, the debt remained unpaid, clearly indicating an attempt to renege on the debt. Lin Meiyun then asked her daughter to find a way to get the money back. Yi Jie believes that legal means are completely ineffective in dealing with debtors who refuse to pay their debts. The solution is to use unconventional methods, such as hiring underworld figures to force repayment and collect money by force. So he invited Zheng Jianzhu to introduce him to a gang leader who would lead a group of henchmen to collect the debt. He promised them 1 million yuan of the money if they recovered it. At this moment, Chen Fan laughed after Zheng Jianzhu said that. You green-haired bastard, skinny as a monkey, you want to stand up for her? You're all green on the head, yet you act all high and mighty. What are you pretending for? Chen Fan didn't want to pay attention to this low-class guy, but coming to a place like this with its bright lights and bustling nightlife, it wouldn't be fun if he didn't provoke someone. You're asking for it. Jay, is this guy really your brother-in-law? He's such an idiot. I really want to beat him up. Zheng Jianzhu started rolling up his sleeves, making a gesture as if he was about to hit someone. Yi Jie certainly didn't want a violent conflict between the two. Her only intention was to humiliate Chen Fan and have some fun. Besides, Zheng Jianzhu weighed less than 80 pounds, like a little chick. If they really fought, he would be easily defeated by Chen Fan, and she would lose face. Jianzhu, don't be impulsive. Don't you think it's dirty to hit someone like that? When your friend arrives, just kick him out, Yi Jie advised. Zheng Jianzhu had already called a friend from the underworld to come over. That person was the leader of a gang of thugs, known as Brother Bai. Haha, you're right. I don't even need to lift a finger. I can just use someone else to do the dirty work. You brat, if you don't want to die, get out of here. When my Brother Bai arrives, you'll be in for a world of hurt. Zheng Jianzhu laughed arrogantly. Chen Fan sneered and spread his hands, saying, It's been so many days since I've had a fight. I'm really itching for one. Will your Brother Bai arrive quickly or slowly? If he arrives quickly, I'll wait. If he arrives slowly, I'll go to the Jade Pavilion for a few drinks first, and then teach your Brother Bai a lesson in drunken fist. Jade Pavilion? Yi Jie raised her voice and shouted. A piece of trash like you dares to go to Jade Pavilion for drinks? That's the top-tier VIP room in this hot bar, with a minimum charge of 2 million. Even if you were sold, you couldn't afford a glass of water there. Jade Pavilion, huh? Ha ha, that's hilarious. Jay, I'm really fed up with you, you idiot relative. Do you think this hot pot restaurant is owned by your family? So stupid. No wonder you can only be alive and son-in-law. Zheng Jianzhu shook his head, his face full of contempt. Chen Fan snorted coldly, intending to go see his old friends first. He had only taken a few steps when Zheng Jianzhu's shrill shout came from behind. Useless trash. You stop right there. Weren't you looking for Brother Bai? Brother Bai is here. Chen Fan turned around and saw a burly man standing opposite him, wearing a black vest, a thick gold chain, and covered in tattoos. He was 1.94 meters tall, weighed over 300 kilograms, and had a protruding belly, resembling a professional sumo wrestler. His chubby face was sagging, but his eyes were full of ferocity. Zheng Jianzhu and Yi Jie were overjoyed to see Tian Bai arrive at the perfect time, and couldn't help but encourage him. Brother Bai, this man is the son-in-law of my Lin family who married into the family. He himself is like a dog, and he actually said that he despises scoundrels like you the most. Brother Bai, you have to take this kid out. He just said he'd teach you drunken fist and beat you to a pulp. After hearing what the two said, Tian Bai immediately became angry. In a one-on-one fight, Tian Bai was basically unmatched. His physique and weight gave him the ability to crush any opponent. He wasn't afraid of gang fights either. As a big shot, he had more than a dozen brothers waiting outside the bar. You dare to insult me? Tianbai stepped forward, glaring at Chen Fan with eyes that seemed to spit fire. With your limbs so strong, can't you use your brain? You believe everything they say? I've never even seen you before. Why would I beat you to a pulp? Chen Fan said with a hint of helplessness. You look down on me? Tianbai continued to ask in a cold voice. Do you have the right to be looked down upon by me? Chen Fan retorted. These words completely ignited Tianbai's fury. He rushed forward, trying to grab Chen Fan's collar. Chen Fan nimbly dodged, causing Tianbai to miss, and then threw a punch at Tianbai's stomach. Despite taking the punch, Tianbai didn't budge an inch. The flesh on his stomach was simply too thick. You dare hit me? You're asking for death. Tianbai slapped Chen Fan across the face with great force. If you were hit by this palm strike, dizziness and tinnitus would be secondary. You might actually be sent flying 20 meters away. Chapter 98. Chapter 98. Trouble at the fire bar. Chen Fan quickly crouched down to dodge the palm strike. Immediately following, a hook punch from below. Snap! It hit Tianbai in the chin. As Tianbai's 2 lumps of flesh on his face suddenly twitched, a tooth flew out. Tianbai took a few steps back, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face flushed with anger, wishing he could tear Chen Fan apart with his bare hands. I'll take your life. He roared and charged forward like a mad bull. Chen Fan remained calm and composed, having already identified Tianbai's weakness. The instant Tianbai charged forward, Chen Fan slapped the wooden table next to him with one hand, used the momentum to leap up, and kicked out. Bang! The 40-foot man stepped directly on Tianbai's 58-year-old face. The kick was so powerful that it sent the burly man, who weighed over 300 pounds, sprawling on his back. Boom! With a muffled thud, Tianbai lay on the floor, and even the floor of the bar trembled. If it weren't for the people dancing in the dance floor, one would have thought it was an earthquake. Brother Bai, what's wrong? Are you alright? Zheng Jianjun rushed forward to support Tianbai's fat head and ears, pretending to ask with concern. Yi Jie stood up, her hand holding the wine glass trembling. She had intended to toast Zheng Jianjun to celebrate after Chen Fan was beaten to a pulp, but she never expected that the strong and robust Tianbai would be knocked to the ground by Chen Fan. How come Chen Fan is so good at fighting? In an instant, all those labels of weakness, cowardice, and waste were torn off, and he actually had a strong side. Yi Jie was deeply shocked. Call for help. I need to call for help. Kill him. Tianbai sat on the floor, feeling dizzy, but he took out his phone and dialed the number. Come in, all of you. I've been beaten up. I want him dead. Tianbai roared into the phone. A few seconds later, 10 thugs rushed into the bar. Brother Bai, who hit you? You bastard, do you have a death wish? How dare you touch my brother Bai? Is that the kid over there? He's still laughing. Brothers, let's go. Kill him. 10 thugs surrounded Chen Fan, ready to attack. Several of them even pulled out dangerous items such as steel pipes, watermelon knives, and batons from their waists. Oomph, you were lucky to beat Brother Bai earlier. Now that there are so many of you, I don't believe you can beat him all by yourself. Brothers, avenge Brother Bai. Beat him until he kneels down and apologizes to Brother Bai. Zheng Jianjun shouted, pointing at Chen Fan. At this moment, Yi Jie became a little anxious. She didn't want to see violence, but it was about to happen. At first, she only wanted to humiliate Chen Fan and scare him with Brother Bai's words, but she didn't expect Chen Fan to defeat Brother Bai. Now, with so many thugs armed with weapons fighting against Chen Fan who is unarmed, even if he has great skills, he is definitely no match for him. If the beating is too severe, it might even result in someone's death. Yi Jie didn't want to make things worse. Besides, Chen Fan is nominally her brother-in-law. How can she explain being beaten into an idiot right under her nose to Lin Shiyue's family? This whole thing started because of her. Yi Jie walked over, comforted Tianbai, and said loudly to them, don't make a move yet. Fighting at midnight will have serious consequences. This isn't a quiet street corner, nor is it your protection money collection shop. I've checked Brother Bai, and he seems to be alright. As long as Chen Fan obediently admits his mistake and kneels down to kowtow 3 times, we'll let this matter go, okay? The 10 thugs hesitated for a moment, unable to make up their minds, and all looked at Tianbai. Tianbai was well aware of the consequences of causing trouble at the largest bar in Lushur. The owner had a history of ruthless thuggery, and his henchmen were no fewer than his own. If a fight disrupted their business, Tianbai and his group would be in deep trouble. Do as Missy says. I'm magnanimous. All I need is for this kid to apologize, Tianbai said in a deep voice as he stood up, leaning on the table. Boy, kneel down and kowtow to Brother Bai. Hurry up, or I'll beat you to death. You son of a bitch. Kneel down right now and say I'm sorry to brother Bai. Damn it. The 10 thugs were cursing and swearing. Chen Fan gave a cold laugh and shook his head, saying, I was just thinking of stretching my muscles today. Where are you all? You want me to kneel down? You'd have to break my kneecaps. Come on, you bunch of lowlife scum. These words enraged the 10 thugs, who, in a fit of rage, brandished their weapons and charged at Chen Fan. You guys, Tian Bai shook his head helplessly when he saw his brothers had lost control. Don't beat them to death. Just then, the lobby's sound system suddenly went silent. Then, a roar came. Stop! More than 20 burly men rushed over and surrounded the scene. The 10 thugs were stunned, and the whole scene froze. These 20-odd burly men were the ones the boss, Zhu Feng, had hired to keep order at midnight. With such a large fire, there were always plenty of troublemakers, so naturally, Zhu Feng needed to employ a group of strong men to help him maintain order and manage his business. Compared to that thug, these burly men were all strong and healthy, their bodies noticeably larger than the thugs, each carrying a baseball bat, all looking fierce and menacing, their tempers flaring. The men and women dancing nearby, as well as those drinking and playing drinking games, all fell silent, observing how things would unfold. Immediately afterward, the burly men parted to make way, and 4 men strode forward with an imposing air. They were Zhu Feng, the owner of the Midnight Fire Bar; Su Zihao, owner of Kuweiju Hotel; Gao Yong, the owner of Yuanshan Construction Company; Kai Lily, owner of Feiqian Entertainment Company. These 4 tycoons are all extraordinary figures in their respective fields in Lushur. Each is a successful entrepreneur with their own story. Their combined net worth exceeds 50 billion yuan. They are usually only seen on television, online, and in newspapers. This time, the simultaneous appearance of all 4 of them left the audience speechless and deeply shocked. Chen Fan smiled faintly. These 4 people all come from the Chun family in the capital. Su Zihao and Zhu Feng go without saying. Gao Yong was originally an electrician for the Chen family and was appreciated by Chen Fan's father. Later, when Gao Yong's mother fell ill, Chen Fan's father gave him some funds so that he could take care of his mother while starting his own business. Now, Gao Yong is the owner of Yuanshan Construction Company, which recently applied for listing. Kai Lily was originally a maid in the Chen family. She had a minor affair with Chen Fan's father, which was discovered by Chen Fan's mother, who then expelled her from the Chen family. Later, Chen Fan's father secretly gave Kai Lily a sum of money, and she came to Lushur to start her own business, establishing her own entertainment company. Now the company has grown into a large and successful enterprise, and many of the top female stars in China were made famous by the company. Upon seeing his 4 old friends, Chen Fan shook hands with each of them. The 4 were both happy and excited to see Chen Fan, and were extremely respectful. Gao Yong and Kai Lily, in particular, had received kindness from Chen Fan's father in the past. When they saw Chen Fan now, it was as if they had met their benefactor, and they were extremely moved. Chapter 99. A Tooth. Who gave you the guts to cause trouble at midnight? Zhu Feng asked sharply as he walked step by step toward Tian Bai. Tian Bai subconsciously took 2 steps back, stammering. 2 was just passing by. He completely chickened out. A man who was very successful in the underworld, a 300-pound man who had beaten up countless people, actually lied and claimed that he was just passing by. This left his 10 henchmen looking at each other in bewilderment. Even their leader was cowering like a coward, so why shouldn't they just surrender obediently? Snap! A loud slap landed squarely on Tian Bai's fat face. You fat bastard, you think I, Zhu Feng, don't recognize you? Back when I was a gangster, you were still wearing diapers. Zhu Feng had a pretty good understanding of the thugs in Lushur. After all, he used to be the leader of the biggest gang. Even though he'd reformed, he was still well informed and knew everything about some of the gangs. To be honest, the team Tian Bai was leading now originated from Zhu Feng's own gang. Tian Bai covered his swollen, red face, trembling with fear. His fat jiggled, making him look quite a sight. Brother Zhu, I was wrong. That poor man insulted me first. That's why I called the brothers to beat him up. Tian Bai explained, looking aggrieved. Snap! Another slap landed on the other side of the pig's face. That poor man? You dare call young Master Chen a poor man? Young Master's money could kill 10,000 fat pigs like you, understand? What kind of gang leader are you? You have no sense at all. You're really a pig brain. Zhu Feng said angrily. Brother Zhu, I didn't beat him. I was the one who suffered a loss. Young Master Chen knocked out one of my teeth. Tian Bai opened his mouth, pointed to his bleeding gums, and tried to play the victim. He had come to realize the situation. That so-called young Master Chen was someone with considerable influence, someone he absolutely couldn't afford to offend. He hoped to gain Zhu Feng's forgiveness by playing the victim. A tooth. Zhu Feng sneered. then suddenly grabbed a baseball bat from a burly man next to him and slammed it into Tian Bai's pig-like face. Bang! Suddenly, 7 or 8 teeth flew out of the mouth. Ah! Tian Bai let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered, staggering back several steps and almost falling. He covered his bleeding mouth, sobbing, "Brother Zhu, I was really wrong. Please don't hit me. I was wrong. I didn't recognize your greatness. I'm such a pig brain." Zhu Feng threw down the baseball bat, loosened his tie, and roared, "Trash like you deserves to have all 24 of your teeth knocked out by the young master. You dare offend the young master? I'll make sure you disappear from Lushur like a fat pig." The entire room was completely silent. Tian Bai was so scared he almost wet his pants. Zheng Jianjun, who was standing next to him, was so frightened that his teeth chattered. "You too, the one with the green hair and the woman. Come here," Zhu Feng said in a deep voice, pointing at Zheng Jianjun and Yi Jie. The two were taken aback and had no choice but to obediently step forward. Zhu Feng stepped forward, grabbed Zheng Jianjun's hair, and yanked it sharply. Sla! A large clump of green hair was ripped out. "Ouch! It hurts. It hurts so much." Zheng Jianjun screamed hysterically. "You dyed your hair green. What are you doing acting like a thug in front of our young master? You think you're so great just because you dyed your hair? I'll teach you to dye your hair," Zhu Feng said angrily, and then suddenly yanked it 6 or 7 more times. They pulled out almost all of Zheng Jianjun's hair. Part of Zheng Jianjun's scalp was also torn off, and blood kept seeping out, covering his face in blood. "Ah, it hurts so much. It hurts so much. Mr. Zhu, please let me go." Wah! Zheng Jianjun screamed and begged for mercy and pain. "Get lost." Zhu Feng kicked Zheng Jianjun, whose hair had been plucked out, aside. Zheng Jianjun huddled in the corner, clutching his head, still letting out painful howls. "You dare to disrespect the young master? You're quite good looking, though. Believe me or not, I'll have those 20 big men serve you well all night long." Zhu Feng threatened Yi Jie. Although Yi Jie frequented places of entertainment, they were usually upscale and in relatively safe environments. She had rarely experienced anything like this. At this moment, tears welled up in her eyes, her legs trembled with fear, and she stared at Zhu Feng with wide, terrified eyes. Because of the excessive tears, the smoky makeup on her face was smudged, making her look like a big, messy cat. "Humph, let us men see what you're really made of," Zhu Feng said, reaching out to tear at Yi Jie's tank top, when suddenly Chen Fan grabbed his hand. "Old Zhu, this girl is my wife's cousin. Don't hurt her," Chen Fan warned. "Okay, young master, I'm sorry." Zhu Feng quickly stopped and bowed slightly to Chen Fan. Yi Jie's mind was in complete turmoil. Did Chen Fan just save her? Why would this powerful figure listen to Chen Fan and show him such utmost respect? Chen Fan is nothing more than a despised live-in son-in-law. What connections or background does he have that would make these big shots bow down to him? Yi Jie didn't have much contact with Chen Fan. Every time she saw him, it was at a family banquet or gathering. Chen Fan was always despised and insulted by everyone, and had no dignity whatsoever. But now, those big shots actually called him young master. What era are we living in? People still call others young master. Could it be that Chen Fan is a direct descendant of some powerful family? That's impossible. He's clearly a useless son-in-law, a gigolo. How could he be so awesome? "Jay, I just want to hear you call me brother-in-law. Is that all right?" Chen Fan asked with a smile. His smile was more like a smile hiding a knife, making Yi Jie shudder. "Brother-in-law? Brother-in-law?" Yi Jie called out hurriedly. Chen Fan nodded. "Brother-in-law, Tu was wrong, can you let me go?" Yi Jie looked at Chen Fan pitifully and pleaded. "Didn't you say earlier that I should kneel down and kowtow 3 times to that fat pig?" But Before Chen Fan could finish speaking, Yi Jie suddenly knelt down. "Brother-in-law, I'll kowtow to you. Not just 3 times, I'll kowtow 30 times. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Brother-in-law, please forgive me." Yi Jie kept kowtowing to Chen Fan, her eyes blurred with tears, and her false eyelashes fell off. This kneeling transformed all the previous contempt and ridicule directed at Chen Fan into heavy slaps to his own face. She had never been so humble in her entire life. As the youngest granddaughter of the Lin family matriarch, although she was not of the same surname, her biological father died early, and she had always lived in the Lin family. She was regarded as the apple of her grandmother's eye and was showered with love. From childhood to adulthood, she was arrogant and complacent and looked down on everyone. What about now? She knelt before Chen Fan, kowtowing frantically and weeping so miserably, like a swan that had instantly fallen into the position of a toad. It was truly a tragedy. "Get up," Chen Fan said calmly. Chapter 100, A Big Gift. Yi Jie stood up, still choking back sobs. This must have been the day she shed the most tears in her life. Whether you're at the Lin family home or outside, will you still call me by my name when you see me in the future? Chen Fan asked with a smile. Yi Jie shook her head nervously. No, I'll call him brother-in-law. Chen Fan nodded in satisfaction, pulled a piece of paper from the table beside him, and helped Yi Jie wipe the dirt off her face. He said softly, little sister, my identity is a bit special, and I don't want all the relatives in the Lin family to know it. You won't tell anyone, will you? No, I'll keep my mouth shut. I don't know anything about what happened here today. Yi Jie quickly assured them. Okay, you can go now. Chen Fan gestured for her to leave. Brother-in-law? Goodbye. Yi Jie rushed towards the door of the fire bar, as if she had broken free of her cage, almost tripping in the process. Zhu Feng introduced the more than 20 burly men who guarded the place. This is my young master. Quickly greet him. Greetings, young master. The burly men bowed and greeted him in unison. Remember what the young master looks like. When he comes to our bar in the future, you must show him the utmost respect. Do you understand? Zhu Feng asked loudly. Understood, everyone replied. All right, clear the area now. Throw those dozen or so thugs out. If any of them dare to step into my bar again, break their legs. The burly men responded and shoved Tian Bai, Zheng Jianjun, and the 10 thugs out of the bar. A minute later, from the alley behind the bar, came a group of people screaming in agony, like ghosts howling. The strong men were usually bored, and they finally got a chance to practice. So how could they easily give it up? Fire bar has reopened, and order has been restored. At this moment, Zhu Feng bowed deeply to Chen Fan, his face full of apology, and said, I'm so sorry, young master. It's all my fault for not taking good care of you and causing you to be frightened. Su Zihao gave an awkward smile and said, Young master, I just went to the restroom. I don't know why those scumbags were targeting you. Please don't be angry with me. It's all right. I didn't lose a single hair, don't worry. Chen Fan waved his hand, looking completely unconcerned. Gao Yong and Kai Lily stepped forward in unison and bowed to Chen Fan. They had both received immense kindness from Chen Fan's father, which was what brought them to where they were today. Now that Chen Fan's father had passed away and the Chen family was fading into the past, Chen Fan was the only one they could repay their debt of gratitude to. Young master, Kai Lily and I are both your father's men. Without him, we would still be struggling at the bottom of society, and we wouldn't be as successful as we are today. It's a pity that the master has left this world. But Kai Lily and I will never forget him. We are grateful and want to repay your kindness with a heart full of gratitude. Gao Yong was a big, dark-skinned man, originally a rough fellow, but as he spoke, he shed a few tears, deeply moved. Kai Lily, who was standing next to her, also had tears in her eyes and seemed lost in thought. Although they are now big shots, wealthy people, and have high social status, the time they spent working for the Chun family is their most cherished memory. Especially Kai Lily, who was young and beautiful back then, wearing a maid outfit. Chen Fan's father adored her. Young master, without your father's care and support, we would be nothing without the Chen family. We might even starve. Your father was like a second parent to us. Now that he's gone, the Chen family doesn't need us anymore, but we must repay his kindness. We heard from Uncle Lu that Dolphin Real Estate was a test of your business acumen by old Master Chen after the Chen family invested in Lushur. Because everyone knows that Dolphin Real Estate is backed by the Chen family, large families and companies seeking cooperation are flocking to it. If you need any assistance in business, young master, we will do our utmost to support you in rapidly developing Dolphin Real Estate into a top-tier enterprise in Lushur. Kai Lily said. She is just over 30 years old, a beautiful, generous, intellectual, and elegant age. Her experience as a maid has made her very caring and empathetic, and she has a kind of inexplicable magnetism that attracts men's attention. Young master, we have prepared a small gift for you. We hope you will accept it, Gao Yong said, taking out a bamboo tube from behind him, opening the lid, and carefully pulling out a long scroll. It turned out to be a scroll painting. After opening the scroll, Chen Fan was stunned by what he saw. This ancient painting, which is quite old, features delicate yet dynamic lines, a smooth and beautiful style, and a rich and varied flow, demonstrating a very high level of artistic skill. There is a line of text above. Ode to the Goddess of the Luo River, Volume 1. This is the painting Nymph of the Luo River by Gu Kaiji of the Eastern Jin Dynasty. This is an ancient Chinese painting that has been lost for over 1,700 years. It is also the first painting in China adapted from a literary work. This painting depicts Chao Ji's encounter with the goddess of the Luo River on the banks of the Luo River. Chao Ji is elegant and refined, while the goddess of the Luo River, with shoulders like those of a sculpted figure, a waist as slender as a silken thread, and her hair piled high like clouds, her eyebrows long and delicate, floats gracefully towards him. Young master, we didn't know what gift to give you, but we know that the Chen family loves antiques and famous paintings. It's a family tradition. So we each contributed a little money and bought it from a very low-profile collector in England. We hired 3 of the most authoritative appraisers in China and chartered a plane to England to have this painting authenticated. It's an original. We hope you like it. Gao Yong wiped away a few crocodile tears and explained. Original? Authentic. Chen Fan almost fainted. This is outrageous. It was lost for 1,700 years, and the copy that has survived to this day is a Song Dynasty copy, which is now kept in the Beijing Museum as a national treasure. If it is an authentic work, its public release will surely shock the entire Chinese nation, and even the world. It can be said that the original is priceless. How much did you spend to buy it? Chen Fan asked in a low voice. Young master, the price doesn't matter, as long as you like it, Kai Lily said with a smile. Chen Fan did not personally authenticate the painting Nymph of the Luo River. These were gifts from several old friends, and even if they were fakes, he would accept them as genuine. This painting is so valuable. Let's wrap it up quickly, Chen Fan suggested. Young master, do you like it? Zhu Feng asked. I really like it. Chen Fan smiled, but felt a cold sweat break out on his back. That's scary. Fortunately, Chen Fan had a healthy heart. Otherwise, he would have died by now. That evening, Chen Fan drank and chatted with his old friends, reminiscing about the wonderful times he had spent at the Chen family home. However, all his happy life came to an abrupt end when he was 8 years old. The Chen family had offended a powerful force, and in order to preserve the Chen family line, old Master Chen sent him and his brother to another place to hide their identities. These individuals had absolutely no information about that powerful force. At the time, they were all low-level employees working for the Chen family, doing housework, and had no way of obtaining important information about them. Now, Chen Fan is 23 years old and is no longer a weak and frail seedling. When I return to the Chen family in the future, I will definitely find the real culprit who murdered my father and avenge him. Chapter 101: A Glimpse of Light. Weekend. Lin Guoxiao, Yu Jing, and Lin Xiangtian, a family of 3, arrived at the residential area where Lin Xiuyue lived. The apartments in the community all look old, and the distance between them is not large, giving a cramped feeling. Elderly people returning from grocery shopping occasionally pass by, as do children playing on roller skates. How do these people survive in such a dirty and chaotic neighborhood? Yu Jing covered her nose, her face full of disgust. My elder brother is a disgrace to the Lin family, living in a place like this. Lin Guoxiao snorted and shook his head. Dad, Mom, they're poor. How could they afford a villa? They're lucky if they can even afford an apartment. Lots of poor people still live in shanty towns. Lin Xiangtian seemed to be speaking up for Lin Guozhong's family, but he was actually using a different angle to be sarcastic. At the convenience store in the neighborhood, the 3 of them bought a case of milk for more than 20 yuan as a gift for their first visit to their relative's home. Based on the specific room number they had found out, the 3 of them quickly arrived at Lin Xiuyue's house. Ding dong. Ring the doorbell. They're here. Dong Jinping, her face covered in cucumber slices, went over and opened the door. She was a little stunned when she saw that it was Lin Guoxiao and his family of 3. Guoxiao, what brings your whole family here? Dong Jinping asked in surprise, her eyes wide. Sister-in-law, are you not welcoming us? Lin Guoxiao said with a smile. What rare guests. This is the first time you've come to my house since we separated. Oh, it's your first time here, and you've brought such heavy gifts. I'm a little overwhelmed. Dong Jinping glanced at the milk in Lin Xiangtian's hand and said in a sarcastic tone. Thanks to Lin Xiuyue's successful negotiation with the dolphin, Dong Jinping and Lin Guozhong are about to return to the Lin family. With the old lady as their backer, Dong Jinping basically no longer needs to worry about Lin Guoxiao and the others. In the past, I had to fawn over Lin Guoxiao and Yu Jing when I met them, but now I just need to go along with the old lady's wishes, and the other relatives will naturally come to my aid. Dong Jinping removed the cucumber slices from her face, showing no sign of joy. Seeing this family of 3 and remembering how they bullied me after we separated from the family, I felt a surge of anger. Sister-in-law, it's a small gift, but a big sentiment. Yu Jing said with a smile. Before Dong Jinping could even let them in, Yu Jing stepped into Lin Xiuyue's house. This house isn't very big, 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. Is it even 120 square meters? It's small, but it's very clean. You didn't waste your time training that good-for-nothing servant. Seeing that Yu Jing went in first and didn't treat them like outsiders, Dong Jinping knew she couldn't get rid of them, so she had no choice but to let Lin Guoxiao and Lin Xiangtian in as well. Chen Fan served tea. Dong Jinping called out, and the door to the storage room opened, with Chen Fan walking out. Ha! I think I saw a storage room there, piled with junk and cardboard boxes, used for storing trash, and there was a bed set up inside. Could it be this dog's kennel? Lin Xiangtian glanced at the storage room, and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Sister-in-law, this is a bit inhumane of you and my brother. How can you let a perfectly good man live in a doghouse? Even though he's alive and son-in-law who only knows how to freeload, you can't even provide him with a decent place to live. Lin Guoxiao seemed to be speaking up for Chen Fan, but in reality, he was being deeply sarcastic. He glanced at Chen Fan, and a sinister smile appeared on his lips. He was still upset about Chen Fan hanging up on him. This is our family matter. Why are you meddling in it? Dong Jinping frowned, and said with dissatisfaction. She was puzzled. What was the purpose of your visit? Why did she complain about the house being too small as soon as she came in, and even called her son-in-law's house a doghouse? She's really meddling in other people's business. Sister-in-law, we were just checking in, nothing more. By the way, where's my brother? Where's Qiuyue? Yu Jing asked, casually crossing her legs as she sat on the sofa. Guozhong went out for a stroll. Qiuyue worked overtime last night, and went to bed too late. She's still resting in her bedroom. Please keep your voices down, Dong Jinping reminded them. Okay, sister-in-law. Yu Jing thought to herself. We came here specifically to see Lin Qiuyue. If she sleeps until the afternoon, are we going to have to wait until the afternoon too? Chen Fan, go wake Qiuyue up. We have something to tell her, Yu Jing instructed. Qiuyue is resting, and it's inconvenient to disturb her. Just say what you need to say, and I can pass it on. Chen Fan was well aware of the purpose of these three people's visit. When he saw Lin Guoxiao and the others coming from outside the window, Chen Fan, Lin Qiuyue, and Dong Jinping had agreed on a story. They would avoid seeing Lin Qiuyue if possible, since she was resting after working overtime the night before. You're relaying this? Huh. We were discussing trade secrets with her. How could we let outsiders know? Besides, you're uncultured and have no integrity. Are you even qualified? You're a piece of trash, a complete idiot. Lin Xiangtian retorted sharply. Lin Xiangtian has been feeling too stifled at the Lin family home these past few days and desperately needs an opportunity to release that pressure. Clearly, he was using Chen Fan as a punching bag, a scapegoat. No sooner had he finished speaking than Chen Fan flew into a rage and smashed one of the freshly brewed cups of tea at Lin Xiangtian's face. Whoosh! The scalding hot tea was splashed on his face, and because it was thrown with great force, the glass shattered Lin Xiangtian's black-rimmed glasses. A shard of glass was embedded directly below the eye, causing blood to gush out. Just 2 centimeters off, and it would have damaged the eye. His face was scalded and swollen from the tea, and as blood flowed, Lin Xiangtian screamed in agony. Ouch! It hurts so much. It hurts so much. Help! You piece of trash! How dare you touch my son? Enraged, Lin Guoxiao clenched his fist and rushed over, aiming to smash it at Chen Fan's head. Bang! Chen Fan punched Lin Guoxiao in the chest, sending him staggering back 3 or 4 steps before he crashed into the wall. Lin Guoxiao's chest ached from the blows, and for several seconds he had difficulty breathing. His face was pale, and large beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Seeing her husband and son being beaten, Yu Jing couldn't sit still any longer. She was crying and cursing as she was about to rush forward when Dong Jinping grabbed her from behind and hugged her around the waist, advising, Yu Jing, calm down, don't go looking for more fights. This is my home, not a battlefield for you to fight. But, your son-in-law hit someone first. Yu Jing shouted, struggling. That's because your husband and son scolded him. It's one thing for you to scold him outside, and he tolerated it. But how could he come to our house to scold him? And even write poems to scold him? That's too much. This was probably the first time Dong Jinping had ever spoken up for Chen Fan. Although she still disliked Chen Fan, she was even angrier at the actions of Lin Guoxiao and his family. These arrogant and unruly people deserved to be taught a lesson long ago. Seeing Lin Guoxiao and his son being beaten, Dong Jinping was genuinely happy. She hadn't expected that Chen Fan, usually so meek and weak, would be such a pleasant surprise. Chapter 102 Exposed. You think you're right to hit someone? Yu Jing exclaimed. Because she was a pampered lady who never did any work, she had very poor physical strength. After being hugged by Dong Jinping for a while, Yu Jing was like a deflated balloon, completely exhausted. Dong Jinping casually tossed her onto the sofa. Yu Jing lay there like a lump of mud, her face flushed and her body trembling slightly, but she no longer had the strength to struggle to get up. Yu Jing, I think your husband and son deserve to be beaten. If I were Chen Fan, and someone chased me to my home and yelled at me, I would definitely shout back. You have no bottom line. How could people not explode? Dong Jinping said loudly, hands on her hips. You all, Yu Jing gritted her teeth in anger, glaring at Dong Jinping and Chen Fan with resentful eyes. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Am I wrong? You three, always so arrogant. Now you come to my house with a box of milk worth 20 yuan, pretending to be all friendly. You have no sincerity at all, and I don't even know what you're here for. Dong Jinping shook her head and scolded. Mom, Dolphin Real Estate doesn't agree to let Lin Xiangtian be the business manager. They only recognize Qiuyu. Their purpose in coming here is to get Qiuyu to help them by voluntarily resigning as business manager and pushing Lin Xiangtian to a higher position, Chen Fan said calmly. Lin Guoxiao and the other two were all startled by Chen Fan's words and exchanged glances. Chen Fan hit the nail on the head, directly exposing their trick. So that's how it is. I knew it. No one comes here without a reason. Huh, Dong Jinping sneered. You've really fallen to this level? You even need my daughter's help? Weren't you so powerful? It's true what they say, fortunes change. Whether Lin Xiangtian can take over the position of business manager is now entirely in Lin Qiuyue's hands. The family, who had been so arrogant just moments before, were now tacitly silent. No one dared to refute Dong Jinping's sarcasm. It was like three children who had done something wrong being criticized by their teacher. Sister-in-law, the business manager at Dolphin, is Qiuyue's college classmate, and he's very unhappy that Qiuyue was replaced. Grandma said that if this cooperation with Dolphin falls apart, the three of us will be kicked out of the Lin family. We really have no other choice, so the whole family came to ask Qiuyue for help. How can you say we're not sincere? Lin Guoxiao got up from the ground, rubbing his still aching chest, and explained earnestly. Dong Jinping was overjoyed. She had never seen Lin Guoxiao speak with such a humble and modest attitude before. So you're sincere, yet you start cursing the moment you walk in? You find fault with this and that, and you're willing to criticize? My home may be an apartment, a bit small, but it's very cozy, clean, and comfortable. It's no worse than your villa. My son-in-law goes out of his way to serve you tea and water, and you don't appreciate it. You just keep cursing him. Is that right? Dong Jinping still stood up for Chen Fan, which touched Chen Fan slightly. Lin Guoxiao blushed deeply at her words, seemingly realizing his mistake, and said, Sister-in-law, we're sorry, we were wrong. We apologize. In order to get Lin Qiuyue's help, Lin Guoxiao didn't care about losing face and took the initiative to apologize. As long as the Lin family's cooperation with Dolphin wasn't terminated and they weren't driven away by the old lady, he was willing to be as humble as he wanted. Sister-in-law, I've thought it through. It really was our fault today. Yu Jing's attitude also changed completely. She said, Excuse me, do you have any band-aids here? Xiao Tian's face is still bleeding. Dong Jinping took out a medicine box from under the coffee table. Inside were not only bandages, but also iodine, alcohol, and other supplies. Yu Jing thanked him repeatedly and went to treat her son's wound. Sister-in-law, why don't you go and see if Qiuyue has woken up? This matter is of utmost importance. It's really very important. Qiuyue is like our family's savior. A female Jesus. Lin Guoxiao clasped his hands together, bowed to Dong Jinping, and pleaded with her. Chen Fan, go and check on Qiuyu. Dong Jinping nodded to Chen Fan. This family had just been tormented quite a bit, and Dong Jinping finally vented some of her long-suppressed anger. After all, they were relatives, and if she were to join the Lin family in the future, she would have to deal with them even more often. She couldn't push things too far. Therefore, Dong Jinping wisely chose to back down. Chen Fan smiled slightly and walked into Lin Qiuyue's bedroom. A familiar fragrance wafted through the boudoir. Lin Qiuyue sat on the bed, gave a sly thumbs up, and said, I heard everything. You and Mom did a great job. Lin Guoxiao's family deserved their retribution long ago. Chen Fan chuckled. Let them be arrogant and domineering before, but now they have to kneel down and sing conquer. Honey, what should we do next? Should I go out? Lin Qiuyue asked softly. No, they'd be thrilled if you went out now. Just say you're sick. Pretend to be sick. Then I'll send them away, Chen Fan suggested. Yes, I'll do whatever you say. Lin Qiuyue nodded her little head, trusting him completely. Using this opportunity, Chen Fan walked out of the bedroom. Dong Jinping asked, Chen Fan, is Qiuyu still sleeping? She seems to be sick. She has a slight fever. It's best if she doesn't get out of bed, Chen Fan said, feigning concern. What? A fever? Oh dear. Take your medicine right away. Dong Jinping looked flustered and hurriedly rummaged through the medicine box to find a thermometer, fever reducers, and cold medicine, taking 5 or 6 kinds in total. She poured a glass of water and rushed into Lin Qiuyue's bedroom. Qiuyue, does your head hurt? Where does it hurt? Dong Jinping asked with concern. Mom, don't worry, I'm perfectly healthy, Lin Qiuyue said with a smile. Huh? Dong Jinping was taken aback. Chen Fan told me to pretend to be sick. He wanted to get rid of those 3 annoying people from our house, Lin Xiuyue explained with a smile. Dong Jinping breathed a sigh of relief, placed the water glass and medicine on the bedside table, and took her daughter's hand, saying, I'm glad you're all right. That Chen Fan, he's usually such a coward, but he was quite a man just now. I felt so relieved to see him deal with Lin Guoxiao and the others, haha. Mom, please don't call him a good-for-nothing or a coward anymore. Okay, Lin Xiuyue protested. Oh ho, you little brat, you're even defending him. He's just a bit of a fighter, and with his huge appetite, it's normal for him to have that kind of skill and strength. He hasn't done anything earth-shattering. Dong Jinping said disdainfully. Mom, I've fallen for him, Lin Xiuyue said softly, pursing her lips, her face slightly flushed. Dong Jinping had been urging Lin Xiuyue to divorce Chen Fan and encouraging them to get a divorce. After Lin Xiuyue, representing the Lin family, secured a partnership with Dolphin Real Estate, and she and her husband successfully entered the Lin family, her attitude softened considerably, and she stopped pressuring her daughter to divorce. This was also a promise she had made earlier. Chapter 103. This last part is a separate, unrelated sentence and can be omitted. However, deep down, Dong Jinping had not fully accepted Chen Fan as her son-in-law, at least not in the way she considered him. He subconsciously and habitually wanted Lin Xiuyue to find a reliable, wealthy man again. She wished her daughter could have an easier life, not be so stressed, and ideally be supported by a wealthy person. But her daughter was clearly a strong-willed female CEO, working hard to build her own business, with a strong and independent personality. How could she possibly give in to her wishes? Xiuyue, you'd better think this through. Your father and I are going to live with the Lin family soon. Grandma's house is all settled, and we'll move there as soon as she tells us. You and Chen Fan will be living together in this house, and no one will remind you anymore. If you choose to live with him and suffer later, don't blame us, Dong Jinping warned. Mom, don't worry. I'll follow you wherever you go. I won't blame you, Lin Xiuyue said earnestly. It's important to understand that Lin Xiuyue's current success, whether it's representing the Lin family in reaching a cooperation agreement with Dolphin, her own company signing a contract with Dolphin, or Dolphin only recognizing her as their business manager and forcing the Lin Guozhong family to lower themselves and beg her for help, is all thanks to Chen Fan. If she's an ADC who consistently delivers godlike performances, then Chen Fan is a world-class support. With such a good assistant by her side, why would she want to change partners? Sigh, Dong Jinping sighed, lost in thought. Mom has been with a pushover man and hasn't had a good life. I'm talking about your dad. He's a coward too, a pushover, and he still hasn't made anything of himself. He's stuck with a fixed salary, clocking in and out on time. I've suffered because of him, and I just don't want you to suffer like me. Mom, you're being unfair to Dad. He may not make a lot of money, but he's a good person. He's never had an affair, never kept a mistress, and he's devoted to you. He's never let you go hungry or cold. Aren't you satisfied? All those rich men have multiple wives and mistresses, keeping their wives at home while having affairs on the side. Money isn't the only measure of a man's worth. I think feelings are the most important thing. Lin Xiuyue tried to reason with her mother. These were words she had always wanted to say, but her mother was too stubborn, basically only caring about money, and she had never had the chance to speak up. Now I finally have the chance to say it. After listening carefully and thinking about it, Dong Jinping realized that her daughter's words made sense. Lin Guozhong may not make a lot of money, but precisely because he's poor and can't afford to keep a mistress, that's a good thing. Everything has two sides, and we should look at it dialectically. All right, Xiuyue, it's your decision. I'll try not to interfere anymore, Dong Jinping said calmly. However, if Chen Fan dares to betray you, I'll fight him to the death. Mom, don't worry. He would never betray me. He's a good-for-nothing, Lin Xiuyue said bluntly. Dong Jinping. Ahem. I misspoke, Mom. It's all your fault. You always call him useless, and I just let it slip, haha. Lin Xiuyue immediately realized she had said the wrong thing. She hurriedly explained, feeling extremely embarrassed. All right, that's enough. As your mother, all I want is for you to be happy. I'm going to go outside and check on things. After saying that, Dong Jinping got up and walked out. Dong Jinping entered the living room, only to find that Chen Fan was the only one there. Where are Lin Guoxiao and his family of 3? Weren't they supposed to see Xiuyue? Where are they? Dong Jinping asked in confusion. I told them that Xiuyue was sick and it was inconvenient to disturb her, so I asked them to leave, Chen Fan said. Didn't they insist on Xiuyue's help? Did you agree on Xiuyue's behalf? Dong Jinping continued to ask. No. How could I agree to this on Xiuyue's behalf? Mom, let me explain. The one who started this whole thing is actually Grandma. At the banquet, Lin Xiangtian volunteered to be the business manager, his aim being to sideline Xiuyue. Grandma agreed without even thinking, which is a result of her favoritism towards her grandson. Now, Dolphin Real Estate believes the Lin family is not honoring the contract and is considering terminating the cooperation at any time. Dolphin Real Estate has such a powerful background. If they proactively terminate the cooperation, what can the Lin family do to them? Therefore, Grandma bears the greatest responsibility for this matter. She shouldn't have hastily agreed to let Lin Xiangtian become the business manager. According to the principle of whoever makes a mistake is responsible, Grandma should have come herself. Dong Jinping was so shocked that her mouth dropped open. Has Chen Fan lost his mind? Why would an 80-year-old grandmother personally come to ask Chiyue for help? This is absolutely outrageous. Chen Fan, you didn't kick them out and tell them to let the old lady come and find Chiyue herself, did you? Dong Jinping wanted to confirm. Yes. Chen Fan nodded. My God, are you out of your mind? I just said you weren't a coward anymore, but you've gone a bit too far. How could you expect an old lady to come to my house and beg Chiyue for help? Do you know what the consequences will be if she gets angry? Dong Jinping was so angry that her scalp tingled. If the old lady gets angry, she might just stop talking business with Dolphin, then refuse Dong Jinping and Lin Guozhong entry into the Lin family, and even take retaliatory measures against the development of Lin Xiuyue's company. In the future, the consequences would be unimaginable. The old lady was domineering and had a tough style. Once she got ruthless, she showed no mercy. Mom, don't scare yourself. Grandma will come, Chen Fan said calmly. Then, he turned around and went to the bathroom to find a mop, preparing to mop the floor. At this moment, Lin Guozhong finished browsing the morning market and hummed a little tune as he went home. He had just entered the door and hung his coat on the hanger when Dong Jinping stopped him and asked, Old Lin, do you think your mother will come to our house? Lin Guozhong was taken aback. Why did Dong Jinping suddenly ask that question? Why are you asking this? Answer me quickly. Don't you know my mom's personality? Why would she come to our house? She's used to living in a courtyard house, and at most she'll stay for a few days in her big villa. Besides those two places, whose house has she ever been to? She wouldn't even look at a regular house. Unless we move to Fuhu Mountain, maybe she'll come. Get lost. Stop spouting nonsense. Dong Jinping rolled her eyes at Lin Guozhong and turned to leave. You're the one who asked me to answer the question, and you're not satisfied with the truth. Sigh, wives are such a hassle. Lin Guozhong changed into slippers and shook his head helplessly. What kind of place is Fuhu Mountain? That's where the top families and CEOs of leading companies in Lushur live, the highest level of society. For example, Chao Meishue, the richest woman in Lushur, lives there. The mountain boasts beautiful scenery, fresh air, abundant vegetation, and offers free hunting opportunities. The residential areas are either luxury villas or exquisite courtyards, all designed according to the client's requirements. The old lady had always had a wish that the Lin family could live in Fuhu Mountain. Because in Fuhu Mountain, living isn't just about owning a house, it's about living in honor. Chapter 104 Chapter 104 Paradise. The next day, under Chen Fan's guidance, Lin Xiuyue also began to pay attention to physical exercise. Health is the foundation of everything. If you want to achieve something great, a healthy body is the most important thing. As dawn broke, Lin Xiuyue called Chen Fan to go for a run together. The two went out and jogged along the riverside road. Along the way, fallen leaves were everywhere, the weather was getting cooler, and autumn was just around the corner. The two ran to the vicinity of Fuhu Mountain and caught their breath. Lin Xiuyue, panting, gazed at the beautiful scenery on Fuhu Mountain, completely captivated. The maple leaves on the mountain were dyed red by the autumn wind, nestled among the green forests, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene, like an oil painting. Besides clear springs and trees, the mountains are dotted with villas in various styles, such as Baroque, Gothic, Roman, and Rococo, as well as traditional Chinese courtyards, making it a veritable paradise. I wish I could live there. Taking a walk in such a beautiful environment would be so charming, Lin Xiuyue said with longing. There is only one entrance at the foot of Fuhu Mountain, with tight security. No outsiders are allowed to enter except for the residents, not even for a visit. Lin Xiuyue longed to live there, but given her status and position, it was an unattainable dream. Xiuyue, is Fuhu Mountain nice? Chen Fan asked. He actually thought an apartment in a residential complex would be better. As long as it's comfortable, that's enough. Why should people have such high demands? No matter how big or luxurious the house is, the place where you sleep is only so big. Lin Xiuyue nodded and said, only by living here can one truly become a first-class family and a superior person. My grandmother's lifelong wish was to build the Lin family into a first-class family and live in Fuhu Mountain. Chen Fan said thoughtfully, If the Lin family's cooperation with Dolphin Real Estate is successful this time, the Lin family has a real chance to become a top-tier family and fulfill your grandmother's wish. That's why my grandma takes the collaboration with the Dolphins very seriously, Lin Shuyue added. Look, there's a beautiful place on the mountainside, where the mountains and water complement each other. There's a courtyard house there, built in the style of a traditional Beijing courtyard house, with an antique charm. I heard that the courtyard house is going to be auctioned off because its previous owner immigrated to Australia and won't be coming back. If my grandma could live there, she would be so happy. Then let's buy it, Chen Fan said calmly. Our parents can move in and spend the rest of their lives with grandma. You must be dreaming. Lin Shuyue stuck out her tongue and said, what kind of people live on Fuhu Mountain? You think you can just buy it because you have money? Even if it's auctioned off, everyone who attends the auction has been verified to be a top-tier family or the owner of a first-rate company before they're allowed in. Ordinary nouveau riche don't even qualify. There was this guy who won the lottery and wanted to buy a villa on Fuhu Mountain, but he was kicked out of the auction. He was so humiliated. How much would it cost to buy a courtyard like this? Chen Fan asked. If it were an auction, many wealthy people would bid, and the estimated final price would be around 150 million. That's an astronomical figure. Lin Shuyue said with a smile. 150 million? Astronomical figures? It is indeed quite expensive, but it's just so-so. Let's keep running. Chen Fan glanced at Fuhu Mountain one last time and smiled slightly. After eating something at home, Chen Fan took Lin Shuyue to work. After dropping Lin Shuyue off, Chen Fan told her that he had something to do at noon and couldn't pick her up, then drove to Dolphin Real Estate Building. I took the elevator to the chairman's office. The beautiful secretary brought over a cup of coffee, and Chen Fan waved for her to leave. Chen Fan sat in a comfortable chair, drinking coffee. Not long after, Uncle Lu knocked on the door and entered, bowing respectfully, and said, Young master, this is last month's financial statement. Please take a look. Our company has partnered with 19 large enterprises, securing over 3 billion yuan in financing. We are developing rapidly. Uncle Lu spoke with great enthusiasm, clearly very proud of himself. Not bad. I trust you to handle things. Chen Fan casually flipped through a few pages of the financial statements, then put them aside and said to Uncle Lu, There's a courtyard house on the mountainside of Fuhu Mountain that's going to be auctioned off. Can you find a way to help me bid for it? Young master, it would be best to use the company's funds to expand the business, Uncle Lu said worriedly. Although the company's financial flows are not publicly disclosed, Uncle Lu is well aware that the patriarch of the Chen family in Beijing is closely monitoring everything at Dolphin Real Estate. The company's financial situation is likely of utmost concern to the patriarch. He will use special means to access the detailed accounts and has a thorough understanding of the company's financial income and expenditure. If the company's funds are used to purchase unrelated large-ticket items, the old man will definitely find out, and then there will be trouble. Who said I used company money? Chen Fan smiled, took out the green card from his pocket, placed it on the desk, and said, There are over 900 million yuan on this card. Spending 200 million yuan to buy that courtyard house shouldn't be a problem, right? I've already contacted the agricultural bank's customer service. The PIN for this card is 6 ones. Uncle Lu, you must help me buy that courtyard house. Oh, so it's this card? Uncle Lu breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. Yes, sir. May I ask, young master, what is your intention in buying this exorbitantly priced house in Fuhu Mountain? My wife wants to take a walk there, Chen Fan said truthfully. After handling other company affairs, Lu Bo presented the recently formulated plan to Chen Fan. Chen Fan carefully revised the draft and handed it to Uncle Lu. It was already 1 p.m. when I left the company. Chen Fan stretched, feeling a bit hungry, and decided to go find something to eat. Just as I was about to get on the bus, a dark figure ran over from not far away, heading straight for us. Chen Fan subconsciously made a defensive move, only to find that it was a familiar woman. Brother-in-law? It's me. Don't hit me, brother-in-law. Yi Jie stood panting beside Chen Fan, her face full of shyness. What are you doing here? Chen Fan asked, somewhat confused. Today, Yi Jie was dressed normally, no longer in her usual rebellious style, but in a simple denim outfit, white sneakers, and a ponytail. Although she was without makeup, her skin was fair and tender, and she looked very pure, like a girl next door. The incident that happened at midnight last time on Huaba is still fresh in my mind. Yi Jie was forced to kneel down and kowtow to Chen Fan to admit her mistake. Now, when she sees Chen Fan, she acts like a mouse before a cat, calling him brother-in-law affectionately and respectfully, a stark contrast to her previous arrogant and domineering attitude. Brother-in-law, I didn't follow you. I've been waiting here for a long time. I knew you would come, Yi Jie explained. Ever since the fire bar incident, Yi Jie knew that Chen Fan's identity was not simple. Chapter 105, Identity Exposed. At that time, so many big bosses in the forum called him young master and treated him with utmost respect, which shows that Chen Fan's true identity was by no means simple and that he was definitely not a son-in-law without dignity. Yi Jie concluded that Chen Fan had been hiding his identity all along, and that he was definitely the heir of some powerful family. Becoming a live-in son-in-law may be out of necessity, or it may be a hobby. Just like Emperor Tianqi of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Yuxiao, who never valued power during his reign, but loved doing carpentry and being a carpenter. It is said that few carpenters at the time could match his skills. Chen Fan disliked being a wealthy young master, and was more adept at being a live-in son-in-law who endured all sorts of insults and ridicule. In fact, he enjoyed it. According to Yi Jie's in-depth analysis, Chen Fan is most likely the young master of the Chen family in Beijing. The last time she came to Dolphin Real Estate, she noticed that Chen Fan was there to discuss business. Although he was nominally representing Lin Qiuyue's company, he was neither humble nor arrogant, and his expression was calm. He did not show any humility when he met Uncle Lu, but instead had the demeanor of a host. Secondly, at the welcome banquet last time, Chen Fan pulled out a green bank card with a limit of nearly 1 billion. Although he explained that it was a card applied for by Lin Qiuyue, that card was clearly more prestigious than the World Bank's Centurion Black Card. Given Lin Qiuyue's status and personal wealth, she definitely couldn't have obtained such a card. Even with a powerful guarantor, the bank wouldn't easily grant such a large limit to an ordinary female entrepreneur. Therefore, that green card belongs to Chen Fan himself. Only members of top-tier families are eligible to apply for this super limit credit card. Secondly, Yi Jie secretly followed Chen Fan and saw him enter the chairman's office. Only afterward did General Manager Lu enter respectfully. Therefore, Chen Fan is undoubtedly the head of Dolphin, although the nominal boss is Uncle Lu. Chen Fan is the true mastermind behind the scenes. Dolphin Real Estate is an investment company of the Chen family in Beijing. If Chen Fan is the actual controller, it means that he is the young master of the Chen family. Moreover, Chen Fan's surname is Chen, which further confirms his extremely prestigious status. Oh, Jay, I'm here at the meeting on behalf of Qiuyue Company. Is there anything I can help you with? Chen Fan asked. Brother-in-law, stop pretending I've already guessed it. You're the heir of the Chen family in Beijing, right? Yi Jie asked weakly. Chen Fan was startled. After pretending for so long, I was exposed on the spot by a little girl. I'm not. I'm an orphan. Chen Fan shook his head and said, Brother-in-law, your eyes looked a little flustered just now. Just admit it. I know you like the feeling of being alive and son-in-law, but since I found out, just admit it honestly, and I won't tell anyone. If you still want to cover it up, then I'll report to Grandma and have someone investigate you. Yi Jie's tone was threatening, making Chen Fan glance at her. This little girl is meticulous and has an incredibly strong sixth sense. If Chen Fan continues to pretend, she might actually reveal his true identity to everyone at the Lin family, and then things will get complicated. Huh, you dare threaten me? Chen Fan sneered. How dare I? You're the young master of the Chen family. Would I be tired of living if I threatened you? Yi Jie said pragmatically. Oh, you silly girl. Since that's how it is, I won't say anything. If you think I am, then I am. Chen Fan sighed. That means they admit it. Yi Jie clapped her hands excitedly. What do you want? Did you come here just to verify my identity? Chen Fan asked. Brother-in-law, have you had lunch? I'd like to invite you to lunch. There's something I want to ask you. A pleading glint flashed in Yi Jie's eyes. Soon, the two arrived at a ramen restaurant. We sat in a private booth by the window and each ordered a bowl of processed beef noodles. Soon, the waiter brought out a steaming bowl of beef noodles, along with half a pound of lean beef, for side dishes, 2 tea eggs, and a cup of tea. Although the price was not high, it looked very appetizing. Chen Fan began to wolf down his food. Brother-in-law, eat slowly. Be careful, it's hot, Yi Jie said with concern. Little girl, you do know how to care about people. Chen Fan smiled. As my brother-in-law, besides the time you abused me and made me kneel and kowtow, could you at least show some concern for me? Yi Jie asked in a low voice. Chen Fan frowned slightly, wondering what Yi Jie was up to. This girl appears innocent on the outside, but is wild on the inside, and has a ruthless nature. She'll stop at nothing to achieve her goals. Chen Fan has to be wary. When he saw her asking for help, Chen Fan wondered if she was setting him up again. On the other hand, she didn't dare. Knowing Chen Fan's identity, if she still dared to scheme against him, it would be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, overestimating her own strength. Jay, tell me how you need my help. If it's a problem with your lower body, I'm sorry, I can't help you, Chen Fan said with a wicked smile. Because he knew very well that since Yi Jie could take the initiative to have sex with a 70-year-old man, she was definitely not someone to be trifled with, and her sexual needs might be quite strong. Oh dear, brother-in-law, what nonsense are you talking about? Yi Jie blushed slightly and pretended to be very shy. Humph, do you think I don't know what good things you did with Mr. Liu of Dolphin Real Estate? Chen Fan asked coldly. Brother-in-law, stop talking, it's all my fault for oversimplifying things, let's just pretend that never happened. I deleted the video a long time ago. Yi Jie wished she could dig a hole and disappear. That's good. Since you have some gynecological problems, you should take good care of yourself and rest a bit. Based on Yi Jie's complexion, her walking posture, and the ulcer on Uncle Lu's tongue last time, Chen Fan concluded that Yi Jie had a gynecological problem. Yi Jie was startled and asked incredulously, Brother-in-law, how did you know? Is there anything I don't know? Chen Fan smiled proudly. It seemed his guess was correct. Brother-in-law, you're amazing. Yi Jie was filled with admiration, but also a sense of fear. Who could possibly mess with this man? Tell me, what do you need help with? Chen Fan asked, wiping his mouth after finishing his beef noodles. Then I'll be frank. The 1.9-meter-tall fat guy you beat up at midnight last time is a gang leader, and those 10 thugs are his underlings. The reason I invited him for drinks that day was because someone owed my mom some money and wouldn't pay. My mom asked me to find someone to collect the debt, so I thought I'd give that gang leader a small bribe to have him and his underlings help me collect it. I didn't expect you to show up now. That gang leader and his underlings are badly beaten, and most of them are still in the hospital, Yi Jie said helplessly. Then, she clasped her hands together and earnestly said to Chen Fan, Brother-in-law, can you help me with this? Chapter 106, A Personal Visit. Collecting debts? Yes, I had pinned all my hopes on that older brother, but he was badly beaten and I can't rely on him anymore. I'm at my wit's end. I really have no other choice. Brother-in-law, please help me, Yi Jie pleaded. Yi Jie believed that only Chen Fan could help him with this matter. With Chen Fan's strength and background, the deadbeat would obediently hand over the debt, without Yi Jie even having to lift a finger. I can help you with this. Chen Fan suddenly remembered that he knew a few people in the underworld who could help him with this. However, I also have one condition. Chen Fan held up one finger. Upon hearing Chen Fan say he could help, Yi Jie was so excited she almost cried, and quickly agreed. Brother-in-law, just say it, just say it. I'll agree to any conditions. In the future, Shiyue's parents, who are also my in-laws, will move to the Lin family home to live with Grandma. I've already arranged where they'll live. I plan to have you and your mother, Lin Meiyun, move in as well, while Lin Guoxiao and his family of 3 don't qualify. You and your mother need to work on Grandma's mindset and get her to agree to live separately from Lin Guoxiao. You need to show respect to your uncle and aunt, take good care of them, and live well together. In short, from now on, you and your mother need to choose sides, support Shiyue and elevate her status in the Lin family, or continue to curry favor with Lin Guoxiao's family. The choice is yours, Chen Fan said emphatically. Without hesitation, Yi Jie said, my mom and I are definitely on your side. That's unwavering. That's what you call turning away from darkness and embracing the light. Chen Fan nodded slightly and smiled. It's good that you're aware of this. Now, tell me the information about that debtor. That afternoon, the news that Grandma Lin was going to visit Lin Shiyue in person surprised all the Lin family relatives. Apart from the courtyard house and the villa left by Mr. Lin, the old lady had never visited any of her relatives' homes. In her eyes, visiting relatives' homes was like a god descending into a pigsty, a shameful and disgraceful act. A relative once tried to invite the old lady to his newly bought villa. After inviting her 2 or 3 times, the old lady got angry and said, if you buy a house in Fushan, I will definitely go. If not, go back to your doghouse. From then on, no relative dared to invite the old lady to their home. This time, the old lady actually took the initiative to go to Lin Shiyue's house, not as a guest, but to plead for her. This shocked the relatives and was unprecedented in the history of the Lin family. This is incredibly disrespectful to Lin Shiyue. It seems that the old lady really values the cooperation with Dolphin Real Estate. In order to get Lin Shiyue to help, she lowered herself and was so humble for the first time. Even Lin Guozhong and Dong Jinping, the couple, were completely dumbfounded when they learned that the old lady was about to arrive home. They looked at each other, speechless with shock. Last time, Chen Fan asked Lin Guoxiao and the others to go back and tell them that the old lady must come to see Shiyue in person. Dong Jinping thought that the old lady would definitely not come and would be furious, but she didn't expect that the old lady would actually come to visit. Admittedly, the old lady's greatest wish in her life was that, during her lifetime, the Lin family could become a first-class family, move smoothly into Fuhu Mountain, and become urban aristocrats. However, when Lin Xiangtian took over the position of business manager, he was humiliated on his first meeting with Dolphin's manager and was even threatened with the termination of the cooperation with Dolphin. This was truly a critical moment. The old lady was really anxious. Lin Shuyue was her last hope. Whether the Lin family could become a first-class family in Lushi, and whether she could leave a lasting legacy after her death, all depended on Lin Shuyue. When the elderly woman was helped to her doorstep by her children, Lin Guoxiao and Lin Meiyun, Lin Guozhong and his wife, Dong Jinping, were already standing at the door to greet her. Seeing the elderly woman leaning on her cane and looking somewhat tired, the couple quickly went forward to help her and welcomed her into the house. The living room was spotless, and the windows were sparkling clean. The old lady sat on the sofa, and Dong Jinping brewed a cup of covered tea and served it to her. "Mom, if you need anything, just call us and we'll come to you." "Why did you come in person?" Dong Jinping said with a smile. "Yes, Mom, you're so old. If something happens to you on the way, I can't bear the responsibility," Lin Guozhong said with some worry. The old lady took a sip of tea, rested briefly, and smiled. "I heard Shuyue was sick and couldn't get out of bed, so I came to see my granddaughter. Is Shuyue feeling better?" "Ah," Dong Jinping exclaimed, startled. Lin Shuyue wasn't sick at all. She was faking it at Chen Fan's behest. If the old lady knew she was faking illness, wouldn't she be very angry? "Chen Fan, how is Chiuyu? You've been taking care of her these past few days," Dong Jinping asked, glaring at Chen Fan. She was shifting the blame onto Chen Fan. After all the ideas came from Chen Fan. Chen Fan picked up the teapot, poured water for the old lady, and said calmly, "Chiuyu went to work and hasn't come back yet. She's never been sick." Boom. The entire audience was shocked. Lin Guozhong and Dong Jinping were also quite frightened, never expecting Chen Fan to tell the truth. Isn't this deliberately deceiving the old lady? The old lady hated nothing more than dishonesty. The consequences of those who fooled elderly women were all terrible. If the old lady is furious because she was deceived this time and refuses to allow Lin Guozhong and Dong Jinping to return to the Lin family, wouldn't that be a big problem? So Dong Jinping quickly defended herself. "Mom, Chiuyu really is sick, but she might be feeling better today. Don't listen to Chen Fan. He doesn't understand anything." The old woman ignored Dong Jinping's explanation, looked at Chen Fan with suspicion, and asked, "She's never been sick? Did she pretend to be sick and avoid me when my youngest son and his family came to your house last time?" "Mom, how could she dare to pretend?" Lin Guozhong replied with a smile. Chen Fan said seriously, "Yes, Chiuyu is faking illness and doesn't want to see Lin Guoxiao's family at all." Chen Fan, you Lin Guoxiao, standing to the side, widened his eyes, his face filled with resentment. "What exactly do you mean? Explain yourself." The old woman gripped her cane tightly, looking somewhat angry. "All right, I'll tell you. According to the contract signed between the Lin family and Dolphin Real Estate, Chiuyu should have been the business manager, responsible for the specific matters of cooperation with Dolphin. However, later Lin Xiangtian volunteered, and Grandma, without Chiuyu's consent or a meeting to discuss it, you arbitrarily appointed Lin Xiangtian to succeed Chiuyu as the new business manager. Later, Dolphin felt that we lacked sincerity and even threatened to terminate the cooperation. Who is to blame for this? If you had been more careful at the beginning, would this urgent situation have arisen? Chen Fan raised his tone, seemingly pointing out the old lady's mistake. This sent chills down the spines of all the relatives present, who fell silent in fear. Chapter 107. So angry, I could vomit blood. The old lady was speechless for a moment, and the corners of her mouth twitched slightly. Lin Guoxiao, who was sitting next to him, suddenly burst out, "Chen Fan, shut up. You dare to blame the old lady? You've got some nerve." Lin Guozhong was also trembling with fear. His mother had finally come to visit, and before she could even sit down, she was scolded by her son-in-law. "Chen Fan, why don't you go to the kitchen and make some cold dishes?" Lin Guozhong advised in a low voice, signaling Chen Fan not to say any more. "Mom, don't get angry with this kind of person. I'll call Chiuyu right now and tell her to come home to see you as soon as possible." Dong Jinping gently pushed Chen Fan and glared at him fiercely. Chen Fan, however, did not back down at all and continued calmly. "Grandma, your real purpose in coming here is not to visit Chiuyu who is sick, but to get Chiuyu's help, right?" The old woman gripped her cane tightly, her whole body trembling slightly, her face pale, and she said angrily, "Chen Fan, what are you trying to provoke me for? If you dare to disrespect me, I can simply declare that I will not cooperate with Dolphin, and then your whole family can forget about ever returning to the Lin family." The old woman coughed a few times because she spoke so abruptly, which made everyone present even more nervous and frightened. "Ah, you certainly have that power," Chen Fan sneered. However, in that case, the Lin family will never become a first-rate family. You will die with regrets. These words were so powerful that the old woman's jaw dropped in shock, and everyone else was terrified and dared not utter a sound. Chen Fan, have you found the Achilles heel of this old man? The old woman asked, slamming her cane down hard. Please don't get agitated. Your health is important. Grandma, all I mean is that you shouldn't be so indiscriminate in your judgment and spoil Lin Guoxiao and his son too much. Lin Xiangtian made a big mistake, but you've been biased towards him all along. And you even wanted Qiuyue to call Dolphin and say that she resigned voluntarily, right? At a time like this, if you keep trying to fool Dolphin, they're not stupid, they'll definitely cancel the cooperation. Chen Fan said earnestly. Although the old lady was trembling with anger, she felt that Chen Fan's analysis made some sense, so she continued to ask. So what do you think we should do? You're asking me what to do? If I were you, I would immediately terminate Lin Xiangtian's position as business manager. Qiuyue would continue as business manager, responsible for all business cooperation with Dolphin. It's obvious that Dolphin only recognizes Qiuyue. They don't care about the rest of the Lin family. Chen Fan said loudly. The relatives present were extremely surprised. Chen Fan's words were like slaps to their faces, making them sting. What you said makes sense, the old lady nodded and sighed. Mom, you're not really going to listen to this good-for-nothing suggestion and replace Xiaodian, are you? Xiaodian is a returnee from overseas, cultured and educated, and he's the direct descendant of the Lin family. Lin Guoxiao was anxious. He praised his son's excellence with great emotion, trying to dissuade his grandmother from making the decision to replace him. The old lady hesitated. As Chen Fan said, she was indeed biased towards Lin Xiangtian and had always groomed him to be the family's heir. However, given the current situation, if Lin Xiangtian is insisted on being the business manager, the cooperation with Dolphin is very likely to fall through. At this moment, Chen Fan glanced at Lin Meiyun beside the old lady, and Lin Meiyun immediately understood and said, Mom, let me say a few words. What Chen Fan said just now was a bit rough, but it's very realistic. Our Lin family is now in a dilemma. If we want to continue cooperating with Dolphin, Qiuyue must become the business manager, which is stipulated in the contract. Xiao Tian is still young, highly educated, and very malleable, but he lacks work experience and needs more training. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Don't tie yourself to this. Mom, I suggest you listen to Chen Fan. What he said makes perfect sense. Lin Guoxiao glared at Lin Meiyun, never expecting that his former ally would openly contradict him and support the enemy. Why is that? Meiyun, Lin Guoxiao was so angry he felt like he was going to vomit blood. Lin Meiyun rolled her eyes at her second brother, her face full of disdain. That's right. Her daughter Yi Jie relayed Chen Fan's words to her. Her stance has now undergone a complete 180-degree change. She will no longer collude with Lin Guoxiao. As a widow, she had no ambition whatsoever. She only wanted to be on the right side and get a share of the spoils after the old lady died. Okay, I trust you, Chen Fan. I'm appointing Qiuyue as the business manager for the Lin Group, responsible for all cooperation matters with Dolphin Real Estate. The old lady's words shocked everyone present. Mom, Xiaodian, what should we do? Lin Guoxiao cried, not knowing how to tell his son when he got back. You and your son will still be in charge of the Lin family's construction business, but you won't be involved in the new district's development. Do you have any more questions? The old woman said in a cold tone. No, that's all. Lin Guoxiao shook his head. He knew that if he tried to persuade her any further, the old lady would definitely get angry. Mom, you're brilliant. Lin Meiyun praised with a smile. Chen Fan nodded slightly. His goal had been achieved. Even if you are the arrogant old lady of the Lin family, revered by everyone like a ghost or god, so what? I'll confront you when I need to, but in the end you'll still have to back down. Is Qiuyue not coming back yet? The old woman asked. I'll call right now. Chen Fan took out his phone, dialed Lin Qiuyue's number, and then turned on speakerphone. Qiuyue, have you contacted Tang Yin? Chen Fan asked. I've contacted them. I talked a lot with Tang Yin, and she said Dolphin agrees to continue cooperating with the Lin family. However, the position of business manager is fixed according to the contract terms and cannot be changed, Lin Qiuyue said. Grandma is at home now. She came specifically to visit you, but you're not here, Chen Fan said with a smile. Grandma, I have some things to take care of here and can't come back right now. How about I make a special trip to see you next time? Lin Qiuyue said loudly. Upon hearing on the phone that Dolphin had agreed to continue the cooperation, the old lady was overjoyed. Her face lit up with happiness, and she exclaimed, Qiuyue, you've worked so hard. Please take good care of the business with Dolphin. You're truly my good granddaughter. Grandma, you flatter me. After hanging up the phone, the old lady stood up with satisfaction, leaning on her cane, and stared at Chen Fan, saying, I acknowledge that Qiuyue now controls the resources and power of my Lin family. But you are different. Although you are an adopted son-in-law and seem to be one of us, if you dare to touch even the slightest bit of my Lin family's interests, this old man, will never let you off the hook. Chen Fan suppressed a laugh, thinking to himself, how much wealth does a second-rate family have that I'm even interested in? How ridiculous. Don't worry, Grandma. I personally have no interest in the Lin family's assets. Those who do may be hiding right next to you. Chapter 108, The Loan Company. Chen Fan, what are you saying? Who has designs on the property? Lin Guoxiao felt that Chen Fan's words were directed at him, so he immediately refuted him. Hee, I didn't name names. Why are you so excited? Chen Fan smiled. You. Lin Guoxiao wanted nothing more than to tear Chen Fan to pieces. All right, that's enough. Let's go home. With that, the old lady, supported by Lin Guoxiao and Lin Meiyun, walked out of the house. Dong Jinping finally breathed a sigh of relief as she watched the car carrying the elderly woman leave the neighborhood from the window. She sat on the sofa, quickly drank a glass of water to calm her nerves and moisten her throat, and said to Chen Fan, Chen Fan, I never would have guessed, but you're really brave when it matters. I was just telling the truth, Chen Fan said calmly. Lin Guozhong lit a cigarette, took a deep drag to calm himself, and asked, Didn't Qiuyue not want to be the Lin family's business manager? How come she changed her mind? Chen Fan, did you do the persuasion work on her? Yes, I told Qiuyue that although being a business manager would be tough, it would greatly benefit her in improving her skills and building her network. It would also be good for you two to return to the Lin family. With Lin Qiuyue in an important position, how could the Lin family not value you? Chen Fan said with a smile. Lin Guozhong slapped his thigh and laughed. You're right. This is really a good thing. Dong Jinping nodded and said with a grin. Yes, how could I not have thought of that? With Qiuyue in control of the Lin family, will the Lin family relatives still look down on us? We'll live a glamorous life back in the Lin family. Ha ha. When Lin Qiuyue returned home that evening, she found a lavish spread of various dishes laid out on the table. Honey, you've cooked so much food. Can we finish it all? Lin Qiuyue asked with a smile. I didn't do this, Chen Fan said, spreading his hands. Daughter, come and eat. This is what I made. I'm so happy today. I showed off my cooking skills. Huh, Dong Jinping said happily, holding a spatula and wearing an apron. Today, the old lady's bowed head, Lin Guoxiao's suppressed anger, and Lin Meiyun's defection truly made Dong Jinping extremely happy. It seemed as if all the bullying she had suffered since the family division had been avenged today. In high spirits, she offered to cook a few dishes for everyone. The family enjoyed their dinner together happily. Lin Guozhong laughed and said, Chen Fan, you finally have a day when you don't have to cook and can sit back and enjoy yourself. Chen Fan gnawed on a bone and said with a self-deprecating smile, Dad, I'm a little overwhelmed by your kindness. Lin Qiuyue was also very happy. She looked at Chen Fan tenderly and thought, I'm so glad I chose to believe you, my husband. It's so good to have you. The next day, after having lunch, Chen Fan dropped Lin Qiuyue off at her workplace and then drove to the vicinity of the wholesale market in the east of the city. This is a factory area with many warehouses. It used to be the commodity distribution center of Lusher, but it has gradually declined in recent years due to market shocks. After parking the car, we walked through a patch of overgrown weeds and came to a 3-story old-style tenement building. Judging from the building's structure, it should be an old building constructed in the 1980s. However, it looks to be of good quality, freshly painted, and the first floor is a row of shops, including car washes, convenience stores, tire shops, small restaurants, hardware stores, and so on. There was a sign hanging on the second floor that read, April Sky Microfinance Company. Chen Fan took out a business card, checked it, and sure enough, it was Brother Long's loan company branch. Last time, Brother Long led his men to follow Sun Yuan in a car, forcing her to repay her loan. After Chen Fan found out that Sun Yuan had borrowed money at exorbitant interest rates, he helped her teach those people a lesson. Sun Yuan only borrowed 3,000 yuan at the time, but later had to repay 100,000 yuan including principal and interest, which can be described as the ultimate experience of compound interest. If Sun Yuan, a young girl, had been surrounded by them, she would have been completely helpless and likely suffered inhuman torture. Unfortunately for them, they ran into Chen Fan. Chen Fan not only helped Sun Yuan vent his anger by beating up these people, but also forced them to write him an IOU for 200,000 yuan, demanding repayment as soon as possible with interest compounded on the debt. The most unlucky one was actually the eldest brother, Brother Long. He has already been reprimanded by Chen Fan twice. Last time, Chen Fan swiped his card on Long Ji's face, disfiguring him and leaving 10 wounds on his face. His other leg was also broken. Brother Long was discharged from the hospital a few days ago. He was wearing a mask on his face, and some scars from his injuries were faintly visible. In Brother Long's mind, Chen Fan had become a nightmare, and he had been frightened awake several times while sleeping. Chen Fan did not come here this time to collect the 200,000 yuan debt. Chen Fan wasn't short of money. He just wanted to use this group to help him collect a debt from a deadbeat. That is, the matter that Yi Jie asked him for help with. Chen Fan went up a dark and damp staircase to the second floor. It was a large office, decorated like the reception area of a formal company. Behind the counter, a short-haired young woman was eating sunflower seeds while playing Do Diju, a popular Chinese card game, on her computer. Seeing Chen Fan enter, the woman looked up and asked, "Are you here to conduct business? Is it a loan? Did you bring your ID card?" "I'm not here to borrow money. I'm here to collect payment," Chen Fan said in a low voice. "Collecting money? You've come to the wrong place. We're a legitimate lending company, and we also have online services. If you want to borrow money, just ask. If not, goodbye," the short-haired woman said emotionlessly. "Could you call your boss over?" Chen Fan asked. Just then, a voice came from the computer speakers. "Hurry up, I've been waiting forever." The woman ignored Chen Fan, quickly played her cards, and continued playing Do Diju. "Be careful, I only have one card left." A royal flush. A mournful era melody drifted over. "Ugh, how come he has a royal flush?" The woman jumped up and down in anger, losing more than 5,000 happy beans in one go. "Call me landlord. Rob me landlord. I'll rob you. No, double the price." The short-haired woman started another game and was thoroughly enjoying herself. Haha. This time, with 2 kings, 4 twos, 3 kings, 4 queens, and 4 eights, I refuse to believe we can't win. A wicked smile appeared on the woman's lips. Just as she was holding a winning hand and feeling overjoyed, Chen Fan stepped forward, grabbed her computer monitor, and slammed it to the ground. Click! The screen shattered instantly, and Chen Fan stomped on it twice more, shouting angrily. "Screw you. Call your boss over here." The short-haired woman screamed and ran towards the door. A few seconds later, a flurry of footsteps sounded. 5 or 6 thugs rushed in, each armed with a watermelon knife, a baseball bat, or a steel pipe. "You brat. You dare cause trouble. Who do you think you are? How dare you cause trouble for our place? Kill him. You fool who doesn't know what's good for him." At that moment, a man wearing a mask, sitting in a wheelchair, was pushed out. Several red marks were faintly visible on the side of the mask. Chapter 109, 10 Carts of People. "Ah, big brother." When Brother Long saw Chen Fan, he exclaimed in astonishment as if he had seen a demon, and almost fell off his wheelchair. When the underlings saw Brother Long's expression and actions, they were all stunned, and their initial excitement was extinguished by half. "Big brother, what brings you here?" Chen Fan sneered and said, "Why can't I come?" "Yes, I can come." Brother Long immediately nodded in agreement. "The 200,000 yuan your company owes me has ballooned to 1,000,000 yuan in interest." Chen Fan pulled out an IOU from his pocket, showed it to everyone, and said, "I'm here to collect the debt, in case you forget to pay it back and the interest gets even higher." Brother Long's expression hardened. Then he said to his henchmen on either side, "What are you all standing there for? Quickly, let my brother sit down and bring some tea." "Brother, I'm truly sorry about what happened last time. We've never asked for the money Sun Yuan owed us. You disfigured my face and broke my legs. I'm confined to a wheelchair now. The surgery alone cost me over 400,000. Brother, please let us go. Our small company just earns a little interest to keep it afloat. We're really not as wealthy as you imagine. Brother, I'm begging you." Chen Fan sat down in the chair, took a sip of tea, nodded and said, "Paying back debts is a matter of course. Big brother, please don't force me anymore. I'm already in such a miserable state," Brother Long said sadly, his voice even trembling with tears. At this point, the brothers standing nearby couldn't stand it anymore. "Brother Long, is this the kid who disfigured you? Brother Long, did he cripple both your legs? Our Brother Long spent 400,000 on surgery and still needs over 300,000 more for follow-up costs. The company is almost bankrupt. How dare you cause trouble like this? You fearless bastard. Brothers, let's avenge Brother Long, shall we? There are so many of us. I refuse to believe we can't beat him." These thugs were all arrogant and glared at Chen Fan, ready to rush forward at any moment. "Get back. Don't be impulsive," Brother Long roared. "None of you are a match for him. Anyone who wants to spend the rest of their life in a wheelchair, go and fight him." Upon hearing this, all the thugs looked at each other in bewilderment. Their fighting spirit, which had just been ignited, was extinguished by half. Brother Long knew very well that these 5 or 6 thugs were no match for Chen Fan. Moreover, indoors, their weapons are not very effective, making it easy for Chen Fan to find an opportunity to strike and win. To defeat a skilled fighter like Chen Fan, you either need to find someone stronger than him, or you need to use a human wave tactic and attack him from all sides. Based on experience, Chen Fan is capable of taking on 10 people at once, but what if the number of people is far more than 10? Brother, these brothers of mine have never met you before and are quite ignorant. Please don't take it to heart, Brother Long said politely to Chen Fan as he wheeled himself forward. Chen Fan smiled slightly. He knew very well that Brother Long was not someone who could be easily subdued. Brother Long was crippled by Chen Fan, and he was so angry that he wanted to kill Chen Fan, but he just lacked an opportunity. Now that Chen Fan has delivered himself to our doorstep, will Brother Long let him go? Brother, you didn't come here today just to ask for money, did you? If so, we'll give you the last bit of money the company has. If not, if you have any other requests, just say so, and we'll do whatever we can to help, Brother Long said seriously. Chen Fan keenly noticed that the thug who had been pushing Brother Long's wheelchair was gone. If I remember correctly, that thug was the guy Chen Fan dealt with when he went to collect a debt from Sun Yuan last time. With a single glance from Brother Long, the thug understood and secretly slipped out. Chen Fan knew that the thug was either calling for backup or setting some kind of trap. He was determined to take Chen Fan down today. However, Chen Fan reminded himself to stay vigilant and not give these people any opportunity to take advantage. I can forget about the million you owe me. In exchange, you have to do me a favor. To put it bluntly, I'm here because I want you to help me collect a debt. Then, Chen Fan told Brother Long the address and relevant information of the deadbeat, who owed Lin Meiyun and her daughter more than 3 million yuan. Because you are a professional debt collection team with various strong methods to collect payments, I asked you for help with this. I originally wanted to collect the payments myself, but I thought it was too much trouble and I was afraid of causing problems later. I suddenly thought of you, so I made a special trip here. Will you help me with this? Chen Fan asked with a smile. Of course we'll help. How could we not? Debt collection is our livelihood. Brother, you've come to the right person, huh? Brother Long laughed heartily. That's good. Get that money back as soon as possible, Chen Fan said, then stood up and prepared to leave. Big brother, are we leaving already? Aren't we going to chat a little longer? Brother Long asked, winking at the people next to him. Let's go. Chen Fan walked out of the room and went downstairs. Suddenly, 10 Wuling Hongguang vans drove up from the other side of the street. Each car had 7 or 8 thugs inside. Just as Chen Fan had expected, the thug who had secretly run out earlier had gone to call for reinforcements, as instructed by Brother Long. Brother Long's lending company is actually quite large. Don't let its small storefront fool you. It employs a lot of people. In addition, there are several branches. Normally, these people go around collecting debts. I just received an emergency call, and everyone has been pulled over. Now, the car doors opened, and all 10 cars of thugs jumped out. There were about 88 thugs, each with a burly build, tattoos, and chains, all carrying steel pipes. Their faces were full of hostility, each one more arrogant than the last. They were clearly the kind of guys who often swaggered around in front of the vulnerable. Because this is a suburban area, quite remote, and there are no police posts nearby, the police are unlikely to appear. Therefore, these people were extremely arrogant, brazenly waving steel pipes in broad daylight, and swaggering over to surround Chen Fan. Each person carries a 1-meter-long steel pipe, with the grip area wrapped in newspaper to prevent slipping. Moreover, the steel pipes are of high quality, all made of 304 stainless steel. This demonstrates the tight organization of the lending company, the authority of its leaders, and the team's collaborative nature. Yes, that's really professional. Chen Fan felt slightly embarrassed. Before he came here, he never imagined that this company could be so big. He thought it was just a dozen or so rotten birds and potatoes, and he could easily beat them into calling him daddy. I never expected the scene to be so grand. In the second-floor corridor, Brother Long, seated in a wheelchair, looked down at everything below and sneered. You brat, I just got out of the hospital and was thinking about how to get revenge on you. You've delivered yourself right to my doorstep. What a small world. Well, let my brothers send you on your way. Chapter 110, 88 Strong Men. Brother Long is going all out this time. Even if these brothers beat Chen Fan to death, he will take all the blame upon himself. Because Chen Fan made him suffer a fate worse than death, like a living dead. Even if his brother is sentenced to death for killing Chen Fan, it's worth it for him to pay with his life. Brothers, give them a good beating. If anything happens, I'll take full responsibility. Brother Long shouted angrily. The group surrounded Chen Fan, and the encirclement gradually tightened. Each person wore a ruthless and mocking expression, eager to fight. Even the surrounding shops hurriedly closed their roller shutters, fearing they would be caught in the crossfire. Attack! One of them shouted, raising his arm. 88 people suddenly rushed, towards Chen Fan. Swish. Chen Fan was decisive and showed no sign of cowardice. He knew very well that if he hesitated even slightly in this situation where he outnumbered the enemy, he would be defeated. He was highly focused, and his body shot out like an arrow, knocking down the thug closest to him with a single punch. In the past, when dealing with those thugs, Chen Fan was afraid of hitting them too hard and causing them to die, so he usually only used half of his strength. But today is different. Using only half of your strength would be showing mercy to the enemy, and you might end up making a mistake. He used 80% of his strength. Bang! The thug was sent flying, coughing up blood, after being punched by Chen Fan. It knocked over more than 10 people behind it. The scene was chaotic. The thugs were immediately startled, then roared again and charged at Chen Fan. Chen Fan turned around and kicked out. This is a move from the ancient and rare book Mysterious Battle Essentials that he studied. He concentrates all his strength in his legs and kicks out instantly, as sharp as the wind, full of fighting power. Bang! One of the thugs who was kicked flew backward, his teeth all shattered, and he spat out a mouthful of saliva, knocking down more than 10 people behind him again. The other thugs who rushed forward were frightened by the strong wind. After a moment's hesitation, they felt a blur before their eyes, saw stars, and were sent flying. Besides being enriched by classic Chinese martial arts books, Chen Fan's father invited 6 top Chinese masters to teach him and his younger brother a series of advanced martial arts, including Jeet Kune Do, Taekwondo, martial arts, and Wing Chun, before he was 8 years old, giving him a very solid foundation. Although he lost the opportunity to learn from masters after being fostered by the Lin family, Chen Fan never stopped practicing kung fu. With a solid foundation, he learned various martial arts from books, videos, and other sources, practicing diligently and constantly improving. Now, Chen Fan, who has been accumulating experience, needs such an opportunity to practice and improve his combat skills. Otherwise, all those skills would have been for nothing. In a sense, he should thank Brother Long. The thugs who were sent flying into the air crashed to the ground or onto their companions, their bones breaking with a series of sharp, grating cracking sounds. It could be a broken rib, a fractured collarbone, a dislocated arm, or a comminuted fracture of the kneecap. Chen Fan's fierce attacks, ruthless methods, and agile speed caused the men wielding 304 stainless steel pipes to scream in agony and tremble with fear. Slap! Slap! After knocking out another thug with 2 punches, Chen Fan seized a steel pipe. The steel pipe was like a sword in his hand, flashing like a meteor and sweeping across the battlefield. Each strike carried a whoosh of wind and made a heavy thud when it hit the thugs. Bang! 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 Within 3 seconds, the 8 thugs were knocked to the ground, screaming and rolling around, some of them spitting blood from the corners of their mouths, a truly pitiful sight. Without hesitation, Chen Fan gripped the steel pipe tightly and swept it at the dozen or so people on the other side. Bang! Bang! Screams echoed through the air. If that fast, accurate, and ruthless steel pipe had been replaced by a sword, it would have already turned into a sea of blood. The dozen or so thugs were beaten and forced to retreat repeatedly. Some had blood spurting from their heads, some had broken arms, and some were crawling on the ground like dogs, fleeing in a sorry state. Even if someone dared to hit him with a steel pipe, Chen Fan could simply block it with a flick of his wrist. The 2 steel pipes would collide, making a crisp sound, and sparks would flash. Chen Fan remained unmoved, while the thug's hands would go numb, his arms would ache, and the steel pipe would fall to the ground. Next, Chen Fan struck the dog's head with a club, causing it to spit blood and suffer an 8th-degree concussion. In just over 2 minutes, about half of the 88 strong men were lying on the ground, unable to get up and incapacitated. The remaining 40-odd people were eyeing Chen Fan covetously, but they kept retreating, none of them willing to be the first to step forward. Brother Long, in his wheelchair on the 2nd floor, seemed to be watching a movie, appearing somewhat dazed. What a prodigy Chen Fan is. More than 80 people couldn't defeat him alone. Brother Long originally thought Chen Fan would be knocked out in 5 seconds, and that 1 man and 1 steel pipe would turn Chen Fan into a rotten watermelon. Even if they don't die, all their bones will be broken, leaving them like a lump of mud. However, to everyone's surprise, Chen Fan was as fierce as a tiger and as agile as a dragon. He was like Lu Bu among men, and he knocked down more than 40 people. The remaining people dared not step forward again. What would happen? Why did this happen? Brother Long muttered to himself, his heart racing. This person's skill level completely exceeded his imagination. Even if you can defeat 10 or 20 people by yourself, you couldn't possibly defeat 88 people. But in the current situation, Chen Fan really defeated 88 people all by himself. I've seen wild things, but I've never seen anything this wild. Brother Long was completely dumbfounded. Come on, keep going, come on. Chen Fan pointed at the remaining 40-odd people with the steel pipe in his hand and sneered. That smile was like the smile of Satan, his eyes flashing with murderous intent, making everyone cower like mice, and no one dared to take a step forward. Go, you bunch of useless trash. Have I been raising you for nothing? Go, kill him. Brother Long roared hysterically, pounding on his wheelchair. Suddenly, more than a dozen people seemed to be spurred on, and they rushed over. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Fan used a steel pipe to block their attacks, then kicked out several times, sending 5 or 6 people flying. Immediately afterwards, he used the steel pipe to brace himself on the ground, kicked his legs in midair, and sent the remaining thugs rolling 7 or 8 meters away as if they were playing football. He did not stop his provocations, nor did he give his opponent a chance to be shocked or catch his breath. He charged back into the enemy ranks, brandishing his steel pipe, attacking anyone he saw and countering every move. Those thugs couldn't even see the movement of the steel pipes. They couldn't even find a trace of them. My intuition flashed before my eyes, and then my head felt like it had been split open. The steel pipe was wielded with incredible speed, sometimes like a silver snake whipping its tail, sometimes like a dragon soaring and a phoenix dancing, combined with iron fists and flying kicks. The offensive was fierce and undiminished. Under the sunlight, beams of light flashed before the thugs' eyes, and screams of agony rang in their ears. The scene was incredibly chaotic. Chapter 111, I really have no one left. Chen Fan heard a mix of cries, pleas for help, screams, and calls for his teammates to call 120. Brother Long was so scared, he almost peed himself. Watching his brothers collapse like a house of cards, his head was buzzing, and he felt blood rushing to his brain. He and the thugs around him were stunned. They never expected that 88 burly men could be no match for one. More than a dozen people rushed up, only to be beaten by Chen Fan, rolling and scraping on the ground. They were groaning in pain, some with shattered arms, others with 3 or 4 broken ribs, and one even had been kicked into a limp state. That's terrible. Under the sunlight, the steel pipe in Chen Fan's hand could no longer reflect light, because it was stained with blood. Even if it's stained with blood, it won't rust. Just like Chen Fan's resolute character, no matter how great the difficulties, he will not yield or back down. No, this isn't real. It can't be. Brother Long broke down, suddenly clutching his head and roaring, unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. Bang! Chen Fan charged into the group of thugs like a wild beast once again, using a steel pipe to block other steel pipes, and then kicked out with the momentum. 6 people were sent flying. This was a sweeping kick. Everyone was hit in the face and flew out in the same direction, their bodies piling up like trash, slaughtering all in all directions. Chen Fan looked at the remaining thugs, who were trembling and shaking, and sneered. Come on, keep going. Come on. 1,000 mythical beasts seemed to surge through their minds as they cursed under their breath. What the hell are you doing? Looking at their teammates writhing in pain on the ground, these scoundrels were on the verge of collapse. For years, they had been fighting, brawling, and living arrogant and unruly lives, never admitting defeat. Yet, at this moment, they felt an urge to kneel down or run away. Brother Long on the second floor roared wildly from his throat. Kill them. The remaining dozen or so people pounced on them at the same time. Although they were very courageous, the ending was still as expected. Chen Fan faced the enemy head-on. The steel pipe moved with unimpeded force, its swings creating a powerful impact. Ouch! It hurts! Ouch! Accompanied by familiar screams, within seconds, the dozen or so people also fell to the ground, experiencing what pain truly meant. At this point,